Chapter 001 I'm a scumbag, so what? Chen Yangbin has been in a bad mood lately. I plan to accompany him to Sanya to relax during the May Day holiday. Lu Man, we agreed to go to Gillen City together. What do you mean by this? You know Yangbin is my best male friend. He needs me right now. What's wrong with me going out with him to clear his head? So in your heart, I'm not even worth a single hair on your male best friend's head, is that it? The message was sent, but it disappeared without a trace, and time ticked by. He gritted his teeth and sent another message, not replying again? Chen Li's eyes twitched involuntarily, his clenched fists turned white at the knuckles, and a surge of burning anger rushed to his head. He stared intently at the cold message on his phone screen, his chest heaving violently. The almost uncontrollable anger, after choking in his chest for a while, was suddenly dispelled by a sense of absurd powerlessness. He twitched the corner of his mouth and let out a low, ambiguous laugh. Ha, the same old tricks again. He shook his head, casually tossed his phone onto the table, leaned back in his chair, and exhaled a long breath while staring at the ceiling. This relationship should have ended long ago. Chen Li is a third-year student at Qianzhou University, an ordinary student from a small county. Despite coming from an ordinary family, he was admitted to this prestigious university in the south through hard work and diligent study. 2.5 years ago, he met Lu Man at a club activity who later became his girlfriend. Lu Man is a typical southern girl, with fair skin, delicate features, and a slender figure. When Chen Li first entered university, he pursued his goals relentlessly for a whole semester. In addition, his appearance was decent enough, and he eventually stood out from many suitors and won Lu Man's favor. At that moment, he felt like the luckiest person in the world. However, after 2 years together, his initial joy gradually faded. Lu Man's material desires far exceeded his imagination. Handbags and high-end cosmetics were basic necessities. To satisfy her vanity and prevent her from losing face in front of her classmates, Chen Li devoted all his time to part-time jobs, except for attending classes. He's done countless part-time jobs: bubble tea shop employee, tutor, package sorter. With her own hard-earned money and some of the living expenses sent by her parents who saved every penny, Lu Man barely maintained her respectability. He himself only owns a few clothes all year round, always chooses the cheapest set meal when eating in the cafeteria, and has used his phone for 5 years without replacing it. Even so, Lu Man never publicly revealed their relationship on her WeChat moments. For the past 2 years, their intimate contact has been limited to holding hands. This May Day trip was something Lu Man suddenly agreed to half a month ago. Chen Li was excited about this for a long time, and stayed up all night to plan the trip, book tickets, and reserve hotels. They thought that the clouds had finally parted and the moon was about to shine, and that their happiness was finally coming. In retrospect, it was all a joke, and in the end, it left me with a huge mess. Looking around, the dormitory was mostly empty during the May Day holiday, with only roommate Guo Zihong still huddled in front of the computer, typing away on the keyboard. The other 2 roommates' beds were already empty. One said he was going to Dali for a romantic getaway with his girlfriend, and the other went to Sanya. The dormitory space was already small, and the atmosphere was even more oppressive and uncomfortable. Chen Li seemed particularly agitated and couldn't sit still. He couldn't stand playing games on the computer for more than 2 minutes. I simply threw down the mouse, climbed onto the top bunk, and numbly started scrolling through short videos and those urban fantasy novels. Around dusk, Chen Li's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from his roommate Zhang Yishi, who was in Sanya. Ali, are you and Lu Man in Sanya? Chen Li's heart sank. No. Well, see for yourself then. One picture. In the photo, a girl in a sexy swimsuit is kissing a tall boy under a coconut tree. Although it was just a side profile, how could Chen Li not recognize her? It was Lu Man, whom he had treated with all his heart for 2 years. In an instant, he felt his blood rush backward, his limbs and bones turn ice cold, and his breath stopped. The feeling was indescribable: deception, manipulation, humiliation, all sorts of emotions churned deep within his mind. He took a deep breath, his fingers trembling as he tapped on Lu Man's pin chat box. So, your way of comforting your male best friend is to kiss him? Half an hour later, Lu Man replied, "What kiss? What do you mean? You're acting crazy. Do you think I'm blind? They're really into kissing under the coconut tree." How did you know? We were just playing a game, don't be ridiculous. Chen Li looked at the message and suddenly smiled. Ha, Lu Man, you're such a scumbag, but you don't dare admit it. Chen Li, are you sick? I told you it's just a game, why are you taking it so seriously? Call me a scumbag, then I'm a scumbag, so what? I might as well open a ranch on your head, so what? Get lost, you poor, spineless coward. I'm a jerk, so what? A poor, spineless loser? This blatant betrayal and vicious insults exploded in his mind like a thunderbolt, and all restraint at that moment was like a flood bursting its banks. He took a deep breath, his finger hovering above the screen, wanting to type out words of questioning or condemnation, and type out a long string of intense text. But just a second before pressing the send button, he paused, a feeling of powerless exhaustion washing over him like a tidal wave of anger. He suddenly felt that all the arguments and questions had lost their meaning. He deleted all the words he had typed and calmly typed only 4 words, "Fuck your mother." The moment the message was sent, a cold, merciless red exclamation mark suddenly pierced my eyes. The message has been sent, but the recipient has rejected it. He stared at the red symbol for a few seconds, then a relieved, even self-deprecating, sneer appeared on his lips. It turns out that even the last shred of dignity is no longer needed. Perhaps that's for the best. Not only did she admit it, she also preemptively deleted him from her contacts. "Ali, what's wrong?" Wu Zihong noticed something was wrong and asked with concern. "It's nothing, I just got cheated on." Wu Zihong's eyes widened, green? What happened? Chen Li didn't speak. He walked to the window, took a breath, and looked at the darkening sky, feeling a mix of emotions. 2 years of effort, and all I got in return was a joke. It's not worth it, it really isn't worth it. In the stillness of the night, only Guo Zihong's soft snoring could be heard in the dormitory. Chen Li lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, recalling the events of the past 2 years, and the more he thought about it, the more ridiculous he felt. Suddenly, in his drowsy state, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. A suitable host has been detected, meeting system requirements. System binding in progress. 10%. 50%. What? The system? Chen Li, who frequently reads online novels, is very familiar with this term. He sat up abruptly and looked around. Wu Zihong was still fast asleep, and there was nothing unusual in the dormitory. The system's binding progress sound is still echoing in my mind. Chapter 002 Menu. System binding in progress, 90%, 100%. Binding complete. Host, Chen Li. A simple panel unfolded before him, and detailed information about the system flooded his mind like a tidal wave. System Function 1, Target Binding and Cashback Rules. You can specify a qualified female target number of times she has been sexually assaulted, 0 to bind with. After linking your account, you will receive a cashback on any amount you spend on your target, calculated as spending amount target's favorability rating towards you. Binding restrictions: a maximum of 2 targets can be bound simultaneously, with a maximum cashback amount of 2 billion for a single target. Binding will automatically unbind if the cashback limit is reached or if the target is compromised by another party. A new target can only be bound once the cashback limit is reached. Special note: you cannot manually unbind your account. If the target is compromised, the binding will be automatically removed, and the bound account will be locked for 30 days as a penalty. System Function 2, Numerical Observation of Females. Base values for detecting women within the field of view. Friendly reminder: all cashback funds are safe and legal, please use them with confidence. Within minutes, Chen Li had completely digested this massive stream of information. This isn't a system, it's a money printing machine. Spending money on the women he's linked to not only doesn't result in a loss, but he can also earn it back many times over based on their favorability rating. The overwhelming joy instantly dispelled all the previous frustration and anger. Chen Li was so excited he almost jumped out of bed, but he forced himself to suppress his surging emotions. With the system in hand, his first thought was to find a suitable target to bind to. However, after searching his mind for a long time, he found nothing but Lu Man. For the past 2 years, he has lived like a satellite, with all his energy revolving around Lu Man, and he has not paid any attention to other girls. Looks like we need to take the initiative. We must find a suitable candidate to partner with by tomorrow. The thought churned in his mind until late into the night, his mind still preoccupied with how to verify this incredible adventure the next day. He was finally woken up by Guo Zihong around noon the next day. Chen Li was so excited last night that his body couldn't take it anymore and shut down automatically at 5 a.m. "Ali, come have dinner with me. I've invited a girl from the business administration department, and she'll be bringing her roommate along. You go ahead, I'm going to sleep a little longer." Chen Li's eyelids were heavy and his head was dizzy. In Guo Zihong's eyes, he was obviously deeply affected by the breakup. Hey bro, look at the state you've become. Come out with me, let's clear our heads. I heard her roommate is the most beautiful girl in the department, Lu Yu. Maybe your luck with romance is about to change. The most beautiful girl in the department? Lu Yu? Shanli's muddled mind was suddenly struck by lightning the system. He had almost forgotten about this momentous matter. Wait a few minutes. He suddenly sprang up from the bed, his movements so fast that Guo Zihong was dumbfounded. He rushed into the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face to try to clear his head, and then rummaged through his drawers to find his most presentable clothes to change into. Today, he needs to find a suitable target to attach himself to. Along the way, Shenli couldn't wait to activate the system's detection function, and data panels that only he could see appeared. Zhang Aihua. Favorability rating, 0. Height, 42. Appearance, 55. Number of times I was attacked, 75. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 2. Wu Lily. Favorability rating, 0. Weight, 59. Appearance, 48. Number of times I was attacked, 105. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 3. As Chenli looked through them, he couldn't help but wonder why there wasn't a single one who met the criteria. Did colleges not have virginity? The shocking number of times someone was koan is unbearable to look at. Did all the high-quality targets go on vacation during the May Day holiday? Guo Zihong chose a restaurant called Sichuan Stir Fry, which was their old haunt in the dormitory. The two had just sat down when he received a message to go out and pick someone up. Soon, Guo Zihong walked in with two girls. Shenli looked up at the sound, his gaze sweeping over them, and the system interface in his mind appeared. Chen Jing. Favorability rating, 0. Height, 72. Appearance, 66. Number of times koan was attacked, 12. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 1. The data was okay, but it wasn't pure. Then his gaze fell on the girl behind him, and his breath hitched slightly. Lu Yu. Favorability rating, 0. Height, 86. Appearance, 83. Number of times koan was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. Shenli was secretly alarmed. Lu Yu truly lived up to her reputation. She had exquisite features, a pure temperament, and a curvaceous figure. She's definitely a goddess among ordinary people, but she only scored 83 points in the system's evaluation? This system's evaluation criteria are too harsh. He quickly stood up to greet them. This is my roommate Shenli, Ali, and these are Chen Jing and Lu Yu. Hello everyone. Chen Jing responded politely, hello, Shenli. Lu Yu merely nodded slightly, her attitude distant. She only came to give her roommate face and to solve lunch issues. She had absolutely no interest in the two boys in front of her who didn't look like rich people. As the most beautiful girl in her department, she had seen far too many guys who only brought her milk tea and breakfast. What she truly desires is to have her material needs met, so that she too can live a life surrounded by designer brands and chauffeured around in luxury cars. Before long, several hot and fragrant Sichuan dishes were served one after another. Under Guo Zihong's enthusiastic arrangement, everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. At the dinner table, Guo Zihong and Chen Jing chatted happily, and Guo Zihong occasionally pulled Shenli into the conversation, with laughter occasionally breaking the silence. Lu Yu, on the other hand, kept her head down playing on her phone, seemingly an outsider. At this moment, Shenli was struggling internally. Should he tie himself to Lu Yu? She was undoubtedly a top-notch target, but precisely because of that, her standards were bound to be extremely high. I only have 1,503 yuan left. What should I buy to catch her eye and increase her favorability? If you act rashly, you might end up spending money, not increasing your favorability rating, and having your spot locked up. That would be a huge loss. Having learned his lesson from Lu Man, he would never be a sucker again. Every investment must yield a return. The meal was eaten in a slightly lively atmosphere, but throughout the entire process, Lu Yu's level of affection for him remained a cold 0. Shenli suppressed his impulse. He knew he couldn't act rashly without being certain of his success. Guo Zihong and Chen Jing seemed to have reached some kind of agreement, as he still had a lingering smile on his face when they parted. After parting ways with them, the two had nowhere to go for a while, and wandered back to the dormitory with listless steps. Ali, wanna play ball? Going back to the dorm is just staring at each other, it's boring. Let's go play ball. He is passionate about basketball, but for the past 2 years, his part-time job and Lu Man have taken up all his time. Now that his shackles are gone, all he wants is to work up a good sweat. Finding his goal can't be rushed. The basketball court was unusually quiet during the May Day holiday, and the two quickly teamed up with other players on the court to play half-court. During a break in play, Chenli glanced casually at the sidelines and saw a girl walking by. He couldn't quite make out the face, but adhering to the system's principle of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free, he subconsciously probed. Meng Yu. Affection level, +6. Height, 73. Appearance, 68. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. The moment the data flashed into his mind, Chenli was completely stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Meng Yu? Isn't that Lu Man's roommate? He looked closely, and sure enough, it was her quiet and pretty profile. In my memory, although she was not as bright and dazzling as Lu Man, she had a unique and charming beauty. Her features are delicate and gentle, and her smile has the sweetness of a girl next door. Her figure is well proportioned, with a slender waist, long legs, and exquisite curves. Even simple clothes cannot hide her naturally good proportions. More importantly, she was a woman who had feelings for him, and she had 0 negative traits, making her the perfect prey tailor-made for him. Chenli suddenly remembered that he had treated Lu Man and her entire dormitory to a meal before. Meng Yu always looked at him with a complicated, unspoken expression, as if he was quite resentful of Lu Man's bossy and cold treatment of him. At the time, he was completely preoccupied with Lu Man and was oblivious to this. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, how can he let it slip by? Zihong, I have something urgent to attend to, I'll be going now. He tossed the basketball to Gui Zihong without giving any explanation, then turned and quickly chased after the figure that was about to walk away. Chapter 003 Binding the First Target. Chenli jogged, taking 2 steps at a time, and quickly caught up with Meng Yu, who was walking hurriedly ahead. Meng Yu. The girl turned around at the sound of his voice, and when she saw him, a clear look of surprise flashed across her face. Chenli? What, are you still at school? In her memory, he should be on his planned trip with Lu Man at this time. Well, it's a long story. Chenli twitched the corner of his mouth. Meng Yu's curiosity was piqued. Didn't you go on a trip with Lu Man? Why were you stood up again? Living in the same dormitory, she had often heard Lu Man boast about how she had Chenli completely under her thumb, and at this moment, she subconsciously thought that he had been stood up again. It's nothing, I got cheated on, we broke up. What? This answer was clearly beyond Meng Yu's expectations, and she was speechless for a moment. It's alright, I was blind before, it's all in the past. Not wanting to waste any more words on Lu Man, Chenli quickly changed the subject. Where are you rushing off to? Oh, I'm going to Wanda Plaza to buy some things. The store I'm interested in is having its last day of discounts today. Chenli's heart skipped a beat. The opportunity had arrived. Can you wait for me and we can go together? I'll go back to my dorm to take a shower and change my clothes. It'll be quick. I also need to buy some things. Meng Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, go ahead, I'll wait for you. She actually had a good impression of Chenli. She thought he was reliable and devoted. It was just that Lu Man didn't know how to cherish him and always bossed him around. Sometimes she even thinks that if she could have a boyfriend who truly loves her, she would definitely cherish him. Chenli quickly returned to his dormitory, washed up as fast as he could, changed into clean clothes, and then took a taxi with Meng Yu to Wanda Plaza. What are you going to buy? Meng Yu asked in the car. Buy a few clothes, Chenli replied casually, while silently chanting in his mind, System, bind to Meng Yu. Binding in progress. Binding complete. One spot has been secured. Meng Yu, current favorability rating, +6. Upon arriving at Wanda Plaza, Meng Yu headed straight for her favorite shops, with Chenli naturally following closely behind. It's clear that Meng Yu enjoys shopping. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at all the different shops along the way. Chenli, aren't you going to buy something too? I'm not in a hurry, I'll accompany you shopping first. In the store, Meng Yu carefully selected several pieces of clothing that she had already set her sights on. Chenli accompanied him silently throughout, but in his mind he was quickly calculating the total price to make sure he had enough money to pay. Fortunately, the clothes she chose cost only about 500 yuan in total. Just as Meng Yu was walking towards the cashier with the clothes she had chosen, ready to scan the code to pay, Chenli stepped forward. He subtly positioned himself between her and the shop assistant, while quickly showing the shop assistant his mobile payment code. I'll take care of these. He turned to Meng Yu and smiled. Meng Yu, consider this my holiday gift to you. His clean and efficient movements and words caught the eye of the cashier, who couldn't help but glance at Chen Li a few more times. Her eyes revealed undisguised envy. Such an active and generous suitor is a rare sight. This sudden action left Meng Yu stunned on the spot. Her hand holding the phone froze in mid-air, her mind a little blank. Although she had always had a good impression of Chen Li, what did this sudden generosity mean? Could it be that he was heartbroken by Lu Man and turned his attention to her instead? Bite. The payment success notification sounded, and then, as expected, the system's voice in my mind arrived. Host's expenditure on Meng Yu, 556 yuan. Affection level, +6. System credit, 3,336 yuan. Withdrawable amount, 3,336 yuan. It's done. Chen Li was overjoyed, his blood boiling. I will be the richest man in the world and dominate the world. He silently said withdraw, and his phone immediately vibrated. A bank text message arrived. China Industrial and Commercial Bank, income 3,336 yuan, available balance, 4,283 yuan. The process has been verified. This system is genuine. This action left Meng Yu somewhat at a loss, her cheeks flushing slightly. She's not immune to being pursued, but those suitors mostly just gave her things like milk tea, let alone clothes costing hundreds of dollars. Chen Li's generosity surprised her greatly. As far as she knew, Chen Li's family was not wealthy. Is he trying to pursue me? What should I do? After leaving the store, Meng Yu finally couldn't help but ask, Chen Li, why did you pay for my meal? What do you mean by this? Chen Li had now calmed down from his initial elation and was racking his brains, finding the most direct reason. Meng Yu, I was blind before, only knowing how to follow Lu Man around. Now I see clearly, and I want to pursue you. Such a direct confession left the unprepared Meng Yu blushing like a ripe apple, and she stammered, this is too sudden. Come on, I'll take you to buy a bag. Chen Li didn't give her a chance to think it over carefully, and directly led the still bewildered Meng Yu to the bag shop next door. He spotted a bag priced at 41.99 and asked, do you like this one? I like it, but... Before Meng Yu could finish speaking, Chen Li had already scanned the code to pay again. Host's expenditure on Meng Yu, 4,199 yuan. Affection level, +6. System credit, 25,194 yuan. Withdrawable amount, 25,194 yuan. Withdrawal, Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank, income 25,194 yuan, available balance, 25,278 yuan. Meng Yu stared at the bag, which cost over 4,000 yuan, speechless with surprise. She loves this bag so much. It's beautifully designed and has a high-quality feel. Looking at Chen Li, she suddenly felt that he might actually be a good choice. Meng Yu. Affection level, +14. Height, 73. Appearance, 68. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. Looking at the updated favorability rating on the panel, Chen Li was overjoyed, knowing that he had made the right move. The more he looked at Meng Yu, the more handsome he found him. He was clearly a walking ATM. His actions became bolder, and he directly took her hand. Come on, let's go take a look over there, the clothes there look nice. That's left slave. It's too expensive, Chen Li, let us not go in. It's okay, as long as you like it, we have plenty of money. After this round of shopping, Chen Li's account received a total of over 300,000 yuan in cashback. The two of them were carrying so many bags and packages that they could barely lift them. Looking at the shopping bags, Chen Li even had the thought of just throwing them away and buying new ones, but it was just a thought. His behavior still needs to be more reasonable, otherwise Meng Yu will really think he's crazy, and if he messes things up, it will be a loss. Chen Li, with so much stuff, can we still shop around? Meng Yu looked up, her voice unconsciously becoming much more intimate, without even realizing it herself. Chapter 004 An Encounter at the Auto Show. Chen Li weighed the various shopping bags in his hands, his brows furrowing slightly. This spending limit is too slow. I need to find some larger spending items. How can I find a suitable reason to keep spending money? Otherwise, when will I ever finish using up this 2 billion yuan cashback quota? I can't afford to slack off now. Who knows when a woman's heart will change? While her favorability rating is high right now, I need to hurry up and earn more money. He glanced down at the shopping bags he was carrying and decided to go back to his dorm and put them down first. Let's go back to the dorm and put our things down first. It's really inconvenient to go shopping with so much stuff in our hands. Okay. Once inside the ride-hailing car, in the relatively enclosed back seat, Mengyu quietly observed Chenli beside her, her heart filled with ripples of emotion. She just couldn't understand why Lu Man would look down on Chenli for being poor when he was so rich. Which ordinary student can spend tens of thousands of yuan without batting an eye like him? Moreover, she was certain that the money did not come from her parents, it must have been earned by him himself. She can't explain her relationship with Chenli anymore. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the meaning behind sending so many expensive gifts was quite clear. By accepting these gifts, she was, in a sense, tacitly acknowledging the relationship. As for Lu Man, I didn't have a good relationship with her to begin with, and besides, Chenli has nothing to do with her anymore, so there's no third party involved. At that moment, Chenli was preoccupied with how to maximize Mengyu's cashback amount. Looking at the cars passing by outside the window, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration to buy her a car. After arriving at the school, Chenli helped Mengyu carry the shopping bags downstairs to the dormitory. Several girls passing by recognized the luxury brand logo on the bag, and their gazes toward Chenli were immediately filled with curiosity and inquiry. Chenli habitually scanned the results with the system, but the outcome was disappointing. Either the appearance was too low or the number was too high. Mengyu, do you have a moment after you've put your things away? Yes, I'm free today. Okay, let's go buy a car. A car? Mengyu's eyes widened. Why buy a car? We need a car, it will be more convenient for us to go out once we have one. Chenli, where did you get so much money? And why are you spending so much on me? I've made a lot of money from investments, Chenli said, looking directly into her eyes. I'm willing to spend any amount of money on you because I like you. Now that things have come to this point, confessing one's feelings is the only logical thing to do. Besides, Mengyu is indeed a good person. Looking back over the years, she has been genuinely good to him, and even in front of Lu Man, she has always protected him. This sudden confession made Mengyu blush instantly, her ears burned, and her heart pounded in her chest as if it were about to jump out. Her mind was in a mess, and she instinctively lowered her eyes, unable to look at him. My cheeks felt hot, my fingers unconsciously twisted together, and my mind was a jumble of thoughts. How should I respond? Would agreeing too quickly seem like I lack composure? Mengyu. Affection level, plus 24. Height, 73. Appearance, 68. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. With the favorability rating displayed on the system panel in his mind, and Mengyu's barely concealed shyness, Chenli immediately understood the situation. He could understand the girl's thoughts perfectly well. He was certain that as long as he put in a little more effort, winning her over would be no problem at all. Let me think about it. Okay, then you go upstairs and put your things down first. I'll wait for you here. Okay, wait for me a moment. Because it was during the holiday, the auto show was packed with people. Chenli pulled Mengyu through the crowd, specifically looking for models priced around 300,000 yuan. Just then, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure, Lu Yu. She and another girl were also looking at cars. It's unclear whether they were there to buy a car or just to watch the spectacle. Lu Yu also saw him. Although they had only met for the first time at noon today, she still had to show him basic courtesy. He walked over and greeted her. What a coincidence, you're here to look at cars too. Yeah, I'll go with my friend to take a look. Chenli subconsciously used the system to scan the girl next to her. Li Qian. Favorability rating, 0. Height, 79. Appearance, 72. Number of times I was attacked, 53. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 2. She's so beautiful, and she only gets 72 points? The system's standards are way too high. Although she's not as good as Lu Yu, she's still a goddess in the eyes of most people. But her figure is truly amazing, with a curvy figure, a slim waist, and long legs. She's simply blessed by God. It's as if the creator has been unfair to her. Then you guys take your time looking around, we'll go take a look over there. Chenli didn't want to waste time. All he could think about was completing the purchase as quickly as possible. He just saw an Audi A4 that he liked, with a price of over 300,000 yuan, which would almost use up all the money in his account. After walking a little further away, Mengyu asked in a low voice, "Who was that beautiful woman just now?" "I met her when I was having dinner with my roommate today. We've only met once before." Seeing that he didn't seem to care, Mengyu breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, she had suddenly felt a sense of crisis. A guy as rich as Chanli will definitely have many girls prettier than her throwing themselves at him in the future. She needs to be mentally prepared. Luyu, who was that handsome guy who greeted you just now? Her best friend Li Chen curiously leaned over and gestured with her eyes in the direction Chanli had left. Luyu's gaze didn't even leave the beautifully sculpted car in front of her. Oh, someone I just met, not very familiar with. Never mind all that, look at this car, isn't it super cool? Clearly, in her mind, a seemingly ordinary person was far less attractive than the car in front of her that symbolized taste and social class. On the other side, Chenli and his companion arrived at the Audi showroom, where Chenli went directly to a salesperson to inquire about the A4. The salesperson glanced at them a few times and, seeing that they looked like students and were dressed plainly, assumed they were just there to look at the sights. I'm sorry, I'm a bit busy here, the salesperson said with a forced smile. I'll have another colleague attend to you. As he spoke, he pushed them towards a salesperson who looked like a new employee. This blatant disrespect annoyed Chenli, but since the other party maintained a professional smile, he couldn't retaliate. You're a snob. Meng Yu muttered in his ear. Although the new salesman saw that the two looked like students and guessed that they were probably just there to join in the fun at the auto show, he still quickly went to greet them out of professionalism. Are you two looking to learn about A4 paper? With a slightly awkward but sincere smile on his face, he turned to the side and gestured for him to sit down, saying, There is a rest area here, please have a seat. He deftly led the two to their seats and thoughtfully placed 2 glasses of warm water in front of them. He then took out a brand new product manual from the folder and handed it to Chenli with both hands. Let me give you a detailed introduction to the performance features of this car, he said, opening the manual. Chenli interrupted him directly, no need for such a detailed explanation, just tell me the on-the-road price of each configuration. The salesperson paused for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening and took out a calculator and paper to carefully calculate. Chapter 005 over 9 million. The mid-range model costs around 320,000 yuan, the high-end model adds another 20,000 yuan, and the top-of-the-line model costs 380,000 yuan. Then let's go for the top-of-the-line model, full payment up front. Top trim? Full payment? The salesman suddenly looked up, his eyes widening instantly, and he even started to stutter, almost wondering if he was hallucinating. Yes, Chenli nodded firmly, please complete the formalities now. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll get right away. The salesperson's voice trembled violently with extreme excitement and surprise. He happened to have over 390,000 in his account, so this price was tailor-made for him. Chenli, why did you buy such an expensive car? A car that costs tens of thousands would be enough. Meng Yu gently shook his arm. If you're going to buy something good. This amount of money is nothing. Chenli patted her hand. You go through the formalities with him later, and I'll pay for it. Just then, the salesperson who had previously looked down on them suddenly walked over with a big smile on his face, holding some documents in his hand. Chenli looked past him and saw the salesperson who had greeted them staring longingly in their direction. Meng Yu also noticed something was wrong and gently tugged at his sleeve. Chenli patted her hand, indicating that she understood. Mr. Chen, you're looking to buy the top-of-the-line A4, right? Let me give you a detailed introduction. The salesperson smiled obsequiously. I don't need your introduction. Call that guy over here, Chenli said coldly. The other party's face stiffened, but he still wouldn't give up. Mr. Chen, he's new and inexperienced. I'll provide you with the most professional service. I told you, I don't need your introduction. Can't you understand human language? Chenli suddenly raised his voice, attracting the attention of the surrounding customers. Whispers suddenly broke out in the exhibition hall. Manager Wu tried to steal another order, didn't he? He's really messed up. Serves him right. He bullies newbies all the time. Someone should have taught him a lesson a long time ago. Exactly, I don't know how many orders they've snatched up. Amidst the undisguised pointing and whispering of the crowd, Manager Wu's face turned a deep purplish red, and he wished he could disappear into the ground on the spot. But he had nowhere to hide, so he could only bite the bullet and slink to the side, letting the new salesperson take over. He was filled with regret at that moment. Who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary student actually had the ability to buy the top-of-the-line model outright? That would have meant a commission of tens of thousands of yuan. Thank you, the young salesperson said gratefully in a low voice. It's all right, let's get the paperwork done. Under the salesman's guidance, Meng Yu signed several names in a daze and quickly completed the car purchase procedures. Mr. Chen, please come with me to the finance department to make the payment. This scene was witnessed by Lu Yu and Li Qian, who were browsing the Audi exhibition area. Li Qian tugged at Lu Yu's sleeve. Lu Yu, look, isn't that the friend you greeted earlier? He seems to be buying an Audi. Following the directions, Lu Yu saw Chen calmly preparing to pay the bill in the finance office. Her body trembled, her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she stammered, It's him, he's actually buying a car? Immediately afterwards, Chen calmly took out his bank card, entered his PIN, and the POS machine printed out the sales slip. He took the receipt from the finance staff smoothly and without hesitation. The salesperson, on the other hand, maintained a smiling face and a respectful attitude throughout. Li Qian covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief and envy. Just who is your friend? What's his name? His name is Lu Yu. Opened her mouth, but her throat felt blocked. She couldn't even remember his name. During lunch, she hadn't even looked at him properly, let alone remembered his name. An unprecedented wave of regret overwhelmed her instantly. What did she miss out on? A super potential stock that could buy a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, Chen Li, who was standing next to the finance office, was completely unaware of the two shocked gazes in the distance. His entire attention was drawn to the cheerful system notification in his mind. Host spending on menu, 384,200 yuan. Affection level, plus 24. System credit, 9,220,800 yuan. Withdrawable amount, 9,220,800 yuan. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Chen Liqiang suppressed the urge to roar to the sky and silently counted the astonishing number in his mind. More than 9 million, just like that, it's in my hands. He took a deep breath and told himself to stay calm. He needed to broaden his horizons. This was just the beginning. What was 9 million? In the future, 90 million, or even 9 billion, will be no problem. After payment, Meng Yu was responsible for handling the subsequent car pickup procedures with the salesperson. As Meng Yu left the exhibition hall, she was still in a dreamlike, euphoric state. He owns a car now? And it's an Audi A4 worth nearly 400,000 yuan? You should know that many ordinary people may not be able to afford a car even after working hard for 10 years, but she got it so easily? She glanced furtively at Chen Li beside her. Just how wealthy was this man? More importantly, he was so willing to spend money on her. If I don't hold on tight to him now, I'll be the second Lu Man, the biggest fool in the world. Once the thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. She subconsciously tightened her grip on Chen Li's arm, holding it even closer to her chest. Meng Yu. Affection level, plus 39. Height, 73. Appearance, 68. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. Feeling the warm, soft touch on his arm and the system's increased favorability rating, Chen Li was in a great mood. Looking at Meng Yu, who was nestled beside him like a little bird, he found the girl even more pleasing to the eye and adorable. She was truly a perfect money tree. After they left, Lu Yu and Li Qian couldn't wait to find the smiling salesman. Hey handsome, those two were our classmates. Lu Yu tried her best to make her smile look natural and sweet. What model of car did they buy? The salesman remained enthusiastic and replied, Mr. Chen Li purchased our top-of-the-line A4 in full and gave it to Ms. Meng Yu as a gift. Full payment, how much is it? 380,000. 380,000? Paid in full? Bought it as a gift for my girlfriend. My goodness, this is completely beyond their comprehension. Even ordinary rich kids probably couldn't give away an Audi so casually. Moreover, Chen Li is just a student. Lu Yu was filled with regret. If she had known this would happen, she should have seized the opportunity during lunch to get to know Chen Li properly. Meng Yu, in terms of looks and figure, how can he compare to me? If I just take the initiative a little, won't Chen Li immediately turn his attention to me? At that time, luxury cars, designer bags, a comfortable life, everything will be within easy reach. She imagined herself driving an Audi, becoming the most envied person in her circle of girlfriends, and that kind of glory, she absolutely couldn't miss it. A thought flashed through my mind like lightning. That's it. Didn't Li Jing and Chen Li's roommate make plans to go to a bar tonight? She previously declined because she thought it would be boring, but now. She immediately took out her phone, found Li Jing's WeChat, and typed rapidly. Jing, are you guys going to Moonlight Bar tonight? Adds a cute emoji. Li Jing quickly replied, yes, didn't I ask you this afternoon? You said you were busy. Lu Yu quickly replied, oh, now that we have some free time, let's go have some fun together. By the way, could you please invite the guy we had lunch with today, Chen-Li, to come along too? Chen-Li? I'll ask Gui Zihong and see if he can get him to come out. Okay, please. Chapter 006 Moonlight Bar. Chen Jing stared at her phone screen, wondering to herself, this is strange. Could it be that she has a crush on Chen-Li? That seems unlikely. Given Lu Yu's qualities, there would be a long line of high-quality men pursuing her, so why would she suddenly become interested in Chen-Li, who looks quite ordinary? Although Chen-Li is fairly good-looking, compared to Lu Yu's usual standards for a partner, he is far inferior in terms of financial resources. But then she thought, it's just a matter of passing on a message, it's not a big deal. So she sent Gui Zihong a message, Zihong, can you help me invite Chen-Li to go out with me tonight? At that moment, Gui Zihong was playing games in his dormitory when he saw the message, and his heart sank. His fingers were glued to the keyboard, so much so that he didn't even notice when his character in the game was killed. He was really looking forward to his date with Chen Jing that evening, but then he received this unusual message. Ali? Why did you ask him out? What do you mean by this? His tone was clearly uneasy. Chen Jing could tell at a glance that he had misunderstood, and quickly explained, what are you thinking? It's my roommate Lu Yu. She specifically asked me to help her arrange to go with Chen-Li. I was wondering why she would specifically ask to see Chen-Li. Lu Yu wants to see Chen-Li? Gui Zihong's eyes widened, and he almost jumped up from his chair. What's going on? Stop with all that this and that, just ask around for me right away, Chen Jing urged. Okay, I'll ask right away. Although Gui Zihong was full of doubts, he still agreed. Meanwhile, Chen Lijing and Meng Yu were having dinner at a restaurant. His phone vibrated, and he saw a message from Gui Zihong, Ali, what are you doing? You're having dinner with friends, what's wrong? How about we go to a quiet bar tonight? Ching? You and your Chen Jing, do you expect me to be a third wheel? No, I have a surprise for you. Gui Zihong replied mysteriously, I specially arranged a beautiful woman for you, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Beautiful woman? Do I know her? You'll find out as soon as you finish eating. I promise you won't be disappointed. Okay, I'll go back to the dorm in a bit. Chen-Li thought about it and agreed, as it would be a good opportunity to see if there were any new targets that met the system's binding requirements. I've made so much money today, I can go and enjoy myself. On the other side, Lu Yu clenched her fists excitedly upon receiving Chen Jing's confirmation, her face flushed with excitement, as if she had won the lottery. She immediately said goodbye to Li Qian and couldn't wait to go back to her dormitory and get dressed up. The thought of getting up close to Chen-Li, this hidden tycoon, again that night made her heart race. After finishing his meal, Chen-Li glanced at the time and said to Meng Yu, I have something to do tonight. Are you free to come shopping with me tomorrow? Okay, you should focus on your business first. Meng Yu nodded. Then, with a hint of doubt, she asked, are you going shopping again tomorrow? Today's spending has already made her feel like she's in a dream. Yes, are you free? Some. Okay, let's meet again tomorrow. I'll take you back to your dorm first. Okay. Meng Yu originally thought Chen-Li was going to ask her out that night, and she was worried about what to do if he made that kind of request. Although she had accepted him in her heart, she felt that things were progressing too fast. Hearing Chen-Li say he had something to do that evening, she felt both relieved and slightly disappointed. That's for the best, she really needs time to process everything that happened today. She suddenly had a car and a boyfriend, it all happened so fast that she still feels like she's dreaming. When Chen-Li returned to his dormitory after finishing his work, Gui Zihong immediately looked him up and down with a scrutinizing gaze, as if trying to find something special about him. Why are you staring at me like that? Are you going to eat me up? Chen-Li felt uncomfortable under his gaze. That's strange, you don't look any different. Gui Zihong stroked his chin, looking puzzled. Change? What are you talking about, spouting nonsense? I can't quite put my finger on it, but I feel like you're a little different, though I can't quite put my finger on what's different. Chen-Li was startled. Was it the system manifesting itself? Or was it the aura of over 9 million emanating from it? Otherwise, why would Gui Zihong say such a thing? It should be confidence, yes, it's a feeling of added confidence. I've always been confident, okay? Chen-Li breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject. What time do we leave tonight? Just wait for them to get ready. You get ready and make sure you seduce them tonight. Guo Zihong winked and said, but in his heart he was thinking, Chen wow, he just broke up with his girlfriend, and Lu Yu, that arrogant beauty of the department, only met him once and she took the initiative to ask him out. As dusk settles, neon lights begin to twinkle. Every city seems to have a street like this. When night falls and the daytime hustle and bustle subsides, another kind of liveliness quietly awakens. This is a street full of bars, a haven for young people to escape the pressures of reality. Whether you're a weary worker just off work or a soul seeking relaxation on the weekend, you can find a place here. The lights were dim, the music was passionate, and the air was filled with an ambiguous scent of alcohol and perfume. Here, you can temporarily forget the troubles of work, let go of the pressures of life, and allow your mind and body to be fully released in the rhythm. Gather a few close friends, order a few pitchers of ice-cold beer, and let loose amidst music and laughter, enjoying this rare moment of indulgence. Finally, feeling exhilarated with the thought of drinking until I was completely drunk, I went home in a daze and slept all day. At this moment, Chen and Gui Zihong were walking into a quiet bar called Moonlight. As soon as they entered, they saw Qin Jing waving at them from the booth. Over here. The two walked over, and when Chen saw Lu Yu sitting opposite Qin Jing, he couldn't help but be stunned. He gave Gui Zihong a meaningful look. Was this what they called a mysterious surprise? Seeing each other 3 times in one day, this fate is truly wonderful, Chen thought to himself. Although 2 of them were clearly initiated by the other party, after all, they were complete strangers before today. At Chen Jing's invitation, Guo Zihong sat down next to her, leaving Chen to sit next to Lu. In the past, he would have inevitably felt restrained and uneasy, but now. Chen, we meet again, Lu Yu greeted him. Yes, we meet again, Chen sat down next to her, subtly observing her. I have to admit, Lu Yu in front of me is truly stunning. The light makeup accentuated her already delicate features, making them even more defined, and her skin appeared as white as snow under the soft lighting. A simple tank top perfectly accentuated her beautiful figure, exuding both elegance and a subtle allure. Gui Zihong and Qin Jing clearly misunderstood, thinking that the two were referring to the lunch they had at noon. Qin Jing interjected with a smile, speaking of which, if it weren't for Zihong's introduction, we wouldn't have been able to sit at the same table for a meal. Gui Zihong immediately chimed in, with a hint of smugness, of course, come on, let's have a toast to our destiny. The 4 laughed and clinked their glasses. Chen and Lu Yu exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly, neither of them intending to reveal their chance encounter at the auto show that afternoon. With Gui Zihong and Qin Jing chatting away, the atmosphere at the table quickly warmed up after a few drinks. To Chen surprise, Lu Yu completely lost the aloofness she had shown during the day, and instead became exceptionally warm. She took the initiative to chat with Chen, occasionally raising her glass to clink glasses with him. After a few drinks, her fair cheeks were flushed with a lovely blush, making her look exceptionally charming in the dim light. As everyone was chatting happily, her arm brushed against Chen arm almost imperceptibly, and this occasional touch made Chen heart flutter. A subtle smile crept across Lu Yu's lips. She took in Chen embarrassed expression. It seemed things were going to get interesting tonight. Chapter 007. Isn't the point of having money to live a more enjoyable life? Just as the group was enjoying their drinks, a waiter came over with a tray on which was a bottle of gleaming silver liquor. Good evening, everyone. The lady in the booth across the way has been ordered a bottle of Moonlight Salute. The waiter spoke politely, first pointing to a booth 2 tables away, then turning his gaze to Lu Yu. Everyone looked in the direction they were looking and saw a young man in a floral shirt raising his glass to them with a confident smile on his face. Moonlight Salute? That's $19.99 a bottle. Chen Jing exclaimed in a low voice. Normally, such a lavish gesture might have caught Lu Yu's attention, but after witnessing Chen extravagant purchase of an Audi, this little thing was utterly insignificant in her eyes. What's so great about that? Gui Zihong said sourly. Chen didn't even glance at it. It was just a bottle of Moonlight Salute. If you wanted to show off in front of him, that wouldn't be enough. Let's see what other tricks he can pull. Lu Yu, look, they're toasting you over there, Chen Jing reminded her. The man was raising his wine glass, gesturing towards Lu Yu. Ignore him, Lu Yu said, casually placing the bottle of wine on the ground. The group drank a few more glasses, and as the atmosphere was getting lively, the man in the floral shirt actually walked over with his wine glass in hand. He straightened his collar, striking what he considered a dashing pose. Good evening, everyone. May I introduce myself? His gaze swept over the faces of the group, finally settling on Lu Yu. In the dim light, Lu Yu's profile was beautiful, and her slightly drunk eyes had a hazy luster, which made his heart flutter. Such a stunning beauty, if I could just kiss her, it would be worth spending a few more bottles of Moonlight Salute tonight.
We don't want to know you. Gui Zihong immediately stood up.
The man ignored Gui Zihong's words and instead took a step forward. Gentlemen, I see you're all drinking beer.
Would you like to try some of our good wine?
As he spoke, he tried to step forward again to touch Lu Yu.
We don't need you, please leave.
Lu Yu coldly avoided his touch and moved closer to Chen Li. This subtle movement made the man's eyes turn cold, and he then noticed Chen Li sitting to the side. Seeing that Chen Li was dressed plainly and was young, he immediately showed a contemptuous expression.
Chen Li took in the other person's expression and found it amusing. This bottle of stuff dared to try and poach his employees right in front of him? This is intolerable.
Without saying a word, he pulled Lu Yu over and swiftly switched places with her, Chen Li now staring directly at her.
He chuckled lightly. Hey bro, you think you can hook up with someone with just one bottle of this stuff?
His tone was undisguisedly sarcastic.
The man's expression changed. Oh? So how much do you think I need to ask you out?
Chen Li looked around the room and said, at the very least, we should order a bottle for everyone in each booth. Upon hearing this, the man's face immediately fell. There were over 30 tables in the venue, and each table had a bottle worth over 70,000 yuan.
This kind of spending is not something ordinary people can afford. He originally just wanted to spend a little money to show off and see if he could woo this rare gem.
He had used this trick many times before and it always worked, but he never expected to encounter such a stumbling block today.
I can't afford it?
The man forced a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over the beer on their table. You talk as if you can afford to treat me.
Why should I invite him? This is my friend. As for you, you have no money but you still come here to show off. You. The man's face turned ashen with anger.
However, to broaden your horizons, I'll make an exception this time. Chen Li beckoned to the manager, bring a bottle of Moonlight No. 1 to every booth here. Hiss. Lu Yu, Gui Zihong, and the others all gasped. Moonlight No. 1 cost 3,999 yuan a bottle, twice as expensive as Moonlight Salute. Gui Zihong hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Ali, are you crazy? He turned to the manager with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, my friend has had too much to drink. Yes, Chen Li, there is no need for that, Lu Yu and Chen Jing quickly advised. Seeing that Gui Zihong and Chen Jing still wanted to dissuade him, Chen Li simply waved his hand, calmly took out his bank card, and nodded slightly to the manager waiting beside him. When the POS machine made a crisp printing sound, Chen Li didn't even raise an eyebrow. 140,000 was just a drop in the ocean for him. Although Lu Yu had known for a long time that Chen Li was rich, seeing him swipe 140,000 yuan without batting an eye still shocked her greatly.
This is beyond the concept of ordinary wealth. Just how rich is he?
After receiving the money, the manager gestured to the host on stage, who immediately responded, Platform 16, give each table a bottle of Moonlight No. 1. Let's give a round of applause to booth 16. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room erupted in cheers and whistles, and many guests raised their glasses to toast Chen Li. Several bold girls had already gathered around with their phones, wanting to add Chen Li on WeChat. But when Chen Li scanned the numbers with the system, they were simply too outrageous to look at. Either the number of times he was coined was astonishingly high, or the number of people coined was ridiculously large. The cheers from the crowd seemed to mock the man in the floral shirt. His face turned bright red. He had really bitten off more than he could chew this time. He even forgot about the bottle of Moonlight Salute he treasured. He practically fled the bar, not even bothering to say goodbye to his friends at the same table.
Once the noise in the room gradually subsided, Gui Zihong leaned closer to Chen Li and said, Li, are you crazy? You just threw away tens of thousands of yuan like that?
In his memory, Chen Li came from an ordinary family, so his actions tonight were truly baffling.
Yeah, Chen Li, your move is really frightening.
Chen Jing couldn't help but gasp in amazement, and at the same time thought to herself, how rich must they be?
It's all right.
I've made a lot of money from investments over the past few years, enough to last several lifetimes.
Come on, let's keep drinking. But this isn't how you spend money. Gui Zihong still felt the pinch.
Lu Yu watched Chen Li quietly the whole time, her eyes sparkling. In her view, this was clearly Chen Li spending a fortune for her.
He can spend tens of thousands of dollars on her without batting an eye. Isn't this the man she's always dreamed of?
Lu Yu. Affection level, +5.
Height, 86. Appearance, 83. Number of times Cohen was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. The group drank several more rounds and were all a little tipsy. Lu Yu was practically leaning against him, the touch of his skin. Shenli knew perfectly well that this woman was indeed susceptible to this tactic. Since she was after money, things would be much easier to handle. On the other side, Wu Zihong and Shen Jing could no longer contain their emotions and passionately kissed in front of them. The erotic scene made Shen Li's heart race. Lu Yu took in his reaction, her face flushed, and whispered in his ear, "Do you want it?" With that tingling sensation in his ear, Shen Li could no longer control himself. Wasn't the point of having money to live a carefree life? If not now, when? He decided to enjoy himself first, and without hesitation, he cupped Lu Yu's face in his hands and kissed her. Lu Yu awkwardly responded to the sudden kiss, only hurriedly pressing down on Shen Li's hands when she felt them becoming restless. "No. Not here, let's go outside." Chapter 008. Talking about money is fine, but talking about feelings is out of the question. Hearing such a straightforward invitation, Shen Li knew exactly what to do and didn't hesitate any longer. He grabbed Lu Yu's hand, and the two quickly left the bar and went straight into a nearby star-rated hotel. That night, the room was filled with the sounds of spring. Leave this blank, brothers, use your imaginations. It wasn't until nearly noon the next day that sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains and onto the room's floor. Shen Li groggily opened his eyes and felt the soft warmth in his arms move slightly. Looking down, he saw Lu Yu rubbing her sleepy eyes, snuggling against him like a lazy cat. The two woke up almost at the same time. Lu Yu looked up and met Shen Li's smiling gaze. Two blushes immediately appeared on her cheeks, and she buried her face in his chest shyly. As Shen Li felt the warm, soft body in his arms, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Lu Yu. Affection level, +8. Height, 86. Appearance, 83. Number of times I was attacked, 4. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 1. Looking at the data on the system panel, Shen Li frowned slightly. His favorability rating had only increased by so little. Fortunately, he hadn't bound to her. This woman was indeed not suitable for binding. However, such a rare breed would be nice to keep around if you spent some money to do so. "Lu Yu, you know I have a girlfriend. Name your price, how much do you want?" "Name your price? Shen Li, what do you take me for?" Lu Yu's eyes widened suddenly, her voice filled with grievance. Although Lu Yu did love money and approached him for money, when Shen Li so bluntly put a price tag on everything, an indescribable sense of grievance welled up inside her. Was her first time just a transaction that could be settled with money in his eyes? Did he never even consider making her his girlfriend? "If you're willing to follow me, I'll continue to give you money to spend. If you're not, I'll still give you a sufficient compensation, and then we'll part ways." Shen Li thought to himself, talking about money is fine, but talking about feelings is impossible. "Farewell?" These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering Lu Yu up. "That wouldn't do. He said he'd spend money on me? How exactly will he spend it? Will it be monthly?" She approached him primarily for his money. The title of girlfriend was irrelevant. In the end, it's just an empty title. A man can make a promise to you today and take it back tomorrow. If he can provide sustained financial support, even if it's just a regular, substantial living allowance, she could immediately live the life she'd always dreamed of. No more worrying about buying skincare products, and no more hesitating when she saw a new handbag. Besides, who knows how long he and Mang Yu's relationship will last? With his own qualifications, he might have a chance to rise to the top. "Tell me, how much do you want?" Seeing her silence, Shen Li pressed on, "As long as you stay with me obediently, I won't mistreat you." 30,000, Lu Yu tentatively gave a number. "Okay, I'll give you 50,000. I'll give you 50,000 every time you come out from now on." After saying that, he picked up his phone and transferred 50,000 yuan. Lu Yu stared at the conspicuous red transfer box, completely dumbfounded. She originally thought it would be 30,000 a month, but considering how generous Shen Li was, spending 50,000 each time, he could easily buy those designer bags. The overwhelming surprise made her instantly forget her earlier grievances. Compared to those women who were kept by greasy middle-aged men, she had hit the jackpot. For Shen Li, getting such a top-quality woman for 50,000 yuan was an absolute steal. Beautiful, clean, with a great figure, and he didn't have to take responsibility for her. It was a worthwhile investment. "Remember," Shen Li lifted her chin, "if you ever get together with someone else, don't come looking for me again. You can only be mine." "Okay, I understand." Lu Yu nodded obediently. I won't look for anyone else. Want to do it again? Chen Li asked with a wicked grin. Mum.
Lu Yu blushed and snuggled into his arms, her lingering desire making it hard for anyone to resist. Another 10,000 words omitted here. When the two came out of the hotel, it was already past noon. Chen Li's steps were a little unsteady, and Lu Yu, who was holding his arm, also seemed a little awkward. Chen Li looked at Lu Yu, whose steps were a little unsteady. This beauty, the dream girl of countless boys, was now his. A strong sense of conquest mixed with smugness welled up in his heart, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Lu Yu noticed his smile, gave him a playful glare, and gently pinched his waist. Hiss. The two found a restaurant, ate something quick, and then took a taxi back to school. When Chen Li returned to his dormitory to change his clothes, he didn't see Gui Zihong. He wondered if the kid hadn't come back last night or if he had come back and then gone out again. After tidying up briefly, he contacted Meng Yu. His money-making plan couldn't stop. Meanwhile, Meng Yu had been waiting for his message in her dormitory since she woke up in the morning. Having never truly been in a relationship, she felt both sweet and flustered by Chen Li's sudden confession yesterday. She wanted to reach out to him, but Chen Li hadn't sent her any messages since last night, so she didn't dare to make any rash moves. When I woke up this morning, the moment I opened my eyes, the thought of going shopping with Chen Li made my heart pound with anticipation. He hasn't contacted me yet. Is he still asleep, or has he forgotten? Should I wake him up first? What if he's still asleep and I don't want to disturb his sleep? Should I send a message to ask? No, that would make me seem too anxious. She repeatedly opened WeChat, typed and deleted repeatedly, but never dared to press send. She spent the whole morning in a state of anxiety until Chen Li's message finally popped up asking her to go out now. Her tense lips instantly relaxed, revealing an irrepressible smile, and her eyes lit up. She immediately stood up from the chair and walked briskly towards the wardrobe. As I started picking out clothes, all my previous anxieties vanished. Why are you sleeping so late? When I saw him at the school gate, I naturally took his arm. We drank too much last night, let's go shopping at Mixi Mall. Seeing that she was so sensible and didn't ask any questions, Chen Li felt at ease. Meng Yu's personality, unobtrusive, unpretentious, and respectful of personal space, was exactly what he wanted. To be honest, he really liked this girl. Mixi is full of luxury brands, and today I have only one goal: to buy the most expensive items. Meng Yu, what do you want to buy? I don't really have anything in particular I want to buy, but aren't you going to buy yourself a few outfits? She gently tugged at Chen Li's slightly worn tracksuit. You should get yourself some new clothes. Chen Li looked down at his outfit and realized it was indeed a bit shabby. Seeing the concern in Meng Yu's eyes as he said this, I felt a warmth in my heart. It seems she's not the kind of girl who only focuses on money, rather, she's considering things from his perspective as his girlfriend, which he really appreciates. Okay, let's explore as we go. Stepping into the mall, one is overwhelmed by the dazzling array of shops. Not far away, the prominent LV logo came into view. This brand, which symbolizes status and luxury, perfectly matched the target audience. Without saying a word, Chen Li led Meng Yu inside. Upon entering the store, the two were immediately drawn to the exquisite displays. The warm luster of the leather and the texture of the metal buckles all highlight the status of luxury goods. Meng Yu glanced at the price tags subconsciously. Even the most basic small wallet cost several thousand yuan, and the classic handbags displayed in the glass cabinet were even more astonishingly expensive. This price? She thought to herself in amazement. However, in Chen Li's view, this was not a luxury item, but a pile of walking banknotes. His gaze swept intently across the display case, and the more he looked, the more adorable the exquisite bag seemed. Without saying a word, he pulled Meng Yu to a black bag. Meng Yu, what do you think of this bag? Do you like this handbag? Chapter 009 Luxury Goods amazed the dormitory. Chen Li specifically asked about prices ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, while Meng Yu could only mechanically nod or shake his head, unsure of how to react. This scene stunned even the most experienced sales assistants. The customers they usually dealt with were mostly women cautiously testing the waters. She subtly hinted that she wanted her boyfriend to buy it for her. Who has ever seen someone buy something without carefully checking the price or style? Several young sales assistants couldn't help but exchange envious glances, their eyes lingering on Meng Yu. What good fortune this girl had to find such a generous and wealthy boyfriend. But the professionally trained sales associates quickly adjusted their demeanor, offering one well-timed compliment after another. This handbag is our store's latest style, and it really suits your taste.
Hearing these compliments and feeling the undisguised envy of others, Meng Yu's vanity was satisfied like never before. Meng Yu. Affection level, plus 46. Meng Yu ultimately selected 5 or 6 different items. The bill came out, 560,880 yuan. With the crisp sound of the POS machine swiping the card, the transaction was completed. Host spending on Meng Yu, 560,880 yuan. Affection level, plus 46. System credit, 25,800,480 yuan. Withdrawable amount, 25,800,480 yuan. Looking at the long string of numbers on his phone screen, Chen Liqiang suppressed his elation. More than 25 million yuan was easily in his hands, much more than the amount he had allocated for buying a car last time. Moreover, these luxury stores frequently introduce new styles, so I can visit them often in the future. After having the shop assistant store their items, Chen Li pulled Meng Yu, who was still in a daze, away from the store. Meng Yu, let's go. Ah, okay. Meng Yu was truly shocked this purchase was even more extravagant than his previous car purchase. She used to not even have the courage to walk into a store like this, let alone buy anything, but now she bought so much at once. Looking at those exquisite packaging bags, she felt as if she had truly risen to the top and become one of those rich wives in TV dramas who never had to worry about money. What's wrong? Chen Li noticed her dazed expression. Chen Li, where did you get so much money? She finally asked the question that had been on her mind for a long time. I made money from investing, I'll tell you the details later. It's enough for us to live on for several lifetimes, so you can just relax and be a rich woman. Can I really buy whatever I want? Of course. Chen Li took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan directly to Meng Yu. Use this first, and let me know when you've spent it all. Looking at the transfer amount displayed on his phone screen, Meng Yu was completely speechless. She counted the 5 zeros after the 1 repeatedly, feeling like she was dreaming. 100,000. Okay, I'll give you more when you've spent it all. Remember, spend it as you like, don't try to save. Okay. Meng Yu's voice was as light as a feather. She needed time to process everything. When Meng Yu reached the men's clothing section, he finally snapped out of his shock. She began to carefully select clothes for Chen Li, this time without even looking at the price tags, putting in more effort than when she bought things for herself. She carefully touched the fabric, examined the design, and occasionally picked them up to hold up Chen Li. Chen Li was very cooperative, helping her take the clothes and try them on. The effect of wearing it on his upper body was indeed different. The well-fitting cut and high-quality fabric made his entire silhouette stand out, making him look exceptionally handsome. Meng Yu's eyes lit up, and she circled him twice, nodding in satisfaction. After buying Chen Li's clothes, he wanted to buy something else for Meng Yu, but Meng Yu firmly shook his head. Seeing her resolute attitude, Chen Li stopped insisting. If he appeared too eager, it would arouse Meng Yu's suspicion, which would be counterproductive. So the two of them strolled hand in hand like any ordinary couple, enjoying some delicious food and snacks, before returning to school. As the May Day holiday came to an end, students who had traveled abroad returned to school one after another, and the campus, which had been quiet for a few days, became lively again. Students walked along the tree-lined path in 2s and 3s, dragging their suitcases, and the dormitory buildings returned to their usual hustle and bustle. When Meng Yu pushed open the dormitory door carrying large and small shopping bags, the dormitory, which had been empty for 2 days, was now full of her 3 roommates. The girls, including Lu Man, were chatting together. When they saw the exquisitely packaged bags with the eye-catching LV logo in Meng Yu's hands, they all widened their eyes in unison. Everyone knows that Meng Yu's family is not poor, but they are definitely not at the point where they can buy luxury goods casually. The high-quality packaging paper and gold-stamped logos all demonstrate the value of these products. Li Yuan, who was closest to Meng Yu, was the first to jump up and exclaim, "Meng Yu, have you struck it rich? You're buying LV bags." "I couldn't afford that," Meng Yu said gently, placing the shopping bag on the table. "It was a gift from a friend." As she spoke, she took out the items one by one: exquisite handbags, leather wallets, and silk scarves, and spread them out on the table. Her roommates immediately gathered around, and even the usually proud Lu Man couldn't help but come closer. Meng Yu let them pass the items around, and the girls' eyes lit up at the sight of the exquisitely designed and high-quality pieces. "Oh my god, the feel of this!" Li Yuan carefully stroked the leather surface of a bag. Just as everyone was passing it around, a shopping receipt fell out of the packaging bag. Lu Man bent down to pick it up, and when she saw the dizzying number on the receipt, her pupils suddenly dilated. 500,000?
Li Yuan leaned closer to take a look and gasped.
Meng, did your boyfriend give this to you? This is outrageous. I never thought I'd ever earn that much money in my life. Lu Man held the receipt, her voice filled with incredulous envy. Meng, who exactly is your boyfriend? He spoils you way too much. You've really struck gold. Even Meng Xiaoqiao, who is usually quiet, couldn't help but exclaim. Meng was too embarrassed to say that it was Chen Li. She knew very well how awkward the atmosphere in the dormitory would become if she did. After all, Chen Li was Lu Man's ex-boyfriend whom she had just broken up with not long ago. Although we were just having a normal relationship, getting together so quickly is bound to make people overthink. Seeing that Meng did not answer, the girls became even more curious and surrounded him, asking him all sorts of questions. What exactly happened during this May Day holiday? How did Meng, who had been single all along, suddenly find such a wealthy boyfriend? All of this happened so suddenly, it was like something out of an idol drama. Looking at the exquisite luxury items on the table, Lu Man touched the gold necklace in her bag, a gift from her male best friend Yangbin, worth nearly 20,000 yuan. She originally planned to wear it after Meng came back, so she could enjoy the envious looks from her roommates. But now, that necklace that once made her so proud seems so insignificant in the face of luxury goods worth over 500,000 yuan, and she doesn't even have the courage to take it out. Meng, you have to treat us to dinner this time. Li Yuan said, half jokingly and half seriously, as she took Meng Yu's arm. Yes, it would be best if you could invite your boyfriend out so everyone can get to know each other. Lu Man suppressed her complicated emotions and echoed. Eating is no problem, you can choose a place. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and she suggested expectantly, can we go to Bafangla? We've never been to such a top-notch restaurant before. Great. I'd love to see it for myself. Now she is full of confidence, and she can go and see for herself a top-notch restaurant like Bafangla that she has only heard of. Meanwhile, a similar lively atmosphere permeated Chun Li's dormitory. Wei Zihong put his arm around Chun Li's shoulder and said, Li, we have to treat you guys to Bafangla today to broaden your horizons. Knowing that Chen Li was not only wealthy but had also won over Lu Yu, the most beautiful girl in the department, his words carried a mix of jeering and seriousness. Holy crap, Bafanglu! Zhang Yishi gasped. Zihong, you really dare to mention that? Chapter 010 8 Directions Tower. Bafanglu is one of the top restaurants in Xianzhou, and it's also known for being expensive. The average spending per person easily exceeds 1,000 yuan. For college students whose living expenses are generally 2 or 3,000 yuan, eating a meal here is simply a luxury they can't even imagine. Bafanglu was exceptionally lively today, perhaps because it was the last day of the holiday and everyone wanted to make the most of their time. There is never a shortage of rich people in this world, and even the most expensive places are never short of customers. For some, coming here is not just about eating, it's about saving face and showing off. Inside the private room, Zhang Yishi asked with concern, Ali, are you alright? He worried that Chen Li was making retaliatory purchases because he was upset about his breakup. Chen Li immediately understood what he was worried about, and his heart warmed. He smiled nonchalantly and said, it's really nothing. You're overthinking it. It's no big deal. That is. Guo Zihong, who knew the inside story, chimed in, you guys don't know, Ali has already won over Lu Yu, the most beautiful girl in the economics and management department. She's so much better than that Lu Man. Really? Wu Chang said in surprise, to be honest, I never thought you and Lu Man would last. Her spending habits are something most people can't afford to support. Zhang Yishi suggested, how about we split the bill for this meal? Consider it a celebration of Chen Li's escape from this misery. No, Chen Li waved his hand, I've made a lot of money from my investments recently. I'm rich now, so you guys can eat as much as you want. Don't hold back. Guo Zihong immediately chimed in, that's right, you guys don't know, Ali's a tycoon now, he was at a bar the other night. After listening to Guo Zihong's vivid description, Zhang Yishi and Wu Chang were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. 140,000? Zhang Yishi jumped up. Just to buy everyone drinks? Ali, are you fucking crazy? Wu Chang moved closer to Chen Li, looking him up and down. Wait, explain yourself first, what's the deal with that beauty queen of the economics and management department? Lu Yu? Wei Zihong immediately perked up, how could it be fake? I saw it with my own eyes that night. They were kissing so sweetly, and they didn't come back all night. Think about it. Holy crap! Zhang Yishi excitedly put her arm around Chen Li's shoulder. Tell me quickly, how did you manage to win her over? She's the most beautiful girl in the department.
Surrounded by them, Chenli knew they were happy for him and waved his hand, both amused and exasperated, saying, all right, let's eat first. As they were talking, a waiter pushed a food cart in, and the entire private room erupted in cheers when the lids of the gleaming silver plates were lifted.
Holy crap! Such a huge lobster! Zhang Yixi's eyes widened in disbelief.
This king crab is bigger than my face.
Wu Chang took photos frantically with his phone. Wei Zihong couldn't wait any longer and grabbed his chopsticks. What are you waiting for? Let's get started.
Watching his 3 roommates wolf down their food, Chenli smiled and shook his head, but felt a warmth in his heart.
Ali, Zhang Yixi mumbled between chewing on a lobster claw, you're really something else, kid. But honestly, I'm happy for you. Wu Chang raised his glass and leaned over. That's right, come on, let's toast to the super rich guy who came out of our dorm. Meanwhile, in the lobby, Meng Yu and his roommates were enjoying a delicious meal. This is so delicious, one of my roommates exclaimed.
Meng Yu originally wanted to book a private room, but unfortunately he arrived too late and had to sit in the lobby. Fortunately, each table is separated by a beautiful curtain, making it a small, independent space. As the group was enjoying their meal, Lu Man suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure passing by in the aisle out of the corner of her eye. Feng Shiji, a friend of Yang Bin, whose family reportedly owned a company.
This is a big fish, much thicker than Yang Bin. Lu Man's heart skipped a beat.
She immediately put down her chopsticks, told Meng Yu that she had seen an acquaintance, and quickly chased after him. Senior Feng, she called out, her voice softer than usual. Feng Shiji turned around at the sound, his gaze lingering on her for a moment with a hint of scrutiny.
Lu Man? Feng Shiji clearly remembered her, a half-smile curving his lips.
He remembered this girl Yang Bin's best friend who had brought her to the last gathering. Her good looks and graceful figure were truly unforgettable. I didn't expect you to remember me, senior. Lu Man revealed her surprise at just the right moment, tilting her head slightly to show off her most beautiful profile.
A junior as dazzling as you is hard to forget. Are you having dinner with Yang Bin?
No, I came with my roommate.
We're in the lobby over there.
She pointed towards her table.
Would you like to come sit in our private room? We're all friends. Feng Shiji was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly saw the person walking towards him and froze. Holy crap!
It's that rich guy. Feng Shiji's heart skipped a beat, and the scene of being crushed by the other party with Moonlight No. 1 at the bar that night flashed through his mind. My bottle of Moonlight Salute became a laughingstock in front of others, and I still feel embarrassed thinking about it now. But he was a man of the world, and he quickly suppressed his embarrassment, his eyes darting around as he devised a plan. These are the kind of super rich people you'd normally have no way to curry favor with, but now the opportunity is right in front of you.
What happened that night became an excellent breakthrough point. Wasn't this a ready-made no fight, no friendship scenario?
Feng Shiji grew increasingly excited if only he could establish this connection. Lu Man was extremely anxious at this moment.
Chenli? How could he possibly be in such a high-end restaurant? Could it be that he found out she was coming here and deliberately followed her to create a chance encounter? Yes, that must be it.
She clenched her fists secretly, determined to wait until Chenli dared to approach her and speak. You must draw a clear line with him and absolutely cannot let him ruin your image in front of Feng Shiji.
After Chenli finished using the restroom, he was walking towards the private room when he unexpectedly bumped into 2 acquaintances. What a coincidence!
He subconsciously scanned the once all too familiar figure with the system.
Lu Man. Affection level, 10. Height, 78. Appearance, 70. Number of times I was attacked, 13. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 1.
Looking at the data displayed on the system panel showing the breached status, and noticing that the favorability rating was negative, I couldn't help but curse inwardly.
Damn it, what a waste!
I was so blind to have even a dog that wags its tail. He suppressed his disgust, but remained expressionless as he walked straight past the 2 of them without even giving them a glance. One was his defeated foe, the other a used woman neither was worth wasting a second of his time on. While Lu Man was thinking about how to distance herself from Chenli, Feng Shiji stepped forward and spoke up.
Brother, do you still remember me? Feng Shiji asked with a forced smile.
Chenli glanced at him and gave a cold laugh. Of course I remember.
What? Something wrong?
I was blind that night and offended you greatly.
My name is Feng Shiji. Can we be friends? Can we add each other on WeChat? Feng Shiji's attitude was very humble. No, I won't add them, Shenli said and was about to leave.
In his opinion, the two were both insignificant people, and adding them would be pointless.
How could Feng Shiji miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Brother, give me a chance. I promise I won't bother you. Having more friends means having more options.
Shenli, unable to resist his persistent pestering, finally took out his phone and said, "Fine."
May I ask your name? I'd like to make a note of it. Chun-Li. After adding him on WeChat, Shenli walked back to the private room without looking back. Chapter 011 Shenli, I am Man.
Lu Man, who had been standing to the side the whole time, was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Feng Shiji, who was the most powerful man in her boyfriend's circle and even Yang Bin had to fawn over, now so humbled as to ask Shenli for his WeChat. Feng Shiji's humble demeanor and almost fawning tone completely overturned her understanding. She was convinced that her ex-boyfriend, whom she had once despised, was just a loser who had deliberately arranged to bump into her.
Is this the same man who even Feng Xiaojia has to bow and scrape before?
At that moment, she had a million questions she wanted to understand, and after Shenli left.
Senior Feng, what's going on? You mean brother Shenli?
Feng Shiji was still basking in the joy of being added on WeChat, thinking, that guy's a real tycoon. He was at a bar the other night. He briefly recounted what happened that night, omitting his own less than honorable little incident, only saying that he happened to be there and witnessed it firsthand.
140,000.
Lu Man was completely stunned. The number stunned her, and she couldn't believe it for a moment.
Only that string of numbers kept echoing in her mind. Shenli? How could Shenli, who is usually so stingy even when it comes to meals, be so rich? If he really has this ability, why did he never show it at all when they were together before?
Her mind instantly became a jumbled mess, filled with all sorts of questions, making it impossible for her to think calmly.
Junior sister Lu, are you alright? Would you like to come over and sit with us for a while? Feng Shiji asked again, noticing her pale face. No.
No need, Senior Feng, I'll head back now, goodbye. She had no mind to deal with Feng Shiji at this point. He had only one thought in his mind: he had to find Shenli and find out what was going on. How could things change so suddenly in just 2 or 3 days?
I feel like I've missed something important.
She returned to her seat at the table, full of doubt, but the food in front of her did not tempt her at all.
Seeing her pale face, Mang Yu asked with concern, "What's wrong? You look so pale, are you feeling unwell?"
And nothing, Lu Man hurriedly lowered her head, avoiding her roommate's probing gaze. Her fingers gripped the phone tightly. I feel a little uncomfortable, but I'll feel better after sitting for a while. Lu Man's mind was in complete turmoil, and her first instinct was to send a WeChat message to Shenli to get some answers. But when she opened WeChat, she found that Shenli was no longer on her friend list. She suddenly remembered that she had deleted him herself.
This discovery drove her almost insane with anxiety.
In her panic, she had a mental lapse and forgot how to add the friend again. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly tapped Add Friend.
I found Shenli's number in my phone's contacts and sent him a friend request. The verification message read, "Shenli, this is Man. I accidentally deleted the wrong friend. Please add me back quickly, I need to talk to you urgently."
After sending the message successfully, she stared intently at the screen, hoping that familiar profile picture would immediately appear in the chat window. Meanwhile, in Shenli's private room, the atmosphere was lively. Looking at the friend request from Lu Man and the verification message saying "I accidentally deleted the wrong one," a cold smile involuntarily crept onto his lips.
That's a really lame excuse.
She must have heard rumors that he's rich now, which is why she's so eager to add him back.
What else could this woman have on her mind besides money? What does she take him for? An ATM that she can summon and dismiss at will? Ha, Shenli doesn't recycle garbage.
Thinking about this, I found it somewhat ridiculous and casually ignored the request, placing my phone screen down on the table. His thoughts returned to the food in front of him and his brothers chatting and laughing. After enduring so many hard times, now that we have money, enjoying the present moment is the most important thing. As the group was drinking and enjoying their meal, a few light knocks came from outside the door. Wu Chang, who was sitting near the door, casually opened it, only to see a strange man standing in the doorway. He had a smile on his face, holding a wineglass in one hand and a bottle of Baijiu Chinese liquor in the other. Wu Chang was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously asked, "Who are you?"
The man at the door immediately stepped forward, his attitude very warm. Hello, sorry to bother you, brother. I am Feng Shiji, and I know brother Chenli. Oh, you're looking for Ollie? Upon hearing that it was an acquaintance, Wu Chang stepped aside to let him in. Brother Chenli, I hope I haven't disturbed you? I've come over to toast you. Feng Shiji walked in with a smile. His sudden appearance surprised both Zhang Yishi and the other person present. Wei Zihong recognized him at a glance and immediately leaned close to Zhang Yishi and Wu Chang's ears, whispering, "This is the moonlight salute I was telling you about." Upon hearing this, the two immediately showed expressions of understanding, both with a hint of amusement, wanting to see what he was up to this time. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Although Chenli was somewhat surprised, he politely stood up, smiled, and clinked glasses with him. Feng Shiji was indeed very good at handling things. After toasting Chenli, he did not leave immediately, but instead took the initiative to walk half a circle around the table. He then toasted Gui Zihong, Zhang Yishi, and Wu Chang in turn, saying, "We're all brothers, let's have a drink together. It's fate that we met." He was very easygoing, and after a few drinks, the initial awkwardness quickly dissipated. Chenli also invited him to sit down and have something to eat together? Then I won't be polite. Feng Shiji sat down, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the table laden with elaborate dishes. Huge lobsters, bright red king crabs, glistening roast duck. He was secretly amazed. This table is full of fancy dishes. They only ordered simple home-style stir-fries. How could anyone dare to order so many fancy dishes? Chenli's wealth is truly impressive. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became very lively, and people started talking more. Feng Shiji introduced himself as a local, saying that his family owns a small company. He just hangs out there in name only, but doesn't actually do anything productive. He just collects a small allowance each month and is basically an idle person. When he got excited, he even joked about his moonlight salute incident, making a clear self-deprecating remark. His straightforward and unpretentious nature earned him more favor from the group. After they had drunk enough, Feng Shiji suddenly leaned down, moved closer to the group, and asked with a mysterious smile, "Brothers, we've eaten enough. Want to go somewhere else to continue? I'll take you to a place we men all know, a place where we can completely relax." "Where?" Gui Zihong immediately became interested, his eyes lighting up. "It's definitely a great place." Feng Shiji raised an eyebrow, revealing a knowing smile. Chapter 012 Heaven and Earth. The girls there are beautiful and have great style, but the prices are a bit high. "No problem, tonight it's my treat. I'll take you guys out for a spin." Having said that, the college students, who had never experienced anything like this before, were suddenly itching to go. Their faces showed excitement and anticipation. Several people simultaneously turned their gazes to Chenli, and without realizing it, Chenli has become the backbone of their little circle. Seeing his roommate's eager expressions, Chenli also felt a bit curious about those brightly lit, bustling places. "Okay," Chenli nodded, "shall we set off after we finish eating?" "All right." The atmosphere in the private room instantly reached a climax. "Do you want to order anything else?" "I'll go pay the bill," Meng Yu asked, getting up as everyone seemed to have finished eating. "I'm so full, I can't eat anymore," Li Yuan said, rubbing her stomach contentedly. Throughout the meal, only Lu Man was absent-minded. She kept checking her phone, but Chenli never accepted her friend's request. He must have been drinking and wasn't looking at his phone. She tried to comfort herself with this thought, but her unease only grew stronger. However, she quickly regained her confidence. She knew Chenli too well. He had been licking her boots for so many years. How could he possibly stop loving her just like that? If she just acts cute, explains that the kiss was just a punishment in a game, and promises not to do it again, he will definitely come back to her. Thinking of this, a smug smile crept onto her lips. At the same time, a system panel appeared before Chenli's eyes as he was on his way. Host's expenditure on menu, 4,290 yuan. Affection level, plus 46. System credit, 197,340 yuan. Withdrawable amount, 25,997,820 yuan. Chenli was taken aback when he saw the system panel that suddenly appeared, but then he realized that Meng Yu had started using the money. He gave her 100,000 yuan, and only through her spending can it be considered that Chenli spent money for her, so that the system can return the cash according to the rules. Led by Feng Shiji, they took a taxi to a hotel. Feng Shiji, familiar with the route, led them to the 13th floor via elevator and through several corridors.
Finally, we stopped in front of an inconspicuous door with a sign that read Heaven on Earth. The interior is extremely luxurious, which contrasts sharply with the understated exterior. They were arranged to sing in a private room. Zhang Yishi and the others looked around curiously, filled with a sense of novelty about everything and looking forward to what would happen next. When Gui Zihong asked Feng Shiji what the next program was, Feng Shiji smiled mysteriously. A moment later, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a row of elegantly dressed girls walked in.
Brothers, pick whatever you like. If you're not satisfied, you can change it, Feng Shiji said generously.
Chenli scanned the girls with the system, and the data was a bit exaggerated, far exceeding his expectations in both frequency and number. Let alone the campus belle Luyu, even Mengyu, in terms of both looks and figure, is far superior to these girls of the night. They are not even in the same league.
However, Zhang Yishi and his group were clearly very interested, and after 3 rounds of selection, they each chose their own partners.
Watching the 4 of them take the girl to another private room, Chenli prepared to leave shortly after. He called the manager to settle the bill and paid the money promptly. Seeing his lavish spending and lack of interest in the girls at the club, the manager immediately realized he was a real patron and quickly tried to keep him there.
Brother, you don't like the girls around here? Chenli nodded lightly.
If the budget allows, we have even better resources, the manager said in a low voice.
Top quality? What do you mean? Money is no object.
They are all college students, guaranteeing cleanliness, and the prices range from 50,000 to 100,000 yuan.
What accounts for the price difference?
Pricing is based on looks, figure, and temperament. Those priced at 100,000 are all campus beauties, guaranteeing value for money.
Shanli became interested. With the system around, he wasn't afraid of being scammed. Then let's call someone with 100,000 to come and take a look. Okay, please wait about an hour. People of this caliber don't work as prostitutes. We need time to contact them.
About 40 minutes later, Chenli was led to an exquisitely decorated room, and then the manager brought in a girl. The system panel immediately appeared.
Song Lingyun. Favorability rating, 0. Body size, 89. Appearance, 90. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. Shenli's eyes widened in disbelief. What incredible stats! An 89 in body and a 90 in looks, the highest he had ever seen in this position. Looking at the girl before me, dressed in a snow-white gown, her face etched with wrinkles. Her cheeks were flushed, as beautiful as red and white peach blossoms, like a fairy descending to earth. How's it going, brother? The manager asked expectantly. Okay.
Chenli snapped out of his daze and transferred the money to him directly.
After the manager took the money, he left, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. Song Lingyun stood there somewhat nervously.
Before the visit, the manager only said that the customer was a young student, and that she definitely wouldn't have taken him if he were a middle-aged man. Song Lingyun had long ago made up her mind to use her virginity and beauty to find a young and wealthy patron. She firmly believed that with her superior qualities, it would be no difficult for him to keep her as a sugar daddy for a long time. As the undisputed campus beauty, she believed she shouldn't be buried in mediocrity and poverty, but rather deserved the privileged life of the upper class. She was unwilling to live the life of an ordinary poor student. Seeing the rich girls in her dormitory wearing designer clothes and driving luxury cars every day, she longed for that kind of life. Upon seeing Chenli, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was not only young but also good-looking, perfectly meeting her expectations. If I could be kept by someone like that and have tens of thousands of yuan in pocket money every month, that would be perfect.
Hello, my name is Song Lingyun, and I'm a sophomore at Xianzhou University.
She was a little shy, and her voice was soft.
Chenli, a junior at Xianzhou University, he replied with a smile. How about we go somewhere else? Okay. Song Lingyun couldn't be happier. Who knew if there were any hidden cameras here?
It made her feel really unsafe, and leaving was the best thing that could happen. After the 2 left the private room, Song Lingyun breathed a slight sigh of relief, but her fingertips still unconsciously gripped the hem of her clothes. Chenli found the manager and briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately smiled understandingly and readily replied, "No problem.
As long as the young lady is willing, we have no problem with that at all. Please go ahead."
After finishing up here, Chenli took out his phone and quickly sent a message to Gui Zihong in the private room, "I have to go now.
Have fun, I've already paid the bill."
Afterwards, he took Song Lingyun away from heaven on earth and then took a taxi to a nearby star-rated hotel.
Chapter 013 Song Lingyun.
Inside the suite at the Hilton Hotel, the lights were deliberately dimmed to create a warm and inviting atmosphere. Song Lingyun stood by the bed, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Although she had mentally prepared herself before making the decision to come. But when the moment actually arrived, my heart was still racing uncontrollably, and my palms were sweating. In contrast, Shenli appeared much more composed. After all, he and Lu Yu had already had experience together and were no longer inexperienced young men.
More importantly, in his mind, this was a clear transaction. He paid the appropriate price.
He repaid the promised amount, and the transaction was settled naturally, so he had no psychological burden.
Would you like to take a shower first? Shenli broke the silence.
Yes. Song Lingyun's voice was barely audible, almost like a mosquito's buzz.
She lowered her head and quickly walked into the bathroom.
After a long while, the bathroom door opened again, and Song Lingyun came out wrapped in a clean white bath towel, with wet droplets still clinging to the ends of her hair. She didn't dare look at Shenli, quickly crawled into bed, and wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. Shenli didn't say anything, and went into the bathroom to take a quick shower. When he emerged, damp with sweat, he saw Song Lingyun still with her eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes trembling with tension. Clutching the corner of the blanket tightly with both hands, her frightened yet forcefully composed demeanor revealed a kind of innocent allure. As expected of a 90-point face and a figure, Shenli knew this was her first time. He wasn't impatient, he simply walked slowly to the bedside, deliberately making his movements very gentle, 10,000 words omitted here. The next morning, Shenli slowly woke up from his sleep and looked down to see Song Lingyun nestled quietly in his arms. In the morning light, her bare face appeared even more exquisite, her skin fair and delicate. Without any makeup, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. This was indeed the most beautiful girl Shenli had ever seen, even more beautiful than Lu Yu. Looking back on last night, from her initial awkwardness and passivity to her gradual improvement, Song Lingyun's transformation made Shenli truly appreciate the privileges that money brings. He can now easily possess the beautiful things that are out of reach for ordinary people, the things they yearn for but cannot obtain. At this moment, Song Lingyun's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she also woke up. She groggily opened her eyes and was startled to see Shenli standing right in front of her. Then the memories of last night flooded back. She had given herself to this man named Shenli. Thinking of what happened last night, she blushed instantly and unconsciously shrank further under the covers.
Awake? Shenli asked softly.
She responded softly, her voice still carrying the languor of someone who had just woken up. Shenli habitually checked her information using the system.
Song Lingyun. Affection level, +3. Body size, 89. Appearance, 90. Number of times I was attacked, 3. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 1.
Since Song Lingyun wasn't paired with him last night, this favorability rating is just a reference point for Shenli and has no practical use.
How much did you get from the store last night? Shenli suddenly asked.
50,000, how much did you pay? She asked curiously.
100,000. 10,000? Song Lingyun's eyes widened in surprise.
She thought it was just a few tens of thousands of yuan, but she didn't expect it to be such a rip-off.
That's right, 100,000. What made you decide to do this?
I want to live a good life, a superior life, Song Lingyun answered frankly. In her view, this was a transaction in itself, and since both parties knew it, it would be hypocritical and foolish to try to hide it.
Since everything is out in the open, there's no need to hide anything.
It's not shameful to express your demands and desires in a dignified manner, and there's absolutely no need for those extreme tug-of-wars.
This straightforward answer pleased Shenli greatly.
He disliked beating around the bush, and this kind of personality and needs suited him perfectly. Shenli pondered for a moment, considering what price he should offer to reassure her to stay with him.
I can give you the life you want. Name your price, how much? Really? She didn't expect Shenli to be so direct and confirmed it in disbelief. Certainly. Then, is 40,000 okay? How about this, I'll give you 60,000 every time we meet to do business. But there's one condition, you can't have anyone else. If you violate this, our relationship ends here. 60,000?
Song Lingyun was so shocked by this number that her heart skipped a beat, and 2 blushes quickly rose on her cheeks. When you say getting things done, do you mean like last night? Her voice trailed off at the end. She originally asked for 40,000 yuan per month, available on call, except for those special days. This quote far exceeded her expectations.
Right. I promise you, I will never look for anyone else, I will only be with you. She quickly assured him, then tentatively asked, Gently, if I may ask, do you have a girlfriend? Got it. So, if I miss you, or if I want to make money, how can I contact you? Contact me on WeChat anytime, and I'll come out to see you when I'm free. Mum.
She nodded obediently, snuggling closer to him, her arms unconsciously tightening around him. Looking at the girl in his arms, he once again truly felt the power of money. If it weren't for the system, he would never have had the chance to get a girl like her. He grinned mischievously and leaned close to her ear. How are you feeling?
Should we do it again? How about next time? I'm still a little sore.
Song Lingyun said shyly.
Okay, let's get up then.
As Chen Li spoke, he got up first and began to put on his clothes. As Song Lingyun watched him get dressed, she felt both relieved and apprehensive this generous man would completely change the course of her life. The mall had just opened for business in the morning, and there weren't many people around. Since neither of them had classes in the morning, Chen Li took her shopping and bought her some things as a way of making up for her first mistake. Song Lingyun gently took Chen Li's arm, feeling the occasional glances from passers-by gazes that held envy and scrutiny. In the past, she might have felt uncomfortable, but today, instead of avoiding the gazes directed at her, she actually enjoyed them. In a high-end boutique, Chen Li let her choose whatever she wanted. She tried on a new bag, twirled in front of the mirror, and then turned to ask for his opinion.
Chen Li nodded slightly. Buy it if you like it.
At that moment, Song Lingyun's heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of happiness. She suddenly realized how wonderful it was to have a man she could rely on. No more worrying about next month's living expenses, no more envying my roommate's designer bags. I wish I had met him sooner. This thought surprised even herself slightly.
She had originally thought it was just a transaction, but now. Chapter 014 Meng Yu picks up the car.
University life is rich and colorful. Apart from the necessary course schedule, you have the rest of your time to control. In this free world, some people choose to sleep soundly in their dorm rooms, some are busy dating and falling in love, and some are immersed in games all day long. This is what university life is really like: diverse, inclusive, and full of endless possibilities. Back in the classroom, Chen Li looked at Zhang Yishi and the other two, who were fast asleep on the last row of desks, and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. These guys must have exerted too much last night, they're probably too weak to even open their eyes now. He idly twirled the pen in his hand, his thoughts drifting away. With so much money, what should he do with it? If it weren't for this serendipitous encounter with the system, he would probably be working hard and busy at some bubble tea shop or courier station right now. How could he live such a completely different life now? Not only is he financially independent, but he also supports Lu Yu and Song Lingyun, two beautiful flowers he can pluck at any time. When I was working part-time and exhausted like a dog, I always secretly vowed to myself, when I'm rich, I'm going to buy a mansion, a luxury car, find a few beautiful women, and become a tycoon who can spend money while lying down, and have all the fun in the world. As for longer-term plans, it's not too late to talk about them when we've accumulated enough wealth. Right now, let's focus on accumulating more wealth and enjoying campus life. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Meng Yu. Honey, the dealership told me I can pick up the car anytime. Do you have class this afternoon? Can you come with me? I have a full afternoon of classes, you go by yourself. You're being so sweet today, even calling your husband? Yeah, you're getting the hang of it. Good, keep it up. Then I'll pick up the car myself this afternoon? Go ahead, drive carefully, and go slowly. Okay, I got a perfect score on my driving test, don't worry. By the way, honey, what about Lu Man? She'll find out about us sooner or later. We're together openly and honestly, we don't need to worry about her, we can do whatever we want. Okay, I know, I love you. Seeing that Meng Yu was so cooperative, Chen Li was secretly delighted. He had already planned what to buy for her next. With her current level of favorability, the 2 billion was a sure thing. Meng Yu became completely addicted to the unbridled pleasure of spending money that wealth brought him after experiencing it a few times. This new life brought her far more than just material satisfaction. It's also reflected on a spiritual level: the envious looks from roommates. The feeling of being the center of attention, the spiritual pleasure and sense of superiority, also intoxicated her. She seemed to suddenly understand why some rich people always had a subtle sense of detachment in their eyes. That wasn't deliberate arrogance, but rather a barrier that naturally formed from being surrounded by flattery and admiration for too long. After class, she excitedly grabbed her ID card and prepared to pick up her car.
Meng Yu, going on a date?
You look so happy, Li Yuan teased, coming over to him. No, I'm going to pick up the car.
You picked up a car? You bought a car?
Li Yuan's eyes widened in surprise.
Yes. I want to go too. I want to ride in a luxury car.
Li Yuan immediately hugged Meng Yu's arm and acted coquettishly.
We want to go too.
Lu Man and her roommate Kai Fan also came over.
No problem, let's go together.
The group took a taxi to the Audi 4S store and, guided by the sales consultant who had initially assisted them, arrived at the exclusive delivery area. In the separate vehicle handover area, a silver-white Audi A4 was parked quietly. The sleek lines surprised Li Yuan and the others so much that they covered their mouths, forgetting their astonished expressions, and carefully examined the car from all angles. After Meng Yu signed all the documents under the salesperson's guidance, the salesperson smiled and handed her a receipt. Ms. Meng, this is a receipt for Mr. Chen Li. Please give it to him. Meng Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously glanced at Lu Man and the others. Although I have a clear conscience, I still feel a little guilty they were so close. I wonder if they heard me? Lu Man did hear the name Chen Li, because since last night, this name had been haunting her mind like a curse. When she suddenly heard the salesperson mention it, her mind went blank, as if it had gone completely buzz.
Could it be that Meng Yu's mysterious and wealthy boyfriend is really Chen Li?
The thought struck Lu Man like a bolt of lightning, making her freeze. She suddenly connected a series of things: Meng Yu's vague and evasive manner whenever she talked about her boyfriend. He received so many luxury goods in this brand new Audi, plus Chen Li's sudden display of wealth that made Feng Shiji bow his head. More importantly, the timing was crucial during the May Day holiday. I had impulsively deleted Chen Li from my contacts.
In just 2 or 3 days, Meng Yu had made that friend. What a coincidence!
All the coincidences pointed to a truth that was hard for her to accept. Meng Yu's boyfriend was none other than Chen Li, whom she had pushed away with her own hands. It must be said that although Lu Man's character is questionable, she is quick-witted and almost guessed the truth. But what could she say?
After all, she was in the wrong first, so why did she choose Yang Bin? Why would someone so easily surrender themselves in Sanya because of a gold necklace?
This is more than just picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon. It's practically giving up the entire Pacific Ocean for a single drop of water. Looking at the brand new Audi in front of her, Lu Man felt as if her heart was being torn apart, and her internal organs were being torn apart by pain. But what right does she have to blame others? It's all her fault for being too impulsive. She even deleted him on WeChat, leaving no room for reconciliation. At this moment, she was in a state of utter confusion and at a loss, yet nothing seemed to revolve around her. After completing all the handover procedures, Meng Yu invited everyone to get on the bus. Sitting in the driver's seat, she couldn't hide her excitement. This was her car.
I never even dared to dream of this before. Even after buying so many LV bags, nothing is as impressive as this real car.
Li Yuan and Kai Fan were also very excited. Meng Yu, you must take us with you when you go shopping next time.
We also want to ride in a luxury car. No problem, Meng Yu readily agreed.
The car was filled with laughter and chatter, but Lu Man remained silent. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Meng Yu had stolen Chen Li away if it weren't for her interfering.
Given Chen Li's feelings for her, wouldn't he be able to win her over easily if she just showed him a little kindness?
These luxury items, this Audi, should all have belonged to her.
Meng Yu took in Lu Man's reaction through the rearview mirror.
Clearly, she had heard what the salesperson said and guessed the truth. Seeing her sullen expression, Meng Yu couldn't help but recall the past. She was the one who betrayed Chen Li first, yet now she acted as if she had suffered some great injustice. I still remember how she used to boss Chen Li around, treating him like an ATM and a servant. They had several arguments about this.
Chapter 015, Meeting the Rivals.
Chen Li, you good for nothing.
You can take forever to buy a milk tea. Are you a tortoise?
Lu Man's sharp voice rang out on the tree-lined path of the campus, attracting the attention of several passing students.
Man, we're outside.
Meng Yu's voice was low as she looked at the cup of milk tea Chen Li was holding. The bag was so tight that his fingers turned white, and beads of sweat from his run still clung to his forehead.
Meng Yu, what business is it of yours if I teach my boyfriend a lesson? Lu Man asked aggressively.
You? Meng Yu's face turned red with anger, but seeing Chen Li's submissive appearance, she swallowed her words back. She knew that interrupting at this moment would only make Chenli more embarrassed.
Chenli, my birthday is in a few days. Have you saved up enough money for that bag yet? Man, can we buy it another time? I've had a high fever lately and can't move around at all, and I've had to stop my part-time job. No way. If you can't buy it for me, I'll find someone else to buy it for me, and then this is the end of our relationship. No. I'll buy it for you, okay? Lu Man, aren't you going a bit too far with this? Mengyu, why do you always have to get involved everywhere?
I just want to tell you, don't be too ruthless.
What's so outrageous about it? Isn't it normal for a boyfriend to buy his girlfriend a gift?
Recalling all of this, it all seemed so vivid in her mind. Mengyu felt both angry and heartbroken. She quickly stopped thinking, trying to banish those unpleasant memories from her mind. But Lu Man's sharp voice and Chen Li's humble appearance were etched into her mind, impossible to shake off. Thinking about all this, the last bit of guilt I felt towards Lu Man because of her past relationship completely vanished. She composed herself, drove slowly into the school, and the brand new Audi attracted the attention of many passers-by. My roommates, Li Yuan and the others, are a little vain, so they deliberately rolled down the car window.
Hey, whose new car is this? He doesn't look like a teacher, the driver looks like a student. Audi, wow, they're fucking rich.
Hearing these comments, Li Yuan and her companion exchanged glances, a hint of smugness on their faces.
Mengyu wasn't paying much attention while driving, and she parked the car steadily downstairs in front of the dormitory building.
Just then, get out of class ended, and the girls got out of the car, immediately becoming the center of attention.
Soon, someone recognized Mengyu. Isn't that Mengyu from the academy? Wow, her family is so well off. They even drive an Audi. This car instantly made Mengyu quite well known in the surrounding area.
Not far in front of them, a girl with bright eyes and white teeth and a slender figure was staring blankly in their direction, her eyes filled with complex emotions.
She was none other than Lu Yu. What? Lu Yu, do you know that girl?
A strikingly beautiful girl next to her nudged her arm and asked curiously. I guess so, Lu Yu said, her voice a little hoarse as she came back to her senses.
How could she not recognize him?
She had personally witnessed Chen Li accompanying this girl at the auto show and buying the car for her on the spot. She felt incredibly jealous. The official girlfriend is so lucky. How could someone as rich as Chen Li be interested in such an ordinary girl?
In what way is she inferior to her?
In terms of looks and figure, she is far superior to her, so why is Chen Li so fixated on her?
Sigh, it's all fate. If I had met Chen Li earlier than her, this car would be mine now.
Thinking back to that night, she still felt a lingering sense of satisfaction, but she didn't dare to ask him out too often, afraid that he would look down on her, thinking she was too thirsty or only after his money.
Actually, she was overthinking it.
For Chen Li, now that things were out in the open, he didn't care about money at all. Money is never a problem for him, as long as he has the time and his health permits. Just as she was lost in thought, the girl next to her gently nudged her with her arm.
You, what are you daydreaming about? Since we know each other, could you introduce us?
Lu Yu snapped out of her daze, forced a smile, and said, You drive a BMW 5 Series yourself, and you still find her attractive because she drives an Audi A4?
You can't say that. Knowing another wealthy friend is always a valuable connection. You might need it in the future. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled.
Li Tingting came from a wealthy family. She was a recognized rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned girl at school, so logically she wouldn't be so interested in Mengyu just because of a car. She had only met him once, and it was hard to say whether he even remembered her. Moreover, strictly speaking, the awkward relationship between them, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them love rivals, so how could she possibly ask to introduce them? Actually, I've only met her once, and I don't know if she remembers me.
It's okay, just go up and say hello. Lu Yu was struggling internally. She really didn't want to face Mengyu.
The awkwardness and hidden jealousy made her want to turn around and leave.
But seeing Li Tingting's expectant eyes, he reluctantly agreed, okay, alright.
On the other side, Mengyu and her roommates were walking towards the dormitory building, chatting and laughing, when they looked up and saw two figures coming towards them.
Was it her?
Mengyu was slightly taken aback, but remained outwardly calm. Lu Yu took a deep breath, forced a natural smile, and stepped forward.
Hello, I'm Lu Yu. Do you remember me?
I saw you and Chen Li together at the auto show that day. Of course I remember, my name is Mengyu, Mengyu replied with a smile.
How could she not remember?
She clearly remembered the little worry she had in her heart back then, the fear that Chen Li would be seduced by that beautiful girl who was so stunning that she could never forget her. Seeing the two strike up a conversation, Li Tingting immediately seized the opportunity, gracefully stepped forward, and joined in with a bright smile.
Hello Mengyu, I'm Li Tingting. Can we be friends? Hello Tingting, of course you can.
Mengyu was infected by Li Tingting's bright smile and responded with a smile as well. Li Tingting has a free and easy temperament that makes people want to get close to her. Standing to the side, Lu Man watched as the three girls in front of her enthusiastically added each other on WeChat and chatted happily. When she heard that the pretty girl named Lu Yu also knew Chen Li, her heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by something.
Why should she?
She stared intently at Mengyu, who was surrounded in the middle, her nails almost digging into her palms. All this attention and all this glory should rightfully belong to her. If it weren't for Mengyu's interference, the person standing here now, being actively befriended by Li Tingting and treated with care by Lu Yu, would be Lu Man. Chen Li was originally her boyfriend. His wealth and his social circle should have been her resources.
But now?
She's like a complete outsider, an insignificant passerby, watching helplessly as the glory that should have been hers is taken away by another woman. This stark difference in treatment felt like a thorn stuck in her heart, shattering her long-held sense of superiority.
No, we must get it back. Chapter 016 Deep Regret.
Seeing this scene before him, a surge of inexplicable jealousy and stubbornness suddenly welled up within him.
It shouldn't be like this.
Chen Li is hers, and all of this should be hers. She must break ties with Yang Bin today and then go find Chen Li. Chen Li loves her so much, if she just lowers her pride and acts cute with him, she'll definitely be able to win him back.
Mengyu, it was so nice to meet you today.
Li Tingting said, her voice full of energy.
Let's hang out sometime when we're free. I know a few good places. Tingting, I'm happy too. Let's meet up again sometime. Mengyu agreed with a smile.
Putting aside other factors, Li Tingting's cheerful personality is indeed very likable. Standing to the side, Li Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable throughout. After managing to say a few perfunctory words, the brief encounter ended in a subtle atmosphere. In the dormitory, Li Yuan and Kai Fen were gathered around Mengyu, chattering about their experiences that day, their voices full of envy and excitement.
Mengyu, your boyfriend spoils you too much. He bought you an Audi A4 without hesitation. Yeah, when are you going to take us out for a drive again?
Mengyu smiled as he responded to their enthusiasm, but out of the corner of his eye he noticed Lu Man, who had been silent the whole time. She was sitting alone on the edge of the bed, her head down, fiddling with her phone, her face looking very unpleasant. At this moment, Lu Man was discussing breaking up with her new boyfriend, Yang Bin.
Man, what do you mean? What did I do wrong? Let's end this here. Don't come looking for me again. What do you mean by this is the end? Weren't we doing just fine in Sanya? If it's not suitable, it's not suitable. There's nothing more to say.
Fine, if you want to break up, that's fine, Yang Bin suddenly sneered, then give me back the necklace I gave you.
What did you say? Lu Man's eyes widened in disbelief. That was a gift you gave me, and I gave you my first time. First time? Yang Bin scoffed. Who knows if it's real or not? You can get it fixed.
You've been with that good-for-nothing Chen Li for so many years.
Who knows what you've been doing behind my back? Don't treat me like he's some kind of sucker you can manipulate.
Either give me back my necklace, or I'll go to your dorm right now and show everyone what kind of person you are.
You bastard. Lu Man was trembling with anger.
In the end, she reluctantly agreed to return the necklace. The moment she sent the message, she felt as if her heart had been torn apart by an invisible hand. She was blind and utterly foolish. She actually pushed away Chen Li, who cherished her, and chose a scumbag like Yang Bin instead. Even if Chen Li didn't have the immense wealth he has today, what he gave me was unreserved devotion and impeccable sincerity. Recalling Chen Li's past efforts and comparing them with her current situation, Lu Man felt a pang of heartache. Vanity, meanness, stupidity. She ruined the best man in the world. She was incredibly foolish and squandered a great opportunity. What's most infuriating is, who exactly sent the video of her kissing Yang Bin to Chen Li? If it weren't for these two people causing trouble, all the glory that Mengyu is enjoying now should belong to Lu Man. We must find a way to win Chen Li back now. If she could get him back to how obedient he used to be, she vowed she would cherish him and never be as willful and demanding as before. By then, wouldn't she be able to choose any luxury car or luxury item she wanted?
but now I don't even have a way to contact him.
It's all my fault for being too harsh in my words back then. Suddenly, she remembered someone, Chen Li's roommate, Zhang Yishi, whose WeChat was still saved on her phone.
That was over a year ago. After she blocked Chen Li asked Zhang Yishi to add her back as an apology. After that, the two never contacted each other again. She couldn't care less about anything else now.
As long as she could get Chen Li back, she was confident she could win him back. She opened Zhang Yishi's WeChat, carefully considered her words, revised them several times, and finally pressed the send button.
Zhang Yishi, hello there. Are you busy? I'm Lu Man, Chen Li's girlfriend. Do you remember me? Meanwhile, Chen Li and his classmates' dormitory was bustling with activity.
They had slept through the day in class and were feeling a little better. He was sprawled haphazardly in the chair, his face showing the weariness of a lingering hangover, but his eyes were shining with excitement. That place was really nice last night, Zhang Yishi clicked his tongue.
It's completely different from having a girlfriend. Ali, where did you go afterward?
Oh, I have something urgent to attend to, so I'm going out to take care of it.
You really should try it, Hua Zihong said with a wistful look. The feeling is completely different from being in a relationship.
Chen Li looked up and said seriously, it's best to avoid places like this.
Indeed, Wu Chang pushed up his glasses, it's not like we don't have girlfriends, why should we go to such unclean places?
I just wanted to try something new, Zhang Yishi waved his hand, I definitely won't go again. Exactly, Hua Zihong quickly chimed in, if Chen Jing finds out, I'm finished.
Chen Li listened to their back and forth conversation and understood everything perfectly.
It's all a matter of personal choice, but he will never set foot in that kind of place again. Now he has the beautiful and charming Lu Yuqian, the most beautiful girl in the department, and the gentle and lovely Song Lingyun, the most beautiful girl in the school. There's still an undeveloped Meng Yu, so why would he need to go to those brothels for pleasure? Zhang Yishi was having a lively conversation when a message suddenly popped up on his phone. Lu Man. He raised an eyebrow and opened the chat window.
I remember, so what?
Zhang Yishi replied quickly, but inwardly he sneered, of course I remember. I saw the video of you and your new boyfriend being intimate in Sanya very clearly.
Then could you please tell Chen Li to add me back? I accidentally deleted him.
Oh, let me ask. Ali, Lu Man is looking for me.
She wants you to add her back. Holy crap, what does this woman mean? Hua Zihong immediately exploded. She got dumped by her new love and now she wants to come back to you? That's shameless. What? You want to add it back?
Wu Chang pushed up his glasses.
Chen Li didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, you're crazy. Talk to her if you want, or delete her if you don't.
I don't collect trash here.
Understood. Zhang Yishi grinned. Chen Li said he doesn't recycle trash here. Goodbye.
After sending the message, Lu Man waited anxiously for more than half an hour before receiving a reply. She stared at the short but incredibly jarring reply on the screen, completely frozen in place.
No recycling. Chapter 017 Vacheron Constantine.
These 5 words struck her heart like a heavy hammer, turning her face instantly pale and causing her fingers to tighten involuntarily around her phone. A chill ran from her feet to the top of her head, making her break out in a cold sweat. Unwilling to give up, she sent another message, only to find a cruel red exclamation mark next to it. Yes, Zhang Yishi had deleted her. At this moment, she felt utterly hopeless. Chen Li had already seen her friend request it. Turned out he hadn't missed it, but simply didn't want to respond. In his eyes, she had long since become a piece of trash not worth recycling. Only at this moment did the real fear wash over her like ice water, making her tremble all over.
She realized clearly that she might lose Chen Li forever, and an overwhelming sense of regret washed over her. It was too late to say anything now.
Lu Man's low mood didn't affect anyone, except for Meng Yu, who was paying attention to her and noticed her unusual behavior. After hesitating for a moment, Meng Yu decided to bring up the matter with Chen Li. Honey, Man came with me to pick up the car today.
The salesperson mentioned you briefly.
Judging from her reaction at the time, she probably guessed that we were together.
She seems to be in a pretty bad state now. Ignore her. That woman was begging me to add her back on WeChat. I ignored her.
What happens to her now is none of our business.
Sigh, alright. Meng Yu sighed softly. By the way, are you free tomorrow? Drive your new car and come with me to go shopping.
Chen Li took the opportunity to ask her out.
Of course. When would you like to go? I can take time off.
Then let's go tomorrow morning. Come with me to buy some things.
Okay. Lu Yu was equally upset.
Ever since she met Meng Yu today, she had been trying to contact Shenli. She longed for that kind of life, driving luxury cars and basking in the envious glances of others. She doesn't have the same family background as Li Tingting, so she can only rely on her own efforts or find a wealthy partner. Although she has now found Shenli, she knows very well that she is at most the third oldest, and her ranking may be even lower.
How could a wealthy man like Shenli only have one or two women by his side?
When Li Tingting asked about Meng Yu's background, she naturally wouldn't tell the truth, not wanting to have another strong competitor. It's worth noting that Li Tingting is superior to her in both looks and figure. Coupled with her privileged family background, she was practically the ideal candidate for a marriage of equals. When Lu Yu learned that Li Tingting planned to invite Meng Yu to join their little circle, she knew all too well what kind of circle it was. A small group of wealthy second-generation individuals and other rich people exchange resources and facilitate cooperation, which is a shortcut to transcending social classes. She had never felt such a strong desire to be a part of it. She wouldn't have dared to dream of it in the past, but now, thanks to Chen Li's connection, she seems to have seen a glimmer of hope. Humans are like that. The desire for more is an innate trait ingrained in our very being. On the second floor of Mixi, a faint fragrance permeated the air, and the smooth, mirror-like floor reflected the dazzling lights.
Exquisite luxury goods are displayed in meticulously designed shop windows, silently exuding an aloof and unapproachable atmosphere.
For most ordinary people, every item here is something they can only admire from afar and dare not even dream of owning.
Meng Yu, holding Chen Li's arm, was both excited and a little timid in this environment. Honey, what do you want to buy today?
Let's buy watches, Chen Li said with a slight smile.
Let's buy matching watches.
Ha? Couple watches? Meng Yu was stunned for a moment, and then an indescribable joy instantly surged through his body. The meaning of the phrase couples watches goes far beyond what can be summarized as an expensive gift. It is a declaration, a binding, meaning that Meng Yu's name will be closely linked with Chenli, and that they will be publicly acknowledged partners.
Meng Yu.
Affection level, plus 58.
Height, 73. Appearance, 68. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0.
Noticing the fluctuating numbers on the system panel, Chenli understood immediately the couple's watch clearly resonated with Meng Yu's feelings, making her feel valued from the bottom of her heart. Purchasing a couple's watch was indeed a decision Chenli made after careful consideration. The watch was quite valuable, making it a reasonable choice to achieve his goal of spending a large sum of money. It's not just about making reasonable purchases, it also further strengthens his relationship with Meng Yu, achieving two goals at once. Vacheron Constantin Loft Craftsman Swallow spreads its wings couple watches. This collection is considered Vacheron Constantin's pinnacle, a bespoke creation exclusively for top collectors. Each timepiece embodies months or even years of dedication from master watchmakers. It is not merely a timekeeping tool, but a work of art worthy of being passed down through generations. Because it employs a fully customized design and incorporates numerous complex processes and rare materials, their prices are naturally high, and there is often no clear upper limit. Chenli had already browsed the images and descriptions of this series on the official website. The understated, deep blue dial, the exquisite micro-carving and mother-of-pearl inlay technique outlines the elegant posture of a swallow spreading its wings, which refracts a delicate gradient luster under the light.
It was neither overly ostentatious nor lacking in the aesthetic sophistication of haute horlogerie. He liked it immediately.
According to the reference prices he found, the men's version is around 5 million yuan, while the women's version is slightly lower, around 4 million yuan. Based on Meng Yu's current favorability rating, he will be able to receive a cashback of over 240 million yuan.
Compared to those small purchases before, this truly represents a meteoric rise, an explosive gain that transcends social class.
He suppressed his excitement, looked up, and sought his destination, the elegantly decorated Vacheron Constantin boutique. He led Meng Yu straight in, and a sales clerk in a suit immediately came forward with a professional smile.
Good morning, sir, madam. How may I help you?
Hello, we would like to learn about the Swallow Spreads Its Wings series of couple watches. A hint of surprise flashed in the sales clerk's eyes, but her attitude became even more respectful. Please wait a moment, this series needs to be retrieved for you by the manager. She spoke a few words quietly over the walkie-talkie. A moment later, a middle-aged man who appeared to be a manager, wearing white gloves, carefully took out a pair of wristwatches from the safe in the inner room. It was placed on a tray covered with black velvet and presented to them with great ceremony. Sir, madam, please look, this is the Swallow Spreading Wings series of couple watches that you inquired about. The manager put on white gloves and carefully took the watch from the tray, his voice filled with undisguised pride. Chapter 018 The Swallow Spreads Its Wings. The lifelike swallow on the dial was meticulously crafted by a master craftsman using a single piece of platinum, taking hundreds of hours to complete. It is not just for decoration, it also features our exclusively developed ultra-complex movement that can simulate the subtle movements of a swallow spreading its wings. It also features a 3-minute timekeeping function. However, at this moment, Chenli and Meng Yu's attention was completely drawn to the pair of watches themselves. The deep blue dial resembles a tranquil night sky, with a swallow spreading its wings as if about to take flight. Every detail of the feathers was clearly visible, shimmering with a warm glow under the soft lighting in the store. It's not just a luxury item, but more like a work of art imbued with the passage of time. So beautiful. They were so captivated that they completely ignored the manager's enthusiastic explanation of the technical details, only feeling that the manager was just rambling on and on. Chenli gently nudged Meng Yu, who was engrossed in watching, and then raised his hand. All right, no need to go into detail about the functions anymore. His gaze fell on the wristwatch. Just tell us directly, how much is this pair? We'll take these. The manager was speechless for a moment. He had seen many big spenders in his many years in the industry, but he had never seen such a decisive customer before. Sir, he tried to maintain a professional smile. Are you sure you don't want to learn about our customization services? Dial material, engraving. No need, just take this pair, pack them up, and let's settle the bill. The manager took a deep breath and announced a figure. The total price of this pair of Swallow Spreading Its Wings couple watches is 9.78 million yuan. Chenli took out his bank card and handed it over. It wasn't until the POS machine spat out the receipt and made a crisp beep that the manager seemed to finally come to his senses. His smile instantly turned incredibly warm as he carefully and personally packaged the items for them, his tone becoming increasingly respectful. Please wait a moment, I will process all the documents for you immediately. Thank you for choosing Vacheron Constantine. The host spent 4,150,000 yuan on Meng Yu. Affection level, plus 58. System received, 240,700,000 yuan. Withdrawal limit, 240,700,000 yuan. Looking at the credit limit displayed on the system panel, Chenli felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Including the balance he had previously withdrawn to his bank card, and after deducting his spending during this period, his total assets have now reached an astonishing 260 million yuan. 260 million. This number kept echoing in Chenli's mind. It seemed that he could arrange his luxury cars, mansions, and everything else as he pleased. Based on Meng Yu's current favorability rating, it would take approximately another 30 million to complete the total goal of 2 billion. As Meng Yu walked out of the store, he still couldn't hide his excitement, occasionally raising his wrist to examine the exquisite watch on his wrist. This level of watch is something most people might only ever see in magazines, yet she actually wore it on her wrist. Although she had gradually gotten used to Chenli's extravagance, she was still shocked by his wealth when he bought a watch for tens of millions of yuan. How is it? Do you like it? Chenli asked with a smile, seeing how much she loved it. I love it so much, Meng Yu nodded vigorously, but it's too expensive. These millions could buy a very nice house. Yes, it's definitely time to buy a house. In this first-tier city, a decent villa costs at least tens of millions of yuan. Later, he plans to buy a villa for Meng Yu, so that she can have a stable asset and he can have a comfortable place to live. With that in mind, it's time to buy myself the car I've been longing for. The dream car that I could only admire from afar before can finally be mine. Honey, do you still remember your friend Lu Yu? Chenli's heart skipped a beat, not understanding why Meng Yu suddenly brought up Lu Yu. Although he wasn't afraid, he was still a little guilty, so he forced himself to remain calm and replied, Yes, I remember. What's wrong? I ran into her downstairs at the dormitory yesterday. She was with a classmate named Li Tingting, who looked like a rich kid. They said they wanted to get to know me, so we added each other on WeChat. Li Tingting just asked me to go for a beauty treatment. She said it's a high-end club. Do you think I should go? Go if you want to. Do whatever you want in the future. It's good to make more friends. Just be careful not to get scammed. I'm not stupid. Chenli smiled and transferred 1 million to her. Spend the money as you like. If you need more, just ask me. Remember, we're not short of money. Don't lose face in front of others.
When Meng Yu saw the payment notification, he gasped, 1 million, how am I supposed to spend this? Ha, just relax and be a rich woman.
Meng Yu excitedly hugged Shenli and kissed him. Thank you, husband.
It's no big deal. Go and have some fun with them. Meng Yu.
Affection level, plus 68. If anyone should say thank you, it should be him thanking her. Meng Yu, as his starting point, brought him continuous cash back.
Shenli naturally liked Meng Yu.
Her appearance may not be as striking as Song Lingyun's, but her kind and gentle nature made him feel incredibly at ease. As long as she remains steadfast and does not let money corrupt her heart, then Shenli will surely grant her a lifetime of worry-free wealth and glory.
You go find her first, I'll go buy a car myself. Okay, do you need me to give you a ride? No need, you go first, I can take a taxi myself.
After parting ways with Shenli, Meng Yu drove alone to the place he had arranged to meet Li Tingting the Bell Club. After parking the car, she saw Li Tingting waving at her from the doorway. Meng Yu, over here.
Tingting, have you been waiting long? Meng Yu walked up with a smile. No, I just arrived too.
Let me tell you, this club is members only, the membership fee is 50,000.
Li Tingting introduced as she walked.
According to her, Bell Club specializes in providing high-end women's wellness services, including skincare, health meals, full body massages, and spa treatments.
Members can bring one friend into the venue. Apart from the free health meal, all other items will be charged separately. Li Tingting was also observing Meng Yu's reaction discreetly.
If she had the ability to become a member, it meant she had the potential to enter the circle. If you only try it a few times but don't have the ability to join, then you can probably only remain ordinary friends in the future.
Meng Yu, let me show you around today. If you like it, then we can consider becoming a member. It's okay, let's get it done.
Since Shenli had already bought her a watch worth millions, Meng Yu naturally wouldn't care about this membership fee. Moreover, maintaining health is also for better self-care, and ultimately it's for Shenli. Thinking of this, her face suddenly flushed slightly, hoping that Shenli would make this request. Li Tingting was surprised by Meng Yu's decisiveness, so she took her to complete the membership application. Just as Meng Yu raised his hand, Li Tingting's gaze was drawn to the exquisite watch on his wrist of Vacheron Constantine. Although she didn't know the specific model, its quality was outstanding, definitely not an ordinary product. She subtly withdrew her gaze. She was sure her friend inside would recognize her.
Chapter 019 Buying a Car.
Shenli hailed a taxi at the mall entrance and headed straight for the Mercedes-Benz 4S flagship store. His destination was his dream car, the Maybach S-Class.
With his current financial resources, he originally wanted to buy a more high-end Rolls-Royce. But then I thought about it again. After all, I am still a student. If I were to drive a Rolls-Royce around town, it would be too ostentatious. After much consideration, Maybach is undoubtedly the best choice. It maintains the luxurious quality of a top-tier sedan. It doesn't attract as much attention as a Rolls-Royce, but it perfectly suits his current needs.
The taxi slowly stopped in front of the 4S store. Shenli Gan got out of the car and his eyes were immediately drawn to a beautiful figure standing at the door.
The girl looked to be about his age, standing gracefully at the door.
A simple white t-shirt outlines a youthful figure, with the full curves of the chest faintly visible, and a pair of straight and slender legs under the short skirt. Her fair skin was as clear as jade, and her small, delicate nose was slightly upturned, adding a touch of playfulness.
Qin Xiaomeng. Favorability rating, 0. Body, 92. Appearance, 81. Number of times I was attacked, 16. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 1.
The system interface flashed by, and Shenli couldn't help but nod in approval. A body score of 92 was indeed well deserved. His graceful figure was unmatched by any girl he had ever seen. But when he saw the last 2 lines of data, he shook his head slightly. Unfortunately, the enemy had already been captured. Just then, a slightly overweight middle-aged man strode over. The girl immediately greeted him with a bright smile, affectionately taking his arm, and the two walked into the exhibition hall side by side. Shenli walked towards the door, watching their figures disappear behind the revolving door, a complex emotion passing through his heart. In this materialistic age, it seems that even young girls with a little bit of beauty cannot resist the temptation of capital. Shenli quickly came to terms with it. Everyone has their own ambitions, and everyone has their own choices and way of life. There's no point in judging. After gathering his thoughts, Shenli strode towards the glass door.
Hello sir, how can I help you? A sales consultant immediately greeted him upon entering.
Today, Chen Li wasn't wearing simple, cheap sportswear. Moreover, the expensive watch on his wrist was so valuable that even someone unfamiliar with the market could sense its weight. Take a look at the Maybach S-Class.
Yes, sir, please follow me.
The salesperson enthusiastically led Chen Li to the negotiation area, where the soft sofas and exquisite coffee table were clearly intended for detailed discussions of configurations and signing of contracts.
Coincidentally, the couple I met at the door earlier was sitting on the sofa next to me.
Sir, this is the information on the various configurations of the Maybach S-Class.
Let me explain it to you in detail.
The salesperson handed over a beautifully designed brochure. This is the 2025 S680 Matic Midnight Edition.
Menus expenses, 50,000 yuan.
Affection level, plus 68.
System credit, 3,400,000 yuan.
Withdrawable amount, 244,100,000 yuan. The image of Mengyu's cashback payment flashed through Chen Li's mind, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. It must have been spent at the club. He quickly regained his composure and listened attentively as the sales consultant explained the vehicle's features. Since he was going to buy it, he naturally wanted to learn more about it. After listening to the salesperson's introduction and comparing them, it's clear that the most expensive and top-of-the-line model is indeed the best. Let's go with this Midnight Edition, full payment, Chen Li said, closing the brochure.
When is the earliest I can pick it up?
We will prioritize processing all the paperwork for you, and you can pick up your car in as little as 3 days.
Can.
At this moment, Qin Xiaomeng, who was sitting behind Chen Li, was already feeling uneasy. She recognized Chen Li the moment he walked in. For a fleeting moment when their eyes met at the door, she even felt a little flustered. After all, being caught by someone her age, and possibly even from the same school, with her sugar daddy made her feel quite embarrassed. What shocked her even more was that this boy, who looked to be about her age, casually bought the Maybach in full. The man beside her, although he promised to buy her a car, it was only a compact car worth a little over 200,000 yuan. It's still an installment payment plan, and the name isn't even in her name. She's just using it to open the car. She secretly glanced at Chen Li. He was calmly swiping his card and signing, looking as relaxed and at ease as if he were buying a piece of clothing. This realization stirred an irrepressible flutter in her heart, and an impulse to get to know him grew within her. But this thought was quickly suppressed by reality. He witnessed her being kept by the man next to her. In his eyes, she must have looked terrible.
Thinking of this, Qin Xiaomeng's eyes instantly dimmed.
She knew this relationship wasn't honorable, but she desperately needed this kind of life, having money to spend. She maintained a glamorous image in front of her classmates, enjoying the feeling of being envied and flattered. Once she tasted this kind of extravagance, she could never go back, and she became more and more dependent on the man beside her who could give her all of this. After completing her membership procedures, Mengyu followed Li Tingting through the elegantly decorated corridor to the dining area. Upon closer inspection, she was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of ingredients displayed before her. In the circular food pickup area, soft lighting illuminates the various crystal-clear dishes. As expected of a private club with an annual fee of 50,000, she didn't recognize most of the ingredients displayed here. The crystal-clear bird's nest soup trembled slightly in the slow fire. The thick fish maw gleamed with a warm sheen in the soup section. There were also mushrooms and seafood that she couldn't name. Each piece was like a carefully selected work of art, its very appearance indicating its considerable value.
Is this what the daily life of the rich is like? Mengyu thought to himself in amazement. This is far too extravagant.
She quickly composed herself, mimicking Li Tingting's calm demeanor, picked up a bone china plate, and began selecting food. She remembered Chen Li's advice: we're not short of money, so don't lose face in front of others. After the two had chosen their dishes, they were about to look for seats when they saw Li Tingting standing on tiptoe, peering into the spacious dining area. Soon, a lady by the window gracefully raised her hand in greeting. Li Tingting's eyes lit up, and she turned to Mengyu with a smile. My friend is over there, let's go over there. Upon hearing this, Mengyu nodded slightly and followed Li Tingting discreetly to her friend's seat. As she approached, she noticed the girl sitting alone at the table. She was wearing a well-tailored champagne-colored suit. Her face was dignified and beautiful, especially her eyes, which were as clear and bright as autumn water, and her every move exuded an undeniable elegance. As they approached, the woman smiled and stood up. Mengyu, this is my good friend, Sister Sun Yan, Li Tingting introduced warmly.
Sister Sun Yan, this is my classmate, Mengyu. Hello, Mengyu.
Sun Yan extended her right hand first, and a delicate Cartier watch on her wrist sparkled under the light.
Hello, Sister Sun Yan.
Mengyu also reached out to shake hands. The moment their hands touched, Sun Yan's gaze inadvertently swept over Meng Yu's wrist, and she was immediately stunned.
Chapter 20: The Shock Brought by the Treasure.
Unlike Li Tingting, who knew nothing about watches, she was very clear about the origin of the watch in front of her, the Vacheron Constantin swallow in flight. The dial features a swallow with outstretched wings, a treasure she had gazed at longingly at the counter many times, yet could never obtain.
This is unbelievable. What kind of deity did Tingting bring? Sun Yan exclaimed inwardly.
The women's version of this watch starts at least at 4 million, and it can be pre-ordered with no upper limit on the price. Her family is already quite well off, but at most she can only afford to buy watches worth a few $100,000.
What is the background of this seemingly ordinary girl?
Li Tingting had been observing Sun Yan, trying to gauge the value of the watch from her reaction. She clearly saw the shock on Sun Yan's face. Although she couldn't read expressions, she could tell from Sun Yan's reaction that the watch in Meng Yu's hand is probably worth far more than the 200,000 or 300,000 she initially guessed it could possibly reach over $1 million.
This discovery also puzzled her. Just who exactly was Meng Yu?
Sun Yan quickly composed herself, but her gaze couldn't help but linger on Meng Yu's wrist for a moment longer. She loved that watch so much. After warmly inviting the two to sit down, her voice became even gentler than before. Meng Yu, come and sit down. The cheese-baked lobster here is very good. Would you like to try it?
Thank you, Sister Sun Yan.
Meng Yu smiled slightly and sat down at the dining table, which was covered with a clean white tablecloth.
The three chatted as they ate.
Meng Yu savored the baked lobster, the delicious flavor bursting on her tongue, making her secretly admire it. Every dish here is like a work of art, impeccable in both presentation and taste. She suddenly understood that the saying, "It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality," was absolutely true. Such an exquisite life, once tasted, becomes a lifelong incurable disease. All this dreamlike wealth and luxury was brought to her by Chen Li. Thinking of this, Meng Yu felt a complex mix of emotions.
She was just an ordinary girl.
In terms of looks and figure, she couldn't compare to Lu Man, let alone Li Tingting, Sun Yan, and the others in front of her.
Why did Chen Li choose her?
This thought fueled her even stronger desire. She had to cherish this rare opportunity no matter what. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't meddle in what you shouldn't meddle in, and don't act like those foolish women who make unreasonable demands.
So what if there are other people around Chen Li?
As long as she is sensible enough and doesn't do anything stupid, she will always be the rightful wife. This realization acted like a wake-up call, smoothing out her slightly worried brow. She put down her teacup, the porcelain cup striking the tray with a crisp sound, which caught Li Tingting's attention.
What's wrong?
Li Tingting asked with concern.
It's nothing, the black tea here smells wonderful. By the way, Tingting, where's the restroom? Go through that corridor ahead, turn right, and you'll get there. Li Tingting pointed down the corridor.
Once Meng Yu's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, Sun Yan immediately leaned forward and asked in a low voice, Tingting, just who is this classmate of yours?
Actually, I'm not quite sure either.
Li Tingting told the truth, we've only known each other for a short time, but I think Meng Yu is pretty good.
What's wrong? Is that watch she's wearing particularly expensive? Extremely expensive?
Sun Yan gently shook her head. That can't be described with just the word expensive. It's spirit swallow spreading its wings, which costs at least 4 million.
How much?
Li Tingting almost dropped her fork.
Over 4 million? Sister Sun Yan, are you sure you didn't misread it? I can't be wrong. Sun Yan's tone was unusually firm, with a hint of undisguised envy. Spirit swallow spreading wings is the watch I've always dreamed of.
Your classmate is quite something. You must cherish this relationship. Li Tingting remained seated, unable to recover for a long time, still clutching the napkin in her hand, unconsciously tightening her grip. 4 million, the number buzzed in her mind, completely beyond her imagination. She originally thought Meng Yu was just an ordinary rich classmate, but now she realizes that he is from a completely different world than her. I need to be more careful about how I interact with people in the future. She silently reminded herself that she should neither appear too enthusiastic or obsequious, nor deliberately distance herself because of this difference in their social standing. On the other side, Meng Yu stood in front of the sink, letting the warm water flow over her wrists. She squeezed out some hand soap and slowly lathered it up. I turned off the tap, grabbed a paper towel, and inadvertently looked up, my eyes meeting my reflection in the mirror. The face in the mirror was still the same eyebrows and eyes, the same features. But for some reason, he gave off a different vibe, with a more composed look in his eyes. The person in the mirror pursed their lips slightly, but the look in their eyes was something they had never seen before. She threw the crumpled paper into the trash can, glanced at her glasses one last time, and turned to walk back to the restaurant. Like Mengyu, Song Lingyun also underwent changes. Her life changed significantly after she received that money. She started going to shopping malls frequently, just like her roommate, buying clothes and skincare products that she could only admire in the past. She was the poorest and most beautiful in the dormitory. Although many people pursued her, none of them had much financial means. Listening to her roommates discuss various designer brands and what their boyfriends bought for them every day, while she couldn't say a word, made her feel very uncomfortable. Instead of using up your virginity in a relationship, you might as well sell it for a reasonable price, preferably by hooking up with a rich second-generation heir and living a life of luxury. Because of her recent extravagance, one of her roommates, who was wearing elaborate makeup, jokingly asked, "Lingyun, have you struck it rich lately?" Song Lingyun pursed her lips and explained vaguely, "No, it was money from my boyfriend." "Wow, you have a boyfriend?" Another roommate, who was trying on lipstick, turned around and said, "How many handsome guys must be heartbroken for you? But your boyfriend is really good to you, willing to spend so much money." The first roommate to speak leaned closer. "When are you going to meet up for a meal? Let us meet up too." Tang Yu, who hadn't spoken until now, also came over. She was from the wealthiest family in the dormitory and drove a BMW 7 Series. She usually took good care of Song Lingyun. She gently patted Song Lingyun's shoulder. "Let me treat you to a meal. Do you think you can get him to come out? I mainly want to help you check him out. These days, some people think they can fool girls with just a little money. Even if someone is rich, their character matters." Seeing that Tang Yu had already spoken, Song Lingyun felt a little embarrassed but couldn't refuse directly. She knew Tang Yu was genuinely concerned for her, so she could only nod and reluctantly agree. "Okay, then I'll ask him if he'll be free later." Song Lingyun had almost run out of money these past few days and wanted to meet with Chenli to see if he was free tonight. This way, she could both make money and enjoy herself. To be honest, she still reminisced about that night and would think about it from time to time. The experience that night left a deep impression on her. Now, whenever she thinks back on it, Chenli's image immediately appears before her eyes, and she can't help but recall it. Since we've come this far, let's arrange to meet with Chenli today. Chapter 021 Stadium Focus. After class in the afternoon, Chenli Gong returned to his dormitory and was stopped by Zhang Yishi and a few others. "Ali, let's go play ball." Hui Zihong put his arm around his shoulder. "It's been a long time since we played together." These roommates are all sports enthusiasts, and they all have straightforward and cheerful personalities. They never scheme against each other, so they get along very well. Chenli smiled and nodded. "Okay, let me change my shoes." He was about to change his shoes when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Song Lingyun. "Chenli, what are you doing?" 2 minutes later, another message arrived. "Are you busy?" "Getting ready to play ball. What's up? Which court are you going to?" Are you free tonight?" Looking at this message, Chenli couldn't help but recall Song Lingyun's youthful and touching appearance that night, and his heart fluttered a little. He replied, "The Hilltop Stadium, I'll see you tonight." Song Lingyun replied eagerly, "Okay, then, can I come to the Hilltop Golf Course to find you later? There's something I want to tell you in person. My roommate just wants to have dinner together so we can get to know each other. If you're not available, that's fine." The words conveyed a sense of caution and apprehension, as if afraid of being rejected. Looking at the message, Chenli could almost picture her nervously staring at her phone screen. "Okay. Great, I'll come find you at the stadium later." The outdoor basketball courts on university campuses are always bustling with activity, making them one of the most vibrant places on campus. On the field, players are sweating it out, and the sidelines are never quiet either. There are people jogging and exercising around the field. Couples strolled hand in hand, and many girls came specifically to watch their boyfriends play ball. The atmosphere becomes even more exciting whenever there is a competition between classes or departments. Cheers, shouts, and the sound of basketballs hitting the ground filled the air, and the entire court was brimming with youthful energy. At this moment, Song Lingyun had arrived at the basketball court, and as the recognized school beauty, her appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. She was dressed exceptionally casually today, in a simple white t-shirt paired with a light blue denim mini skirt. Her fair skin stood out in the sunlight, and her long, straight legs attracted a lot of attention. She held a bottle of mineral water in her hand, stood on tiptoe slightly, and looked back and forth between the several courts, clearly looking for someone. "Wu Tao, look! It's Song Lingyun." A boy resting on the sidelines nudged his companion with his elbow and said in a low voice, but his eyes never left her. Upon hearing this, the boy named Wu Tao turned his head sharply. Holy crap, it really is Ling Yun.
Is she here to watch the game?
Several boys who were resting nearby noticed the commotion and began whispering among themselves. Not only the boys, but even some of the girls watching the game on the sidelines couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, their eyes filled with scrutiny and a hint of envy.
Song Lingyun seemed to be used to this kind of attention and didn't pay much attention to the discussions and stares around her.
She was focused on continuing to search for that familiar figure, completely unaware that a burning gaze was following her closely from not far away. That gaze came from Wu Tao, the captain of the school basketball team. With a height of nearly 1.9 meters, excellent ball skills, and a fairly handsome appearance, he has become the male god in the hearts of many girls. Unfortunately, Song Lingyun, whom he liked, had no interest in basketball, leaving him with a lot of skills but no way to use them. That's why Wu Tao could hardly believe his eyes when he saw Song Lingyun appear on the basketball court.
He was overjoyed. Could she be here to watch the basketball game?
This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Normally, it's incredibly difficult for him to even ask Song Lingyun out for a meal. He has to go through her roommate to arrange a meeting. The opportunity was right in front of him, so he immediately straightened his jersey, put on a confident smile, and strode forward.
Lingyun, he stopped beside her. It's rare to see you at the stadium. Are you here to watch the game? Song Lingyun turned her head and saw Wu Tao. Her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. It was him again.
She certainly recognized the school basketball team captain. He had tried various ways to ask her out before. He kept sending messages, and she got so annoyed that she simply deleted his contact information. Unexpectedly, this person was like an unyielding plaster, and she actually managed to get her roommate to organize a meeting just to see her. No, she said detachedly, her eyes continuing to search the crowd. I'm looking for someone.
Who should I ask? I know this court well, maybe I can help.
Wu Tao seemed oblivious to the coldness in her words and continued to approach her warmly.
No need.
Song Lingyun finally looked him in the eye and said bluntly, Wu Tao, I'm serious, don't waste your time on me.
Lingyun, I truly love you, Wu Tao said, not backing down but instead taking a step closer, his voice lowered. With a hint of pleading, she said, is there something I did wrong?
Tell me, and I'll change anything. Just then, Song Lingyun's eyes lit up. She finally spotted Chen Li's figure in the half of the court diagonally opposite. He was dribbling the ball, running, and with a nimble change of direction, he got past the defender. She had no desire to deal with Wu Tao any longer, and said, then you should change the habit of always bothering me.
After saying that, he didn't look at Wu Tao again.
Holding the bottled water, he quickly walked towards Chen Li's direction, leaving Wu Tao standing there frozen, his face turning pale. After Song Lingyun left, Wu Tao remained frozen in place, and several of his teammates who usually played basketball with him surrounded him.
Tao Ge, you got rejected by the school beauty again?
A boy with a buzz cut put his arm around Wu Tao's shoulder, his tone filled with sympathy. The boy next to her with chestnut hair clicked his tongue and said, but to be honest, Song Lingyun's looks and figure are really top-notch, so it's normal that she has a cold temper.
Yeah, Tao, good things come to those who wait, another shorter teammate patted him on the back.
As long as she doesn't have a boyfriend yet, you still have a chance. Wu Tao forced a smile and was about to say something when his gaze inadvertently followed the direction Song Lingyun had gone. The next second, he froze. Song Lingyun stopped under the basketball hoop diagonally opposite and handed a bottle of mineral water to a boy who had just finished playing basketball. She tilted her head back as she spoke to him, her profile soft, a faint smile on her lips that he had never seen before.
Was she there specifically to bring this person water?
This image struck Wu Tao like a blunt object. A burning sensation, a mixture of jealousy, resentment, and disappointment, instantly coursed through his body, making his throat tighten and almost impossible to breathe.
Could this be her boyfriend?
After Chen Ligang finished a round, he was standing on the sidelines with Zhang Yishi and Gui Zihong, discussing the tactics they had just used. Sweat trickled down his temples. He wiped his face casually and looked up to see Song Lingyun walking towards them across the court. Clutching a bottle of mineral water tightly in her hand, she walked straight up to Chen Li under the watchful eyes of many people around her.
Chapter 022 Tangyu.
Chen Li, have some water, she said softly, handing him the water.
Thank you.
Chen Li took the water from her hand, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. He could clearly feel the gazes directed at him from all around. Some were envious, some curious, and most of all, undisguised jealousy. This made him feel a little uncomfortable.
He was used to keeping a low profile. After all, the taller the tree, the more the wind would blow, and Song Lingyun, as the school beauty, was the focus of attention wherever she went. Go back to your dorm and wait for me for a bit. I'll play one more game and then go back to take a shower. I'll contact you afterwards. Song Lingyun nodded obediently. Okay, then I'll go back and wait for you. Watching her turn and leave, Chenli finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be the center of attention, especially not in such a high-profile way as the school beauty delivering water. Holy crap, Ali! Zhang Yishi was the first to rush over, his eyes wide. What's going on? Song Lingyun personally brought you water? Wei Zihong leaned closer and asked, when did you become so familiar with the school beauty? Wu Chang, who was standing to the side, looked at him meaningfully and said, looks like something's up. Seeing his three brothers' dumbfounded expressions, Chenli knew that this matter couldn't be explained in a short time. He shook his head helplessly and drank the rest of the water in one gulp. Let's play ball, we're just ordinary friends. It seemed that many people on the sidelines were still looking at him, and whispers could be heard everywhere. Not far away, on the other side, Su Feng, a friend of Wu Tao, suddenly spoke up. I know the guy next to him, he is Zhang Yishi from the School of Economics. Really? Ah Feng, come with me for a moment, let's go say hello to them and get to know them. The two walked over to Chenli and his friends, and Su Feng greeted them first. Yishi, why didn't you let us know you were coming to play ball? Want to join us? Zhang Yishi, who was chatting enthusiastically, turned around, smiled when he saw the person who came in, and said, Su Feng, how could we dare to play against your school team? We're just having some casual exercise. You're being too polite, Su Feng said with a smile, patting his shoulder, but his gaze drifted to Chenli standing to the side. What's wrong? Zhang Yishi sensed the gaze directed at Chenli and asked directly. It's nothing, Su Feng said, pointing to Wu Tao beside him. My friend Wu Tao wants to get to know this brother. Wu Tao stepped forward. Hello, I am Wu Tao. Hello, Chenli. Chenli had already guessed the other party's purpose. What is it? Is Song Lingyun from earlier your girlfriend? Wu Tao asked somewhat nervously. No. Hearing this answer, Wu Tao visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Brother Chenli, to be honest, I've been pursuing her for a long time, but she deleted me on WeChat before. Could you do me a favor and get her to add me back? I can put in a word for you, but whether she adds you or not is none of my business. No problem, as long as you're willing to help. Chenli was decisive and immediately dialed Song Lingyun's voice call. Hey, Chenli, are you done playing ball? Song Lingyun's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Not yet. Could you add Wu Tao back on WeChat? Wu Tao. Is this your intention? Entrusted by someone. Okay. Song Lingyun thought for a moment and then agreed. Anyway, they wouldn't chat after adding each other. If the other person bothered her again, she could just delete them again. She had to consider Chenli's feelings. Overjoyed to receive a positive reply, Wu Tao thanked them repeatedly and insisted on treating Chenli and the others to a meal. Chenli politely declined having dinner with a man she didn't know well was a waste of time. Because of Song Lingyun's matter, Chenli lost his will to fight and decided to go back to the dormitory. Zhang Yishi and the others also stopped fighting and went back to the dormitory together. At this moment, several girls in Song Lingyun's dormitory were waiting for Chenli's reply. Guetsuetsue, with her exquisite makeup, glanced at the time, her tone slightly impatient. Lingyun, is your boyfriend still not done with his work? We've been waiting for quite a while. He was playing ball just now, it should be almost over. Song Lingyun explained, why don't you go to the restaurant first? We'll come find you after he's better. Tang Yu noticed Guetsuetsue's impatience, so she proposed a compromise. How about this, Chui, you two drive to our usual place to order first. Lingyun and I will wait here for her boyfriend, and then we'll go over together. This arrangement is reasonable, since Guetsuetsue has her own car, making it convenient for her to travel back and forth. Alright then. Guetsuetsue picked up her bag. We'll go grab a table and order first. Hurry up. After saying that, she and her other roommate contacted their respective boyfriends to prepare to leave, leaving only Tang Yu and Song Lingyun in the dormitory. Fortunately, it didn't take long before Song Lingyun's phone chimed, and she saw a message from Chenli saying it was ready. She immediately replied. Okay, let's meet at the school gate. Yu, Chenli is ready, let's go.
When Chen-li arrived at the school gate, he immediately saw Song Lingyun rolling down the window of a BMW 7 Series and waving at him. It seems her roommate comes from a well-off family, Chen-li thought to himself.
This car costs around $1 million.
If a student can drive a car like this, their family must be very well off. This also made him understand why Song Lingyun cared so much about material conditions. Spending all day with a roommate like that inevitably leads to a competitive mentality. After boarding the bus, Chen-li politely apologized, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting."
Song Lingyun quickly introduced the two. "This is Chen-li, and this is my roommate Tang Yu."
"Hello, Chen-li." Tang Yu also glanced at Chen-li in the rearview mirror.
"Hello," Chen-li replied with a smile and a nod. Almost simultaneously, a set of clear data flashed through Chen-li's mind. Tang Yu. Favorability rating, 0. Body size, 85. Appearance, 79. Number of times Koan was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0.
Although only a glimpse of her profile can be seen in the mirror, her smooth jawline and delicate nose are stunning enough. With her outstanding figure and clean romantic history, she is clearly a well-mannered and self-disciplined rich girl.
"Didn't you say you were playing ball? How come it ended so quickly?" Song Lingyun asked in confusion. "After you left, I played for a while and then went back to my dorm."
The three chatted casually along the way, but the atmosphere was slightly awkward because they were not yet familiar with each other. Song Lingyun didn't dare to say more, for fear of revealing the truth. After all, her relationship with Chen-li wasn't what her roommates imagined.
Soon, the car stopped in front of a beautifully decorated Cantonese restaurant.
Song Lingyun explained that this was a place where they often gathered for meals. After getting off the bus, Tang Yu finally had a chance to take a closer look at Chen-li. Her gaze was quickly drawn to the watch on Chen-li's wrist. Although she couldn't immediately identify the specific brand, she could sense that the watch had an extraordinary quality and was definitely not an ordinary item. What caught her attention even more was that Chen-li remained calm from the moment he saw her BMW until now, showing none of the surprise or envy that most people would have when they see a luxury car. This composed attitude, however, made her feel that this boy might not be so simple.
Chapter 23: Disdain at the dinner table.
The three of them entered a private room called Autumn Pavilion, where 2 men and 2 women were already seated.
They appeared to be Song Lingyun's roommates and their boyfriends. Judging from their clothing and appearance, these people must all come from well-off families.
Chen-li habitually scanned it with the system.
Gu Tsue. Favorability rating, 0. Weight, 61. Appearance, 62. Number of times Koan was attacked, 129. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 3. Zhang Min. Favorability rating, 0. Height, 65. Appearance, 59. Number of times I was attacked, 89. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 2.
Looking at these 2 sets of data, Chen-li couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This dorm room is really well balanced in terms of resources, with 2 people who are morally upright paired with 2 who have seen it all.
They've certainly got a good mix.
Song Lingyun briefly introduced the people present to Chen-li, who simply nodded casually, not intending to remember their names at all. He could clearly sense that these people were not very enthusiastic towards him, and even carried a hint of disdain. However, he couldn't be bothered to care. They were just a bunch of self-important guys. Of all the people present, besides Song Lingyun, Tang Yu was the only one worthy of his attention. The 2 girls flanked him from the left and right. Song Lingyun naturally wouldn't let Chen-li sit on the edge. After everyone was seated, Tang Yu raised her drink first. "Come on, let's welcome Lingyun's boyfriend, Chen-li." Everyone gave Tang Yu face and raised their glasses to welcome Chen-li, though their smiles carried a hint of perfunctoriness. As soon as they put down their glasses, they gathered in 2s and 3s to chat, leaving Chen-li completely ignored. In their eyes, Chen-li's clothes were unremarkable, only his watch looked nice, and he didn't even own a car. It's estimated that the money he gave to Song Lingyun was his savings accumulated over several years, which he only used to deceive the naive Song Lingyun. The women exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other perfectly. They were eager to expose the true face of this fake tycoon.
"Chen-li, you're really something."
Gu Tsue spoke first, a fake smile on her face.
"You actually managed to win over our school beauty, Song."
As she spoke, she subtly kicked her boyfriend under the table.
The boy immediately understood and continued the conversation.
"Yeah, Lingyun is the dream girl of so many boys in our school.
Brother Chen-li must have something special about him, right?" The seemingly casual greeting was actually a prelude to further probing.
Everyone present looked at Chen Li, waiting to see how he would respond. Just good luck, Chen Li said honestly. He genuinely felt lucky to meet such a gem like Song Lingyun on a trip to a brothel was truly an extraordinary stroke of luck.
Lingyun, can you tell me how Chun Li pursued you? Gu Tsue teased deliberately, wanting to hear about their love story.
Nothing special, we just naturally got together.
Song Lingyun's answer was vague, and she seemed a little guilty. So modest?
Zhang Min joined in the conversation.
I see you've bought tens of thousands of yuan worth of stuff lately, haven't you?
We've known each other for years, but I've never seen you so generous.
It must be from that super rich Chen Li, right?
Brother Chen Li is really generous. He spends tens of thousands of yuan on his girlfriend without batting an eye.
What kind of business does your family run? We can exchange ideas sometime. Her boyfriend chimed in.
In reality, these tens of thousands of yuan are just a month's pocket money for them. They asked this simply to probe Chen Li's background.
My parents are just ordinary office workers, Chen Li said with a faint smile.
He casually leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping calmly over the crowd. In his eyes, their petty schemes were nothing more than the performance of clowns. If it weren't for saving face for Song Lingyun, he would have gotten up and left long ago. Now, he wanted to see what tricks these people could come up with. Unlike the others present, Tang Yu remained calm and observant throughout. She kept staring at the extraordinary watch on Chen Li's wrist, but after looking at it for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what kind of watch it was. Although she couldn't accurately determine its value at the moment, her intuition from frequent contact with luxury goods told her that this was definitely not an ordinary item. While everyone was talking at once, she quietly sent a message to a friend who worked at a well-known watch store, inviting him to come and help with the authentication. This friend is a seasoned watch enthusiast who knows all the major brands like the back of his hand, so he will definitely be able to tell the origin of this watch.
Alright, why do you keep asking Chen Li so many questions?
Tang Yu spoke up at the right moment to defuse the situation, saying, Chen Li is our new friend. There will be plenty of time for us to get to know each other in the future. Song Lingyun leaned close to Chen Li's ear and whispered apologetically, I'm sorry, that's just how they are, don't take it to heart. Chen Li couldn't help but glance at Tang Yu a couple more times. In this environment where everyone was wearing tinted glasses, she neither followed the crowd in looking down on him, nor did she try to please him. Her words and actions were generous and appropriate, making people feel very comfortable. Just then, the door to the private room was gently pushed open, and a waiter pushed a food cart in. The exquisite silver dining cart was laden with mouth-watering delicacies, plump, bright red king crabs and steamed grouper glistening with an enticing sheen. Several uniquely presented high-end dishes instantly attracted everyone's attention. The dishes are all served, please help yourselves. Tang Yu greeted everyone, Chen Li, tonight we'll just have a simple meal, I hope you don't mind. Her gaze was sincere as she spoke, without a hint of boasting to her, it was indeed just an ordinary dinner. The crisp sound of cutlery clattering together instantly eased the slightly tense atmosphere, and everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to the delicious food in front of them. Having just finished playing ball, Chen Li was starving. Seeing the table full of delicious food, he didn't care about his image and started eating heartily.
Gu Tsue was even more convinced that Chen Li was ignorant and uncultured by his eating habits.
Chen Li, eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you.
Gu Tsue deliberately raised her voice, if it's not enough, we'll add some more dishes for you.
Just then, Tang Yu's friend arrived.
A well-dressed young woman stood at the door, and Tang Yu quickly got up to greet her. Let me introduce you all. This is my good friend, Li Fong. Tang Yu turned to Li Fong. Fong, these are my classmates.
After Li Fong took her seat, Tang Yu introduced everyone present to her. On the way here, Tang Yu had already explained the purpose and objective to her. During the introduction, Li Fong had already noticed the watch on Chen Li's wrist at a glance. Although she remained outwardly calm, her heart was in turmoil. The watch was like a swallow spreading its wings. You guys eat first, I'm going out for a bit. Chen Li suddenly put down his chopsticks, his expression changed, and he stood up, clutching his stomach. He didn't have time to explain further and rushed out of the private room in a few strides. He had eaten too fast and his stomach was churning so badly that he was in serious trouble if he didn't go to the toilet soon. As soon as Chen Li left, Tang Yu eagerly moved closer to Li Fong and asked in a low voice, how was it?
Li Fong took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly, Yu, your classmate is no ordinary person. He was wearing a Vacheron Constantin Swallow's Wings couple's watch.
The men's watch on his wrist alone is worth at least 5 million on the market, and there's no upper limit.
5, more than 5 million. Tang Yu gasped. Upon hearing this, the entire private room fell silent.
Guizue, who had been so smug just moments before, now turned pale and then flushed, looking as if she had swallowed a fly.
More than 5 million? Even if he sold all his family's possessions and went bankrupt, he still couldn't raise that amount.
Song Lingyun maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. She stared thoughtfully at Chen Li's empty seat.
Chapter 24. Why should you wrong yourself like this?
When Chen Li returned from the restroom, everyone in the private room was still stunned by the priceless watch. As soon as he entered, he sensed a change in the atmosphere, although everyone was still chatting casually. But the way they looked at him changed. It was filled with curiosity, a little caution, and perhaps even a hint of inquiry and awe.
Chen Li didn't take it to heart at all.
He calmly returned to his seat, picked up his teacup, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and slowly began to drink it. I ate too fast just now and had to go to the toilet, so my stomach is still a bit uncomfortable.
I'll drink some tea to soothe it.
On the surface, everyone continued to chat and laugh, but their eyes kept glancing at Chen Li. Watching him calmly sip his tea, his every gesture exuding nonchalance, they finally understood. For someone of Chen Li's caliber, their previous provocations were like ants challenging an elephant, not worth paying any attention to at all. Chen Li originally intended to leave, but seeing that Tang Yu's friend had just arrived, he decided to stay a little longer out of politeness. Anyway, everyone has eaten enough, so a little longer won't make a difference. Soon, Li Fang finished eating, and Tang Yu paid the bill and returned to the private room.
She stood by the table, smiling as she looked around. Has everyone finished eating? I've eaten.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tang, for the treat.
Guizue chimed in, her words sounding very warm and friendly. Thank you for your hospitality, Yu.
The others also expressed their gratitude.
Tang Yu smiled and waved her hand. We're all classmates, why be so polite?
As she spoke, she deliberately walked over to Chen Li and said sincerely, Chen Li, please don't mind if I didn't treat you well today.
Tang Yu's attitude towards Chen Li became noticeably warmer. She subtly observed this seemingly ordinary boy.
But he was secretly shocked to be able to casually wear a watch worth more than 5 million.
What kind of family wealth must one have?
Despite his formidable strength, he remained unassuming, a contrast that made Tang Yu realize he was no ordinary person and that she must carefully maintain this connection.
Tang Yu, you're too kind, Chen Li replied with a smile. Thank you for dinner. I'll treat you another day. Tang Yu.
Affection level, +3. Looking at the changing numbers on the system panel, this subtle change stirred something within him.
Should he bind himself to her?
Chen Li also had a good impression of her in this setting where everyone was wearing masks. She spoke and acted with great discretion. Unlike some people who take advantage of their privileged background to act superior, her innate good manners make people feel comfortable.
However, binding it is still not very suitable.
A girl from a wealthy family like her, who is used to the world. Having grown up in a wealthy environment, money and material possessions are unlikely to increase her favorability.
Lingyun, Chen Li, where are you going later? Do you need me to give you a ride? Tang Yu, this naive girl, obviously didn't understand things between couples. No need.
Song Lingyun's face flushed red, and she quickly waved her hand. We have some other things to do, we can just take a taxi ourselves. As she spoke, she secretly tugged at Chen Li's sleeve, her heart pounding with anxiety. This Tang Yu was so clueless.
Okay, let's meet again next time. Goodbye.
Outside the car window, the city lights flickered on and off on Song Lingyun's face. She buried her face in Chen Li's shoulder, her breath filled with his scent, and couldn't help but snuggle closer to him.
They said those things about you just now. Her voice was muffled, her fingertips unconsciously twirling Chen Li's clothes. Aren't you angry?
Chen Li looked down at the person in his arms, the light from the street lamp brushing against her slightly trembling eyelashes.
He reached out and stroked her hair, his tone indifferent. What's there to be angry about? They're just a bunch of self-righteous people.
These words made Song Lingyun's heart tighten, yet she felt inexplicably at ease. If it could always be like this, how wonderful that would be. Before she could finish speaking, she felt Chen Li's body stiffen almost imperceptibly. A brief silence fell over the carriage, broken only by the hum of the engine. Song Lingyun lowered her eyes, knowing she had crossed the line. They initially agreed that they would each get what they needed, but at some point, she began to crave him and start paying attention to his emotions and feelings. Chen Li gazed at the fleeting street scenes outside the window, feeling the soft touch of the person in his arms. He wasn't unaware of her feelings, it's just that there are certain boundaries that, once crossed, are difficult to reverse. Upon arriving at the hotel, Chen Lili checked in, took Song Lingyun's hand, and entered the elevator, swiping his card to open the door.
The moment the door closed, Song Lingyun eagerly kissed him, their warm breaths lingering between them. 10,000 words omitted here.
More than an hour later, only the sound of their intertwined breathing remained in the room.
Song Lingyun's cheeks were flushed, like a ripe peach.
She leaned softly against Chen Li's chest, her hair disheveled and scattered on the pillow.
Song Lingyun. Affection level, plus 53. Body size, 89. Appearance, 90. Number of times I was attacked, 5. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 1.
Looking at the soaring favorability rating on the system panel, Chen Li secretly lamented, how did this woman suddenly become so emotional? If I had chosen to bind her as my second target back then, given her current favorability rating, I believe it wouldn't have taken long to max out her credit limit. And she, of course, could have lived the comfortable life she had always dreamed of, but now it's too late to say anything.
Chan Li.
Song Lingyun suddenly looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. I don't want the money anymore, please let me be with you. Her voice was soft, filled with cautious anticipation. Chen Li raised his hand and brushed her sweaty forehead. We agreed not to talk about this. I don't care about titles. She hurriedly propped herself up, the silk sheets slipping from her shoulders.
I'm willing to be your secret lover.
I promise I won't disturb your life, and I'll never appear in front of your girlfriend. Looking at her humble posture, Chen Li felt a complex mix of emotions.
However, he cannot set this precedent.
Such a relationship may be mutually beneficial, but if it involves genuine feelings, it will only become more and more troublesome in the future. I don't have the time or the inclination to talk about relationships too much.
You don't need to be distracted. Song Lingyun quickly shook her head. I just want you to think of me occasionally, don't treat me like an object that can be traded for money.
As she finished speaking, her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes welled up with tears. Chen Li was silent for a moment, then finally reached out and ruffled her hair. Why do you have to wrong yourself like this?
Because I like you.
She whispered, then lowered her eyes shyly. Before Chen Li could respond, she took the initiative to kiss his lips, her awkward yet firm gesture conveying her deep affection. The soft light in the room gently enveloped the two intertwined figures, 10,000 words omitted here.
Chapter 25, Acquiring a Maybach.
The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Chen Li quietly got out of bed.
He had 2 professional classes in the morning.
He glanced at Song Lingyun, who was still fast asleep, transferred 80,000 yuan to her, and then took a taxi to school. Last night's passionate encounter had truly exhausted him, and his legs were still a little weak. As soon as he entered the teaching building, he saw Zhang Yishi waving at him from the end of the corridor.
Over here, Zhang Yishi said in a low voice with a mischievous smile, you didn't come home last night, did you spend the night with the school beauty, Song?
Chen Li sat down in the last row where they usually sat, and smiled helplessly. Don't talk nonsense. Gui Zihong leaned over and said, Ali, you're pretty good.
You won over Song Lingyun without making a sound. Zhang Yishi's eyes were full of envy. I wonder how many boys are heartbroken.
Song Lingyun is a recognized goddess, and you actually managed to win her over. The next 2 days were packed with classes, and Chen Li dutifully attended both. He refused Lu Yu's invitation to go out the day before yesterday. He had indeed overexerted himself that night and needed to rest properly. These past 2 days, Chen Li has been meeting up with Meng Yu for dinner every day after class. Just like any other couple on campus, the two would stroll hand in hand on the playground, and at night they would sneak into the school's famous couples grove. Last night, they found a bench deep in the woods and sat down. The dense woods cast dappled shadows, and the occasional whispers of other couples could be heard in the distance. Meng Yu leaned on his shoulder, the faint fragrance of her hair lingering around her nose. This thrill of secrecy, ironically, gave Chen Li a unique kind of pleasure compared to the indulgence in hotels. This kind of innocent campus romance has a unique charm. Since meeting Li Tingting, Meng Yu has fully adapted to a life of abundance, and his every move exudes composure. Honey, Li Tingting invited me to that club the other day, it was so luxurious. Meng Yu shared excitedly while taking small bites of dessert. Chen Li raised an eyebrow. How luxurious can a club be? You've never been there, you can't even imagine. The food is all high-end ingredients, with caviar and wagyu beef being standard. The massage therapists at the spa are exceptionally professional. She sighed with some regret. It's a pity that it's a women-only club, otherwise I really wanted to take you there to enjoy yourself. Just enjoy it. Chen Li smiled gently. He instructed Meng Yu to tell everyone that his family was well off and not to mention him. From Meng Yu's description, he could sense that it was a typical social circle of the wealthy, where people gathered together simply to look for cooperation opportunities and expand their networks.
Since Meng Yu likes this kind of life, let her be.
Anyway, people in that circle live a life of enjoying life, so let her be a wealthy woman in peace, and I'll be happy with that. This warm and loving interaction caused Meng Yu's feelings for him to grow stronger day by day. Her favorability rating soared to plus 98, almost reaching the maximum. That noon, Shenli was lying on his bed in the dormitory scrolling through his phone when an unknown number suddenly called. He answered the phone casually, and a respectful voice came from the other end. "Hello Mr. Chen, this is Xiao Zhang from the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. All the procedures for your Maybach order have been completed, including the license plate and insurance.
You can come and pick up the car at any time."
"Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Shenli sat up in bed and asked for the afternoon off. "I tidied myself up in front of the mirror, and a smile involuntarily crept onto my face after waiting for so long. I can finally get my first car." The ride-hailing car slowly pulled up in front of the impressive porch of the 4S store. Chen Ligang got out of the car, and his gaze involuntarily fixed on it.
What a coincidence!
I ran into the same girl I met when I ordered the car last time, and I saw her again today when I picked up the car. Qin Xiaoming was dressed particularly eye-catching today. A black spaghetti strap top accentuated her full curves. She casually draped a white sheer jacket over her clothes, but it couldn't hide her impressive bust. Beneath her denim shorts, a pair of long, straight legs shone brightly white, adorned with simple sandals, and her toes, painted with light pink nail polish, curled slightly. Shenli couldn't forget her stunning figure, which scored 92 points. The two got out of the ride-hailing car at the same time, and the moment their eyes met, sparks seemed to fly in the air.
It was him! Qin Xiaoming's heart suddenly raced, a mixture of surprise and trepidation. After their brief encounter last time, she couldn't forget this wealthy young man. Now that they met again, she secretly resolved to seize the opportunity. "What a coincidence," she said, flashing a sweet smile, her small nose wrinkling slightly. With a touch of playfulness, she said, "My name is Qin Xiaoming, can we get to know each other?"
Her voice was clear and melodious.
"Chun-Li."
He hesitated for a moment, his gaze lingering on her for a brief instant. Although the system showed that she had already been taken advantage of, such a rare gem is indeed hard to find, and it wouldn't hurt to make friends with her.
"Are you a student too?"
Qin Xiaoming walked to his side naturally, and the two walked side by side into the exhibition hall.
"Yes, I'm a junior at Zhengzhou University. I'm a sophomore at the teacher's college next door."
She paused, her voice suddenly softening. "That the person you saw last time?" "That's your private matter," Shenli interrupted her. Soon the two entered the spacious and bright showroom, where a salesperson warmly greeted them and guided them through the formalities. Qin Xiaoming sat down on the same sofa as Shenli. Because she was wearing a tank top, Shenli could catch a glimpse of her alluring curves from this angle with just a slight tilt of his head. Her full curves were faintly visible beneath the black fabric, rising and falling gently with her breath. He forced himself to look away, only to meet her clear, innocent eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, her purity tinged with an unconscious allure.
Shenli coughed lightly, feeling his throat was a little dry.
Noticing his gaze, Qin Xiaoming's face flushed red, and she tugged at her collar shyly. She was secretly delighted. It seemed he wasn't indifferent to her charm.
The two chatted happily. Qin Xiaoming was lively and bold.
Although she had been caught with her sugar daddy, she didn't seem to care at all and instead took the initiative to find topics to talk about.
Soon, Shenli's sales consultant came over with the documents. After signing, the salesperson smiled and gestured, "Mr. Chen, your car is ready. Please follow me."
Qin Xiaoming immediately stood up and followed them.
"Aren't you going to look at your car anymore?"
"I want to see your luxury car," she winked playfully.
Upon entering the exclusive vehicle handover area, a black Maybach was parked quietly.
The smooth lines gleam elegantly under the lights, the two-tone body showcases exceptional taste, and every detail exudes luxury and prestige. Qin Xiaoming's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim softly, "So beautiful."
Shenli couldn't hide his delight and eagerly got into the driver's seat.
The genuine leather seats perfectly wrap around the body, and the exquisite wood grain trim complements the metal buttons, creating an atmosphere of luxury throughout the cabin. Just then, a soft knocking sound came from outside the car window. Shenli lowered the window and met Qin Xiaoming's smiling face. "Senior Shenli," she said, gripping the car window with both hands and leaning forward slightly, "can I add you on WeChat?"
"Okay."
Shenli took out his phone, and the two added each other on WeChat. Watching the Maybach elegantly drive away, Qin Xiaoming stood still, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. She gently tapped on Chen Li's WeChat moments. Senior Chen Li, will you ever dislike me?
Chapter 026, Binding to the Second Target. Qin Xiaoming's life was not as glamorous as it seemed on the surface.
Every time she faced that man, she felt like something was stuck in her heart. They met at a friend's party, and he began pursuing her intensely. He showered her with designer handbags and luxury jewelry as if they were free, promising her a life of luxury. Ultimately, she succumbed to the onslaught of sweet words and promises. She gave him her most precious first time, and he gave her 50,000 yuan as a meeting gift and then gave her a fixed monthly allowance of 30,000 yuan. Until recently, I begged him to buy me this car, in exchange for my living expenses being reduced to 20,000 yuan. The car is registered in his name, and the house he lives in is also his property. Qin Xiaoming gradually realized that all she really had was that monthly fee that could be interrupted at any time. What worries her even more is that the wife is currently investigating her husband's mistress. However, having this money every month did indeed give her a different lifestyle compared to her classmates. While others were still carefully budgeting for a cup of milk tea, she could already easily treat the entire dormitory to afternoon tea and meals. While her roommate was agonizing over the cost-effectiveness of some daily necessities, she had already gotten the latest mobile phone. She uses designer cosmetics and carries designer bags. In everyone's eyes, Qin Xiaoming is a typical rich girl. She gradually became intoxicated by the feeling of being surrounded by envious glances, living in a luxury apartment, having tens of thousands of yuan in pocket money every month, and enjoying endless glory in her social circle. Until she ran into Chen Li at the 4S store that day, the scene of him calmly buying the Maybach in full that day was like a brand, deeply imprinted in her mind. Young, handsome, and richer than her current sugar daddy, this was exactly the kind of life she had always dreamed of. Meeting her again today, she was convinced it was fate. With her own resources, she was confident she could win over Chen Li. Judging from Chen Li's reaction to her probing earlier, he was indeed unable to resist her charm. Now she just had to wait for him to contact her. At this moment, Chen Li, driving a Maybach through the streets, was enjoying the pleasure brought by the luxury car. He drove aimlessly, as if he wanted to vent all his longing for a car over the years. Every man dreams of owning a car, just as men in ancient times cherished the legendary Fergana horse. This is not only a love for the car, but also a symbol of status, although Chen Li doesn't care about these empty titles. Having thoroughly enjoyed his driving experience, Chen Li was driving his Maybach through a bustling commercial district when his gaze was drawn to the striking red sign of a barista. He suddenly recalled the elegant scenes of elites in movies and TV dramas, drinking coffee while driving, and on a whim, he wanted to experience that kind of bourgeois lifestyle himself. He parked the car steadily in the parking space and strolled towards the coffee shop. The afternoon sun was warm and gentle, shining through the glass curtain wall onto the smooth ground. The line to order wasn't long, there were about 4 or 5 people ahead of us. Just as he looked down at his phone, he suddenly felt a light bump on his back. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." A clear female voice came from behind. "I didn't mean to, I'm really sorry." Chen Li turned around and saw a girl in a light blue dress looking at him apologetically. She wasn't particularly stunning, she wore light makeup, had big eyes, and slightly full lips, but overall she looked quite pleasing to the eye. Out of habit, he subconsciously initiated a system scan. Ma Rong. Affection level, +2. Weight, 54. Appearance, 51. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. Chen Li was taken aback when he saw the data that appeared on the system panel. +2 favorability points? This girl bumped into him and actually gained favorability? Although the data was mediocre, the 00 figure still piqued his interest. He wondered whether he should target this girl, since according to the data, girls with these qualities shouldn't be easy for outsiders to get. How about we make contact and see? It doesn't matter. Chen Li gave a gentle smile. My name is Chen Li. I was just about to buy coffee too. How about we go together? It's on me. The girl was clearly surprised to receive such an invitation, and her cheeks flushed slightly. My name is Ma Rong, well, thank you. What would you like to drink? I'll order for you. Go find a seat first. Just a cappuccino will do, Ma Rong said softly, turning to find a seat as a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. Actually, bumping into Chen Li just now was not an accident at all. She had noticed the luxury car and the young man who got out of it from a short distance away when Chen Li parked the car. So she had a sudden idea and deliberately moved closer to Chinli, pretending to bump into him by accident, hoping to create an opportunity to strike up a conversation. To her utter surprise, things went far too smoothly. She had mentally rehearsed her lines several times and prepared various arguments, but they were all useless. Chenli was even more proactive than she had expected. In just a few words, he seemed to have already fallen into her trap. This effortless success felt almost unreal to her. A moment later, Chenli came over with 2 cups of coffee and handed one to Ma Rong. He decided to get straight to the point and didn't want to waste too much time on this kind of probing.
Ma Rong, if I may ask, do you have a boyfriend now? Ma Rong was taken aback by the blunt question and almost choked on her coffee.
She lowered her head, feigning shyness as she fiddled with the straw. Not yet.
Then, can I pursue you? Why are you like this? Ma Rong gave him a playful glare, but inside she was overjoyed. Saying such things on our first meeting? That's too frivolous. Ma Rong.
Affection level, +12. Looking at the favorability rating displayed on the system panel, Chenli smiled knowingly.
It seems the girl doesn't dislike his directness, on the contrary, she likes it.
I'm just going with my gut feeling, Chenli shrugged.
The moment I saw you, I knew you were special. Shouldn't you show some sincerity when pursuing a girl?
Ma Rong tilted her head and said half-jokingly, at least give me a bag or something as a token of appreciation.
What's so difficult about that?
Chenli readily stood up and said, I'll go buy it now.
Ma Rong was both surprised and secretly pleased by Chenli's unwavering attitude.
As he stood up, Chenli silently recited in his mind, System, bind to Ma Rong.
Binding in progress. Binding complete. 1 spot has been secured, Ma Rong, current favorability rating, +12. Note, all available slots for binding have been filled. Chapter 27, 360 million.
The second floor of Mixi Mall still exudes luxury, with its gleaming marble floor resembling a giant mirror. The huge logos of LV, Gucci, Hermes, etc. are clearly reflected, each one carrying great weight and highlighting the consumption level here. Chenli casually put his hands in his pockets, watching Ma Rong flit from luxury store to luxury store like a bird that had been flattered. Buy it if you like it, no need to look at the price, Chenli said calmly, his voice particularly clear in the empty shop. Ma Rong was initially a little reserved, but with Chenli's reassuring gaze, she gradually opened up.
Chanel suits, Dior dresses, LV bags, she visited almost every brand she liked. Host spending on Ma Rong, 30,290 yuan.
Affection level, +12.
System credit, 363,480 yuan. Withdrawable amount, 244,463,480 yuan. Ma Rong. Affection level, +32. Host spending on Ma Rong, 83,150 yuan. Affection level, +32. System received, 2,660,800 yuan. Withdrawable amount, 247,124,280 yuan.
As the shopping bags piled up, Chenli watched the numbers constantly changing in the system, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Ma Rong has already spent over 600,000 yuan today, and her favorability rating has soared to +67, while her account has gained over 20 million yuan. Withdrawable amount, 275,184,780 yuan. Looking at Ma Rong's eyes, which were shining with excitement, Chenli secretly shook his head. This woman's desire to buy things is truly astonishing. Next time, it would be better to just transfer the money to her and let her buy it herself. That would save her the trouble. But since we're here today, we might as well stay and see it through.
Chenli, I really can't carry anymore.
Ma Rong said with some difficulty, looking at the mountain of shopping bags piled up at her feet.
But her gaze lingered on the shop window, clearly still wanting more.
Then we'll buy them next time, Chenli said, taking the heaviest bags from her hands.
The two returned to the Maybach.
Ma Rong sat on the soft leather seats, her palms still warm from the shopping spree. She secretly glanced at the exquisite interior decorations of the car. The carbon fiber trim gleamed under the lights, and the metal mesh cover of the speakers exuded a cold, sophisticated feel.
If only I could own my own car.
Once the thought popped into her head, it grew wildly in her heart like weeds. She recalled Chenli's composed demeanor as he swiped his card, and the envious glances from passers-by when she was carrying large bags. But then she hesitated. She'd already spent over 600,000 yuan today. Was asking for another car too greedy? What if she angered Chenli?
But then I thought about it again, and he had readily agreed to whatever I wanted to buy, so maybe he didn't care about the money at all? Her fingers unconsciously twisted the chain of her newly bought Chanel bag, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of her chest. Through the rearview mirror, she secretly observed Chenli's profile, trying to find a clue from his expression. The worst that could happen is rejection, right? She thought to herself. But what if he says yes? After fastening her seatbelt, she tentatively asked, "Chenli, your car must be very expensive?" "A few million, I guess," Chenli said casually as he started the car. Then. Ma Rong took a deep breath and mustered her courage to say, "Could you buy me a car too? It doesn't have to be such a nice one." After saying this, her heart pounded, fearing that this excessive request would anger Chenli. Unexpectedly, Chenli simply raised an eyebrow. "What kind of car do you want?" "Wow. BMW 7 Series. Ma Rong's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but her eyes sparkled with anticipation. That was the car model she had always dreamed of. She remembered a rich girl arriving at her high school reunion in a BMW 5 Series. That impressive sight remains unforgettable for her. She wishes she could drive a 7 Series to the next gathering. "Okay, let's go buy it now." Chenli said it so casually, yet it left Ma Rong completely stunned. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that her throat felt like it was blocked by something. This is a BMW 7 Series, not those luxury handbags from before. How could he not even hesitate? Even after the car smoothly drove into the BMW 4S store parking lot, Ma Rong still felt like she was dreaming. She looked at the gleaming BMW logo in the showroom, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of her dress. "Welcome to BMW." The sales consultant greeted him warmly, his gaze lingering for a moment on the watch on Chenli's wrist before becoming even more respectful. Chenli pointed directly to the sapphire blue 7 Series in the center of the showroom. "Do you have this top-of-the-line model?" Yes, the salesperson nodded quickly. "This is the top-of-the-line 740 Li premium model, with all the features included." The entire car purchase process went incredibly smoothly. Ma Rong's hand was still trembling slightly when she signed the purchase contract. It wasn't until she received a text message from the bank confirming the successful car purchase that she realized, as if from a dream, that this luxury car worth 1.26 million yuan truly belonged to her. Ma Rong. Affection level, plus 79. At the same time, Chenli's system notifications sounded one after another. Host spending on Ma Rong, 1,260,000 yuan. Affection level, plus 79. System received, 99,540,000 yuan. Withdrawable amount, 344,003,480 yuan. Looking at the balance of 340 million on the system panel, plus the more than 20 million in the bank card, the total assets have reached 360 million. Chenli thought to himself, as long as Meng Yu and Ma Rong don't cause any problems, we can quickly achieve the 4 billion target. He wasn't too worried about Meng Yu, but Ma Rong was a different story, since he didn't know her. He glanced at the girl in the passenger seat, still immersed in ecstasy. This enormous fortune was now up to her to keep her promise. On their return journey, the two shared the same feelings. When Chenli asked Ma Rong where she was to be sent, he was somewhat surprised to learn that she was a student at a teacher's college, the same school as Qin Xiaoming, whom he had just met that day. As the Maybach slowly drove into the campus, it immediately attracted countless eyes. Girls stopped in twos and threes to watch and whisper among themselves. "My God, is that a Maybach? When did such a rich kid come to our school?" As Chenli drove, he habitually used the system to scan the girls passing by. It must be said that there are indeed many girls in teacher training colleges, but to his disappointment, not many of them have high scores. Occasionally there are a few girls with 0 scores in both appearance and body, but their scores are very low. "Let's stop here," Ma Rong said, pointing to a dormitory building not far away. After the car came to a stop, Ma Rong got out of the car in full view of everyone. She deliberately slowed down her movements and calmly took out a bunch of shopping bags with luxury brand logos from the back seat. The envious glances from the girls around her greatly satisfied her vanity. "I transferred 100,000 to you. Go buy it yourself next time. If you need more money, just ask me for it." "Okay, thank you, Chenli." She smiled sweetly, her voice as sweet as honey. Watching Ma Rong walk briskly towards the dormitory building, Chenli seemed thoughtful, hoping she could control herself. After all, it takes more than just ambition to handle such immense wealth. Chapter 28 Li Tingting's Circle. After returning to school,
Shenli parked his car in the parking lot outside the school.
Although he was no longer short of money.
But I still don't want to be too flashy, lest I become the focus of attention on campus.
Pushing open the dormitory door, a pungent, salty smell hit me. Zhang Yishi lay sprawled on the bed, his legs dangling over the edge.
Wu Zihong slumped in his chair, scrolling through his phone like a deflated balloon. Wu Chang, on the other hand, lay on his desk, listlessly flipping through his textbooks.
Ali is back? Zhang Yishi didn't even look up. You've been disappearing like a ghost lately. Have you forgotten that there are still 3 lazybones in the dorm? You do not say. Wu Zihong replied lazily, is it because you're having too much luck with women and can't keep up?
Looking at his brother's listless appearance, he recalled how they had helped him a lot when he was down on his luck. Now that he has money, it's time to repay his good brothers.
Come on, let's go have dinner. Chenli clapped his hands. I just bought a car. Let me take you guys for a spin. Have a meal?
Wu Zihong sprang up from his chair with a somersault. I like this.
Wait a minute, Wu Chang pushed up his glasses. You said you bought a car?
Yes, I just bought it.
Then what are we waiting for?
Zhang Yishi immediately jumped out of bed. Quickly show us your car. The group walked out of the school gate laughing and joking. Chenli led them through the parking lot and finally stopped in front of a brand new Maybach. The 3 of them were stunned. Wu Zihong opened his mouth, unable to speak for a long time, while Wu Chang squatted down and carefully examined the logo on the wheel rim. Zhang Yishi walked around the car, gently touching the smooth paint, as if to confirm that this was not an illusion.
Maybach?
Wu Zihong finally found his voice. Holy crap, Ali, you're awesome.
Open the door. Open the door. Zhang Yishi couldn't wait any longer. Let me experience what it's like to drive a Maybach. Ali, how much does this car cost?
Wu Chang remained as calm as ever, but his voice betrayed his surprise.
It's not much money, Chenli said casually, opening the driver's side door.
Get in first, I'll take you out for a nice meal. The 3 of them hurriedly climbed into the car, excitedly touching and looking at everything, and the car was immediately filled with their exclamations of amazement. Looking at his brother's excited expressions in the rearview mirror, Chenli couldn't help but smile. Chenli skillfully pressed the start button, and the Maybach was awakened with a deep and steady engine sound. He lightly gripped the steering wheel, gently applied the accelerator, and the car smoothly drove out of the parking space and merged into the traffic on the street. I'm planning to take them to the Cantonese restaurant where I ate with Song Lingyun last time. Although the seafood feast he had last time gave him diarrhea, he still remembers the delicious taste vividly. Thinking of the tender and smooth steamed grouper and the fragrant and crispy typhoon shelter-style fried crab, he couldn't help but swallow.
I absolutely have to try it again this time.
I'll eat slowly then and be careful with the portions. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chenli ordered 2 dishes he liked and then handed the menu to his roommates. Order whatever you want. Just as everyone was enthusiastically discussing what dish to add, Chenli's phone rang. It was a message from Mengyu. Honey, Li Tingting invited me to dinner with her friends, both men and women.
Are you free to come with me?
Chenli glanced at his roommates, who were engrossed in studying the menu, and quickly replied.
I'm having dinner with my roommate. You can go by yourself, it's fine. Okay, I'll go by myself then. If you're going to drink, don't drive. Don't be afraid to spend money, we'll pay for what we should treat you to. I know, I never drink, don't worry.
Chenli put down his phone, lost in thought. Li Tingting and her group have been contacting Mengyu more frequently lately, presumably because someone recognized the valuable spirit swallow spreading wings in her hand. In this circle, a luxury watch is often the best calling card. These rich kids clearly had their eyes on Mengyu, which is why they were vying to invite her into their social circles. However, this is also good. Chenli took a sip of tea, thinking that letting Mengyu get in touch with these people's circles and expand her network would only benefit her in the future. After all, given her current social standing, she'll eventually have to integrate into these high-end social circles.
Accumulating resources now may prove very useful in the future.
Ali, how about we add a roast goose? Zhang Yishi's voice pulled him back to reality.
Make yourselves at home, it's not like we're short of money.
Mengyu followed Li Tingting to a place called Mingyue Restaurant. As soon as she got out of the car, she looked at the restaurant, a gleaming golden entrance, hostesses in cheongsams, and the melodious sound of a guzheng coming from inside. She sighed inwardly, thinking how these rich kids really knew how to enjoy themselves, choosing increasingly upscale places. Once I've experienced all these great places, I'll definitely bring Chenli here to enjoy them too. As Meng Yu pondered this, he followed Li Tingting inside. Li Tingting secretly observed Meng Yu from the side, and she noticed that the girl had changed quite a bit recently.
My skin is more hydrated, and I radiate confidence.
It seems that brand-name skincare products and a good life really do nourish people. Meng Yu now exudes an elegance she never had before in every gesture. The two entered the reserved private room, where 4 people were already seated: Sun Yan, whom they had met before, along with 2 men and 1 woman. Both boys were quite handsome and dressed very well, clearly coming from well-off families.
Tingting, you finally arrived.
A boy with chestnut-colored hair joked with a laugh, if we don't come soon, we'll be starving. I rushed over as soon as get out of class ended, it wasn't slow at all.
Li Tingting responded familiarly, clearly knowing them all well.
Sun Yan warmly invited them to sit down. Meng Yu, Tingting, come and sit here. Li Tingting stood up and formally introduced him to everyone. This is my classmate Meng Yu.
Meng Yu, hello. Welcome, Meng Yu. I've heard Tingting mention you before.
The group greeted Meng Yu warmly and friendly, showing no signs of the disdain often associated with wealthy young men. Meng Yu responded calmly to each question, her voice soft yet confident. It's a pleasure to meet you all. She sensed the genuine welcome in their eyes, which eased her previously tense nerves. Actually, before coming, Sun Yan had already briefly mentioned in the group that she would be bringing a new friend today. When others curiously pressed for details about Meng Yu's background, Sun Yan simply smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll find out when you meet him."
This hesitation only piqued everyone's curiosity.
The atmosphere at the table was relaxed and pleasant. The exquisite dishes were quickly filled on the turntable, and everyone enjoyed the food while chatting about their recent lives. Li Tingting moved closer to Meng Yu and quietly introduced the backgrounds of the people present. Meng Yu then realized that, apart from Sun Yan whom he had met before, the others were also wealthy second-generation heirs from well-off families. The couple behaving affectionately are lovers, the children of the owner of a well-known local supermarket. Sitting opposite her was Wei Jia, whose family ran a sizable import and export business and was quite well known in the industry. As the 2 women whispered to each other, Wei Jia's gaze frequently fell on Meng Yu. Meng Yu may not be the kind of beauty that immediately takes your breath away. Her features are delicate and gentle, and she also possesses a superior figure and poise. A slender waist, long legs, and perfectly proportioned curves, every feature of hers perfectly matched his aesthetic preferences. What captivated Wei Jia even more was that when she smiled, her eyes curved into 2 crescent moons, exuding a warmth reminiscent of first love.
As someone who knows his stuff, Wei Jia recognized the spirit swallow spreading wings in Meng Yu's hand at a glance, and wouldn't dare to even ask about it without considerable wealth. At that moment, Wei Jia developed a strong interest in Meng Yu, and he secretly resolved to find an opportunity to get to know this girl better.
Chapter 29. Meng Yu, can I add you on WeChat? Li Tingting was whispering to Meng Yu, her head turned to the side, and their cheerful laughter could be heard from time to time. Sitting opposite, Sun Yan shared recent funny stories with everyone, eliciting continuous laughter from the crowd. The couple naturally served each other food, occasionally exchanging a few words in hushed tones. Their behavior was intimate but not overly affectionate. Wei Jia picked up his teacup and took a small sip, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over Meng Yu. Seeing her listening intently to Li Tingting, with a faint smile on her lips, her gentle appearance stirred his heart slightly. Wei Jia joined the conversation at the opportune moment, speaking in a relaxed and natural tone. Is this Meng Yu's first time here? Meng Yu looked up, met his friendly gaze, and nodded with a smile. Yes. Then we'd love to recommend some of our signature dishes to you. Wei Jia smiled and turned to the waiter. Add another serving of honey-glazed char siu and mango pomelo sago, both of which are local specialties. The atmosphere at the table became even more lively because of this conversation, and everyone started recommending their favorite dishes to Meng Yu. Wei Jia watched Meng Yu chatting and laughing with the others, and his gaze softened unconsciously. He picked up his glass and casually turned to Meng Yu and Li Tingting. Meng Yu, Tingting, aren't you going to have a drink? I drove here, so I won't drink. Li Tingting quickly waved her hand in refusal, then picked up her teacup, saying, I'll drink tea instead of alcohol.
Sorry, I don't drink alcohol.
Meng Yu shook his head slightly. She kept Chen Li's advice in mind, don't do things you don't want to do just to please others. Even without the reason of driving, she doesn't like drinking anyway, and besides, it's always safer for a girl to stay sober when she's out.
It's okay to have a little bit, right? We're all friends. Wei Jia still wouldn't give up on urging him to drink.
If Meng Yu had been drinking, she would be more talkative, and he could take the opportunity to learn more about her. With his rich experience, he could tell at a glance that Meng Yu was still an innocent girl, and such girls were most likely to open up when drunk.
I really don't want to drink it, I'm sorry.
Meng Yu still politely declined, unmoved by the other party's friendship theory. If a relationship can only be maintained through drinking, then it's better to not have that friend. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting a little awkward, Sun Yan raised her glass at the right time to smooth things over. Meng Yu really doesn't like drinking.
Wei Jia, if you want to drink, I'll drink with you. Then let's toast Sister Sun Yan.
Wei Jia readily raised his glass, a hearty smile spreading across his handsome face. He was already handsome, and his carefree demeanor made him even more likable. Sun Yan could see it clearly from the side. Wei Jia's feelings for Meng Yu were practically written all over his face. His gaze kept drifting towards Meng Yu all night, and he paid extra attention to her reactions when he spoke.
This level of attention clearly showed that he liked Meng Yu.
If Meng Yu were still single, we could try to set them up, Sun Yan thought to herself. Although she was unsure of Meng Yu's current relationship status, from her perspective as someone who had been through it all, Wei Jia was indeed a good choice. In her opinion, the two of them looked exceptionally well matched standing together. Wei Jia goes without saying he comes from a wealthy family and is also very outstanding.
He is a recognized high-quality guy in their circle.
Although Meng Yu is low-key, her composed and dignified demeanor, as well as her well-proportioned and beautiful figure, make her a perfect match. Not only Sun Yan, but the couple at the table also noticed this. They would occasionally bring Meng Yu and Wei Jia into the conversation, the two of them echoing each other, praising Wei Jia's excellence in every word and phrase. Their intention to bring them together was all too obvious. Li Tingting, sitting next to Meng Yu, remained completely sober throughout. As Meng Yu's good friend, she naturally had to consider Meng Yu's feelings. If Meng Yu also has feelings for Wei Jia, she would naturally be happy to see it happen. If not, she would still try to help her friend resolve this entanglement. For a moment, everyone at the table was focused on Meng Yu. However, the naive Meng Yu was completely unaware of this, thinking that everyone was just taking care of her as a newcomer, which was why they kept bringing up the topic of conversation with her. Even when others praised Wei Jia, she only took it as normal praise among friends and didn't think about it in terms of romantic feelings. This handsome and wealthy man was indeed pleasing to the eye, but she never imagined that he would be particularly interested in her.
The atmosphere at the dinner table grew increasingly lively. Wei Jia and Sun Yan raised their glasses in a toast, and occasionally everyone chatted and laughed together.
While chatting animatedly, Meng Yu savored the delicacies on his plate, occasionally turning to the side to exchange a few whispered words with Li Tingting beside him, quite at ease.
The meal didn't end until after 8 p.m.
Seeing that everyone was having a great time chatting, Meng Yu found a moment to quietly leave and go to the front desk to pay the bill. The bill showed 18,900, mainly due to the expensive bottle of red wine. She glanced at it and knew what to expect. This amount of money was nothing to her now, and it was only right that she treat everyone to their first meal with her new friends.
Meng Yu's expenses, 18,900 yuan.
Affection level, plus 98.
System received, 1,852,200 yuan.
Withdrawable amount, 345,855,680 yuan. Shenli, who was drinking, received a system notification and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Meng Yu's dinner party had ended.
Meng Yu, why did you pay the bill?
Upon learning this, Wei Jia hurriedly stepped forward, his tone tinged with concern. You're a first-time guest, how can we let you spend money?
Meng Yu smiled slightly. It's alright, it's a pleasure to meet everyone today. I'll treat you to a meal. I can't accept this.
Sun Yan chimed in, affectionately taking Meng Yu's arm. Don't do this next time.
It's our turn to treat. Everyone thanked Meng Yu and left the restaurant in twos and threes.
The cool night breeze gently blew by, and the neon lights at the restaurant entrance flickered in the night. Wei Jia suggested moving to a karaoke bar to continue the second half of the game, and several people immediately agreed. Sorry, I have to go back to school now, Meng Yu politely declined, apologetic smile on her face. Seeing this, Li Tingting, who originally didn't want to go either, immediately responded, then I won't go either.
I'll take Meng Yu back. Wei Jia strode up to Meng Yu, took out his phone, and asked earnestly with a hint of expectation, Meng Yu, can we add each other on WeChat?
Of course. Meng Yu took out her phone and scanned the QR code to add her as a friend. In her view, this was just normal social interaction between friends, and she was completely unaware of the joy that flashed in Wei Jia's eyes. As night deepened, the two groups said goodbye at the entrance of the restaurant. Wei Jia watched Li Tingting drive away, keeping his eyes on the car until the taillights disappeared into the night before reluctantly turning his gaze away.
Everyone's already gone, why are you still looking?
Sun Yan teased with a smile, gently touching her shoulder.
Sister Sun Yan, you absolutely have to help me. He looked away. I know.
Sun Yan smiled knowingly. Next time I have the chance, I'll help you find out more about the situation. Chapter 30. Lu Yu's longing. Chenli, who was enjoying his drink, felt his phone vibrate in his pocket.
He took it out and saw it was a message from Mengyu. Honey, we've finished eating. Tingting is coming back to school with me. Are you still eating over there? Chenli smiled and looked down. We're almost done here. You guys eat pretty fast.
Yes, they went to a karaoke bar for the second half of the night.
Tingting and I didn't go, we left first. Tomorrow's the weekend, do you have any plans?
Chenli took a sip of his drink, his thoughts already drifting to the house.
It's time to buy Mengyu a villa.
With such a large expense at the moment, buying a house is the most suitable option. Otherwise, if she only relied on buying small items, it would take her a long time to max out her 2 billion yuan credit limit. No, Mengyu replied almost instantly, her tone filled with excitement.
So, are you going to take me somewhere fun? Let's buy a house tomorrow.
After the message was sent, there was a long silence on the other end.
Chenli could imagine her staring blankly at the screen, blinking. Buy a house?
She checked it again before cautiously replying with a single word, okay. Mengyu gripped her phone, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest.
Buying a house? Chenli actually wanted to take her to buy a house.
This was both within her expectations and took longer than she anticipated. She knew she would definitely buy the house, but she didn't expect Chenli to do it so quickly. For her, a house is more than just a place to live. It means that she and Chenli are finally going to have a home of their own. They are all from the province, and Xiangzhou is the best and most developed city in the province, so it is almost a natural thing for them to stay and develop here in the future. Having her own little home here was a wish she had secretly dreamed of but never spoken aloud. She couldn't help but start imagining what life would be like in the future, shopping at the supermarket together on weekends, cooking together,
snuggling up on the sofa at night to watch a movie.
How wonderful it would be if these ordinary daily routines of couples could happen in their own homes. Seeing her like this, Li Tingting couldn't help but come over and tease, "Oh, who are you chatting with so happily?
Is it Wei Jie?"
Mengyu shook her head, her tone tinged with sweetness. "He's my boyfriend."
"When did you get a boyfriend? Is he also from our school?" Li Tingting asked in surprise. "It's always been there, it's at our school."
Mengyu chuckled. "I was planning to invite him to join us tonight, but he went out to dinner with his roommate." Li Tingting sighed silently for Wei Jie. Judging from his behavior tonight, he clearly liked Mengyu, so it was completely hopeless now. At the same time, she also developed a strong curiosity about the boyfriend Mengyu mentioned.
What kind of boy could win over Mengyu, a girl from the neighborhood who also comes from a wealthy family?
Li Tingting should ask her roommate Lu Yu about this. She knows the answer perfectly well. At this very moment, Lu Yu was lying in bed, anxiously refreshing Chenli's WeChat chat window. She's been buying all sorts of things these past few days and has spent all her money. She even tried to ask Chenli out a couple of days ago, but he politely declined.
She's feeling really uneasy.
She would scroll through short videos for a while, then open WeChat repeatedly. She both hoped he would suddenly appear and was afraid that being too proactive would annoy him.
She really missed him. Even if he didn't give her money, can a woman never forget the first man in her life? She seems to understand a little now.
Just as she was about to be consumed by anxiety, her phone suddenly vibrated and the screen lit up.
"Can you drive?" "It's Chenli." Lu Yu almost jumped out of bed, staring intently at the words, repeatedly confirming that it wasn't a hallucination.
She was so excited that her fingertips trembled, and she replied with a yes in a second, her heart pounding as if it were about to explode.
"See you at the school gate in 20 minutes.
Okay, she replied incoherently, overwhelmed by the joy of being pampered that night. Having been drinking, Chenli called a designated driver, who was currently on his way to take Zhang Yishi and the others back to school. Tomorrow is the weekend, and everyone at the table is drinking to their heart's content, helping each other up and down, unable to speak clearly. Chenli leaned back in his chair, looking at the lights flowing outside the window, and decided not to go back to the dormitory tonight. Recalling his rejection of Lu Yu's invitation a couple of days ago, Chenli, who had been drinking, felt a surge of primal thoughts that rose within him along with the effects of the alcohol. Without further hesitation, he opened WeChat and sent her a message directly. In a sense, Lu Yu was his first woman. No, it should be said that he and Lu Yu were each other's first. He also planned to give her some money. A woman who's with him shouldn't be living in poverty. After dropping Wei Zi home and the others off at the school gate, he leaned back in the passenger seat and breathed a sigh of relief before taking out his phone to check messages.
Lu Yu had already sent a message, "Shenli, I'm at the door, where are you?" He replied briefly, a black Mercedes parked in front of the stationery store. Before long, that familiar figure came into view. Lu Yu's outfit tonight was casual yet eye-catching, a simple pure white t-shirt. She wore a pair of light blue super short casual pants, which showed off her long and straight legs without reservation. Her legs had smooth lines and delicate skin, which shone brightly in the hazy night, attracting the attention of passers-by. Her face was so exquisite that it was unforgettable. Her clear eyes were like pools of spring water, her nose was straight and delicate, and her lips had a natural rosy hue. Her figure was curvaceous, and the simple white t-shirt was stretched to an amazing degree, revealing the curves below her slender waist. Several boys passing by kept turning around to look at her, their eyes full of lust. The moment they saw her open the door of the Mercedes and get in, their expectant gazes turned into disappointment and murmurs. Some people were envious, while others walked away with a sour look on their faces. Shenli saw all of this. As soon as Lu Yu sat in the driver's seat, she smelled a faint smell of alcohol on Shenli. He was staring intently at her, and that look made her cheeks flush, but her heart felt sweet. Especially when he subconsciously swallowed, she couldn't help but laugh, turned to the side, and gently kissed him on the cheek. "Drive faster," Shenli urged impatiently. Lu Yu then noticed the brand new Maybach beneath her, and the luxurious interior left her speechless with surprise. Without a doubt, it was Shenli-san who bought the car. She suppressed the shock in her heart, gripped the steering wheel, and slowly drove the car toward the hotel. As soon as the car stopped at the hotel entrance, Shenli quickly completed the check-in procedures. The two walked quickly into the elevator one after the other, and as soon as they entered the room, their last bit of restraint disappeared. Clothes were scattered haphazardly on the floor from the doorway to the sofa in this small but warm room. Only the intertwined breathing of the two, their panting continuing into the deep of night, long and secretive. 10,000 words of battle scenes omitted here. Chapter 31, Joyue Mansion. The following morning, several bright spots of light fell beside the bed, and the whole room was filled with a lazy tranquility. Shenli was fast asleep when he vaguely felt something moving gently in his arms. He groggily opened his eyes and found that Lu Yu had woken up sometime earlier and was gently rubbing against his shoulder like a spoiled kitten. He rubbed his temples. He had indeed drunk quite a bit last night, and his memory was all blank. It wasn't until he saw clearly that the person in his arms was Lu Yu that the scenes from last night gradually became clear in his mind. "Lu Yu, what time is it?" "It's past 10 o'clock. Lu Yu responded lazily, her voice still drowsy. Shenli remembered that he was going to take Mengyu to buy a house today, and tried to get up, but felt dizzy and groggy. "My head feels heavy and painful, as if something is pressing down on it." He tried to sit up, and immediately felt dizzy. He quickly grabbed the edge of the bed to avoid falling back down. "My whole body feels sore and weak, my joints are stiff, and it's painful to move even a little." He licked his dry lips. His throat ached from the dryness, and he felt a slight nausea in his stomach. "The effects of last night's alcohol haven't worn off yet, and I feel completely drained. Even lifting my arm feels difficult." He leaned against the headboard for a while before finally managing to muster the energy to get out of bed. "Why did you drink so much last night? You have no self-control." Lu Yu's face flushed red as she finished speaking. After hearing Lu Yu's words, Shenli scanned the data with the system and a set of data appeared before his eyes. Lu Yu. Affection level, plus 18. Height, 86. Appearance, 83. Number of times I was attacked, 9. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 1. Looking at these numbers, so many, no wonder Lu Yu said that. Shenli couldn't help but rub his temples. After drinking, I was indeed less restrained than usual and went a bit too far. "Go wash up, I have something to do later." Lu Yu responded obediently. Shenli picked up his clothes one by one and put them on. He planned to go back to his dormitory to take a shower and change his clothes before going to find Mengyu to buy a house. Seeing that Lu Yu was limping when she walked, Shenli immediately transferred 60,000 yuan to her. He could certainly give more than the agreed amount, but what about next time? When it comes to paying salaries, the worst thing you can do is break the rules arbitrarily. If you give too much this time and too little next time, it will make people feel unbalanced. This isn't about right or wrong, it's purely human nature. As long as she has at least a few 100,000 in income each month, that's enough. When you have free time, you can take her shopping, but the fixed salary should still be paid as agreed. As for whether to add it later, we'll talk about that later. How come there's an extra 10,000? Lu Yu asked, looking at the red transfer box in the WeChat chat. Consider it compensation for you. Lu Yu bit her lip and suddenly looked at him seriously. Chen-Li, can I be with you? I don't need any title or this kind of money.
Chen-Li gazed into her eyes, which were like a pool of flowing, clear spring water, exceptionally bright. Lu Yu does possess a unique charm, however, based solely on the system's rating. She might not be as strikingly beautiful as Song Lingyun, but her clear and lively eyes seemed particularly real and captivating. As long as we don't talk about feelings or want a formal relationship, everything else is negotiable. As for money, we'll decide based on how much she needs later.
Okay, use the money I gave you this time.
Seeing Chen-Li nod in agreement, Lu Yu's face instantly broke into a bright smile. She held Chen-Li's arm tightly with both hands, her eyes and brows brimming with unconcealed joy. In the future, when I want him, I won't let him feel like I'm after his money. I just want to discuss life with him. After dropping Lu Yu off, Chen-Li parked the car, contacted Meng Yu, and quickly went back to his dorm to take a shower and change his clothes.
His series of smooth and seamless actions left Wei Zihong and the others in the dormitory stunned. Before they could react, Chen-Li had already left the room. At the school gate, Meng Yu was already waiting there. As soon as she saw Chen-Li, she immediately greeted him with a smile and affectionately took his arm. Where's the car? Follow me.
Chen-Li led her to the side of the road, where they immediately spotted the sleek and elegant Maybach. Meng Yu didn't know much about cars. She only recognized that it was a Mercedes, but she didn't know the specific model.
Honey, which Mercedes do you have? It looks so impressive.
This is Maybach, Mercedes-Benz's top-of-the-line model. It's really beautiful, Meng Yu said, walking around the car with admiration in his eyes.
The lines and the texture are truly unique. Chen-Li opened the car door, gesturing for her to get in. Do you like it? Should I get you a better one too? No need, no need, Meng Yu quickly waved his hand. It's too much of a waste of money. My Audi is perfectly fine to drive.
I don't use it very often, and I've grown attached to it. This one is perfect for me.
As the two chatted and laughed, the car smoothly drove toward its destination, Zhouyue Mansion.
This is the neighborhood that Chen-Li carefully selected after a long period of research. It is not only one of the most upscale residential areas in Qiangzhou City.
It also boasts an excellent geographical location, with convenient access to all directions and extremely convenient travel.
A sharp-eyed sales consultant, noticing the two of them driving a Maybach, immediately approached them warmly.
Sir, madam, welcome to Zhouyue Mansion.
I'm Xiao Wang, your sales consultant.
What type of apartment would you like to see? Chen-Li nodded. We'd like to find a villa that we can move into right away. Then you've come to the right place.
The salesperson, all smiles, led them into the park, saying, Our Zhouyue Mansion's fully furnished villas are all designed by renowned designers, and use top international brand building materials and furniture. For example, our kitchen and bathroom systems use Villa-Roybox integrated solutions from Germany, while our smart home systems utilize a complete set of Swiss-suited technology. Most importantly, all villas are fully furnished and ready to move in, with everything from bedding and tableware to toiletries and drinks in the refrigerator provided. Passing through the meticulously landscaped gardens, the salesperson continued professionally, Our community has a plot ratio of only 1.2. The greening rate is as high as 45%.
Each villa enjoys complete privacy.
It is also equipped with 24-hour security and an intelligent security system.
Look, the courtyard of this building alone is nearly 300 square meters.
They looked at 3 villas in succession. Chen-Li thought each one was good, but Meng Yu was particularly serious, carefully examining every detail. She would sometimes open the wardrobe to check its internal structure, sometimes test the soundproofing of the windows, and sometimes simulate the workflow in the kitchen. The lighting in this apartment doesn't seem ideal, Meng Yu said softly to Chen-Li after looking at the third apartment.
The master bedroom might get afternoon sun. Upon hearing this, the salesperson immediately replied, Ms. Meng has excellent taste. Let's take a look at this next set. Chapter 32. Honey, shall we go to the room?
It's our final project of the year, located in the center of the community, boasting not only the best view but also a particularly sophisticated lighting design. It features a 270-degree corner window design, ensuring all-day lighting while perfectly avoiding the problem of afternoon sun exposure. When Meng Yu arrived at the villa located in the heart of the community, his eyes lit up immediately. The salesperson continued, This villa has 3 floors above ground and 1 floor below ground, with a total area of 888 square meters.
On the first floor, we opted for a fully open layout.
The living room has a 6.8-meter high ceiling and is equipped with a custom-made Italian crystal chandelier. The basement level features a temperature-controlled wine cellar, a private cinema, and a spa area. Most notably, the salesperson pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and said, "This infinity pool facing the central garden was built in sync with the villa, achieving a truly seamless connection between indoor and outdoor spaces." Meng Yu stood on the spacious terrace for a long time, looking down at the landscaped garden in the center of the community, and finally showed Shenli a satisfied smile. "This one will do." Shenli didn't haggle much over the villa worth 16 million and directly settled on a full payment deal. The entire process proceeded in a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere, until the moment Meng Yu solemnly signed her name on the purchase contract. The system notification sounded in Chen Li's mind right on time.
Host spending on Meng Yu, 17 million yuan.
Affection level, plus 98.
System credit, 1,568 million yuan.
Withdrawable amount, 1,913,855,680 yuan.
Seeing the nearly 1.6 billion yuan arrive in his account, Chen Li took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Nearly 2 billion yuan. This number is indeed astonishing. Meng Yu's spending limit should not have been reached yet, otherwise the system should have issued an unbinding prompt.
It's estimated that after another 100,000 or so of spending, Meng Yu's quota will be basically full, at which point he can unlock more slots. After completing all the formalities and holding the house keys, the two couldn't wait to drive into their first home together. Pushing open the door, one is greeted by meticulously coordinated furniture and decorations, from artistic ornaments in the living room to luxurious bedding in the bedroom. From the complete set of German kitchenware in the kitchen to the imported sanitary ware in the bathroom, even the refrigerator is thoughtfully stocked with drinks. Like a bird exploring a new home for the first time, Meng Yu twirled lightly in the living room on the first floor, her silk skirt tracing a graceful arc. Her fingertips gently traced the delicate texture of the Italian leather sofa, then touched the cool, natural patterns on the marble coffee table, her eyes gleaming with disbelief. Shenli slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window that covered the entire wall. The setting sun dyed the sky golden red, reflecting on the infinity pool that blended into the horizon in front of him. The pool water shimmered and seemed to stretch all the way to the distant city skyline. He took a deep breath. The air was still filled with the faint scent of leather and solid wood from the new furniture. This is the world of the wealthy. Every detail is perfected, and every enjoyment reaches the pinnacle of material comfort. He had fantasized about this kind of life countless times late at night, and now that it was actually happening before his eyes, he felt a dizzying sense of unreality. Suddenly, a pair of arms gently wrapped around his waist from behind, and Meng Yu pressed his cheek against his broad back, his voice soft.
"Honey, is all of this real? Is this really our home?"
Shenli turned around and looked into those eyes, which were always clear and bright, but were now filled with tears. He didn't answer, but instead used actions to express himself. He cupped her face and kissed her deeply. The passion lingered in the gradually darkening living room until both of them were breathless and had to separate. Meng Yu nestled in his arms, her cheeks flushed, even her earlobes tinged with the color of the sunset. She breathed softly, her voice barely a whisper. "Honey, shall we go to the room?" The way she tilted her head up, with the shyness of a young girl, made her pure, first love face especially captivating. Shenli felt a pang of heart palpitation, and a strong impulse surged within him, but reason pulled him back in time.
The system's quota hasn't been used up yet.
If we exceed the limit now, we'll face a 1-month lockout of our quota, which would be a huge loss. He could forego the remaining amount, but the month-long wait was far too long. He sighed inwardly and forced himself to calm down. "Wait a little longer, there's no rush." His voice was slightly hoarse from restraint. A hint of disappointment and worry flashed across Meng Yu's eyes. She had invited him more than once, but he had always politely declined. She hesitated, but finally whispered the question that had been lingering in her heart.
"Honey, are you feeling unwell? We can go to the hospital together, it's okay."
Shenli's heart tightened. He hadn't expected her to think that way. "Don't overthink it, I just feel it shouldn't be this rushed the first time. Today is such a big day for us, buying a house, and we haven't even settled our luggage yet. I feel that such an important moment should not be hastily made to happen in a chaotic interlude. I want to give you a truly special memory, free of any distractions, in the most peaceful and beautiful moment."
Meng Yu nodded happily, then asked, "Should we go back to school now to get some clothes?"
"Whatever you want. I'm not in a rush for clothes. You can go shopping tomorrow and pick out a few for me." He ruffled her hair. "You know my size, buy me a few more pieces. I'm good at this." When shopping was mentioned, Meng Yu's eyes lit up. "I'll definitely pick out some nice outfits for you tomorrow.
After spending some time together in the villa, the two returned to school. Maron's expenses, 65,120 yuan.
Affection level, plus 79.
System credit, 5,144,480 yuan.
Withdrawable amount, 1,919,160 yuan. Before Chenli even reached his dormitory, Maron's data suddenly flashed through his mind, and he smiled knowingly. This woman has started to spend money. The thought had barely crossed her mind when she messaged me, Chenli, he asked me to pick up the car tomorrow.
Do you want to come with me?
Chenli glanced at the message, then tapped it lightly. You can go by yourself, I don't have time.
Okay. Maron's reply came quickly.
Since Maron bought those luxury goods and high-end clothes, her roommates have been extremely envious.
Oh my god, this logo, isn't it from that ridiculously expensive brand?
A roommate stared intently at the paper bag in her hand.
Another roommate leaned over, her fingertips carefully tracing the neckline of a dress. This feel, it's definitely genuine, wrong, this must cost over 10,000, right? Maron remained silent, savoring the moment. Those once competitive gazes now held only undisguised envy.
This feeling of being looked up to is like warm spring water flowing over your whole body, making every pore open up.
But what she looks forward to most is tomorrow.
The dealership has already sent a notification to pick up the car, and coincidentally, my high school classmates are organizing a dinner party in our group chat.
Maron opened the high school WeChat group and her eyes lingered on that name. He'll be here too, won't he?
She imagined the expressions on her old classmates' faces when she arrived at the reunion tomorrow in her brand new BMW.
In particular, will he look at me with new respect, and what will he think of me?
Thinking of this, a confident smile appeared on her lips. This time, she was destined to be the most dazzling presence in the entire venue.
Chapter 33 Gu Qingcheng.
Chenli returned to his dormitory, not daring to go back to the villa, fearing that Meng Yu would want to go back after buying things. Just now in the villa, Meng Yu's appearance almost made him lose control. This girl is just too tempting. If he stayed any longer, things would definitely get out of hand.
Looks like I need to max out her credit limit quickly.
Tomorrow, Meng Yu is going to buy clothes for him. He specifically told her to buy more household items, and to pick the most expensive things. Fearing she wouldn't be willing to spend the money, Chenli transferred another 300,000 yuan to her bank card without saying a word.
Chenli thought to himself, I'll max out my credit limit first. Otherwise, if you're living together in a villa day and night, who knows when things might get out of hand? You might be able to hold back today, but you might not be able to next time. Honey, Meng Yu said, looking at the bank deposit notification that had just popped up on her phone, I still have a lot of money left. Why did you transfer another 300,000? This is for your shopping tomorrow. Make sure you spend all the money. Don't worry about anything else. Go ahead and buy whatever you want.
Pick up plenty of casual clothes for me, and also get me anything else we need for the house. Remember, just pick the best and most expensive items.
Okay, Meng Yu replied quickly, I promise I'll only buy the best quality. I'll talk to you later. I'm going out to pick out some sofa cushions right now. Such a beautiful sofa just feels incomplete without matching cushions.
The next morning, Maron couldn't wait to go and pick up her car. She was still completely dazed even after she actually got the car keys, sat in the driver's seat, and drove the car onto the road. She held the steering wheel with one hand, and couldn't help but touch the center console with the other, then pinched her own cheek. The wind whistled past the window, the numbers on the dashboard were clearly visible, and while waiting at the red light, people on the bus next to us were curiously looking down. All of this tells her, it's not a dream, this BMW worth over $1 million is really hers now. Maron drove her new car around the city a few times, feeling the stares from passers-by, and her sense of pride was overflowing. Seeing that it was almost time, she turned the steering wheel and drove straight back to school. She took out her phone and sent a voice message in the dorm group chat, girls, lunch is on me, order whatever you want. After sending the message, he parked the car steadily in the most conspicuous spot in front of the dormitory building. She deliberately rolled down the car window and gently tapped her fingers on the leather-wrapped steering wheel. His eyes kept glancing towards the dormitory entrance, waiting for his roommates to come out and exclaim in surprise. I suddenly remembered that I was having a high school reunion dinner tonight, and I didn't have much money left. She might have to treat everyone to a meal on this occasion, but today she was determined to redeem herself and make those classmates who flaunted their wealth look up to her in awe. She remembered Chenli saying, ask him for more when you run out, so she tentatively sent him a WeChat message.
Chenli, could you give me some more money?
I had a class reunion dinner today, and I've almost spent all the money I had last time.
After sending the message, she felt quite uneasy and waited for a while. Sure. Chen agreed without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, a striking red transfer box popped up 200,000. Ma Rong was stunned. She originally thought Chen would give her at most a few tens of thousands of yuan in pocket money, but she didn't expect him to give her 200,000 yuan. Now she understood completely that Chen wealth far exceeded her imagination, and that he was indeed very generous to her. As long as you abide by the condition of not dating, this deal is a great bargain. Chen, who had just woken up, was lying in bed playing on his phone when he saw Ma Rong's message asking for money. Without saying a word, he transferred the money. Anyway, he can make double the money back after transferring it out, so he couldn't be more happy for Ma Rong to spend more. To be honest, he really doesn't like Ma Rong's persona. Her profiting from the rich mentality makes him very uncomfortable. Although they each got what they wanted, Chen knew perfectly well that this girl wasn't very genuine and couldn't compare to the sincerity of Lu Yu and Song Lingyun. But it's fine too, Chen thought for a moment, it's exactly what I need, someone like her who doesn't hesitate to spend money. Her favorability rating will rise quickly. People who spend money like water and never ask why are the perfect targets for system-assigned goals. Around noon, Chen glanced at the dormitory and found that only Zhang Yishi was there. Zhang Yishi suddenly called out, Ali, come on, let's go to the cafeteria for lunch. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch. Come on, I'm starving. The cafeteria wasn't as crowded as it was during class time on weekends, but it was still quite lively. The two headed straight to the food window and ordered a bunch of dishes, including chicken legs, braised pork, and sweet and sour pork ribs, so much so that their plates were almost overflowing. As soon as he sat down in a window seat, Zhang Yishi waved to someone in the distance. Chen looked in the direction he was waving and saw two girls carrying trays walking towards him. One was Wu Wenxian, Zhang Yishi's girlfriend, but the other girl was someone he had never met before. The distance was a bit far, making it difficult to see his face clearly. A thought struck Chen, and he secretly used the system to scan him. Gu Qingcheng. Favorability rating, 0. Body size, 89. Appearance, 93. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. Upon seeing this data, Chen couldn't help but gasp. The score was far too high. When the two girls got closer, Chen finally saw what she looked like. She was indeed so beautiful that it was hard to look away. She was wearing a simple plain t-shirt and jeans, her hair was casually tied back, with a few stray strands falling across her forehead. Although her face was somewhat pale and she looked a little sickly, as if malnourished, her stunning beauty. She was like a goddess descended from heaven, exuding an extraordinary charm that could topple kingdoms. Chen, it's been a long time. Wu Wenxian smiled, her eyes crinkling. She was slightly plump, but she exuded a clever and quick-witted air. Wenxian, you've finally shown up, Chen replied with a smile, glancing at Zhang Yishi beside him. Your husband Yishi really keeps you hidden away. He does indeed bring you out to meet us often. Zhang Yishi chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Wu Wenxian then pulled over the girl who had been standing quietly beside her. Come on, let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Gu Qingcheng. She then turned to Gu Qingcheng, this is my boyfriend Zhang Yishi, and this is his roommate Chen. Hello, you all. Gu Qingcheng lowered her head slightly, her voice soft, with a hint of timid restraint. Hello. Hello. Chen and Zhang Yishi responded almost simultaneously, both somewhat dazed. Gu Qingcheng's beauty up close was even more striking. Her skin was so fair it was almost translucent, and her features were so delicate they resembled those of a fairy descended from heaven. Since it was a four-person table, Wu Wenxian naturally sat down next to Zhang Yishi, while Gu Qingcheng could only sit in the empty seat next to Chen. Chen glanced at the food on her plate and was taken aback. There was only a spoonful of white rice. There was only a plate of stir-fried bok choy on the side, and nothing else. Compared to his and Zhang Yishi's plates piled high with chicken legs and ribs, his plate looked particularly plain. He couldn't help but take another look at Gu Qingcheng. The girl looked so frail, her face was so pale it was almost bloodless. She sat there quietly, taking small bites of her food. The ordinary t-shirt she wore accentuated her thin frame. Apart from its rounded fullness, the rest of its body appears empty. He looked like he had been living a life of constant hunger and weakness, radiating from within. This girl, there must be a story behind her. Chapter 34 Meng Yu Unbound. Gu, come and help us with some of the load. Chen thought for a moment, then picked up a shiny, fragrant chicken leg and put it on her plate. Zhang Yishi immediately understood and replied with a smile, Wenxian, you two have to help us eat more. Otherwise, it would be such a waste to go to waste so much food," he said, while giving his girlfriend a wink. Wu Wenxian understood immediately and pretended to complain, "You two are really something, ordering so much, how are we going to finish it all?" As Wu Wenxian took the ribs from Zhang Yishi, she felt a mix of emotions. She knew better than anyone the predicament Gu Qingqing's family faced, her seriously ill mother in the hospital, and the heavy burden on this frail girl's shoulders. As her best friend, she would help whenever she could, and would often find excuses to treat her to meals, but ultimately her abilities were limited. A few days ago, her boyfriend told her that Chenli had recently become very wealthy, and she immediately became interested in him. Privately, he asked Zhang Yishi to find an opportunity to meet Chenli, while he himself specially brought Gu Qingqing along. This time, after much effort, both parties were finally free, which led to this seemingly accidental encounter in the cafeteria. Watching Gu Qingqing nibbling on her ribs beside her, Wu Wenxian silently prayed, hoping Chenli would lend a helping hand. Help this desperate girl out of her predicament. Gu Qingqing has exhausted all her resources to pay for her mother's medical treatment and is even considering selling herself. Gu Qingqing stared at the chicken leg that had suddenly appeared on the plate, the rich aroma of meat filling her nostrils. She swallowed unconsciously, unable to remember the last time she had eaten meat. In order to save money for her seriously ill mother's medical expenses, she worked part-time in addition to attending classes, and she carefully calculated every penny, wishing she could split every dollar in half to spend. She looked up and met Chen Li's gentle gaze, which held no hint of charity, only genuine concern. A warmth filled her heart, and she whispered, "Thank you." Then she carefully picked up the chicken leg and began to eat it in small bites. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Chen Li and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Wenxian pressed her advantage. He kept piling braised pork and sweet and sour pork ribs into her bowl, saying, "Xingcheng, this is delicious, you should try it. This one is good too." Gu Qingqing ate silently, savoring the long-lost aroma of meat melting in her mouth, her eyes slightly warming. This unexpectedly hearty meal was a rare source of warmth for her. Just then, the system panel kept displaying notifications. Gu Qingqing. Affection level, +5. Meng-Yu's expenses, 271,000 yuan. These expenses were incurred gradually, so the amount is kept constant here. Affection level, +98. System credit, 23,109,000 yuan fully credited. Withdrawable amount, 1,942,109,160 yuan. Friendly reminder, Meng-Yu's credit limit has reached 2 billion, and the quota will be automatically unbound. Maron's expenses, 13,800 yuan. Affection level, +79. System credit, 1,090,200 yuan. Withdrawable amount, 1,943,199,360 yuan. Looking at the numerous system notifications, Chenli smiled with satisfaction. Meng-Yu's quota was finally exhausted. In high spirits, he turned to look at Gu Qingqing beside him, noticing that she had almost finished eating. He then took the initiative to ask, "Gu, you don't look too well. Have you encountered any difficulties? We're all classmates, so maybe we can help if we tell you." Zhang Yishi was clearly unaware of the specifics, and nodded in agreement. "Yes, just tell us if you have any difficulties, and we'll definitely help if we can." Faced with their concerned inquiries, Gu Qingqing gently put down her chopsticks and shook her head. "It's nothing, thank you for your kindness." It's not that she doesn't want to talk about it, but that she's afraid to. Not to mention the exorbitant cost of my mother's surgery, there's also the follow-up care. It's practically a bottomless pit. She had seen too many boys who said they would help her, but actually had ulterior motives. They were all just attracted to her looks and wanted to take advantage of her. At this moment, Wu Wenxian couldn't help but interject, "Qingqing's mother needs surgery, and we have no idea how to pay for the medical expenses. If you can help her, please do so." She said this while looking at Chen Li. Gu Qingqing glanced at her best friend, understanding that she was doing it for her own good, so she didn't blame her. She had long since given up hope on this matter. Zhang Yishi looked at Chen Li helplessly, knowing that only Chen Li could possibly help her. "Sure." Chen Li replied almost without hesitation, "After we finish eating, let's go and find out the specifics." This answer stunned all three people present. Wu Wenxian was the first to react, her eyes immediately lit up, and she exchanged a glance with Zhang Yishi. The most shocked person was Gu Qingqing. She raised her head and looked at the boy she had just met seriously for the first time. Does he know what he's saying? Or, does he really have the ability to help her? Chen Li met her probing gaze with a calm expression. He didn't consider himself a saintly, overly kind person, but since he had encountered this situation, he would lend a hand if he could. Moreover, he can be bound to Gu Qingcheng, so even if Gu Qingcheng doesn't develop much affection for him in the short term, it doesn't matter. Once they've secured her, paying for her mother's medical expenses becomes a surefire investment, a win-win situation for both of them. You're serious? Gu Qingcheng's voice trembled slightly, and for the first time, a spark of hope ignited in her beautiful eyes.
Have you finished eating? Can you take me to see your mother now?
Since he has decided to get involved, he must verify the situation with his own eyes. This is his principle in doing things. No matter how big or small the matter is, he can only make the most accurate judgment by seeing it with his own eyes and touching it with his own hands.
I'm all better. Gu Qingcheng responded almost immediately.
A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face, but more than that, she seemed desperate, as if grasping at a straw. She desperately needed this hope, even if it was as faint as a candle flame in a storm. She was willing to do everything in her power to protect it.
Let's go then.
Shenli took in her subtle panic without saying anything more.
Wu Wenxian smiled and said to the two of them, "We won't go and join in the fun. Shenli, you go and keep Qingcheng company."
Shenli nodded without further formalities, and he and Gu Qingcheng arrived at the parking lot one after the other. She doesn't know much about cars and can't name it, but she knows it must be expensive. The car smoothly merged into the traffic, and inside the enclosed cabin, only the low hum of the engine could be heard.
Would it be convenient to talk about your mother's specific situation? Shenli broke the silence first.
These words seemed to open a floodgate. She stared out the window, her gaze unfocused, and began to speak haltingly. Her voice was a little hoarse at first, but it became more and more fluent as she spoke. It was as if all the bitterness that had been building up in my heart for so long had finally found an outlet.
Chapter 35 I Can Help You.
Her father died unexpectedly when she was 2 years old, and all she remembers is a faded old photograph. It was her mother who raised her with great hardship, supporting her through university. She has finally grown up, her wings are growing strong, and she can become her mother's support, allowing her mother, who has worked hard for most of her life, to rest and enjoy a peaceful retirement. However, fate played a cruel joke. Just as she entered her freshman year of college, her mother was diagnosed with cirrhosis.
This illness weakened my mother's body and also brought ruin to our already precarious family.
To pay for her medical treatment, she sold her house in her hometown, but the money she received seemed to be thrown into a bottomless pit. It was quickly depleted through repeated hospitalizations and bill payments.
Now, the disease has reached its terminal stage, and the only hope is a liver transplant.
The doctor said once a suitable liver donor is found, her voice began to tremble. But the surgery will cost at least 1 million. When she announced the number, her voice was as soft as a sigh. This is just the surgery. The subsequent anti-rejection drugs, follow-up examinations, and maintenance are an endless pit. So she was desperate, not believing that anyone in the world could or would be willing to bear such a heavy burden. My decision to bring Chenli to the hospital today was less about believing in miracles and more about a mechanical grasping at any possibility after being utterly exhausted. Chenli listened quietly, without interrupting or showing excessive sympathy. He simply focused on the road ahead, his fingers occasionally tapping lightly on the steering wheel. They arrived at the hospital quickly, and under Gu Qingcheng's guidance, Chenli finally stopped at the door of a 4-person ward. Gu Qingcheng took a deep breath before gently pushing open the door and leading Chenli to a bed.
Qingcheng?
On the hospital bed by the window, a woman with a sallow complexion and a thin figure leaned back, seeing her daughter who had returned. A hint of surprise and barely perceptible worry flashed in his cloudy eyes.
Why are you back again? Didn't I tell you to go back to school and rest?
Her voice was a little weak, but full of a mother's concern. Mom, Gu Qingcheng walked quickly to the bedside, her voice softening unconsciously. I brought a friend to see you.
Only then did Gu's mother notice that a young man was following behind her daughter.
Chenli stepped forward and nodded slightly. Auntie, hello, I am Chenli. Gu's mother's gaze quickly swept back and forth between Chenli and her daughter, then she looked at Gu Qingcheng with an inquiring look.
Qingcheng, who is this? Mom, this is my classmate.
Gu Qingcheng quickly explained, her voice carrying a hint of nervousness that she herself was unaware of.
Oh, hello Chenli. A knowing smile appeared on Gu's mother's face.
The smile bloomed on her haggard face and made her look particularly gentle. She already had a guess in her heart. She knew her daughter best. She was stubborn and strong-willed.
From childhood to adulthood, when has she ever brought a boy to meet her?
Especially not in such a difficult time.
The young man in front of me was handsome, with clear eyes and proper manners. He seemed like a reliable person. The fact that my daughter brought him here at this time means our relationship must be special. He must be my daughter's boyfriend. As this thought arose, the heavy weight that had been pressing on Gu's mother's heart seemed to loosen slightly. She knows her own body well. She's afraid her days are numbered. At this moment, seeing a seemingly reliable person by her daughter's side before leaving, her anxious heart seemed to have finally found some solace. She scrutinized Chenli closely, her eyes filled with a mother's last hopes and a faint examination. Standing to the side, Gu Qingcheng looked at her mother's gradually understanding and relieved smile and instantly understood what her mother was thinking. A surge of heat rushed to her cheeks, turning her ears bright red. She wanted to explain, but the words stuck in her throat. How do we explain this situation? And where do we even begin to explain it? She could only lower her head in embarrassment, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her heart pounding like a drum. Chenli took in the expressions of the mother and daughter, and was fully aware of the misunderstanding that Gu's mother had, but he did not point it out, and simply maintained a polite smile. Mother Gu pulled Chenli aside and spoke for a while longer. Chenli listened patiently and occasionally responded with a few gentle words. The words mostly describe how stubborn and sensible Qingcheng was as a child, and between the lines is a mother's love and reluctance accumulated over 20 years. After a while, she got tired. Chenli comforted her until she fell asleep, then turned to Gu Qingcheng beside him and whispered, "Let's talk outside." The two walked to the window at the end of the corridor. The afternoon sun slanted in, and the air was filled with the cool, distinctive smell of disinfectant. Chenli stopped, his gaze calmly settling on Gu Qingcheng's weary yet still beautiful face, and cut to the chase. "I can help you." Those few words were like a thunderbolt, shattering the gloom that had lingered over Gu Qingcheng for days. She abruptly raised her head, her pupils contracting slightly in shock, staring at Chenli in disbelief. Her voice trembled almost imperceptibly. "Chenli, are you telling the truth? Real?" Chenli's tone was not joking at all, but he immediately changed the subject. "However, you have to agree to one condition." As expected, there are still conditions. Gu Qingcheng's heart sank instantly, and a bitter, sorrowful feeling spread across her tongue. Men are all the same. She suddenly observed Chenli. His clothes were distinguished, and his demeanor was composed, clearly indicating that he was either wealthy or of noble birth. "What else do I have to offer in exchange for this decent-looking appearance? It doesn't matter anymore, it really doesn't matter anymore. As long as it can save her mother, she is willing to give anything." She sneered at herself inwardly, as if that would numb the impending humiliation. "What are your conditions?" She lowered her eyelashes, her voice so low it was almost inaudible, prepared to accept any unbearable conditions. "You cannot have a boyfriend for a year." Gu Qingcheng was stunned, thinking she had misheard. "Anything else?" She subconsciously pressed him for more specific and anticipated requests. "I said there's only one condition, that's all." Looking at her resolute expression, Chenli felt a mix of amusement and pity. "Is it possible?" "Able." Gu Qingcheng agreed almost instinctively, but what immediately overwhelmed her was a great sense of bewilderment and a deeper sense of confusion. That's it? Not having a boyfriend? With her mother's life hanging by a thread, at a time when her life is suffocating under the weight of pressure. This condition is so flimsy it's hardly even a condition. How could she possibly have the mind or the right to talk about love? "Okay, give me your card number." Chenli said no more and took out his phone. Gu Qingcheng mumbled a string of numbers, still reeling from the shock of the conditions. Chenli quickly tapped the screen a few times, and within seconds, Gu Qingcheng's phone beeped with a text message notification. She pulled out her old cell phone, and the information on the screen made her freeze in place. "Huaxia Bank, your account ending in 3186 has completed a transfer transaction of 3 million renminbi, with a balance of 3,010,125 renminbi and 80 cents. 3 million. Not 1 million, but 3 million. A huge, unreal feeling of dizziness gripped her. She counted the long string of zeros over and over again, each zero feeling like a heavy hammer blow to her taut nerves. My eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and hot tears quickly filled my eyes, blurring my vision instantly. Mom was saved. Besides, Chenli's voice rang out again, much gentler than before, "You need to eat well and take good care of yourself. Only when you are healthy can you take good care of your mother." He looked at her thin shoulders and pale face, and added, "Use this 3 million first, and let me know if it's not enough." He paused, then uttered that classic line in a calm tone. "I have plenty of money." At that very moment, a system notification that only Chenli could see clearly appeared before his eyes.
Gu Qingcheng.
Affection level, plus 55. Overwhelming gratitude and the ecstasy of escaping death. All these emotions surged like a burst dam, instantly overwhelming Gu Qingcheng's defenses.
Chapter 36 Class Reunion. Brother Chenli, thank you.
She choked back tears, unable to control herself any longer, and stepped forward, opening her arms to hug him tightly. The girl's sudden hug, carrying her fresh scent and warm body temperature, made Chenli's body stiffen slightly before relaxing. It must be said that although she looks somewhat thin, the soft touch and full curves of her chest are quite impressive and should not be underestimated. Feeling the girl trembling slightly in his arms and watching the favorability rating soar in the system, Chenli silently recited in his heart.
System, bind to Gu Qingcheng. Binding in progress. Binding complete.
One spot has been secured. Gu Qingcheng, current favorability rating, plus 55.
Friendly reminder, all registration slots are full.
After leaving the hospital, Chenli went straight to the villa, thinking that Mengyu must have bought some good things today, and waited for her at the villa. Ma Rong timed it perfectly, driving her brand new BMW to the venue for the class reunion Jushan Pavilion just in time. The timing was perfect. Most students were arriving one after another, and a few boys were exchanging pleasantries at the entrance. She deliberately parked her car in the most conspicuous spot in front of Juxiang. After parking, when she opened the car door, as she gracefully leaned out, she immediately attracted the attention of several students at the door.
Ma Rong?
This car is yours? A male student wearing black-rimmed glasses was the first to step forward. His tone was filled with disbelief, and his gaze darted back and forth between the car and her. Ma Rong gently closed the car door, a calm smile on her face. Yes, my family just bought it for me, it's just a means of transportation.
Wow! A BMW 7 Series. That must cost over $1 million, right?
That's so cool, another male classmate exclaimed, unable to resist reaching out his hand. I wanted to touch the car body, but I was a little hesitant, afraid of leaving fingerprints. Ma Rong, you'd better take good care of us old classmates in the future.
Help each other. Ma Rong nodded slightly, but deep down she felt a certain disdain for this group of uncultured, country bumpkin-like people.
But at this moment, the undisguised shock and envy in their eyes were like sweet spring water, making her feel incredibly pleased. The group walked into the reserved private room, which was already quite full. The place was bustling with noise, and the air was filled with the warmth of long-awaited reunions and a subtle sense of comparison. Their arrival naturally caused a small commotion, with familiar classmates standing up to greet them. Ma Rong, who is unremarkable in both appearance and academic performance, has little presence in this kind of setting, but a few people still greeted her. Her outfit immediately caught the attention of several discerning classmates. From clothing to accessories, the LV and Chanel logos were everywhere.
Every single item of this outfit subtly proclaims its high price tag.
One of the fair-skinned, handsome boys had been following her intently or unintentionally ever since she entered the room. He clearly recognized her designer clothes, and a shrewd glint flashed in his beautiful eyes, as if he were examining a precious prey that had suddenly appeared. Although Ma Rong was chatting and laughing as if nothing was wrong, she could still clearly feel those invisible but intense gazes. The students who came in with us earlier continued to exclaim in amazement and exclaim.
Other students also showed curiosity and inquiry when they looked at her again. Sure enough, in no time at all, Ma Rong drives a BMW 7 Series worth over 1 million yuan. The news spread like wildfire in the private room, and almost everyone knew about it.
You should know that the vast majority of students here today only took public transportation, such as buses or subways, and those who were better off took ride-hailing services. It's extremely rare for someone like her to drive herself, especially in a top-of-the-line luxury car.
Just then, the last two students also entered the private room.
If Mengyu were here, he would definitely recognize that one of them was Li Tingting, and the other was actually Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng was extremely reluctant to come, but she couldn't resist Li Tingting's repeated invitations. This friend had helped her a lot during her school days, and she couldn't refuse her request, so she reluctantly came along. When Li Tingting and Gu Qingcheng appeared at the party, they seemed to have their own spotlight effect, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Li Tingting comes from a wealthy family and is recognized as a rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned girl in her class. Not only is she sweet-looking, but she also has an outstanding temperament. She has always been a goddess in the eyes of boys and an object of secret envy for girls. She greeted everyone with a smile, her demeanor poised and graceful, naturally becoming the center of attention. Standing beside her was Gu Qingcheng, whose beauty was breathtaking. She was the undisputed school beauty among all the boys in the class and even the entire school. Her appearance immediately captured the attention of almost every man present, even overshadowing Li Tingting, who stood beside her. The two were seated right next to Ma Rong. Ma Rong coldly glanced at Gu Qingcheng, who was sitting right next to her. As his gaze swept over the other person's beautiful profile, a long-suppressed fire of jealousy suddenly surged into his heart. Why? Why are Li Tingting and Gu Qingcheng always the leading ladies in everyone's eyes?
Can you always easily gain all the attention and affection?
Ma Rong gripped the cup tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. The meal proceeded amidst laughter and conversation as everyone enjoyed the food in a harmonious atmosphere.
Tingting, I heard there's a handsome basketball player at your school. What's his name? Qingcheng, how is your mother's health?
The conversation almost always revolved around the same few people, and Ma Rong, who wasn't getting much attention, was now consumed by jealousy.
Just then, the waiter brought the last dish.
Gu Qingcheng happened to be standing next to him, so she took the plate and prepared to place it in the center of the table. No one noticed that a barely perceptible sneer flashed across Ma Rong's lips as she sat to the side. She seized the opportunity, turned around and stood up in one smooth motion, her shoulder bumping squarely into the plate in Gu Qingcheng's hand.
Ah!
Gu Qingcheng screamed in fright from the sudden impact. The plate in her hand fell to the ground with a thud, spilling all the food onto Ma Rong's clothes. I'm so sorry. Gu Qingcheng apologized hastily, her face turning pale instantly.
Where are your eyes located?
Ma Rong suddenly stood up, her voice sharp and shrill. Didn't you see I was getting up?
I really didn't mean to.
Gu Qingcheng looked helplessly at Ma Rong's soiled clothes.
Shall I wash them for you? Wash it clean?
Ma Rong sneered. Do you even know what brand this is? It's Chanel, over 30,000 yuan.
You think you can just wash it like that?
Standing to the side, Li Tingting could no longer bear to watch. She clearly saw that the accident was caused by Ma Rong suddenly getting up.
Ma Rong, that's enough.
She stepped forward and shielded the trembling Gu Qingcheng behind her, saying, You bumped into her because you suddenly stood up, so why blame Qingcheng?
Li Tingting, this is none of your business.
Ma Rong glared at her angrily. Don't think you're so great just because you drive a BMW 5 Series. This dress of mine cost 32,000 yuan, and you have to pay for it today. Upon hearing this number, Gu Qingcheng felt dizzy. She does have some money, but it's the money Chen Li saved to treat her mother's illness. How can it be used to pay for clothes?
But if we don't compensate?
Seeing this, the surrounding classmates came over to try and mediate.
We're all classmates, let it go, Ma Rong. Yes, Qingcheng didn't do it on purpose. But these attempts to persuade her only made Ma Rong angrier. You have to pay me back. This is the first time I've worn this dress today.
I can't come up with that much money all at once. Gu Qingcheng was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She thought that if all else failed, she would have to use Chen Li's money to cover the cost first, and then figure out a way to explain it later.
No money?
Ma Rong retorted sarcastically, there are so many online lending platforms now, why don't you go and borrow some?
32,000, right? I'll give it to you.
Li Tingting gritted her teeth, took out her phone, and was about to transfer the money.
No, Tingting, you can't pay for this. Gu Qingcheng quickly grabbed her hand.
But Li Tingting had already completed the transfer quickly and said coldly to Ma Rong, the money is in your hands, Qingcheng, let's go. Watching the two figures leave, Ma Rong sat down with a cold face, but the knuckles of her fingers gripping the phone turned slightly white from the force. Just as she was feeling indignant yet secretly pleased with herself, a figure sat down in the empty seat next to her.
A faint, pleasant scent of men's cologne wafted into my nostrils. Ma Rong, long time no see.
The newcomer's voice was gentle and tinged with a smile. You were very brave just now. You should stand up for your rights when necessary. Ma Rong looked up when she heard the sound, and her heart suddenly stopped for a moment.
Sitting next to her was Liang Xian, the school heartthrob she had secretly admired throughout high school. Chapter 37 Achieving Success.
But at that time she was too ordinary, and could only bury this feeling deep in her heart. She even felt that looking at him was a desecration.
Ah! Liang Xian, it's been so long.
Ma Rong felt her cheeks instantly burn up, and her heart was pounding like a drum. She hurriedly lowered her eyelashes, not daring to meet his gaze, afraid of revealing the secret she had kept hidden in her heart for many years. Liang Xian is clearly a seasoned player in the dating scene, well versed in the art of conversation with women. He didn't point out Ma Rong's embarrassment, but instead calmly found a topic to talk about, making a few witty and humorous remarks. The awkward atmosphere was quickly resolved, making Ma Rong cover her mouth and chuckle.
The previous tension was temporarily forgotten.
Liang Xian's original target was Li Tingting. After all, Li Tingting's beauty and family background were both excellent. Unfortunately, Li Tingting had very high standards and looked down on a guy like him who was all looks and no substance. Her attempts to win him over were all rejected. Today, he noticed a change in Ma Rong, especially her expensive BMW 7 Series. This is undoubtedly a strong signal. Ma Rong's family background is probably far beyond what it used to be. This prompted him to immediately adjust his goals and resolve to seize this golden opportunity and firmly grasp Ma Rong, this rough gem, in his hands. If he can win her over, then everything she possesses, including her enviable wealth, may be at his disposal in the future.
Liang Xian's sweet talk completely disoriented Ma Rong, leaving her feeling disoriented and finding the surrounding classmate reunions utterly boring. So when Liang Xian invited her to leave first, she followed him almost without hesitation.
Like their souls had been stolen, they vanished silently outside the private room door.
As Liang Xian walked to the car, he stroked the cool, smooth body of the BMW 7 Series, a barely concealed desire flashing in his eyes.
Rong, this car is amazing. Can I try it out? His eyes were bright, and his voice was overflowing with anticipation. Ma Rong was immersed in the sweet atmosphere he had created, and handed over the key without hesitation, saying, "Sure, you can open it however you like."
Liang Xian skillfully started the engine, and the luxury car smoothly glided into the night.
He didn't ask about the destination, and an unspoken ambiguity filled the carriage. Finally, the car stopped in front of a rather upscale hotel.
Liang Xian had already seen through her half-hearted attitude, and this move was the final test.
Ma Rong's heart was pounding, and her face was burning, but she still obediently followed him out of the car and towards the room that had been reserved in advance. The room was bathed in ambiguous light and shadow. Ma Rong was almost completely captivated by Liang Xian's skillful flirting techniques and sweet words, becoming infatuated and confused. She suddenly woke up with a start, and she remembered Chen Li.
With all her might, she pushed Liang Xian off her voice trembling, "No. No."
The good thing was interrupted, and a barely perceptible hint of sinister glint flashed in Liang Xian's eyes.
But he quickly covered it up and instead showed extreme tenderness.
Instead of forcing her, he gently embraced her and soothed and pleased her in a more delicate way. He served Ma Rong until her face turned red and she was panting heavily. Although the final step was not achieved, almost all the necessary intimate contact had taken place. Now, Ma Rong has almost no secrets or defenses left in front of him.
As the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped, Liang Xian held her in his arms.
Rong, your family is really rich, they can afford to buy you such a nice car." His fingers twirled through her hair, his tone filled with envy.
"Yeah, that's right."
Ma Rong's face was flushed, still immersed in the afterglow of the previous moment, her voice soft and sweet.
"I really envy you." Liang Xian sighed at the opportune moment, his tone becoming low. "Alas, unlike me, my family's circumstances are not good, so I have many constraints in many things."
Overwhelmed by pity and affection, Ma Rong immediately replied, "It's okay, I have money."
Liang Xian was secretly delighted, but his face still showed a hint of embarrassment. "Really? Then, could you lend me 10,000 to tide me over? I've really run into some trouble lately."
"Sure." Ma Rong barely thought about it. 10,000 yuan was just a piece of clothing to her. As she spoke, she picked up her phone and transferred the money to him directly.
Upon seeing the payment notification, a barely perceptible smug smile crept onto Liang Xian's lips.
Before the tenderness had cooled, he turned over again and embraced Ma Rong tightly. She was already captivated by the web of love he had woven, obediently conforming to him. Meanwhile, Chen Li was leisurely lying on the spacious sofa in the villa, playing on his phone.
Meng Yu didn't return until evening, having ended her shopping spree.
The sound of keys clicking came from the doorway, and there she was, her hands full of all sorts of luxury shopping bags, her cheeks flushed with excitement from the activity. "Honey, come help me," she called out sweetly as soon as she entered the room and saw Chen Li on the sofa. Her tone carried the joy of a successful trip mixed with a hint of exhaustion. "There's still plenty left in the car, go get it."
Chen Li put down his phone, stood up with a smile, and said, "Did you bring the whole mall home?"
He walked towards the garage and realized that Meng Yu was right. The trunk and back seats were piled high with beautifully packaged boxes and bags. The two of them made 3 trips to move all their spoils to the living room, where they were piled up almost like a small mountain. Shenli glanced through them and found that most of them were bought for him all kinds of clothes for the season, including pajamas for the two of them. In addition, there are many home furnishings that enhance the quality of life, such as high-end sofa cushions and aromatherapy sets, which are essential items that show style in the details. Mengyu leaned back on the sofa armrest with satisfaction, looking at the pile of shopping bags in front of her, and the corners of her lips unconsciously turned up. The moment of leisure lasted only a short while she quickly stood up again and carefully sorted and organized Shenli's clothes. Put them in the washing machine to wash, and then start to organize the newly purchased items in an orderly manner. Shenli lay on the sofa, watching her busy figure as she moved back and forth between the living room and the dressing room, his eyes revealing an expression of admiration. Such a virtuous and capable girl is the perfect partner for a comfortable home life. For a full hour, Mengyu worked tirelessly, arranging each item perfectly. After hanging the last piece of clothing on the balcony, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, and returned to the living room. Her cheeks glowed with a healthy rosy hue after exercising, and her bright eyes were filled with satisfaction and joy.
Did you buy all of these by yourself?
Shenli reached out and pulled her to his side, his fingertips gently brushing against her slightly damp hair. She leaned on his shoulder. I originally wanted to invite Li Tingting to come along, but she has a class reunion today and can't make it.
Thanks a lot. She tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling with mischief. So, is there any reward?
Shenli looked at her, her appearance especially beautiful from her labor, her skin fair and rosy. Her face was gentle, delicate, and beautiful, and her figure was subtly revealed. He leaned down and whispered something in her ear, the reward message brushing against her sensitive ears. In an instant, a blush spread rapidly from her cheeks to her ears, and even her slender neck was tinged with a rosy hue. She buried her burning cheeks in his chest, her voice barely a whisper, "Honey, I'll go take a shower first." After saying that, she hurriedly got up, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation, and quickly walked towards the bathroom. Half an hour later, the glass door to the bathroom was gently pushed open, and Mengyu came out wearing a pink silk nightgown. Her damp hair still had glistening water droplets clinging to it, spreading out as tiny water stains on her smooth shoulders. The gossamer thin fabric perfectly outlined her shapely figure, and the curves of her upper body exuded a natural and graceful beauty. Shenli's breath hitched, his gaze fixed on her. The girl, who was always beautiful, now had her figure fully revealed in the hazy light and shadow, her eyes both innocent and charming, creating a fatal allure. A surge of heat instantly coursed through his body, and a powerful possessiveness ignited in his eyes. He had waited for this moment for far too long. Tonight, they would finally be together. Seeing that Shenli was still staring at her intently, Mengyu lowered her eyes shyly, her voice carrying a hint of reproach.
Honey, why are you staring at her like that? Chapter 38 Shenli, can you give me another 200,000?
These words ignited a fire in Shenli's eyes. He strode forward, scooped her up in his arms, and she let out a soft gasp. She naturally wrapped her arms around his neck, buried her burning cheeks in his firm chest, and listened to the increasingly rapid heartbeat coming from there. As the bedroom door closed softly, Mengyu's voice came through, broken and hesitant, "Husband, be gentle." Then, the sounds of soft moans filled the bedroom, omitting tens of thousands of words here. The next morning, the warm sunlight did not shine directly into the bedroom, but instead cast a bright, diffused light on the carpet by the window. The room was bathed in a soft light. Shenli woke up first, with Mengyu nestled obediently in his arms. He looked at the dried, plum blossom-like mark on the bedsheet, and a gentle, satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Shenli got up to go back to school for class as the time was approaching, while Mengyu, who had no classes that day, was still sleeping in bed. When she woke up, she found that Shenli was no longer there. She carefully cleaned up the mess from the previous night's revelry. When her gaze fell upon the plum blossom that symbolized her complete transformation, she found a pair of scissors and carefully cut off that small piece of fabric. For the next few days, the two acted like any ordinary couple, going to class, leaving get out of class, and then returning to the villa. Mengyu is an excellent cook. She can make even the simplest home-style dishes look and taste delicious, and she keeps the villa spotless. Shenli wanted to hire a nanny to share the burden, but she firmly refused, blushing, and her reason was, "There are outsiders here, and it's inconvenient for us to be on the sofa, studying that Koan character formula." This answer left Shenli both amused and exasperated. Anyway, there wasn't much to tidy up at home right now, so he let her be and would deal with it later. Ma Rong was also deeply immersed in love, and under Liang Xayan's sweet offensive, she had completely fallen into the gentle embrace he had created. The two were inseparable, almost to the point of being together all the time. Although Ma Rong still holds onto her last line of defense, she has long since forgotten about Chun-Li's warning regarding the one-year agreement.
Since they weren't in the same school anyway, and she deliberately avoided him, how could Chun-Li possibly know about her actions?
Rong, Liang Xayan's voice on the other end of the phone was still gentle and captivating.
Could you give me another 100,000? The project I've got my eye on just needs this last bit of startup capital.
This wasn't the first time he'd asked her for money in just a few days. Liang Xayan had taken over 200,000 yuan from her. Ma Rong looked at her account with only 20,000 yuan left, and her hesitation was only fleeting. Supporting her boyfriend's career was, in her view, a matter of course. What's more, she has Chen-Li, a gold mine, behind her, who can provide her with financial support at any time. If she runs out of money, she can just ask him for more.
I don't have any left at the moment. She replied softly, I'll figure something out this afternoon and then transfer it to you, okay? Okay, my darling Rong, thank you, I love you. Liang Xayan's joy came through the phone. I love you too. Ma Rong hung up the phone, satisfied.
She never bothered to ask Liang Xayan where he spent his money in her view, since the two of them were going to get married sooner or later. Spending money on your husband's career now is investing in your shared future assets. As for Chen-Li, the money came like a windfall, so she naturally wanted to make as much as she could. Ma Rong stopped thinking about it and opened Chen-Li's WeChat chat window, asking directly, Chen-Li, can you give me another 200,000 yuan? While in class, Chen-Li's phone vibrated. He looked down and saw a message from Ma Rong on the screen. Upon seeing her message, I subconsciously frowned. Had the money I gave her last time been used up? But I didn't receive any cashback notification from the system. This is very unusual. Either she didn't spend it, or if she did, it can only mean one thing: the money wasn't used for her. Chen-Li immediately realized that the woman was lying. In either case, it meant there was something wrong with her. Instead of alerting the enemy, he calmly sent a message, casually asking, Did you spend all the money from last time so quickly? Where did it all go? I bought clothes and bags, and I've spent all my money. The moment the message was sent, Ma Rong felt a sudden tightness in her heart, as if she were being gripped by an invisible hand. Chen-Li never asked how the money was used before, so why is he suddenly concerned about where the money went today? Could it be that he sensed something? The thought instantly panicked her, and her fingertips felt cold. If Chen-Li found out the truth, she would be completely finished. The bag she carries, the car she drives, and the image of a rich girl she projects to Liang Xayan and her classmates, all of this is thanks to Chen-Li, her gold mine. While Ma Rong was trembling with fear, Chen-Li on the other side of the screen also turned completely cold. So he was lying after all. Buying clothes and bags? The system didn't give any cashback notification at all. He didn't even know who he was lying to. He sneered inwardly. Did this woman really think he and his system brothers were easy targets to be fooled? Chen-Li stared at the screen, his eyes growing cold. He had to go and confirm it himself. If she dared to break her promise, he would make her pay the price, even if it meant losing the spot. That BMW was the first thing he wanted to do to get it back. It's not wise to alert them right now, so he typed a reply on the screen, his tone calm and composed. Okay, I'll come find you this afternoon and give it to you. Okay. Seeing Chen-Li's prompt reply, Ma Rong felt a weight lifted from her heart and let out a long sigh of relief. The money Liang Xayan wanted has finally been secured. After putting down his phone, Chen-Li had already made up his mind that car had to be retrieved. But who should he give the car to? Lu Yu or Song Lingyun? He pondered for a moment, then his finger had already opened Lu Yu's chat window. Lu Yu, are you free this afternoon? Yes, there are. Lu Yu replied almost instantly, then added, So, we're going to start that this afternoon? The words conveyed a cautious anticipation. Chen-Li immediately guessed that she had misunderstood, and replied with amusement, What are you thinking? Wait for my message this afternoon, and I'll transfer the ownership of a car to you. A car? On the other end of the screen, Lu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. She checked the line of text repeatedly, her heart skipping a beat. Chen-Li was going to give her a car? Given his spending habits in class, he must be at least at the level of an Audi or BMW. It would be even better if it were like Meng Yu's Audi A4. Just imagining herself driving her new car made her excitedly clutch her phone. Okay, I'll wait for you. She suppressed her excitement as she replied, but the smile on her lips was already impossible to hide. Chapter 39: Retrieving the car. After class, Chen-Li drove to the teacher's college as agreed and found a spot at a water bar near Ma Rong's school. A few minutes later, Ma Rong rushed over. Ma Rong. Affection level, plus 79.
Weight, 54. Appearance, 51. Number of times Cohen was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0.
Looking at the system data that appeared before him, Chenli was a little confused. The data showed that she was still fine.
Could it be that he had really misunderstood her? But how do you explain where that money went? Why would she lie? Let's ask her first. Chun-Li.
Ma Rong sat down opposite him, trying to make her voice sound calm and natural.
You're here, have a seat.
Chenli gestured to the seat opposite him, casually glancing around. There are quite a few beautiful girls at your school.
I've seen quite a few as I walked along.
Yes, there are quite a few pretty girls at our school, Ma Rong smiled.
Want me to introduce you to a few?
Forget it,
Chenli waved his hand and cut straight to the point. By the way, what are you planning to use the money for this time?
I just wanted to buy a few more clothes.
Did I spend too much? Ma Rong asked.
No way, did you spend all your money on bags and clothes last time?
Yes. Chenli made up his mind. If he had lied, then it was a betrayal.
Ma Rong, Chenli put down his water glass and said calmly, I might not be able to give you the money until tomorrow.
My bank card is at its limit today.
Actually, I came here to tell you that my cousin is making a fuss about buying a car today, but there's a limit on the number of cars I can buy today. I want to transfer ownership of your car to her first, then buy you a new one tomorrow, and give you the money at the same time. He spoke casually, as if buying a car was as simple as buying groceries. Ma Rong hesitated for a moment, but didn't think much of it. After all, with Chen-Li's financial resources, buying a better car tomorrow wouldn't be a problem.
Okay. Ma Rong nodded. Shall we go and complete the formalities now?
Yes, if you're free, let's go to the vehicle management office now. Ma Rong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Chen-Li didn't continue to ask about the phone call. She had no idea that once the car was transferred to her name, she would never be able to get it back. When they drove to the gate of Qiangzhou University, Lu Yu was already waiting by the roadside. She dressed up specially for today. A light-colored dress accentuated her slender figure, making her stand out in the crowd. Get in the car, Chen-Li said, rolling down the window. Lu Yu opened the back door and got in, quietly taking a look at the BMW 7 Series. The car is very well maintained, almost like a new car. Thinking that her roommate Li Tingting only drives a 5 Series, and even Chen-Li's official girlfriend Meng Yu only drives an Audi A4, she couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. Looking in the rearview mirror, she noticed a strange woman in the driver's seat. The woman looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't quite place where she had seen her before. Seeing that Chen-Li had no intention of making an introduction, she wisely remained silent, only occasionally glancing at the two people in the front seat out of the corner of her eye. Ma Rong glanced at Lu Yu through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chen-Li's cousin is really beautiful. But then I thought about it again, and the other person is really lucky to have such a generous benefactor as Chen-Li, having such a rich cousin. There weren't many people at the vehicle management office, and the three of them quickly completed the transfer procedures. The whole process went surprisingly smoothly. Lu Yu held the freshly issued vehicle registration certificate, her fingers trembling slightly. After everything was done, Chen-Li first took Ma Rong back to school. As soon as the car stopped in front of the teacher's college, Ma Rong thanked them, got out of the car, and quickly disappeared into the crowd on campus. Lu Yu suppressed her curiosity until Ma Rong was out of sight, then she immediately leaned close to Chen-Li. Honey, I remember who she is. She was Li Tingting's high school classmate. They had a get-together a few days ago, and Tingting talked about her with me. She recently started driving a BMW 7 Series and got together with Liang Xian, the most handsome guy in their class.
You wouldn't be thinking of.
Hearing this, Chen-Li's last bit of doubt vanished. Just as he expected, Ma Rong not only broke the agreement, but also put on this show in front of him. In that case, it is only right that the car be taken back. You're overthinking it, Chen-Li interrupted her calmly, unwilling to waste any more time on the topic.
All right, go and thoroughly wash the car now. Remember, give it a thorough cleaning, inside and out. This car is yours now.
Okay, thank you, honey, Lu Yu replied happily, then asked curiously, how much does this car cost?
Over $1 million, and it was only bought a few days ago.
The number made Lu Yu's eyes widen instantly. A car worth over $1 million was given to her so casually? This unexpected and generous gift instantly warmed her feelings for Chen-Li, and her affection for him skyrocketed.
Husband, tonight, we want to,
she said, her face flushed and her voice filled with anticipation. No, thank you. Shenli waved his hand before she could finish speaking. You go wash the car first, make sure to wash it carefully.
I have something to do, I'm leaving now.
After saying that, he turned and walked towards his car, which was parked not far away, preparing to return to school. Meanwhile, Ma Rong, who had just returned to her dormitory, was busy calling Liang Xin back. Honey, I might not be able to give you the money until tomorrow. I really can't raise that much today, she explained cautiously.
Liang Xin on the other end of the phone sounded very anxious, but my project is really urgent, I need the money today. Can you think of a way?
Ma Rong bit her lower lip awkwardly and stammered, I have 20,000 yuan here.
Take it to tide you over. I'll give you the rest tomorrow.
Alright, 20,000 it is. Yes, I've already transferred it to you, Ma Rong said softly after finishing using her phone.
Suddenly, Liang Xin's voice, tinged with laughter, came from the other end of the phone. So, Rong, how are you planning to make it up to me tonight?
These words were like a feather, gently brushing against Ma Rong's heart.
The experience of being with Liang Xin was truly unforgettable for her.
Anyway, Shenli wouldn't know, she thought to herself, why not do it tonight?
Then, see you at the usual place tonight.
She lowered her voice, her tone tinged with shyness and anticipation.
Okay, I'll wait for you. I love you, Rong. Liang Xin's voice instantly became gentle and tender.
After hanging up the phone, Ma Rong let out a soft breath, feeling both uneasy and unable to hide the flutter in her heart.
Chapter 40 Qin Xiaoming's Experience.
As Chen Ligang entered the parking lot, he was stunned by what he saw. Qin Xiaoming was being grabbed by the hair and beaten by a middle-aged woman. The pregnant, wealthy husband standing nearby tried in vain to mediate the fight, and a scene of a wife beating up her mistress in the street was unfolding right before his eyes. Although he often saw such events in the news, this was the first time he had witnessed them in person. Looking at Qin Xiaoming's disheveled hair and slightly flushed cheeks, and listening to the wife's hysterical insults, Shenli couldn't help but frown. Although there weren't many people in the parking lot, several passers-by who had just parked their cars stopped to watch, pointing and whispering, but no one stepped forward to dissuade them. In such emotional disputes, it is indeed difficult for outsiders to intervene and judge right and wrong. Shenli shook his head helplessly, pretended not to see it, and walked straight to his parking space. After all, he and Qin Xiaoming were just strangers who met by chance, and there was no need for him to get involved in this mess. Just as he passed through the center of the chaos, Qin Xiaoming suddenly looked up, her eyes meeting his through her tear-filled gaze. Seeing that Shenli had no intention of helping her, the last glimmer of hope in her eyes was extinguished. She could only watch helplessly as the woman tore at her collar, tears of regret mixed with humiliation streaming down her face. She finally realized that she had driven herself to such a wretched state for the sake of a little vanity. The thought that she had to escape flashed through her mind. Just as Chanli reached his luxury car and was about to open the door, Qin Xiaoming, with unexpected strength, she suddenly broke free from her wife's grasp, rushed over, and before Chenli could react, she had already opened the car door and climbed into Chenli's car.
Chenli, please.
She clung tightly to Chenli's arm, her voice broken and sobbing, "Save me, take me away from here."
You.
Chenli was speechless for a moment, not expecting this woman to be so bold. At this moment, the wife had caught up to the car, yanked open the door, and reached out to pull Qin Xiaoming out. "You bitch, get out here." Seeing that the two women were about to start fighting in his car, Chenli finally lost his temper.
"Stop.
Go fight somewhere else, don't get my car dirty."
"Who do you think you are?"
The wife then turned her anger on Chenli, pointing her finger at him and yelling, "Are you this slut's lover?"
"Mind your own business." This indiscriminate attack enraged Chenli.
He stepped forward, pulled his wife away from the car, and slammed the door shut. "Get away from my car." At this moment, the husband, who had been timid and hesitant, rushed over and quickly pulled his wife away, saying, "Stop making a scene, we can't afford to pay for this car." He clearly recognized the value of the luxury car and was afraid of getting into even bigger trouble.
"Can't afford to pay?"
The wife slapped her husband across the face, saying, "You still dare to protect this bitch." The two immediately started arguing fiercely in the parking lot. Chenli, too lazy to deal with this farce any longer, quickly got into the driver's seat and started the engine. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw Qin Xiaoming curled up in the seat, her face still wet with tears. Her pitiful appearance softened his heart. He sighed, ultimately unable to bring himself to leave her there. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot, leaving the noise and unpleasantness behind it far outside the window. After returning to Chenli's school, he parked his car on the side of the road and signaled to Qin Xiaoming that she could get out. However, she remained curled up in her seat, not moving for a long time. Shenli turned around in confusion, and only then did he see her clearly. Her originally thin clothes were torn to shreds, and half of her round, snow-white breasts were almost completely exposed to the air. She tried to cover herself with her hands in vain, but she couldn't hide the spring scenery.
Shenli. Her voice trembled with tears. Could you take me to buy some clothes? I can't possibly go back to my dorm in this state. Shenli sighed. Indeed, it would be too cruel to let her go back to school alone in this state. He reluctantly restarted the car and drove towards the nearest shopping mall. Upon arriving at the mall parking lot, Shenli told her to wait in the car while he quickly walked into the mall, casually picked out 2 sets of sportswear, paid, and left. As long as it covers her up, it doesn't matter what clothes she wears. Qin Xiaoming quickly changed her clothes in the car and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Shenli timidly. Shenli, could you take me out for another meal? Shenli was amused by her words. Can't you go eat it yourself? I don't have a single penny left. She lowered her head, her voice trailing off, and I'm a little scared. What if they're still nearby? Seeing her pitiful appearance, with lingering redness and swelling on her face, Shenli finally softened and decided to help a friend in distress. As she requested, they went to a hot pot restaurant. Seeing Qin Xiaoming wolfing down her food, Shenli finally believed that she was truly starving. After she finished eating, she began to recount her day's ordeal in fits and starts, which consisted of being confronted and publicly humiliated and beaten by the wife. Finally, she laughed self-deprecatingly. It's finally over. Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Shenli, a fleeting, enigmatic look flashing in her eyes. After dinner, Shenli drove her back to school. It was already late when they arrived, and the car slowly stopped under the shadow of the trees next to the school gate. Qin Xiaoming unbuckled her seatbelt and suddenly leaned over to hug Shenli. The girl's soft breasts pressed tightly against his chest, and the girl's unique fresh fragrance lingered around his nose. Shenli. She mustered her courage and whispered in his ear, "Thank you for helping me today. If you're willing, I'm yours tonight." After she finished speaking, she raised her flushed cheeks and stared intently at him. If I just nod, I can have this girl tonight. Looking at the redness and swelling on her delicate face that had not yet completely subsided, and the curves faintly visible beneath the sportswear triggered a primal reaction in Shenli's groin. Seeing her current state, he finally gently pushed her away. You're tired today, you should go home first. Feeling his physical reaction, Qin Xiaoming was secretly delighted and obediently got out of the car. On her way back to her dorm, she was already planning how she would dress up nicely and come back to see him once her facial injuries had healed. After parting ways with Qin Xiaoming, Shenli was aroused by her and immediately drove back to the villa. As I pushed open the door, I saw Mengyu just coming out of the bathroom. Her damp hair still had water droplets clinging to it, and her fair skin glowed with a radiant sheen under the light. Her silk nightgown accentuated her graceful curves. Without saying a word, Shenli stepped forward and picked her up in his arms. Ah, husband. Mengyu gasped in surprise, and before she could react, he was gently placed on the sofa. Shenli leaned down and kissed her lips, his fingertips already slipping inside the neckline of her nightgown. Mengyu quickly went limp under his skillful teasing. 10,000 words omitted here. Chapter 41. Ma Rong's dream shattered. Ma Rong lay languidly on the messy sheets, her face still flushed. Liang Xian sat up, lit a cigarette, and casually asked, Rong, why did you take a taxi today? Where's your car? Ma Rong's eyes flickered for a moment, then she snuggled closer to him in a coquettish manner. We're going to get a new car, so we'll let the family use it for now. Transfer? Liang Xian immediately became interested. What brand are you planning to switch to? Husband? Ma Rong proudly raised her chin. Whatever car you want, I'll buy it tomorrow. Now, buying any car I want is no problem. Liang Xian's eyes lit up. Any car will do? Then, a Rolls-Royce will do too? Sure. Ma Rong agreed without hesitation. I'll order the car tomorrow. Honey, you're amazing. Liang Xian excitedly stubbed out his cigarette, turned over and pulled Ma Rong into his arms, and the room was once again filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Rest now, anything is possible in dreams. This fantasy is destined to remain only tonight. The following morning, Ma Rong kept checking her phone, but she never received any message from Shenli. As time ticked by, and with Liang Xian urging her repeatedly, she finally couldn't hold back any longer and sent Shenli a message. Shenli, are you there? Her message went unanswered. She sent several more messages, her tone shifting from tentative to anxious, but she still received no reply.
At this moment, in the villa area in the south of the city, Chen Li had just woken up. Meng Yu was still sleeping peacefully in his arms. He picked up his phone from the bedside table, and the screen was full of messages from Ma Rong. Almost simultaneously, a system notification sounded in my mind. Note: the target Ma Rong has been compromised by another party. The spot will be automatically unlocked and locked for 30 days. Although he had expected it, Chen Li still couldn't help but frown the moment he confirmed the news. However, his displeasure was quickly replaced by reason. It was only a 1-month cooling-off period, and a woman like Ma Rong was not worth his time. "If you have a boyfriend, don't contact me anymore," he replied briefly. Ma Rong on the other end of the phone immediately replied in a panic, "Chen Li, what are you saying? There's absolutely nothing to it. You know what you did. Goodbye." After sending this message, Chen Li deleted her without hesitation. Chen Li has zero tolerance for this kind of person. There's no point in saying anything more. "Honey, what's wrong?" Meng Yu, who was in his arms, was awakened by the phone notification sound and asked sleepily. "Nothing." Chen Li gently stroked her long hair. "It's time to get up. I have class this afternoon." Ma Rong sat alone on a chair in her hotel room, staring intently at the scarlet exclamation mark on her phone screen, as if her entire world had collapsed at that moment. Chen Li knew? How could he know? Countless questions swirled wildly in her mind, but she couldn't find any answers. A chill ran down her spine, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She grabbed her hair in regret, hating herself for being so weak-willed and for not being able to hold her ground in the face of Liang Xian's sweet words. Now things are really messed up. Not only has the car been confiscated, but Chen Li's biggest source of income has also been cut off. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the blinds, casting dappled shadows on her face. She stared blankly at the messy bed in the room, remembering how she and Liang Xian had been talking about the future just last night. The conversation with Chen Li was still on her phone screen. That goodbye was like a sharp blade, completely shattering her illusions of a wealthy life. But soon, she forced herself to cheer up. "It's okay, at least there's Liang Xian." She tried to comfort herself, telling herself that the hundreds of thousands of yuan had been invested in Liang Xian's project, and that once he succeeded, she would still be able to live a good life. Just then, my phone vibrated, and a message from Liang Xian popped up on the screen. "Honey, how's the car and money situation going?" Ma Rong's heart sank. Her fingers hesitated on the keyboard for a long time before she slowly typed. "Honey, something unexpected has happened at home. We can't buy the car right now, and we also don't have the money." The message had barely been sent when Liang Xian called. Hearing the urgent ringing on the other end of the phone, Ma Rong took a deep breath and tried her best to make her voice sound calm and normal. "What's going on? Didn't we agree that it would be done today?" Liang Xian's tone was clearly dissatisfied. "I'm sorry, something suddenly happened at home, I couldn't help it." Ma Rong said this with a sense of grievance, but her heart was pounding. "What about my project? This is the most critical time, and I'm counting on this money to get the funds." Liang Xian's voice grew increasingly urgent, completely devoid of its usual gentleness and tenderness. Ma Rong's palms were sweating as she gripped the phone. She forced a smile and reassured everyone, "Don't worry, I'll think of something else." After hanging up the phone, Ma Rong slumped weakly into a chair. The sound of car horns outside the window reminded her that the city was still functioning normally, but her world had been turned upside down. Ma Rong dragged her heavy steps back to the campus. The afternoon sun shone through the lush foliage, casting dappled, flickering light and shadow on the ground. The cheerful laughter of the surrounding students seemed to come from another world. She walked aimlessly along the tree-lined path, Chen Li's words and that glaring red exclamation mark echoing in her mind. What should she do? Should she confess everything to Liang Xian? What else can she do if she doesn't? The truth will come out sooner or later, but she doesn't even have the courage to face it now. A surge of resentment welled up within her if it weren't for Liang Xian's appearance. She can still enjoy the unlimited wealth provided by Chen Li and live a life of luxury. That was once a mountain of gold and silver that she could use at will, but she ruined it all herself, ending up with nothing. Just then, my phone vibrated, and Liang Xian's name appeared on the screen. With trembling fingers, she opened the message, only to be met with a cold, questioning reply. "Ma Rong, are you rich now?" These words were like the last straw, breaking her last line of defense. She replied, almost in tears, I have no money left. Can you give me some back?" "Ma Rong, what do you mean? What do you mean by returning your money?"
Liang Xian's impatience almost pierced through the screen. It's the several $100,000 I gave you before. Didn't you say you were working on a project? Can you return some of it to me now? No, we've lost it all. After this message, whatever Marong posted, all that remained was a red exclamation mark. She stood blankly on the tree-lined path on campus, watching that familiar profile picture disappear from her contact list as if it had never existed. At that moment, she finally realized that she had not only been cheated out of everything by this scumbag, but had also lost everything that was truly worth cherishing. A gentle breeze swept by, scattering a few withered, yellow sycamore leaves. Marong slowly squatted down, burying her face between her knees, tears silently soaking her sleeves. Students passing by cast curious glances, but no one asked what kind of life collapse the girl squatting by the roadside was experiencing. She recalled the days and nights she had squandered, Chen Li's repeated and unhesitating transfers of money, and Liang Xian's solemn promises. Now, apart from the expensive designer clothes in her wardrobe, she really has nothing left. But these spoils that she was once so proud of now serve as ironic reminders of her foolishness and vanity. As the sun set, Ma Rong remained squatting in the same spot, like a frozen statue. She wished it was all just a nightmare, and that she could wake up and return to that yesterday when she could squander it all. But the two glaring red exclamation marks on her phone screen constantly reminded her that her dream was shattered. Chapter 42: The Profound Love of Parents. Chen Li was unaware of Ma Rong's fate, and even if he had known, he would have simply laughed it off. To him, Ma Rong was nothing more than a fleeting ripple in the long river of life, coming and going without leaving a trace. In the classroom, the afternoon sun lazily shone on the desks. Chen Li and his roommates were sprawled out in the back row, exchanging casual jokes. The economics professor on the podium was eloquently analyzing classic cases, yet he failed to break the relaxed atmosphere created by the group. Just as Chen Li was idly twirling his pen, his phone screen lit up with a message from Gu Qingcheng. Brother Chen Li, the hospital just confirmed the surgery time for Mom. Her words were written with a cautious reverence. The total cost of the surgery and liver transplant was 1.86 million. Here is the detailed bill, several pictures. If you confirm everything is correct, I will go and pay the bill. Looking at the clear expense list, Chen Li felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Compared to some people, this girl's purity and sincerity seemed so precious. She had millions in assets, yet she transparently reported every single expense. His dedication to saving his mother is truly admirable and a rare quality in today's world. No problem. He replied straightforwardly, the money I'm giving you is for you to use. You don't need to report everything to me. I trust you. Thank you, Brother Chen Li. I won't spend it recklessly. Well, I'll go pay the bill now. Upon seeing this sentence, Chen Li's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. If this girl keeps saving and doesn't spend it, won't his cashback plan fall through? It seems that once Gu's mother's surgery goes smoothly and her condition stabilizes, I'll have to treat her to a good shopping spree: house, car. These fixed assets all need to be arranged for her. After all, she has been his source of income for the past month. A short while later, the system notification arrived as expected. Gu Qingqing's expenses, 1,860,000 yuan. Affection level, plus 55. System credit, 102,300,000 yuan. Withdrawable amount, 2,045,499,360 yuan. Looking at the numbers flashing on the screen, Chen Li smiled slightly. Helping someone who deserves help, and at the same time achieving success for himself, is probably the best outcome. After class, Chen Li was preparing to return to the villa when his phone suddenly emitted a crisp notification sound. He looked down and saw a bank notification that 2,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. At that moment, he seemed to have been struck by something, and stood frozen in place. It's the beginning of the month, and he's completely forgotten that this is the day his parents send him money without fail. Looking at that familiar number on the screen, his eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. His parents are both ordinary wage earners. Last year, after their company's poor performance and they both had their salaries reduced, their combined monthly income was less than 7,000 yuan. Even so, they still sent him 2,000 yuan every month without fail. Since he started doing part-time work, he has called them many times to tell them to stop sending money, but his parents always remind him. Don't let it interfere with your studies. You don't need to worry about money, and you're not allowed to do part-time jobs or neglect your studies. Thinking back to how I had unhesitatingly spent all the money that represented my parents' hard work and the money I earned from my own part-time jobs on Lu Man Man, Chen Li felt as if his heart was being pricked by needles. Those extravagant past events had now turned into heavy guilt. Since the system came into existence, he has been looking for a suitable reason to send money to his parents, but he has never been able to find the right way. Looking at this sum of money for living expenses, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. Just as he was lost in thought, a WeChat message from his mother popped up. "Xiaoli, did you receive your living expenses?" Chenli took a deep breath and quickly replied, "Mom, I received it. Don't send me any more money in the future. I can earn a lot of money now. I'll transfer some to you first." After saying that, he immediately transferred 100,000 yuan through mobile banking. This figure was one he had carefully considered enough to improve his parents' lives without being too staggering and causing them worry. He planned to use the excuse of making money through investment, since he studied economics and this reason was reasonable, and then gradually increased the amount of remittances later. The phone rang quickly. It was a call directly from my mother. Her incredulous and worried voice came through the receiver. 10,000? Son, did you really earn this money? You didn't do anything wrong, did you? Mom, don't worry. Chenli tried to slow down his speech. This is all legitimate income one earned from investments. I've kept 200,000 yuan for further investment. You and Dad can use it without worry. I'll explain the details to you when I come home for the holidays. Did you really earn that? The mother's voice was still trembling. Real. All right then, Mom can rest assured. But Mom will save this money for you to use when you get married. You and Dad should use it as needed, don't always think about saving money. Chenli's nose tingled with emotion. I can really earn money now, and our family's money will only keep increasing in the future. Your parents don't spend much money at home, so don't be too frugal when you're out. Eat what you want and use what you need. The mother kept giving instructions, her tone full of love. Okay, Mom. You two take care of yourselves too. I'm doing fine here, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Chenli stood in front of the teaching building, gazing at the setting sun gradually sinking in the west. Parents' love is profound and selfless. As the only son in his family, Chenli grew up in a privileged environment. They protected him under their wings and never wanted him to suffer the slightest grievance. Even when he occasionally makes a mistake, he is never met with a harsh reprimand, but rather with patient guidance and warm encouragement. It was in this loving and caring environment that Chenli gradually developed an independent and well-rounded personality, learned to be responsible, and learned to be grateful. He took a deep breath, suppressing the warmth and emotion that filled his heart. Just then, his phone screen lit up with a message from Song Lingyun. "Chenli, are you free tonight? I miss you." Her meeting with Chenli this time had nothing to do with money. She had barely touched the money from the last meeting, and now she was contacting him. It was that irrepressible longing in her heart. She truly missed Chenli. This was her simplest emotion. Chenli was slightly taken aback. It had indeed been quite a while since he had seen her. Thinking of Song Lingyun's beautiful and ethereal face, her delicate features perfectly set in her oval face. Her eyebrows and eyes were like a painting, her skin like jade, and every expression exuded a natural gentleness, coupled with her perfectly proportioned figure. Chenli felt a surge of heat rise in his heart at her curvaceous figure. After sending Mengyu a message saying he wouldn't be coming home, he put away his phone, started the engine, and the car slowly drove into the night. Chapter 43: The Greatest Asset. The large villa was brightly lit, yet so quiet that the faint sound of the central air conditioning could be heard. Mengyu lay lazily in the Italian leather sofa, scrolling through short videos on her phone with one hand, and occasionally picking a grape from the fruit bowl with the other. The humorous scenes on the screen made her chuckle occasionally, her long legs naturally crossed, her fair ankles gleaming delicately under the light. In the evening, Chenli sent a message saying he wouldn't be coming back. She obediently replied with okay and didn't ask any more questions. Mengyu felt that men always have their own things to do outside, and as long as he remembers to come home and has this family in his heart, there's no need to ask too many questions. Besides, it's perfectly normal for a wealthy man like Chenli to have many social engagements and numerous affairs. She knew her place very well. She loved Chenli, so she should stay at home and live her life peacefully. Instead of overthinking, it's better to enjoy the present moment. As long as I take good care of this family and make Chenli feel comfortable and at ease when he comes back, that's enough. Living in such a big villa means you'll never have to worry about money again, and you won't have to work hard from dawn till dusk for a few $1,000s in salary. This kind of carefree life is something many people can't achieve even if they try their hardest, and thinking about this, she felt even more content. Just as she was engrossed in the story, a message popped up on her phone and startled her slightly. It was Wei Jia, the handsome guy I'd met briefly at the party. Hi, Mengyu, do you remember me?
She hesitated for a moment, then replied politely, yes, I remember.
What's wrong? Can't I chat with you if there's nothing wrong? What are you doing? The reply came quickly. Watching short dramas at home. You seem to be having a lot of time. Do you have time to hang out now?
We didn't get to know each other properly last time we met. Mengyu frowned, glanced at her silk robe, and made an excuse, sorry, I just took a shower and don't want to go out.
Wow, heart eyes emoji, a beauty just out of the bath.
Come out and sit for a while, we're all friends here, I'll take you home afterwards.
Upon seeing this reply, Mengyu completely lost his patience. This person is incredibly tactless, they've already clearly refused, yet they're still clinging on and on.
If it were Li Tingting who made the invitation, it would be understandable, but for a grown man to invite someone out at night is really frivolous and uncomfortable.
Mengyu didn't reply.
She reopened the short drama she had just watched and immersed herself in her own world.
To her, Wei Jia was just an insignificant interlude, far less interesting than the current plot.
On the other side, Wei Jia stared at his phone for a full 10 minutes, but the screen never lit up. Disappointed, he threw his phone on the table, picked up his glass, and took a big gulp of wine. This was a major setback in his romantic career with his handsome face and wealthy family background.
He's always been the center of attention among girls, when has he ever been neglected like this?
But it was precisely Meng Yu's indifferent attitude that, like a feather, gently brushed against the tip of his heart.
Instead, it aroused his unprecedented desire to conquer. He had truly fallen for this girl, not just with the casual attitude he had before.
The more you look at Meng Yu's beautiful and delicate face, the more you like her, and the more you get to know her, the more you can't let go of her charm.
When pursuing a girl, what's wrong with being a little thick-skinned? Relentless pursuit is the only way to win her over.
Thinking of this, a confident smile involuntarily crept onto my lips. Since we can't get her to agree to meet directly, let's try a different strategy. Ask Li Tingting and her friends to help us make connections. We'll eventually find an opportunity to get close to her.
With his looks and connections, so what if Mengyu has a boyfriend now? There's no woman Wei Jia can't win over. Sun Yan took in all his actions from the side.
Seeing him staring at his phone with a depressed look on his face, she had already guessed what was going on.
Her tone held a knowing, teasing edge. What? Did you get rejected by some girl? Yeah.
Wei Jia shrugged nonchalantly. I was politely turned down the first time I asked her out.
What kind of celestial beauty could be so captivating to our young master Wei?
Another friend joined in the teasing.
Hey, let's drink.
Wei Jia raised his glass, cleverly changing the subject. After several rounds of drinks, he quietly moved to Sun Yan's side while everyone was playing dice.
Sister Sun Yan. He lowered his voice, you have to help me think of a way, I really like Mengyu.
Sun Yan smiled, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness. If we can't get her to come out directly, we can just visit her at home.
Tingting told me that she is now living on her own.
This weekend, let's invite Tingting and the others to her house for a get-together, cook, and drink.
Wouldn't that be a great opportunity?
Wei Jia's eyes lit up, and he excitedly slapped the table. Brilliant.
I'll do my best then. Sister Sun Yan, your idea is fantastic.
Since losing her sugar daddy, Qin Xiaoming's life has plummeted from the clouds to the ground. The upscale restaurants she used to frequent are now places she can only catch a glimpse of from afar when passing by, and this huge contrast makes her depressed all day long.
Xiaoming, let's go to that newly opened hot pot restaurant tonight? I heard the taste is really authentic.
Her roommate linked arms with her. Another roommate chimed in, half-jokingly saying, yeah, our dorm's little rich girl should show us the world.
Qin Xiaoming forced a smile. I'm not feeling well, you guys go ahead.
All right. The roommates exchanged a knowing look.
By the way, where's your car? We haven't seen you drive it in ages. Take it to be repaired.
Qin Xiaoming answered softly, her words filled with helplessness. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality.
She truly understood the meaning of this saying.
Now, even the most ordinary food in the cafeteria tastes bland to her. In the quiet of the night, she would always unconsciously think of Chen Li. She walked to the mirror and gently touched her cheek. The marks from the beating a few days ago had not completely faded, and faint redness and swelling could still be seen. She looked in the mirror, her fingertips gently tracing the fading bruise at the corner of her eye, and murmured to herself, I'll wait 2 more days, until these marks on my face are completely gone, then I'll go see him.
The figure in the mirror was still slender and charming, with a shapely figure.
Her well-maintained face, apart from a slight look of weariness, was still beautiful and endearing. She turned slightly to the side, examining her most prized asset, a smile tinged with calculation and ambition silently spreading across her lips. This was her greatest asset and her most powerful weapon. She believed that if she took the initiative, few men could truly resist her.
Chapter 44 High School Classmates. Time slipped away quietly with the school bell ringing, and Friday arrived in the blink of an eye. The campus was filled with a relaxed atmosphere as the weekend approached, with students chatting in small groups about their weekend plans, their laughter echoing throughout. However, Gu Qingqing's mood was completely out of sync with the cheerful atmosphere around her. She walked alone on the tree-lined path, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting interplay of light and shadow on her. She kept her head down, her steps slow and heavy, as if each step was treading on her heart. Tomorrow is her mother's surgery day, and this news feels like a huge rock pressing on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, and the cold, hard clauses on the surgical consent form the doctor had mentioned kept replaying in her mind. Risk, complications, sequelae, these words haunt you like a curse. When she signed the consent form, her hand trembled so much that she could barely hold the pen. She didn't even dare to think about the worst possible outcome. The mere thought sent chills down her spine. At this moment, she so wished she had someone to rely on, someone to share this burden. This morning, her mother held her hand in the hospital bed, wanting to see Chenli one last time before the surgery. She learned from her daughter that the money to save her life was all paid by Chenli. Even in the worst-case scenario, she could find peace of mind just to see her daughter and Chenli together one last time before going into the operating room. Gu Qingcheng understood her mother's thoughts. It seemed that she had to try to contact Chenli no matter what and ask if he would be available to come to the hospital tomorrow. Since Chenli transferred that huge sum of money to her, he has never contacted her again. Aside from a brief exchange when she mentioned needing to pay for the surgery, the two of them hadn't spoken before. Chenli didn't send her a single message, let alone make any demands of her. During this time, Gu Qingcheng was actually feeling very uneasy. She had already mentally prepared herself, thinking that Chenli might ask her out to dinner alone, or make some other request. Although the thought made her a little uneasy, she knew she couldn't refuse. After all, he had helped her so much. And to be honest, she didn't dislike Chenli. Strangely, Chenli not only didn't ask her out, but he didn't even send her a simple greeting message. This made her start to overthink. Was she not attractive to him? But why are there so many boys pursuing her at school, yet it has absolutely no effect on Chenli? This feeling of being ignored left her both confused and somewhat disappointed. At this moment, Chenli Gong and Zhang Yishi finished playing ball and were taking a shower in their dormitory. They were about to go eat when their phones vibrated. "Brother Chenli, are you free tomorrow?" Gu Qingqing's message appeared on the screen. "I'm free, what's up?" That. Gu Qingqing seemed to be making up her mind. "My mother is having surgery tomorrow, and she said she wants to see you before the surgery." "No problem. When would be a good time for me to go tomorrow?" "Thank you, Brother Chenli. I'll be here around 2 p.m. Gu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting Chenli to agree so quickly. "Okay, have you eaten?" Chenli asked casually. "Not yet, I'm on my way to the cafeteria. Would you like to come and eat with us? Yi Shi and Wu Wenxian can come too." Is it convenient?" Gu Qingqing hesitated. "They're all my roommates. If you're coming, just come to the school gate and find us." "Okay, I'll be right there." Putting down her phone, Gu Qingqing tidied her hair in front of the mirror. The girl in the mirror still had a hint of worry in her eyes. The group was waiting for Chenli to drive over at the school gate. Several of the boys had brought their girlfriends with them today, and one car was not enough to fit everyone, so they had to call a ride-hailing car. At that moment, Chenli's car slowly drove up, and almost simultaneously, Gu Qingqing also arrived. She wore a plain-colored dress, her figure slender and well-proportioned. A gentle breeze blew through her hair, revealing a face as beautiful as a fairy. She walked over from a distance, the sunlight shining on her, making her look like a celestial being, so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Alluring beauty. Wu Wenxian turned around and saw her, and went up to her with surprise and affection, taking her hand warmly. She hadn't expected Gu Qingqing to come, but then she realized besides Chenli and herself, who else could possibly get a date with this school beauty? Wan Qian. Gu Qingqing responded with a smile, but her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Chenli, who had just gotten out of the car. Wu Zihong and Wu Chang were both stunned. It was the first time they had seen Gu Qingqing,
and they never expected that there would be such a beautiful girl in the school. She is not only beautiful, but also has a unique charm that is both pure and delicate, making people want to look at her more.
Everyone, get on the bus.
Chenli greeted everyone, his gaze lingering on Gu Qingqing for a moment before he frowned slightly. Everyone tacitly left the passenger seat to Gu Qingqing, while Zhang Yishi and Wu Wenxian sat in the back seat. The rest of the people got into a ride-hailing car, excitedly discussing Gu Qingqing, whom they had just met, all the way.
The car quickly stopped in front of a high-end seafood buffet restaurant.
The wealthy Chenli was treating everyone to a seafood buffet that cost 3,199 yuan per person.
Upon entering the restaurant, the luxurious ambience left everyone speechless.
Gu Qingqing looked at the dazzling array of seafood in the restaurant: fresh king crabs, plump lobsters, and all sorts of high-end ingredients. The cost of this meal was almost enough for her living expenses for half a year. Wu Wenxian noticed her discomfort, gently touched her arm, and whispered, "Since you're here, just enjoy yourself and don't overthink it."
Gu Qingqing nodded, but a complex emotion welled up in her heart.
She knew that from the moment she accepted Chenli's help, their relationship had changed. Since it was a buffet, Zhang Yishi and the others ate to their heart's content. Guo Zihong even performed a trick of eating a giant lobster in one bite, which made everyone laugh and create a very lively atmosphere. Chenli ate a little too quickly, and then had another bout of stomach upset, so he quietly went to the restroom by himself. As he came out of the restroom and was wiping his hands, he suddenly heard someone call his name from behind.
"Chenli?"
He turned around and saw that it was his high school classmate Chen Shimi, with Zhong Lily standing next to him, the girl that Chenli and Chen Shimi had both pursued back then. At that time, Zhong Lily chose Chen Shimi, who came from a better family, without hesitation. The two later both passed the entrance exam for the nearby teachers' college. Chen Shimi boasted about this to Chenli quite a bit, openly and secretly putting him down.
"Chenli, what are you doing here? Are you working as a waiter?"
Chen Shimi walked over with a smile, but his tone carried a hint of condescension. Zhong Lily merely glanced at Chenli indifferently, without even saying hello, her eyes revealing obvious aloofness and disinterest. Just then, Gu Qingqing, who had just come out, witnessed this scene.
Chapter 45, probably just a small apartment.
Looking at Chen Shimi and Zhong Lily's arrogant attitude, Chenli felt it was pointless to argue with them, but he just couldn't swallow his anger. Chen Shimi, when God closes a door for you, he must have also slammed your head in it, right?
I was just asking you, Chun-Li, why are you getting angry? If I weren't angry, would I have given birth to you? I wouldn't want a brainless son like you. Chun-Li, you.
Chen Shimi was so embarrassed by the rebuke that his face turned bright red.
He looked at himself all alone.
She then chuckled, grabbed Zhong Lily beside her, pulled her into her arms, and looked him up and down. "What?
Still single?" Zhong Lily. Affection level, 5. Weight, 64. Appearance, 71. Number of times I was attacked, 182. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 3.
Looking at Zhong Lily's data on the system interface, Chenli curled his lips and let out an undisguised sneer.
Chen Shimi, that's all you've got? It's just Zhong Lily, what makes you so arrogant? You think you've struck gold?
His eyes were filled with a mocking and pitying look, as if he were looking at a fool. Chen Shimi was enraged by Chen Li's disdainful gaze, but then he quickly regained his composure. This kid was clearly just being a sour grapes.
Who is this unwanted single guy trying to impress here?
With that thought, his displeasure vanished instantly, and a smug smile even appeared on his lips.
Ha, that's interesting. If I were you...
Chen Shimi was about to continue his taunts when the words suddenly caught in his throat.
Gu Qingqing walked out from the side, naturally took Chen Li's arm, and said softly, "Brother Chen Li, why aren't you coming in yet? Everyone is still waiting inside."
She turned to look at Chen Shimi and his companion, and politely asked, "Are these two your friends?" Gu Qingqing, who was standing nearby, heard the conversation clearly.
"Waiter? Still single?"
These harsh words made her unconsciously furrow her brow. She was gentle by nature and had mostly chosen to endure the injustices she had suffered over the years. But now, hearing someone speak of Chen Li with such contempt, a surge of anger welled up inside her. She rarely got so truly angry. So she mustered up her courage and stepped forward to link arms with Chen Li, to show them whether Chen Li actually had a girlfriend. Seeing Gu Qingqing suddenly appear and link arms with him, knowing that she was there to support him, his heart warmed.
"It's nothing, just two insignificant people. Let's go back." Chen Shimi was stunned when he saw Gu Qingqing suddenly appear. This unbelievably beautiful girl is actually Chen Li's girlfriend? How is that possible? With Chen Li's qualifications, how could he possibly find such a perfect girlfriend? However, the intimate scene before him was like a silent slap, shattering his illusions. The girl linked arms with Chen Li without any awkwardness, and when Chen Li turned his head to look at her, his eyes were filled with undisguised gentleness. All of this forced Chen Shimi to admit that they were a couple. Chen Shimi suddenly felt that Zhong Lily beside him was not so appealing. Although Zhong Lily was pretty, she was not even a level below Gu Qingcheng. Zhong Lily stood there, stunned, her face filled with disbelief. She never imagined that Chen Li, whom she had rejected back then, would now find a girlfriend who made her feel ashamed. The moment Gu Qingcheng walked into the private room arm in arm with Chen Li, Zhang Yishi, and the others all turned their gazes toward them. She then realized that her actions were too intimate, and hurriedly let go of his hand, her face instantly burning red, even her ears turning blush. She herself couldn't explain where she got the courage to do such a bold thing. Seeing the ambiguous smiles and knowing glances on everyone's faces, Gu Qingcheng wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground.
It's not what you think,
Chen Li quickly explained, his tone tinged with helplessness.
Yes, that's not what we thought.
Wei Zihong dragged out his words, winking and grinning mischievously, which prompted the others to join in the teasing. Seeing that things were getting worse by trying to explain, Chen Li simply stopped explaining and pulled Gu Qingcheng to sit down in an empty seat. Let's eat.
If we keep making a scene, the food will get cold. The entire meal proceeded amidst everyone's good-natured teasing of the two.
Gu Qingcheng kept her head down the whole time, eating in small bites, occasionally stealing a glance at Chen Li, feeling both sweet and uneasy. After the meal, Chen Li first drove everyone back to school before driving back to the villa. At this moment, Meng Yu was nestled on the sofa in the living room, eating fruit and scrolling through short videos. I was laughing out loud every now and then at the funny content when suddenly a message from Li Tingting popped up on my phone. Meng Yu, Sun Yan and the others want to get together tomorrow. We'll buy the ingredients and cook for ourselves.
Are you free?
Meng Yu put down the grapes in her hand and replied, sure, I should have time.
Is it convenient for us to come to your house? We'd like to visit and get acquainted with the place. Li Tingting then sent an expectant emoji.
Yes, the kitchen is fully equipped, so you can cook or grill.
Meng Yu added, I need to talk to my boyfriend. Okay, let's go to your mansion and have some fun tomorrow.
No problem, you're welcome. Just as I finished talking to Li Tingting, I heard the crisp sound of a key unlocking the door. Hearing the sound, Meng Yu looked up and her face immediately lit up with a delighted smile. Honey, you're back. Chen Li pushed open the door and walked into the living room, where he immediately saw Meng Yu lying on the sofa. He put down what he was holding, smiled and walked closer, naturally leaning down to hug her from behind, his chin gently resting on her shoulder.
What are you looking at?
Why are you laughing so happily? He whispered in her ear. Meng Yu turned her head and handed over the fruit plate. I just saw a funny video.
Here, try this honeydew melon. It's especially sweet.
Chen Li sat down next to her and took a bite of the fruit from her hand. It was indeed sweet and juicy.
Tingting just said they want to come over for a barbecue party tomorrow, is that okay? Meng Yu leaned on his shoulder.
Of course you can.
Chen Li ruffled her hair. This is your friend. It'll be more lively if he comes over to play. Then why don't you come play with us at home tomorrow? Meng Yu looked at him expectantly. I have something to do tomorrow. Just have fun and treat your friends well.
Upon hearing that Chen Liming wouldn't be home to entertain her friends, a hint of undisguised disappointment flashed across Meng Yu's face. She nestled gently into his arms and whispered, okay. She was really looking forward to Chen Lining joining everyone for a lively celebration, since this was the first time they had hosted her friends since moving into their new home. They seemed to include both men and women.
Suddenly remembering something, Meng Yu looked up at Chen Li and asked cautiously, Honey, you don't mind, do you?
Chen Li was amused by her nervous appearance and reached out to ruffle her hair.
What's there to mind? Do you think you'll fall for some handsome guy and leave me? What nonsense are you talking about?
Meng Yu playfully punched his chest, then wrapped her arms around Chen Li's waist and pressed her face against his chest. Her heart was already completely filled with Chen Li. No matter how outstanding other men were, they meant nothing to her. Chen Li felt the warmth in his arms. He really had no interest in making friends with Meng Yu's friends, but as long as Meng Yu was happy, that was all that mattered. After receiving Meng Yu's confirmation, Li Tingting immediately sent a voice message to Sun Yan. Sister Sun Yan, Meng Yu said she's free tomorrow, so we can go to her house to play.
That's great. How's her kitchen?
Is it convenient for cooking? It's convenient, you can cook or grill food with it. Barbecue would be even better. She didn't tell Li Tingting that this was actually arranged specifically for Wei Jie. After ending the call with Li Tingting, Sun Yan immediately contacted Wei Jie. It's all settled. We're going to Meng Yu's house for a barbecue tomorrow, but I'm warning you, don't make it too obvious. Wei Jie was overjoyed on the other end of the phone. Thank you so much, Sister Sun Yan. I'll take care of all the ingredients for tomorrow. Everyone will have a great time. Wei Jie paused on the other end of the phone, his voice unconsciously lowering slightly, tinged with a hint of doubt. By the way, Sister Sun Yan, does her family really have a barbecue? Where do they barbecue? It can't be indoors, can it? I guess she'll just make do on the balcony. No matter what, her house can't be without a balcony, right? That's true. He's just a student. Even if his family buys him a house, how big can it be? It's probably just a small apartment. You'd be lucky to even have a grill on the balcony. Chapter 46, Meng Yu's home. The next day, as noon approached, sunlight streamed into the restaurant through the windows. Meng Yu and Chen Ligang finished a simple breakfast: fried eggs, toast, milk, and chicken wings that Meng Yu had grilled. Just then, Meng Yu's phone rang. It was Li Tingting calling. Meng Yu, shall we go buy some ingredients together later? Shall we go now? Meng Yu glanced at the time. Yes, let's meet at the seafood market. Okay, I'll get ready and then we'll set off. Chen Li, who was gnawing on a chicken wing, looked up and casually asked, are we going to buy barbecue ingredients now? Yes. Meng Yu was clearing away the dishes when she turned to look at him. Honey, do you want to come with me to take a look? What am I going to do? I'm leaving in a bit. After the meal, Meng Yu neatly cleared away the dishes, and Chen Li went to the sink to help wash them. The two worked together seamlessly, one wiping the table and the other washing the dishes, a routine that had become an integral part of their daily lives. After getting ready, Meng Yu changed into some comfortable clothes, said goodbye to Chen Li, and went out. After meeting up with Li Tingting, the two went directly to the seafood market that Sun Yan had mentioned. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Sun Yan and Wei Jie already waiting there. Meng Yu, Tingting, we've been waiting for you. Sun Yan greeted them warmly. Wei Jie's gaze lingered on Meng Yu for a moment before he smiled and replied, yes, let's go in and do some shopping. Other friends bought other things elsewhere. We'll meet at the intersection ahead later, and then we'll go to your house together. The market was bustling with activity, and all kinds of seafood were on display at the stalls. Wei Jie took on almost all the purchasing tasks today, while the girls were attracted by the wide variety of seafood in the market. Although they usually eat a lot of seafood, they still couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when they saw the varieties they had never seen before in the market. Tingting, look at that giant lobster. It's huge. Meng Yu, come and take a look at this. What is this? I've never seen it before. I don't know either, I'm kind of ugly cute. The two of them strolled through the market as if they had discovered a new continent, exclaiming in amazement from time to time. Sun Yan, on the other hand, was more pragmatic and went straight to help Wei Jie select ingredients, acting as an advisor on the sidelines. They didn't know how to buy, so they just bought anything that was tangible and alive, and ended up picking out quite a few tangible items. Plump lobsters, menacing king crabs, majestic black tiger prawns, and lively wild groupers. After Meng Yu and Li Tingting had seen enough of the novelty, they came over to help carry the things. At this moment, the owner was carefully packing the seafood and adding oxygen to keep it fresh. Wei Jie was being particularly gentlemanly. He wouldn't let the girls do anything, saying with a smile that the seafood was easy to get, and insisted on carrying the goods onto the car with the owner himself. Wei Jie drives a Land Rover Range Rover, a vehicle that exudes a strong British luxury style and can be called the king of SUVs. The spacious carriage was particularly practical, easily accommodating all the seafood we purchased. Before long, the group had bought all the necessary ingredients. The other friends who had split up earlier had also finished shopping, so everyone agreed to meet at the intersection ahead and then head to Meng Yu's house together. Following the address sent by Meng Yu, the group drove to Joyue Mansion, chatting and laughing. Guided by Meng Yu, the convoy slowly drove towards the villa area. Because parking spaces inside the villa were limited, everyone parked their cars in the public parking area outside the villa. When Sun Yan and the others stood in front of the villa, everyone was shocked. Is this where Meng Yu lives alone? Just how wealthy is her family that they bought an entire villa for a girl who's still in school? Moreover, it's not an ordinary villa, it's in a high-end community like Joyue Mansion. Judging from its central location, it might even be the most prestigious building. Li Tingting was the first to come to her senses and asked in surprise, "Mengyu, is this your home? This villa is so grand." "Yes, everyone, please come in." Mengyu greeted everyone with a smile. "You can put your things in the barbecue area outside first.
They have all kinds of tools there, which is very convenient." Wei Jie was completely dumbfounded. He never expected Mengyu to come from such a privileged background. He had previously asked his family to buy him an apartment, but they all said it wasn't necessary now. Yet Mengyu already owns such a large villa. The gap is really huge. If he could catch up with Mengyu, this villa would be. Thinking of this, his affection for Mengyu grew even stronger.
Sun Yan secretly marveled at Mengyu's strength.
From the moment he first noticed the watch she was wearing, Mengyu was constantly having his perceptions challenged.
Her financial strength is indeed formidable.
Just based on that watch and this villa, her net worth must be at least 20 million. Li Tingting and several other girls surrounded Mengyu, insisting that she show them around the entire villa. Actually, all of them come from well-off families and live in villas, but they are all large houses where they live with their parents and brothers, and the space is at most only half the size of Mengyu's house. Not to mention someone like Mengyu, who owns such a magnificent villa at such a young age. This is practically the ultimate life for a rich girl in their dreams.
"Mengyu, your bar counter is way too big. All of these, could they all be famous bars?" A girl exclaimed in amazement, pointing to the wine bottles displayed in the built-in wine cabinet. "Look! Is this a private cinema? Oh my god, they even have a dedicated spa area."
They exclaimed in surprise as they walked, as if it were their first time in the city.
That's understandable. This villa was newly purchased by Mengyu's family.
From the decoration to the furnishings, everything adopted the most popular high-end design at the moment, and many details were indeed something they were seeing for the first time.
Meanwhile, several boys took the initiative to clean the ingredients and prepare for the barbecue.
Seafood needs to be processed, but imported Wagyu beef doesn't need any preparation at all. It's all pre-prepared semi-finished products. The ingredients are all high-end, which is very much in line with the style of these rich kids.
Everyone chatted idly while busy with their work.
Someone nudged Wei Jie with their elbow and said in a low voice, "Young Master Wei, if you manage to win this girl's heart, you'll truly be a winner in life. A powerful alliance."
Yes, how wealthy must a family be to live in such a big villa by themselves? "Go for it, Jie. We believe in you,"
Wei Jie said. "Stop talking nonsense and get to work." But his expression couldn't hide his smile. The corners of his mouth were always slightly upturned. He was secretly overjoyed, as if Mengyu was already his goal that he was determined to have. With a little more effort, you can win her over.
Doesn't all of this villa, this lifestyle become his too? Chapter 47. Can you be my girlfriend?
The hospital ward was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. Shenli and Gu Qingqing sat side by the hospital bed, listening to Gu's mother's weak but clear instructions. A gentle smile graced Gu's pale face as her gaze lingered on Shenli. "Shenli, thank you so much for everything these past few days.
As for Qingqing,
I'll have to ask you to take good care of her from now on." She gently held her daughter's hand, then looked at Shenli, her tone carrying a barely perceptible sense of entrustment. These words sounded like someone making their final arrangements, which made Gu Qingqing feel a pang of sadness. She held back her tears, afraid that losing control of her emotions would affect her mother's mood, so she could only bite her lower lip tightly and swallow back her sobs. Shenli chimed in, his tone sincere, "Auntie, please don't say that.
Just cooperate with the treatment, and you'll definitely get better."
He wasn't good at sweet talk, but at that moment he knew that listening was more important than any words. He made a timely promise, "Don't worry, I will take good care of Qingqing." He even tried to lighten the mood, "Once you recover, you can help us take care of our children." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqing's eyes immediately welled up with tears, feeling both touched and shy. She never expected that Shenli, a rich second generation, would not only pay for her mother's medical treatment, but also be so considerate in cooperating with her and comforting her in such a warm way. In her opinion, this was simply the perfect partner.
Gu Qingqing.
Affection level, +75. The three's cozy conversation was interrupted by a gentle knock on the door. Several elderly doctors and nurses entered the private room. It was time for surgery.
Accompanied by Shenli and Gu Qingqing, Gu's mother was slowly wheeled into the operating room.
As the automatic door closed, the operation in progress indicator light on the door lit up, and a life or death operation began. Only at this moment did Gu Qingqing's tense nerves relax slightly. She slumped helplessly onto a bench in the corridor, all the worries, fears, and forced strength of the past few days crumbling at that moment. She hasn't had a proper night's sleep in the past 2 days because of her mother's surgery. Chenli stood to the side, looking at her thin shoulders, unsure how to comfort her.
Should he step forward and offer her a place to lean on?
That's something out of a movie. In reality, he simply couldn't bring himself to do something so intimate unless Gu Qingqing asked him to.
Brother Chenli, Gu Qingqing looked up, her voice trembling slightly with exhaustion. Can I lean on you for a bit? Chenli was slightly taken aback. Had Gu Qingqing seen through his thoughts?
He paused for a moment, then walked over and sat down next to her. Gu Qingqing gently rested her head on his shoulder, and soon fell into a deep sleep due to extreme exhaustion. She even unconsciously slipped and fell to her head on his lap. Chenli looked down at Gu Qingqing, who was sleeping. Her beautiful face was slightly furrowed with fatigue. Far from looking haggard, she exudes a delicate and fragile beauty that evokes a sense of tenderness, making one want to protect her.
Everyone, come and eat.
Wei Jie and several boys had already prepared all the ingredients and arranged them neatly around the oven. Various high-end seafood and imported wagyu beef are arranged around a central, leaping flame, while several plump king crab claws lie sizzling on the grill. A large lobster cut in half, and several pieces of wagyu beef with even marbling. The oil melts at high temperatures and drips into the charcoal fire, releasing a fragrant aroma that is enough to make your mouth water just by looking at it. At that moment, several girls also came out of the villa in response.
Wow, thank you for your hard work, this looks delicious, a pretty girl couldn't help but exclaim. Sun Yan also laughed and joked, I didn't know you young masters had this skill.
Oh, not at all, it was mainly Brother Jie who grilled it, we just helped out. One of the boys tactfully attributed all the credit to Wei Jie. Wei Jie was quite modest, it's the result of everyone's hard work. Here, this wagyu beef is just right. We have different dipping sauces over here. Everyone, please try a piece first. As he spoke, he carefully selected a perfectly cooked piece of wagyu beef with tongs, placed it on a small plate, and handed it to Meng Yu first. This first piece, of course, should be dedicated to the hostess today.
Thank you for hosting us in such a beautiful home.
Thank you, Wei Jie.
Meng Yu accepted it with a smile.
The friends next to me exchanged knowing glances, and then smiled as they each picked up their own piece and began to taste it.
It's delicious. The cooking time is just right, it's tender and juicy.
Great job, Wei Jie. Li Tingting said, giving a thumbs up as she ate. Meng Yu nodded in agreement. The food was indeed grilled quite well. She was a little surprised. She hadn't expected that a young master like Wei Jie would actually be so capable. They had no idea that Wei Jie had spent several days learning how to grill meat specifically for this day. Seeing that everyone was satisfied with the meal, he was secretly pleased and worked even harder to turn over the other ingredients, continuing to serve everyone. Among the crowd, a girl named Xiaoli was particularly enthusiastic towards Wei Jie, and it was obvious to everyone that she was interested in him. Brother Wei Jie, don't just focus on grilling, eat some yourself too. She picked up a peeled king crab leg and walked over to Wei Jie, handing it to him. It's alright, you guys eat first. I ate quite a bit when I was tasting it earlier, Wei Jie replied politely. Then go and rest for a while, I'll help you grill it. No need, Xiaoli, go sit down and eat properly, it's too smoky here. Xiaoli's kind offer was politely declined, and she looked somewhat disappointed. Unfortunately, the falling flowers were willing, but the flowing water was indifferent at this moment. Wei Jie's entire attention was on Meng Yu. He would often give the best roasted parts to Meng Yu first, and Meng Yu naturally noticed his intentions with such obvious favoritism. As the laughter and chatter subsided, the string lights in the courtyard automatically lit up, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere in the twilight. The charcoal fire in the barbecue grill was not as strong as before, and most of the food had been devoured, leaving only a few pieces of seafood that had not yet been grilled neatly arranged to the side. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they moved in twos and threes to the sofas and lounge chairs in the relaxation area. Sun Yan praised Wei Jie, saying, Wei Jie worked the hardest today. He grilled the meat so well and provided such excellent service. Wei Jie's good friend immediately understood and replied with a smile, yes, it's rare for our brother Jie to cook. Seeing that the time was ripe, Wei Jie calmly got up and walked towards his Range Rover. He opened the trunk, took out an exquisite velvet gift box, and carefully opened it to check inside lay two meticulously crafted antique gold bracelets and necklaces, gleaming with a warm luster under the car's interior lights. This was custom made by a master craftsman at his expense of over 200,000 yuan, almost all of his savings. Although Meng Yu might not be interested in her given his wealth, he believed that his sincerity would surely move her. Filled with anticipation, Wei Jia took a deep breath, picked up the gift box, and walked back to the courtyard. Seeing Meng Yu chatting and laughing with Li Tingting and receiving an encouraging look from Sun Yan, he finally mustered up the courage to walk up to Meng Yu. "Meng Yu," he called softly, slowly opening the gift box in his hand to reveal exquisite gold jewelry inside. "From the first time I saw you, I was deeply attracted to you. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" The scene fell silent immediately. Apart from Sun Yan, who was prepared, everyone else was stunned by the sudden confession. Although Li Tingting knew that Meng Yu had a boyfriend, she was unsure of his importance in Meng Yu's heart. She could only stare blankly at the scene. Xiaoli, who had always secretly loved Wei Jia, looked visibly upset, her bitterness almost impossible to conceal. Seeing this, several of Wei Jia's friends quickly stepped forward to support him. "This is ancient gold, isn't it? Brother Jia, you're really willing to go all out. This bracelet is so exquisitely crafted." Meng Yu was clearly caught off guard by this sudden confession. Although she had just sensed Wei Jia's feelings, she did not expect him to confess directly in such a situation. Looking at the handsome and sincere Wei Jia in front of him, the anticipation in his eyes was almost overflowing. Chapter 48 Gu Qingqing's Thoughts. To be fair, Wei Jia is indeed an excellent young man. He comes from a wealthy family, is good-looking, and is considerate. If she hadn't met Chenli first, she might have actually considered accepting his feelings. The thought flashed through her mind in an instant, yet it surprised even herself. She quickly suppressed this momentary wavering, knowing clearly that her heart already belonged to another person. "I'm sorry, Wei Jia." She gently shook her head. "I already have a boyfriend." This caught Wei Jia completely off guard. He had no idea that Meng Yu already had a boyfriend. But his friends didn't care. In their view, how could Wei Jia, with his qualifications, possibly lose to an ordinary person? "Oh dear, I've never heard you mention having a boyfriend before." Sun Yan stepped in at the right moment to smooth things over, saying, "Let's meet up and hang out another day." "Yeah, Meng Yu, you're so outstanding, your boyfriend must be some rich kid, right?" another friend chimed in. "He's not some rich kid." Meng Yu smiled slightly. "I'll introduce you to everyone another time." If Chenli hadn't told her to keep a low profile, she really wanted to tell them that this villa and everything she owned now were gifts from her boyfriend who wasn't a rich kid. "I didn't expect you to already have someone you love. I was being presumptuous." Wei Jia casually put away the gift box, a polite smile on his face. As long as Meng Yu's boyfriend isn't some formidable character, he believed he definitely had a chance to win Meng Yu's heart. The operating room lights finally went out. After several hours of waiting, the attending physician came out, took off his mask, and revealed a tired but relieved smile. The surgery was a great success. Gu Qingqing's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Her legs went weak, and she almost lost her balance. Seeing this, Chenli quickly stepped forward to support her. She could no longer restrain herself, turned around and threw herself into Chenli's arms, hugging him tightly. The anxiety, helplessness, and despair that had been weighing on my heart for so many years finally found an outlet, turning into scalding tears that all gushed out at once. She could finally cry without worry, letting out all her grievances and worries. She leaned on Chenli's shoulder, crying so hard her whole body was trembling, all her surging emotions turning into unstoppable tears. The most dangerous hurdle has now been overcome. Although there is still a long road to recovery ahead, at least hope is firmly in our grasp. And all of this stemmed from the appearance of the man in front of them. At this moment, she was filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Wu Wenxian, for taking her to that life-changing lunch. I am especially grateful to Chenli for extending a helping hand without hesitation." Gu Qingqing. Affection level, plus 95. Looking at the system notification, Chenli felt complicated. The girl's feelings for him were all too obvious. He did enjoy being surrounded by beautiful women, but Gu Qingqing was different from those girls who only cared about his money. She was too pure and too earnest. He couldn't bear this relationship, nor did he want to betray it. "Brother Chenli, thank you," Gu Qingqing said sincerely, her eyes filled with tears. Then she realized that she had actually slept on Chenli's lap for the entire afternoon, and her cheeks instantly turned crimson, even her ears were tinged with a rosy hue. Upon realizing her intentions, Chenli's first reaction was to avoid her. He calmly released her hand and took a half step back, saying, "It's good that Auntie's surgery went well. Now that things are stable here, I'll head back first. Take good care of her." Hearing that he was leaving, Gu Qingqing suddenly felt a void in her heart. She then realized that as long as Chenli was by her side, she felt she could overcome any difficulty.
This unprecedented sense of security was something she craved immensely.
Okay, she replied softly, unable to hide her disappointment.
Oh, right.
Shenli remembered something important. Remember to hire 2 senior caregivers to take turns looking after you 24 hours a day.
We need to hire caregivers? 2 of them, isn't that too wasteful?
She subconsciously tried to be frugal.
Upon hearing this, Shenli felt a headache coming on.
She always talked about wasting money, which was the thing he hated most and least wanted to hear. Shenli deliberately put on a stern face. You're not allowed to say the word waste again, or I really won't take care of you anymore. Seeing his serious tone, Gu Qingqing panicked immediately. I'll listen to you, I won't say anything more, I'll contact the caregiver right away. What she feared most was that Shenli would stop paying attention to her.
That's more like it. Shenli's expression softened.
Once Auntie's condition stabilizes, or if she needs anything, please contact me anytime. Okay, brother Shenli, take care on the road. When Shenli drove back to the villa, it was already late at night. Under the warm light of the living room, Meng Yu was nestled on the sofa watching TV when she heard the door open and turned around.
Honey, you're back.
She put down the remote control, a sweet smile on her face.
Ugh, I'm exhausted.
Shenli sighed deeply as he changed his shoes.
Meng Yu looked him over. Did you go to war?
Come on, lie down quickly, let me massage you.
Shenli-san lay down on the sofa, feeling Meng Yu's soft fingers resting on his shoulders and neck.
The kneading of his stiff muscles with just the right amount of force made him sigh with pleasure. It wasn't a war. A friend's mother was having surgery today, and I spent the whole day at the hospital with her.
Ha?
Meng Yu paused in his movements, his tone concerned.
Did the surgery go smoothly? Everything went smoothly, all is well. It must be said that Meng Yu is indeed a sensible girl.
If it were someone else, they would probably have already asked whether that friend was male or female, followed by all sorts of suspicions and arguments. Her only concern was whether the surgery was successful, and this thoughtfulness made the exhausted Shenli feel particularly relieved. After a massage, Meng Yu started talking about the dinner party that day, vividly describing the delicious food they ate. When she spoke of Wei Jia, her tone was slightly teasing. That Wei Jia, he was openly and secretly trying to curry favor with me, his little schemes were practically written all over his face. She leaned close to Shenli's ear and asked, aren't you jealous? Shenli chuckled. Wei Jia likes you, which shows he has good taste and also proves that you are good enough.
I'm not that petty.
If Shenli shows even the slightest dislike, she will not hesitate to block and delete Wei Jia. Forget about friends in her heart, 1,000 Wei Jias combined couldn't compare to a single hair on Shenli's head.
Honey, are you hungry?
The Wagyu beef today was especially good, and there's some left. Shall I grill a couple of pieces for you?
Great. I haven't eaten properly today, and I'm actually a bit hungry now.
Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, and Meng Yu took 2 sizzling steaks out of the oven.
The surface is baked to perfection, sprinkled with a little sea salt, and its tempting color is irresistible.
Shenli cut off a piece and put it in his mouth. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the juices burst on his tongue. He finished off the 2 steaks in no time. Seeing him enjoying his meal, Meng Yu felt a surge of happiness. This simple and warm daily life, the peaceful time spent together, is the life she cherishes most. Shenli was still hungry, but unfortunately, the steak was all gone. Meng Yu said she would buy more tomorrow so he could eat his fill. She finished tidying up the dishes and went into the kitchen. Just as she was about to cut some fruit for Shenli to cleanse his palate, Shenli's phone screen suddenly lit up.
A new message popped up. Shenli, are you free tomorrow night? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Qin Xiaomeng. Chapter 49. The bank president personally received them.
Qin Xiaomeng stared at her phone screen for a long time, her fingertips repeatedly tapping and deleting on the keyboard. After thinking it over, she decided that it would be best to invite Shenli to dinner first. If she could get him to go out with her, she would have basically succeeded halfway. This time, I'm going to use all the skills I've learned from watching movies. Success or failure hinges on this. Anyway, she had long since lost all semblance of her image in front of Shenli. He had seen all her most disheveled and wretched moments. Since that's the case, we might as well go all out and, once he comes out, unleash all our skills and reveal all our trump cards to give him a decisive victory. On the other side, Shenli looked at the message Qin Xiaomeng sent, and the image of her swollen face from last time immediately flashed before his eyes. He really didn't want to see her like that, so he decided to wait until the injuries on her face healed.
No, you eat it yourself. I genuinely want to thank you for helping me last time. Are you even unwilling to give me this opportunity? They're all minor matters, they'll be over soon. Shenli, please give me a chance. Qin Xiaoming persisted. I'll give you a surprise then, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Surprise?
The word made Chen Li's heart flutter, and he couldn't help but think of Qin Xiaoming's alluring figure. Although I know her data, there was only one person who was swindled, so it's not unacceptable when I think about it.
Besides, a beauty like Qin Xiaoming is the dream of countless men. Okay, see you tomorrow. That's great.
Qin Xiaoming immediately replied, remember to ask your partner for a day off.
The next morning, Meng Yu prepared breakfast early.
She had said last night that she was going to go on a 2-day trip with her classmates, and then she hurriedly left home. When Chen Li woke up, the house was already quiet. He finished his breakfast alone and was about to clear the dishes when a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind.
Gu Qingqing's expenses, 30,000 yuan.
Affection level, plus 95. System received, 2,850,000 yuan. Withdrawable amount, 2,048,349,360 yuan. Chen Li Gang had just put down his cup when his phone vibrated, indicating that he must have hired a caregiver. As expected, it was Gu Qingqing's message, Brother Chen Li, I've hired 2 high-end caregivers as you suggested, to take care of mom in shifts 24 hours a day. Each one costs 15,000 yuan, for a total of 30,000 yuan. Chen Li smiled slightly, okay, you don't need to report these expenses to me one by one in the future.
Spend as you need to. You don't need to worry about the money at all. I will transfer it to you later.
Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Looking at this favorability rating, Chen Li couldn't help but feel emotional.
Girls like Gu Qingqing are actually quite common in reality.
They may appear gentle on the surface, but they have an almost stubborn adherence to their feelings. Once she truly falls in love with someone, she is willing to give her whole heart to them, no matter what their circumstances are. Compared to those who only value material conditions, in her world, affection is far more important than money. After ending the conversation, Chen Li's attention returned to the system interface. Looking at the long string of numbers in his withdrawable balance, he decided it was time to transfer the money to his bank card. The balance in my card is already low if such a large sum of money is transferred in.
The bank will definitely contact him immediately. This is a highly desirable achievement for any bank.
System, withdraw the money, Chen Li silently instructed himself.
Almost simultaneously, my phone received a text message.
China Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank, 2,048,349,360 renminbi has been deposited into your account ending in 8890, leaving a balance of 2,049,461,720 renminbi.
Sure enough, within 30 seconds, a call from China Industrial and Commercial Bank appeared on the screen. Chen Li calmly answered the phone. Hello?
Hello Mr. Chen, I am Luo Yan, the president of the Qiangzhou branch of China Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. A warm yet composed voice came from the other end of the phone. Thank you very much for your trust and support of our bank.
Would it be convenient for you to visit our branch now? We'd like to offer you even better service. Was something wrong in the past? Chen Li asked deliberately.
Our main purpose is to process a top-tier VIP card for you, and at the same time, to introduce you in detail the exclusive financial management plans and consumption privileges we have prepared for our VIP clients.
President Luo's tone became even more earnest. Would it be convenient for you to come in and sit for a while?
Okay, I'll be right there.
Not long after, Chen Li drove to the headquarters building of Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank in Qiangzhou City. The impressive glass curtain wall glittered in the sunlight. He parked his car and strolled into the spacious and bright lobby.
The indoor air conditioning was on full blast, and the marble floor was so shiny it reflected the light. Chen Li casually found a sofa in the waiting area and sat down. He had just taken out his phone to contact the bank manager when his gaze inadvertently swept over the counter and was drawn to a young woman who was handling her business. The woman was dressed in a well-fitting business suit, with a beautiful profile, and was focused on communicating with the salesperson behind the counter. What's most striking is her shapely figure. Even from a distance, you can still feel her captivating charm.
With a slight thought, Chen Li's system interface appeared. Shen Chang. Favorability rating, 0. Body size, 91. Appearance, 85. Number of times I was attacked, 2. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 1. Another gem.
Chen Li sighed to himself. She looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. Although we could only see her profile, her amazing curves were astonishing, and she was in no way inferior to Qin Xiaomeng. Just as he was engrossed in watching, a series of hurried footsteps came from the inner passage. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit, exuding a calm and composed demeanor, strode over, followed by 2 account managers. Before they even arrived, enthusiastic voices could already be heard. "Mr. Chen, welcome, welcome. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting." The call of President Chen was exceptionally clear in the quiet bank lobby, immediately attracting the attention of everyone around. Wherever Luo Yan went, bank employees stopped what they were doing and respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, President Luo." The customers who were conducting business all looked over at the same time. Who must this young man be to receive such a respectful greeting from the bank manager? All eyes were instantly drawn to them, and everyone was shocked. Who is this young man who could be greeted by the head office president himself and treated with such respect? Even Shensheng, who was handling business at the counter, turned her head. Her beautiful eyes lingered on Chen for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in them. The young man who could be personally received by the bank president was definitely not just an ordinary rich kid. Shensheng watched him from afar. Chapter 50 Dedicated Bank Service Team. Chen followed Luo Yan through a softly carpeted corridor to an extremely private reception room. The room was very soundproof. Once the door was closed, the outside world seemed to be completely shut out. The interior lighting was soft, and a faint woody fragrance filled the air. Several expensive-looking genuine leather sofas formed a comfortable meeting area. Luo Yan's face was filled with barely suppressed excitement. He stepped aside to lead the way, his voice even a fraction softer than usual. "Mr. Chen, this way please. Thank you again for choosing us and entrusting such a great deal of trust to our bank." After the two sat down, Chen noticed that behind Luo Yan were a man and a woman dressed in smart business attire, who maintained just the right amount of smiles and distance. At this moment, Luo Yan formally introduced, "Mr. Chen, please allow me to introduce you to our dedicated service team, which has been specially configured for you." He first pointed to the composed and capable-looking man. "This is Lu Ming, your senior fund management manager." Lu Ming immediately stood up, bowed slightly to Chen, his movements swift yet respectful. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Luo Yan continued, a hint of pride in his voice. "Manager Lu will lead a dedicated team to serve you, which includes top-notch investment advisors, tax advisors, and lawyers. They will provide you with a comprehensive, one-stop wealth management solution, including asset allocation, tax planning, family trusts, and even overseas asset development." Lu Ming interjected, his tone full of professionalism and sincerity. "Mr. Chen, whatever your financial plans or what investment areas you'd like to learn about, my team and I will provide 24/7 online and offline support to ensure we are always there for you when you need us." Then, Luo Yan's gaze shifted to the woman, and his smile became even more amiable. "And this is Liang Siki, your future life concierge consultant. Her job is to ensure the convenience and enjoyment of every aspect of your life." Liang Siki stood up in response, her demeanor impeccable, her voice clear and melodious. "Mr. Chen, hello, I am your personal life manager, Liang Siki." She paused slightly, then continued smoothly, "In the future, whether it's first-class or business jet bookings worldwide, or arrangements for stays at top-tier hotels, whether it's a private fleet of luxury vehicles for transportation, I'll take care of it all. And whether it's a Michelin 3-star restaurant that requires reservations and is extremely difficult to book globally, whether it's VIP box tickets for popular events like the World Cup final or the NBA Finals, just tell me your needs, and I'll arrange everything for you." Chen Li's gaze involuntarily fell on Liang Siki. She was indeed very beautiful. Her well-fitting business suit accentuated her graceful curves, especially the full, prominent bust line, which is undoubtedly a fatal attraction for some men with special tastes. He couldn't help but scan the system, and several lines of data that only he could see quietly appeared before his eyes. Liang Siki. Affection level, +5. Height, 87. Appearance, 81. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. Chen Li couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. The bank was really going all out. Having such a young and beautiful private butler is like treating a god to the fullest. At this moment, Luo Yan spoke again, handing a document to Chen Li with both hands, his tone even more solemn. "Mr. Chen, this is our preliminary financial plan and profit scheme for you. Please take a look. Please feel free to voice any thoughts or needs you may have. We will do our utmost to meet them." Chen Li took the document and quickly browsed through it. After all, he had an economics background and was very sensitive to key data.
The document clearly outlines several options for different risk appetites.
Conservative type primarily seeking capital safety and stability, with an annualized return of approximately 3.5%-4.5%. Balanced type part of the funds are used for stable investments and the rest for investments with growth potential, with an annualized return of approximately 5%-7%. Aggressive type allocates a larger proportion of funds to assets with higher expected returns, with an expected annualized return of over 8%, but also bears the corresponding risks. He already had a plan in mind, so he closed the file and said directly to Lu Ming, "I've reviewed the plan, Manager Lu.
Let's configure it according to the steady progress approach.
One portion needs to be safe and have good liquidity, while the other portion can aim for higher returns."
Could you briefly explain the specific arrangements to me? Understood, Mr. Chen.
Lu Ming was clearly prepared, leaning forward slightly, as per your instructions. I recommend allocating the majority of your funds as the core asset, placing them in high credit rating fixed income products and negotiated deposits.
We will ensure basic returns and safety.
At the same time, we will allocate a portion to carefully select promising equity projects and high-quality private equity funds. Taking all these factors into account, the annualized return is expected to remain stable at around 6%. Based on your principal of 2 billion, it is estimated that you can generate approximately 120 million in annual returns.
120 million.
Chen gently repeated the number, then nodded decisively. "Okay, let's proceed according to this plan." Then, he turned his gaze to Luo Yan, who looked on expectantly. "President Luo, this cooperation is just the beginning. As long as your service is professional and thorough enough to satisfy me, I will gradually transfer more funds to you for management." These words were like the most effective stimulant. Luo Yan's eyes lit up instantly, and his face flushed with excitement. He immediately straightened his back, his tone almost resolute. "President Chen, you can rest assured, I, Luo Yan, guarantee you with my entire career. We are committed to providing you with the best, most professional, and most attentive service in the entire bank, and we will never let you down." He could already see that this young CEO Chen was the key figure who would help him take his career to the next level, and he had to hold on to him tightly. Chen Li walked out of the bank and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the terms offered by the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, one of the 4 major banks, were basically all there was to it. No matter which company he went to, they all offered similar top-notch service and had roughly the same rate of return, so he was too lazy to waste his energy on these trivial matters. Just as I was about to start the car, my phone vibrated in my pocket.
He took it out and saw a message from Qin Xiaoming. "Chen Li, are you free now?" He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It was only a little before 5 in the afternoon, and this woman was already in such a hurry? "Where are you?" The message was replied to almost instantly. "I'm at school." "What would you like to eat?"
"Just take a taxi there, and I'll go there myself."
"Okay, how about we go to World Metropolis for dinner, and then catch a movie?"
Chen Li stared at the screen, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips.
This woman. Was Chapter 51 good?
World Metropolis truly lives up to its reputation as the most bustling shopping mall in the area, offering everything from the food court on the basement level to the cinema and bars on the top floor. As evening fell, the mall was bustling with people, the air filled with the aroma of various delicacies and the lively sounds of people, exuding the vibrancy of the city. Following the restaurant name sent by Qin Xiaoming, Chen Li found the Japanese restaurant. Pushing open the heavy wooden lattice door, a cool blast of air rushed out. He glanced around the store and immediately spotted a familiar figure in a booth at the back. Qin Xiaoming was waving excitedly at him. Her movement immediately attracted the attention of guests at several nearby tables. No wonder, Qin Xiaoming was only wearing a simple pink t-shirt today, but it couldn't hide her amazing figure. Her pretty face looked exceptionally delicate under the light, with a straight nose and snow-white skin that attracted everyone's attention. As Chen Li approached, he vaguely heard the whispers of several young men sitting next to him.
"That girl's amazing, bro. That figure, TSK.
I give up 5 years of my life if you were my girlfriend.
Wow, this girl is hot. That figure is amazing."
He sat down opposite Qin Xiaoming, still able to feel the gazes coming from all directions, some envious, some jealous, and some inquisitive. Chen Li smiled wryly to himself.
A beauty like Qin Xiaoming would always be the center of attention wherever she went. "Chen Li, how are you feeling? Are you feeling a lot of envious glances?"
Qin Xiaoming leaned closer and teased in a low voice, her eyes gleaming with mischief.
"Let's eat."
"It's uncomfortable to be stared at by so many people," Chen Li replied casually.
He didn't like being looked at like that. Let them see what they want. They have eyes on their own bodies, I can't just gouge them out, can I?
Qin Xiaoming shrugged playfully and casually pushed the menu in front of him.
I ordered a few signature dishes. Do you want to add anything else?
Qin Xiaoming was already used to the burning gazes around her, whether direct or evasive. She was all too aware of her attraction to men, especially young men. At the teacher's college, the title of campus belle brought her not only vanity, but also constant scrutiny. At school, she tried to wear only loose-fitting, figure-flattering hoodies or t-shirts to conceal her overly alluring curves. However, clothes can cover a person's figure, but they can't hide their face. Her playful yet innocent, bright yet lively appearance always easily captures the attention of boys. Qin Xiaoming realized that Chenli didn't seem to like the attention, so she quickly stopped joking around. She didn't want to upset him over such a small matter. After dinner, Qin Xiaoming was overjoyed and pulled Chenli to head to the movie theater, but suddenly froze in place. Not far away, the middle-aged man who had once humiliated her was walking towards her with a heavily made-up young woman in his arms. At the same time, he also spotted Qin Xiaoming and Chenli beside her. The man's eyes darkened, and he felt a tightness in his chest, as if something was blocking his heart. He recognized Chenli, or rather, he recognized the Maybach he had seen before. He knew this was someone he couldn't afford to mess with, and was about to pretend he hadn't seen her and walk away with his head down when the woman in his arms spoke first.
Oh, isn't this Qin Xiaoming?
The woman curled her red lips, her gaze sweeping contemptuously over Chenli. What, after leaving President Li, you've fallen so low as to seek out poor students?
Qin Xiaoming's face turned cold. Before she could speak, Chenli had already taken a half step forward and looked at the middle-aged man. Is this President Li?
Mr. Li broke out in a cold sweat instantly, a chill running down his spine.
In fact, he was also present at the bank that day. That day at the entrance of the bank's VIP room, he personally witnessed how the usually aloof and arrogant bank manager Luo personally escorted the young man out with a beaming smile. That scene, and the way he himself was being extremely careful at the bank to get a loan, formed a stark contrast. Hello, we're leaving now.
His voice was dry as he grabbed his female companion who was still trying to speak.
Watching the two figures hurriedly leave, Qin Xiaoming was somewhat puzzled. Even after walking quite a distance, the woman still muttered resentfully, he's just a student, why are you so scared? Shut up. President Li turned around abruptly and slapped her across the face. Do you know that person is not someone we can afford to mess with?
A small queue had already formed in front of the ticket office, and the audience waiting in the hall were either sitting or standing, creating a lively atmosphere. The trailers for the latest movies were playing on a giant electronic screen, and the rousing background music filled the entire space with an atmosphere of anticipation.
Chenli looked around at the dazzling array of movie posters on the wall. War, romance, animation, suspense, all kinds of genres were represented.
As a boy, he was naturally more interested in action-packed war movies.
Chenli, what do you want to see?
Qin Xiaoming asked him, looking up at him.
What do you think of Wolf Warrior? Chenli asked, pointing to the poster that exuded a tough guy vibe.
Sure. Qin Xiaoming nodded immediately, a bright smile spreading across her face.
I'll go buy the tickets.
You just wait here. She bought a ticket for the next show at 10:30, and after waiting in the rest area for half an hour, she received the admission notice. After queuing to have your ticket checked and enter, an extremely spacious IMAX theater comes into view. The huge screen almost filled the entire wall, and the tiered seating could probably accommodate 200 or 300 people. However, there weren't many audience members at this event. They were scattered around, making the entire hall seem even more empty.
Chenli followed Qin Xiaoming's directions and walked uphill, eventually stopping at the very last row.
This row has a distinctly different design, featuring two-seater sofa booths with high partitions between them, creating relatively independent small spaces. Looking around, the sparsely populated seats were filled with couples, creating an intimate atmosphere.
How did you book the last row? Chenli asked casually as he sat down. The seat was even softer and more comfortable than he had imagined.
Qin Xiaoming wrapped her arms around his arm and sat down, turning her head to give him a sly smile, lowering her voice. Didn't I say I was going to give you a surprise? As soon as she said it, she blushed and quickly lowered her head. In the darkness, Chenli could feel the warmth of her arm against his and the faint fragrance emanating from her. 5 minutes later, the lights went out completely, and the movie began. The stunning sound effects instantly filled the entire theater, and the intense battle scenes unfolded on the giant screen, leaving Chenli deeply moved.
Watching a war epic in such a top-notch theater provides an unparalleled sense of immersion.
Qin Xiaoming seemed to be focused on the screen, but her peripheral vision was constantly watching Chenli. When a fierce battle scene ended and the plot slowed down, she gently leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear.
Is it pretty?
Chen Lijing was engrossed in watching and gave a brief reply.
Then you take a look first.
Her voice was soft, like a murmur. As she spoke, her eyes quickly swept around the room. In the dim light, the neighboring audience members were all immersed in the movie and no one paid any attention to this hidden corner. Having confirmed this, she seemed to have made up her mind, and then slowly bent down.
Chapter 52: The New Teaching Assistant.
The film reaches its climax at just the right time, with intense gunfights and hardcore hand-to-hand combat scenes unfolding one after another, keeping the audience firmly seated at a tight pace. On the big screen, bullets flew everywhere, and the flashes of explosions illuminated the entire theater.
Under the intense barrage of fire,
innocent civilians fell in droves. The scene was horrific and realistic, bringing a strong visual impact.
Chenli was completely immersed in the sensory and visual stimulation.
When the protagonist pulled off a stunning comeback, he couldn't help but shudder.
When the end credits finally rolled, it was already 1 a.m.
As the lights came on, the audience, still wanting more, gradually left the theater.
Neither of them spoke. They went directly to the underground parking lot, got in the car, and headed straight for the hotel without saying a word.
Upon arriving at the hotel, Chenli quickly checked in at the front desk.
The elevator ascended smoothly, and with a ding, it arrived at the designated floor.
They found the room, swiped their card, and opened the door only to have it click shut behind them, cutting them off from the outside world. The two stood in the entryway, their eyes meeting. At that moment, all words seemed superfluous, 500,000 words omitted here. The next day at noon, Chenli slowly woke up, his consciousness gradually clearing, and the crazy scenes of the previous night flashed through his mind one by one. He turned his head and saw Qin Xiaoming still sleeping beside him, her long hair scattered on the snow-white pillow, her sleeping face serene yet with a touch of allure. He was quietly observing her when Qin Xiaoming's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she woke up as well. Their eyes met, and instead of shyly looking away or lowering her head like most girls would, she blinked. She met his gaze calmly, a lazy smile even appearing on her lips. This is Qin Xiaoming. She never pretends to be reserved. In her opinion, there's no need to hide anything, it's better to openly and honestly show yourself. She stretched her body gently, and the silk sheet slipped off her shoulders, revealing its graceful curves.
Chenli.
Her voice was still hoarse from just waking up, but her eyes were exceptionally clear.
Can you take care of me? This question is direct and without any embellishment. Upon hearing this, Chenli showed no surprise and answered almost without hesitation, yes.
The two engaged in a straightforward conversation, without any beating around the bush, and quickly reached an agreement: 50,000. This number delighted Qin Xiaoming. She hadn't expected Chenli to agree so readily. For Chenli, getting a top-tier woman like Qin Xiaoming for 50,000 yuan a month was an absolute steal. The surprise at the movie theater last night alone was worth it, not to mention the amazing experience at the hotel afterwards. This amount of money is just a drop in the ocean for him, but it can buy him such high-quality companionship.
This deal is really worth it. Then it's settled.
Qin Xiaoming stretched out her fair arms, gently wrapped them around his neck, and kissed him on the cheek.
Chenli, would you like to relive that moment again?
Qin Xiaoming's voice was barely audible, and this time she lowered her head shyly. What else is there to say, omitting another 100,000 words? Chenli, who hadn't returned to his dormitory for several days, was greeted by a familiar scent as he pushed open the familiar door. The three roommates were intently staring at the computer screen, the keyboard and mouse clicking away incessantly, the room filled with a faint smell of smoke and the vibrant energy of youth.
Zihong, push the tower quickly. We need backup in the bottom lane, come quick.
Ishi controls him, initiates the team fight. Amidst the shouts, Zhang Yishi was the first to notice Chenli standing at the door, and without turning his head, he called out.
Ali's back?
Where have you been these past few days?
I haven't seen a trace of you. Come on, let's play together.
Wu Zihong turned around and called out, his hands never stopping.
Okay, wait until you finish this round.
Chenli smiled as he placed his backpack on his chair, looking at the familiar and welcoming scene before him. In the smoke-filled dormitory, three roommates were shouting and yelling about winning or losing a game. This is what college life should be like. Chenli suddenly realized that no matter how nice the villa was, it couldn't replace this pure campus life. Those luxurious lifestyles can be enjoyed anytime in the future, but the days of four people squeezing into a dormitory and bickering will never come back after graduation.
He quickly tidied up the bed he hadn't slept in for several days, and just as he finished making the bed, a game on the other end ended. "Ollie, get on the phone quickly. They're here, they're here." The four of them quickly became immersed in the world of the game. For college students, playing video games together and eating in the cafeteria with friends are indispensable parts of daily life. Being able to get together for a game, sharing a meal, those days of playing games together and sharing tables in the cafeteria are the most exciting memories of youth. As evening approached, the four of them lined up in the cafeteria with their lunchboxes, still enthusiastically discussing the gains and losses of the team battle they had just fought. "Ollie, your skill level has dropped significantly lately. You need to go back to the dorm and practice more," Zhang Yishi said while picking at his lunchbox. "Exactly, don't spend all your time in the arms of a woman." Guo Zihong chimed in. "How can you blame me? It was clearly because you didn't come to help during that wave, Zihong." Shenli retorted with a smile. The group of people joked and teased each other, filling the dinner table with laughter. This shared interest and tacit understanding made the atmosphere in the cafeteria particularly harmonious. "Hey, have you heard? We have a new teaching assistant in our department." Zhang Yishi suddenly lowered his voice mysteriously. "A new teaching assistant? Male or female?" Gui Zihong immediately became interested. "Of course it's a woman. What would be the point if it were a man? I heard she's a beauty." Zhang Yishi said excitedly. "You've seen it?" Wu Chang, who hadn't said much until now, couldn't help but ask. "I haven't seen him yet, but some people have. They said he came to our school right after graduation." "You're really well informed. Is your information reliable?" Wei Zihong asked skeptically. "You'll find out tomorrow, Monday, when we have class. Weekends always seem to fly by, and with a sense of reluctance to say goodbye, a new week begins." Shenli and his group followed the flow of people into the classroom, unusually not going to their usual seats in the back row. The four exchanged glances and, without a word, sat down in the third row, near the aisle. This distance is neither too conspicuous nor too far from the person, yet still allows for a clear view of their face. "This is the first time ever for us," Zhang Yishi said in a low voice, unable to resist teasing. "That's right, I can't even remember the last time I sat this close to the front." As Gui Zihong spoke, he awkwardly adjusted his posture, clearly not yet comfortable in this unfamiliar area. The classroom gradually filled with students, and the noisy chatter echoed in the air. The school bell rang, and the students took their seats one after another. Just as the classroom was gradually quieting down, a beautiful figure appeared at the door. At that moment, the light at the classroom door dimmed slightly, and an elegant figure stepped in. The woman who arrived was a young woman with long, black hair that cascaded down her shoulders like a black waterfall. Her face was dignified and beautiful, her eyes were like autumn water, and her every move exuded an undeniable elegance. What's most striking is her shapely figure. The perfectly tailored business attire accentuates her slender waist. The full bust creates a beautiful curve in the shirt, adding a touch of femininity to the intellectual look. Shenli stared dumbfounded at the figure on the podium, muttering to himself, "It's her." Chapter 53: A private meeting with the teacher. "That's right, it's the beautiful woman I met at the bank who handled the loan application, Xinsheng." She stood on the podium, a faint smile on her lips, exuding a reserved yet confident aura. This charm doesn't come from deliberate dressing up, but rather from a natural blend of scholarly air and intellectual sophistication that emanates from within. "Hello students, I am your new teaching assistant. My name is Xinsheng, and I will be assisting Professor Wang in teaching this course this semester." After Xinsheng finished introducing herself, her gaze naturally swept across the entire classroom. As her gaze swept across the first few rows, it suddenly stopped on a familiar figure. It was him. Her heart skipped a beat, and her breath caught in her throat. She clearly remembers the scene she saw at the bank that day. Chenli was personally accompanied by the bank president and surrounded by several senior executives as they walked into the VIP area. Meanwhile, she herself sat at a regular loan window, frantically preparing loan documents for her boyfriend's business. This threw her into a panic, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the edge of the lesson plan. That day, she was dressed in her most appropriate business attire, but it still couldn't hide her nervousness in front of the loan window. And now, this young man, who may have witnessed her embarrassing moments, is sitting in her classroom and has become her student. Her gaze swept quickly over Chenli, afraid that lingering for even a second would reveal her inner panic. Her cheeks began to burn uncontrollably, as if the whole class could see through her secret. If he knew, this thought kept swirling in my mind. What authority does a teacher who needs to take out a bank loan have in front of his students? She took a deep breath, using the act of tidying up the podium to conceal her inner turmoil. I had to remain calm, at least outwardly, without giving anything away, but that unease kept creeping in like a tide. Now let's begin the lesson. She cleared her throat, trying to keep her voice steady. Shenli took in the subtle changes that occurred on the podium in that instant. When Xinqing's gaze swept over him, he keenly caught the brief but obvious pause and the fleeting surprise in her eyes. He was almost certain that the new teaching assistant did remember him and that it was from that encounter at the bank. That day, as he was escorted into the VIP room by President Luo and his entourage, he attracted everyone's attention wherever he went. If Xinqiang had been waiting in the loan area, it would have been hard for him not to notice the young man who was being fawned over by the bank executives. The undisguised astonishment on her face at that moment proved this point. Shenli subtly twirled the pen in his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. However, judging from her flustered appearance just now, she seemed to be very concerned about being recognized by him. He shook his head, banishing these distracting thoughts, and began to focus on the lesson. Xinqiang's classes do have a special charm. When she stood on the podium, she exuded an intellectual and composed aura. Her voice was clear and pleasant, and even the most dry theories became vivid when she explained them. The classroom was unusually quiet. Even the students who usually whispered to each other were completely absorbed in their studies. The girls in the front row were taking notes diligently, while the boys were staring intently, clearly captivated by the young teacher. As soon as the bell rang for the break, a group of students gathered in front of the teacher's desk. Several boys rushed to ask questions, some genuinely sought clarification, while others clearly wanted to speak more with the teacher. Professor Shen, I still don't quite understand that theorem. Professor Shen, could you explain this economic anchor point? Zhang Yishi and Gui Zihong were the most enthusiastic, asking this question 1 minute and that question the next, running back and forth twice. He would linger at the podium for a long time each time, and when he returned to his seat, he would wink at Shenli with lingering enthusiasm and whisper, "It looks even more beautiful up close, and its voice is so lovely." Seeing this group of energetic young men surrounding Xinqiang, Shenli couldn't help but find it amusing. This scene was captured by Xinqiang, who was keeping an eye on him, and her heart sank. What is he laughing at? Is it disdain? Or does he think she is ridiculous? In an instant, countless thoughts surged in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the lesson plan. No, I must find him after class and get to the bottom of this. This is also a good opportunity to confirm whether he recognized me at the bank that day. If he really did see something, we'll have to find a way to make him keep it a secret. In her view, Shenli was a typical spoiled brat, arrogant and disrespectful because his family had some money. That smile just now was the best proof that contemptuous attitude made her feel disgusted from the bottom of her heart. So what if you were born into a good family? There's nothing to be proud of. Soon the bell rang, and Shenli and his friends were about to rush back to their dorm to play games when Xinqiang suddenly stopped them. "Excuse me, student, please come with me for a moment." Xinqiang maintained a professional smile and pointed to Shenli. Not only was Shenli stunned, but Gui Zihong and the surrounding classmates also looked surprised. A murmur rippled through the classroom as many speculated why Teacher Shen had spoken to Shenli alone. "Wow, Ali, you've already caught Teacher Shen's eye in just the first class?" Zhang Yishi teased, winking at her. Hurry up, don't keep the teacher waiting." Gui Zihong also gave him a push from behind. Shenli followed Xinqiang out of the classroom, only to find that she did not head towards the office, but instead led him into a relatively quiet corner at the back of the teaching building. Few people usually pass by here. Only a few old banyan trees cast dappled shadows in the morning light. After confirming that no one was around, Xinqiang's smile vanished instantly. She turned around, crossed her arms, and asked stiffly, "Excuse me, what's your name? You saw me at the bank the other day, didn't you?" Her words were so blunt they were almost barbed, and her gaze toward Shenli revealed obvious displeasure. In her mind, Shenli had already been categorized as the kind of spoiled brat who looked down on others because of his family background. His meaningful smile in class just now further solidified her judgment. "Teacher Shen, my name is Shenli replied calmly, though he didn't understand why this teacher was so hostile towards him. But she remained polite. "Yes, I did see you at the bank that day." "Then please don't tell anyone that you saw me at the bank." "Okay, I won't say." Shenli nodded. "If there's nothing else, teacher, I'll head back now." His answer was concise, sincere, and to the point, while maintaining basic courtesy.
This attitude surprised Xinxing. She had assumed that a rich kid like this, who was called in for a private talk by a teacher, would be arrogant and rude because of his family background. Watching Chenli turn and leave, Xinxing frowned slightly. This was completely different from the script she had envisioned. Chapter 54: Playing a Musical Instrument? Chenli, of course, had no idea about Xinxing's inner thoughts. To him, witnessing someone applying for a loan at a bank was purely a matter of personal privacy. He never intended to tell anyone, and he didn't understand why the other person would specifically come to remind him. Is this all the reason you're so hostile towards me? He shook his head helplessly. Women's minds are truly unfathomable. As soon as I stepped out of the teaching building, my phone received a message from Song Lingyun. Chenli, what are you doing? Just got out of class, what's up? Are you free tonight? I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Is it just about discussing things? Chenli's lips curled up slightly. What you want to do is up to you. Okay, I'll contact you later. In the girls' dormitory, Song Lingyun slowly put down her phone and turned to Tang Yu, who was standing next to her with an expectant look on her face. Yu, I can only ask Chenli for you, but I really can't guarantee whether he's willing to help. She gently grasped Tang Yu's cold hand. I can only try my best. Thank you, Lingyun. Tang Yu forced a smile. I'm already very grateful that you're willing to ask for me. During this period, Tang Yu was indeed feeling overwhelmed. The family's long-established brand, Fubeling, is facing an unprecedented crisis. The company's cash flow has dried up, bank loans have been rejected, and the debt ratio remains high. Every piece of news hits her like a hammer blow. The bank knew the company's situation all too well, and all the friends they knew before avoided meeting with them. Her father had done everything he could, even selling her car at a low price, but the money he raised was just a drop in the bucket compared to the company's predicament. She recalled her father's tired yet determined expression, Yu, keep the money I gave you before, don't put it into the company anymore. It's no use filling it in. I just hope I can find a way to pay the employees' salaries. As for myself, it doesn't matter. Fubeling is a long-established brand run by the Tang family for 3 generations, and is famous for its natural skin care and moisturizing products. All products are made with pure natural ingredients and contain absolutely no added chemicals. Their face cream is said to be so pure it's edible and has excellent moisturizing effects, but this also keeps production costs high. Company executives repeatedly tried to persuade his father to switch to chemical raw materials to reduce costs, but he firmly refused, saying, "This is the foundation of our Fubeling business. We must never lose our conscience for the sake of making money." However, under the strong pressure from foreign brands, the company has continued to suffer losses in recent years. Without sufficient funds for advertising and promotion, they can only rely on word of mouth from older customers to survive. Those who still remember this brand are mostly older customers, while the younger generation prefers international brands that advertise extensively. A year ago, a Japanese company offered to invest $10 million on the condition that it would hold a 70% controlling stake and that the formula be optimized. The father refused without hesitation. If we agree, Fubeling will no longer be the trusted brand that consumers can trust. I can't let down anyone, especially not our customers who have trusted us for so many years, or the ancestors of the Tang family. But now, the company can't even pay its employees' salaries. Although many long-term employees expressed their understanding and even offered to defer their salaries, Tang Yu knew that everyone had to support their families and that this situation couldn't last long. With nowhere else to turn, Tang Yu had no choice but to ask her roommate Song Lingyun for help. She knew that Song Lingyun's boyfriend, Chenli, was very rich, and perhaps she could get a glimmer of hope from him. Lingyun, I really don't know who else I can turn to. Tang Yu's voice trembled slightly, her eyes full of pleading. It was because of Tang Yu's request that Song Lingyun had an excuse to meet Chenli tonight. Even without this incident, she had wanted to find Chenli for a long time. She felt like she hadn't seen Chenli for a very long time, and each interval made her miss him terribly. At night, in a suite of a 5-star hotel, Song Lingyun, her face still flushed, curled up in Chenli's arms like a lazy cat. The soft yellow light from the bedside lamp outlined her satisfied profile, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. She gently stroked Chenli's palm, savoring the tenderness that captivated her. Chenli, she said softly, do you still remember my roommate, Tang Yu? I remember, Chenli said, closing his eyes to rest. Wasn't it your roommate from a well-off family? It's her. Actually, what I wanted to tell you tonight is about her. Song Lingyun sat up and looked at him seriously. Her family's company is having cash flow problems and she wants to borrow some money from you to tide her over. Borrow money?
How much?
She didn't say the exact number, but since it's a shortfall for one company, it must be a considerable amount.
I can't lend it to you, Chenli replied crisply and decisively, almost without hesitation.
In his view, this was not even worth considering.
If a business is in trouble, friends and family will be unwilling to help, and banks will certainly refuse to lend money. But he has to go through a girl's classmate's connection to borrow money from an unrelated student. How big must that hole be?
This is no longer a simple case of being at one's wits' end, it's being forced to the edge of a cliff, with absolutely no way out in sight. Even if Tang Yu himself were delivered to him, he wouldn't be the one to take the fall. He doesn't run a charity, much less be a savior. Besides, even if he invests and takes over her company, how much can he earn in a year? He earns a steady 120 million yuan annually from bank investments and interest, so why would he want to get involved in this mess?
Really, is there absolutely no way? Song Lingyun asked, unwilling to give up.
Song Lingyun genuinely wanted to help Tang Yu. Tang Yu had taken good care of her during their university years. I remember once she bought a cell phone out of vanity, which caused her financial strain, and she almost ended up on that road.
Tang Yu helped her without hesitation.
If Tang Yu hadn't reached out to her time and time again, she might have been taken away by some man long ago, and she would never have met Chenli. Let her find another way, I can't help her with this.
Chenli's attitude remained firm. Then, could you at least see her once?
Song Lingyun compromised, saying, if you don't agree, I hope we can talk in person.
Meeting would be a waste of breath, so I won't. Chenli, just do me a favor this time, okay? As long as you're willing to see her. I'll.
She leaned close to Chenli's ear, her warm breath entering his ear, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible.
Playing a musical instrument?
Chenli raised an eyebrow at her, and her cheeks instantly turned bright red, the burning blush spreading all the way to her ears.
All right, I agree.
Chenli had barely finished speaking. A glint of shyness and excitement flashed in Song Lingyun's eyes. She gently bit her lower lip, then obediently lowered her body.
Chapter 55. I'll help you with this favor.
The next afternoon, taking advantage of Chenli's absence from class, Song Lingyun and Tang Yu specially invited him to a quiet bar outside the school. The afternoon sunlight was cut into strips by the blinds, spreading obliquely across the table, swaying gently in the breeze outside the window. Chenli pushed open the glass door of the bar, and a rush of cool air mixed with the aroma of coffee hit him. He looked around and immediately spotted Song Lingyun and Tang Yu sitting in the booth by the window. The two had already drunk half of their drinks, so it seemed they had been drinking for a while. Song Lingyun seemed to be comforting Tang Yu, while Tang Yu was somewhat restless, her fingers unconsciously stirring the straw.
Chenli, over here.
Song Lingyun was the first to notice him and raised her hand to greet him.
Tang Yu looked up when she heard the sound. Chenli was somewhat surprised to see Tang Yu again.
She had clearly lost weight, although her delicate features remained. She exuded an undeniable weariness. Compared to the lively and confident girl I saw last time, she's completely different. How could she have changed so much in such a short time?
Chenli, hello.
Tang Yu stood up, her voice a little reserved.
Tang Yu, don't be so polite.
Chenli sat down opposite her.
Lingyun told me about your situation, but I'm afraid I can't help with that. Chenli.
Tang Yu held the warm teacup in both hands, her knuckles slightly white.
If you have some spare money, I sincerely hope you can consider it. I will never let you help me for nothing.
She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Our fubeling is a century-old brand. I am not willing to let it fall like this, or be acquired by foreign capital and then control the formula. If you are willing to invest, we can give you equity above the controlling stake. This means you will own a true century-old enterprise. I guarantee it will not be a losing proposition.
What exactly does your family do? How did you end up in this situation?
When Chenli heard about century-old enterprises, he finally showed some interest. Seeing that Chenli was willing to understand, Tang Yu's dim eyes immediately lit up. As the only daughter in her family and the future heir to the business, she knows everything about fubeling like the back of her hand. She started by talking about the brand's founding, then about her ancestors' insistence on all natural formulas, and then about the difficult situation they face today under the pressure of foreign brands. Chenli listened quietly, gradually figuring out the sequence of events. Ultimately, this is a classic case of even the best wine needs advertising. The product has a great reputation, but it clings to traditional sales channels and lacks the funds to explore new markets.
The lack of advertising investment led to a decline in brand awareness, ultimately resulting in a vicious cycle of losses.
In Chen Li's view, if he were to take over this business, he would not only need to invest money to stabilize the existing situation, but more importantly, he would need to open up sales channels. Tang Yu's idea is to invite well-known bloggers to do live streaming sales, or even invite current popular celebrities to endorse the products. She firmly believes that as long as more people learn about the high quality of fueling made with genuine ingredients, the number of orders will definitely explode.
Today's consumers don't lack money, they lack peace of mind.
Tang Yue became increasingly excited, saying, as long as the product is good enough and can withstand the test of the market, it will definitely win the reward it deserves. Chen Li held the coffee cup in his hand. If the product was really as Tang Yue said, this was an opportunity worth considering. At the very least, it was a way to help Tang Yue. On a larger scale, it's about supporting a national brand that upholds its conscience.
Currently, Tangiojia cannot even come up with 1 million yuan to pay employee salaries, let alone continue to invest in high advertising costs. Brand promotion is never something that can be accomplished overnight, it requires long-term investment.
Chen Li leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Looking at the nervous Tang Yue in front of him, and thinking about the brand story he had just heard, he suddenly felt enlightened.
Money? Money is the last thing I lack right now. The numbers in the bank are growing every day. Instead of letting them lie idle, we should use them to do something meaningful. If we can revive this old brand, we can not only have something to say to our parents, but also truly own a physical business. More importantly, he genuinely disapproved of the practice of foreign companies using capital to suppress our nation's high-quality products. I'll help you with this. Chen Li sat up straight.
Tang Yue suddenly looked up, her eyes lit up, and she even held her breath. Make arrangements to arrange a meeting with your dad.
Chen Li continued, we'll discuss the specific amount of money needed and the details of the shareholding ratio in person. As you just said, I want a controlling stake.
Great.
That's wonderful.
Tang Yu's voice trembled with excitement, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes tightly.
Chen Li, thank you so much. Tang Yue. Affection level, plus 35. Body size, 85. Appearance, 79. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. I will have my fund manager follow up on the whole process.
You should prepare the business plan, financial statements, and other materials first, and then you can directly contact him.
I'll contact my dad right now. Tang Yue nodded quickly, finally showing the first smile in days. He'll be very happy to know. Watching from the side, Song Lingyun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction.
She gently patted Tang Yu's hand. The two girls looked at each other and could see the hope in each other's eyes. After parting ways with the two women, Chen Li dialed the phone number of Lu Ming, the fund management manager assigned to him by the bank.
Hello, Mr. Chen.
The call was answered almost instantly, and Lu Ming's respectful voice came from the other end. Manager Lu, I need you to investigate the details of fueling company immediately and then assess the feasibility of cooperation. Chen Li got straight to the point. I plan to invest in and acquire a controlling stake in this company.
This afternoon, you will represent me to discuss the details of the cooperation with them and keep me informed of the progress. Understood, Mr. Chen.
I will get started on it right away and discuss a specific cooperation plan with you as soon as possible. Having a bank's professional team handle investigations and investment management is indeed much less stressful than building your own team. They are far more skilled than I am at professional tasks such as background checks, risk assessments, and investment plan formulation. Chen Li only needs to grasp the strategic direction and make the final decision. He doesn't need to worry about the specific execution. At the same time, Tang Yugang sent a message to his father, who immediately called him.
The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with unbelievable excitement. Yu, is what you just said true? A classmate really wants to invest in our company? Dad, it's absolutely true.
If it's convenient for you this afternoon, go directly to his manager to discuss the equity matters. As we agreed beforehand, he only wanted controlling interest, would not participate in day-to-day operations, and would not interfere with our formula.
That's great, but... Tang's father's voice suddenly became hesitant. Does your classmate really have enough funds?
This isn't a small sum of a few million, it requires at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions.
Don't worry, he definitely has the ability.
Tang Yue said firmly, have the finance department prepare the reports and cooperation agreement.
We can meet any time this afternoon to discuss the details.
Okay. These materials are all readily available, I'll go prepare them right away. Tang's father's voice finally softened a bit. Yu, thank you so much this time.
If we can really reach an agreement, our skin treasure will be saved. Chapter 56: The First Company.
Lu Ming and his team met with Tang Yu's family and some of the company's senior executives at the fueling company's conference room.
Shanley did not attend in person. He left the professional matters to the professionals and only needed to listen to the results and make decisions at the end. In the meeting room, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two sides quickly got down to business. Lu Ming is a senior financial management consultant, and he demonstrated strong professional competence from the moment he opened his mouth. He first handed Tang Yifeng a detailed market analysis report, clearly pointing out the main difficulties that fueling is currently facing: brand aging, channel shrinkage, and weak marketing. However, it also fully affirmed its core values: solid formula expertise, good user reputation, and a group of loyal long-term customers. Mr. Tang, we have no doubt about the effectiveness of fueling products.
Lu Ming said sincerely, what it lacks is not quality, but an opportunity to be seen by the market again. Tang Yifeng nodded frequently and exchanged the company's financial data for the past 3 years, production qualifications, and formula patents with Lu Ming's team. He then presented a preliminary cooperation plan. Over the next few hours, the meeting entered a professional and arduous consultation phase. Both parties repeatedly deliberated on core terms such as valuation, shareholding ratio, and use of funds. The legal and financial experts brought by Lu Ming kept raising questions, and Tang Yu and relevant company personnel responded to each one. Although Tang Yu is young, she has a keen understanding of products and the market that is beyond her years. It wasn't until evening that the two sides reached a preliminary agreement on 2 plans, and Lu Ming immediately reported this to Chen Li by phone. Mr. Chen, we have initially discussed 2 plans. The first plan is to invest 65 million and hold 51% of the shares. The second plan is to invest 82 million and hold 58% of the shares. Both proposals stipulate that the company will not participate in day-to-day operations or formula development, but will only provide financial investment and strategic support.
Chen Li was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone.
Lu Ming was patiently waiting for his decision.
2 options flashed through his mind.
Option 2 required an additional investment of 17 million, but would yield an extra 7% equity stake. Money is not a problem. He doesn't lack the 17 million at all. Rather than investing it in stages later, he prefers to put all the ammunition into one go. Now that we've identified the right team and brand, we should let them get started. An extra 17 million might allow them to launch their business in the market 6 months earlier, or perhaps seize a few more key channels. But instead of making a decision immediately, he asked Lu Ming. You're the one who negotiated on site, and you're also a professional. From your perspective, which proposal is more worthwhile to invest in?
Mr. Chen, I personally prefer option 2.
Lu Ming answered without hesitation. Through this in-depth contact, I have great confidence in the fueling brand and the working style of President Tang's family. Mr. Tang is a rare entrepreneur who stays true to his principles and is not impetuous, and his products have a very solid foundation.
Investing more now may yield more than just financial returns in the future.
If this money can be used to help them open up the market and build their brand, it could very well become the next benchmark for domestic skincare products. These words struck a chord with Chen Li. He recalled Tang Yu, whom he had met that day, her refined manners and composure, and the gleam in her eyes as she introduced the products. She seems to have been born to inherit the fueling brand, possessing both the vision of a young person and the steadfastness of the older generation.
Okay, let's proceed with plan 2.
Chen Li made a decision: arrange the follow-up matters as soon as possible, so as not to delay their market plan.
Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll arrange for you to sign right away.
President Tang, I just confirmed with President Chen that we will proceed with the second plan, with President Chen investing 82 million. Lu Ming hung up the phone and turned to announce to Tang Yifeng and his team who were waiting in the conference room. These words were like a ray of dawn shining into a room that had been oppressed for so long.
Tang Yifeng's tense shoulders visibly relaxed.
He took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with barely suppressed excitement. Several company veterans exchanged smiles, and some even gave a light clap. The company was saved. This injection of funds, which far exceeded expectations, means that they are no longer just struggling to survive. Instead, they can boldly restart production lines, restructure distribution channels, and even hire celebrity endorsements to truly bring fueling back to the market.
That's great, Manager Lu, thank you so much. Tang Yifeng stepped forward and firmly grasped Lu Ming's hand. Then, when would be a convenient time for President Chen to come over for the formal signing? Mr. Tang, you're too kind. I'm just following Mr. Chen's decision.
Lu Ming smiled and replied, once we have prepared the equity agreement and investment contract, and Mr. Chen has signed them, the funds will be transferred to your company's account immediately.
Great. We'll cooperate fully and finalize all the texts by tomorrow noon. We'll ask Mr. Chen to come and sign them. What do you think? No problem, we'll split up and prepare to ensure a smooth signing tomorrow.
Both teams worked efficiently without any delays, and all details were progressing smoothly.
The next day at noon, Chen Li arrived promptly at the entrance of the fueling company. As soon as he got out of the car, Tang Yu and Lu Ming, who had been waiting at the door, came to greet him. Mr. Chen, you've arrived.
Lu Ming was as professional and capable as ever.
President Chen, Tang Yu greeted him with a smile.
She was dressed in a smart business suit and looked particularly energetic.
Manager Lu, thank you for your hard work. Yes, everything went smoothly. Chen Li turned to Tang Yu and said gently, Tang Yu, please call me Chen Li. I feel a little uncomfortable when you call me President Chen.
Tang Yu chuckled, alright, Chen Li, as long as you don't think I don't know the rules.
How could that be?
I still prefer you to be called Chen Li. The three walked one after the other into the conference room, pushed open the glass door, and a solemn and formal signing scene unfolded before them. On either side of the long conference table sat Lu Ming's due diligence and legal team, as well as the core management of fueling. The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the long table looked up at the sound, though his brows showed signs of fatigue from days of hard work. But his back remained ramrod straight, and his eyes, which had witnessed decades of ups and downs in the business world, still shone with an undeniable brilliance. His face was kind yet dignified, and even in his difficult situation, his composure, accustomed to his high position, was still evident. Without needing an introduction, Chen Li guessed that this was Tang Yu's father, Tang Yifeng, the head of Fu Bo Ling.
President Chen, it's great to finally meet you.
At this crucial moment, you were willing to trust us and invest in us.
I, Tang Yifeng, and the entire fueling team will never forget this kindness. Uncle Tang, you're too kind. Chen Li responded modestly, Tang Yu and I are classmates, you can just call me Chen Li.
In a company setting, the proper etiquette must be observed.
Mr. Chen, please take a seat. Chen Li no longer declined and took his seat in the main seat.
Lu Ming gently placed a neatly bound stack of contracts in front of him and said in a low voice, President Chen, all the terms have been reviewed and there are no problems. Chen Li nodded, his gaze sweeping over the key equity ratios, investment amounts, and the terms of rights and responsibilities for both parties.
He then picked up a pen.
He solemnly signed his name on the last page. The whole action was swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Without any unnecessary plot twists, at this moment, the 82 million yuan was settled, and he officially became the new owner of this long-established domestic brand. At this moment, Tang Yu looked at Chen Li, and there seemed to be something more in her eyes. Chapter 57: A Chance That Comes Once and For All. After the signing was completed, Tang Yifeng warmly stepped forward and sincerely invited Chen Li and his entourage to lunch.
Mr. Chen, I've booked a nice restaurant nearby. Please do us the honor of coming and let us show you our hospitality.
Chen Li smiled and politely declined, President Tang, you're too kind.
How about we have lunch at the company cafeteria?
This Tang Yifeng hesitated slightly, the cafeteria is far too rudimentary.
How could that be?
Chen Li smiled slightly, I also eat in the school cafeteria every day, so this is a good opportunity to experience the corporate atmosphere of fueling. Chen Li dared not go to a restaurant, as it would inevitably involve socializing and drinking, which would be time-consuming and exhausting. He just wanted to lie down and accept these things, especially since he had just received a message from Gu Qingqing saying that her mother wanted to see him, which he couldn't refuse. Seeing Chen Li's insistence, Tang Yifeng stopped refusing, and the group moved to the staff canteen. In the VIP ward of the hospital, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on the pristine white sheets. When Chen Li pushed open the door, he saw Gu Qingqing leaning down to whisper and laugh in her mother's ear.
Gu's mother's face was radiant with a long-lost rosy glow, indicating that she was recovering quite well after the surgery. Auntie, you look great. Chen Li placed the fruit basket on the bedside table.
When Gu's mother saw Chen Li, her eyes lit up immediately, and she struggled to sit up. Chen Li is here.
Please sit down, please sit down.
This time, I really owe you a debt of gratitude. My life was saved.
Mom, you're bringing this up again.
Gu Qingqing quickly interrupted her mother, carefully adjusting the pillow for her.
Chen Li sat down on the chair by the bed. Auntie, you're being too polite. The most important thing now is to get well.
Gu's mother sighed, her smile tinged with worry. I know my own body well. Although the surgery was successful. But the subsequent anti-rejection treatment is a long process and very expensive.
Auntie really doesn't want to be a burden on you young people anymore.
Mom, Gu Qingcheng said urgently, grasping her mother's hand, please don't say that.
Shenli calmly looked at Gu Qingcheng.
Auntie, you don't need to worry about the money.
Qingcheng, show me your bank card balance.
Gu Qingcheng took out her phone, opened the bank app, and handed it to her mother. When she saw the balance of over 3 million displayed on the screen, Gu's mother's eyes widened in surprise. This is.
These funds are prepared for Qingcheng's medical expenses. We still have a lot of savings.
After you are discharged from the hospital, we plan to buy a new house, and then you and Qingcheng can live together.
Really?
Gu's mother's gaze shifted back and forth between Chenli and her daughter, her eyes welling up with tears of emotion. Gu Qingcheng nodded vigorously. Mom, just focus on getting better, don't worry about anything else.
Well.
Mother Gu finally felt relieved. She wiped her eyes, her gaze shifting between Chenli and her daughter before finally settling on Chenli, her eyes filled with endless gratitude and comfort. Looking at the young man in front of her, she finally felt relieved. She secretly observed Chenli. Not only was he wealthy, but he was also willing to spend lavishly on his daughter, and what was even more commendable was his thoughtful and considerate nature. He usually speaks in a calm tone with sincere eyes, without a trace of condescending arrogance, only pure concern. It is truly a great blessing for my daughter to have found such a capable and respectful partner.
She reassured me. Then you young people go ahead and do your work.
There are caregivers here to look after me.
I'll be fine.
As Gu Qingcheng left the ward, she was still feeling shy from her mother's words. Her mother's words clearly indicated that she considered Chenli her son-in-law, which made her both shy and secretly delighted. She stole a glance at Chenli beside her, and her cheeks flushed, a sweet feeling welling up in her heart.
Did you bring your ID card? Chenli suddenly asked Gu Qingcheng.
I brought it. Gu Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously touched the documents in her bag.
Why would he suddenly ask this? Should I take her there now?
Although she had already decided on Chenli, this sudden invitation still made her heart skip a beat, and her cheeks burned uncontrollably.
Come on, get in the car.
Oh. Gu Qingcheng snapped out of her astonishment and immediately got into the passenger seat. Since it was his suggestion, let's go for it. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. She quietly gripped the hem of her clothes, trying to calm her racing heart. Chenli had no time to speculate about Gu Qingcheng's thoughts. All he wanted to do was take her out to spend money and make some. Having just invested 82 million, it felt like a piece of his heart to him, who was always used to being meticulous with his money.
Although the investment was worthwhile, he still felt uneasy seeing so many numbers disappear from his account in an instant.
His only thought now is to earn this money back as soon as possible. It's about spending money on Gu Qingcheng buying her a house and a car. With her current level of favorability towards her, these large expenditures will definitely bring explosive returns. This thought lingered in his mind, preventing him from noticing Gu Qingcheng's nervousness. In his eyes, Gu Qingcheng at this moment was not only a girl who needed his care, but also the only way for him to quickly recover his losses. With a mix of nervousness and subtle anticipation, Gu Qingcheng watched as the car slowly drove through the grand gates of Autumn Watercloud Lodge. This is one of the city's most well-known high-end residential complexes, where expansive greenery and well-arranged buildings complement each other, showcasing luxurious quality in every aspect.
The residential area? Shouldn't we go to a hotel? Is he going to take me straight home?
Gu Qingcheng followed Chenli like a lost kitten, her mind blank, her only option being to follow his footsteps. They walked toward the sales center, a newly opened high-end residential complex, where the sales office was decorated in a magnificent style. A saleswoman dressed in a well-fitting business suit quickly came forward to greet us. She was about 23 or 24 years old, wearing delicate light makeup, and her long, black hair was neatly tied up at the back of her head. That face was extremely beautiful, clear eyebrows and eyes, a straight nose, full breasts, and slightly curved eyes when smiling.
Good afternoon, sir and madam. How can I help you?
The saleswoman greeted them with a standard smile. Show us your best fully furnished ready-to-move-in apartments, Chenli said succinctly. The saleswoman maintained a professional politeness. Sir, we need to complete a verification process before viewing the property.
Would that be convenient for you?
Okay. Chenli casually handed over a black card. When the saleswoman saw the black card, her pupils dilated slightly. This was the first time in her many years in the industry that she had ever seen the legendary black card in person. She took the card with feigned composure, and after confirming through the system that it was an unlimited black card issued by China Merchants Bank, her attitude immediately became even more respectful.
"Mr. Chen, I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting."
She handed the card back with both hands and bowed slightly.
"Please come with me, gentlemen. I will now show you our most luxurious apartment."
Hearing this, Gu Qingqing finally understood that Chen Li wanted to buy a house, not what she had imagined. Thinking about her wild thoughts, she blushed deeply with embarrassment and wished she could disappear into the ground.
"What's wrong? Your face is so red."
Chen Li noticed her unusual expression.
"No. It's nothing."
Gu Qingqing hurriedly shook her head, her voice barely audible. "Brother Chen Li, why did you bring me along when you bought the house?" She hadn't fully recovered from the misunderstanding and was clearly incapable of thinking clearly.
"Of course it's for you, otherwise why would I ask you to bring your ID card?" Chen Li's tone remained calm. Buy it for me?" Gu Qingcheng was completely stunned. This isn't appropriate.
She could understand spending money on medical treatment, but giving away a house directly.
Chen Li glanced at her and said, "Just listen to me, don't overthink it."
Gu Qingqing nodded obediently, her heart pounding. This was the house she and her mother needed most right now. The female saleswoman walked ahead, leading the way with a professional smile on her face, but her mind was already racing. She discreetly observed the two people behind her. The young girl was very pretty. Yet she exuded a youthful naivete, timidly following the man throughout, not daring to utter a single word. Compared to that naive little girl, this older sister, who retains both girlish purity and mature womanly charm, should be more attractive. Thinking about the company's top sales performers, who often secured large orders through in-depth communication with clients, a sense of restlessness welled up inside her. She straightened her back without making a sound, allowing her graceful curves to be faintly seen beneath her business suit. The opportunity to be on the list of such a super rich person is extremely rare. Chapter 58. Little brother, don't rush. She subtly adjusted her collar, making herself look both professional and alluring. If she could win him over, she might just rise to the top in one fell swoop. Under her guidance, the three of them entered a prime building in the center of the community. The elevator goes directly to the middle floor. Pushing open the heavy solid wood door, the first thing you see is the entryway with two abstract art paintings hanging on it. Then comes the spacious and bright living room with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the entire city. "Xingchang, take a good look around and see if you like it here." Gu Qingcheng obediently responded, then became completely captivated by the scene before her. She ignored the salesperson's introduction and, as if entering the Grand View Garden for the first time, opened her eyes wide and looked around. The gleaming marble floor reflects the light of the crystal chandelier, and the open kitchen is adorned with top-brand appliances. Every detail exudes luxurious taste. She gently stroked the smooth wall, unconsciously softening her breathing. "Mr. Chen, this is the best unit in our building, the king of the building." The salesperson expertly introduced the apartment, saying, "It has an internal area of 387 square meters, 5 bedrooms and 4 living rooms, and every room faces south." Chen Li followed her as she introduced the room, and as they entered the master bedroom, he couldn't help but admire her inwardly. The luxury of this bedroom is comparable to that of Meng Yu's villa. The spacious room features a custom-made Italian king-size bed, and the walk-in closet is even larger than a typical bedroom. Seeing that Chen Li was listening intently, Su Yan felt that her opportunity had arrived. When she introduced the large bed, she deliberately sat on it sideways, supporting herself on the mattress with her hands behind her. This pose perfectly showcased her curves beneath her business attire, with her full bust creating an alluring arc. As Chen Li turned around, he witnessed this breathtaking scene. Her form-fitting business attire accentuated her shapely figure, and her long legs visible through black stockings exuded a unique feminine charm. Chen Li subconsciously scanned it with the system. Su Yan. Affection level, +45. Body size, 91. Appearance, 83. Number of times, 3. Number of participants, 1. Her figure is indeed outstanding. Although it is not as magnificent as Qin Xiaoming's, her overall proportions are excellent, especially her long, straight legs, which are simply perfect. Chen Li felt a dry mouth and swallowed unconsciously. He could feel his heart pounding in his ears and a tiny electric current coursing through his blood. If he hadn't thought about Gu Qingcheng still being outside, he really wouldn't have been able to control himself. Which cadre could withstand such a test? Upon noticing Su Yan looking at him meaningfully, he quickly and awkwardly turned his head away, walked to the window, and pretended to admire the scenery outside.
Just then, the bold Su Yan suddenly approached him from behind and stuffed a business card into his pocket.
"Little brother," she whispered in his ear, "your sister is waiting for you to contact me."
This woman is really bold, but it's certainly exciting.
Outside, Gu Qingchang was still curiously touring the house. The tension of being discovered at any moment gave Chen Li a thrill akin to that of having an affair.
Just then, Gu Qingcheng called out from outside, "Brother Chen Li, where are you?"
"Here." Chen Li quickly composed himself and strode out of the room.
"How's it going?" Chen Li asked in a low voice.
"This outfit is so beautiful, what do you think?
Is it too big?"
She looked around the spacious living room, her eyes showing both delight and a hint of unease.
"It's all right. I'll buy this set if I like it. If you're going to buy, let's do it right away. Let's go and get the paperwork done."
Guided by Su Yan, the two arrived at the VIP reception area of the sales office and sat down on the soft leather sofa.
"How much was the total price of that apartment we just looked at?" Chen Li asked directly.
Su Yan maintained her professional smile. "Mr. Chen, the top-tier unit you've chosen is the king of the building, with a total price of 6.3 million after the discount."
"How much down payment are you planning to make? I can recommend the most suitable loan plan for you."
"No need for a loan, we'll pay in full."
Chen Li interrupted her, "Let us get the paperwork done now." Full payment?"
Su Yan was momentarily stunned, even her professional smile froze for a second, but she quickly composed herself and said, "Okay, I'll prepare the materials for you right away." She strode towards the office area, her mind already in turmoil. To buy a house for 6.3 million yuan in cash, and to put it in that young girl's name, that must require immense wealth. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Gu Qingcheng. This pretty girl is so lucky to have a man be so generous to her. This amount of money is enough to buy several houses in ordinary locations. It goes beyond simply being rich. Mr. Chen's net worth is probably at least several hundred million, reaching a level she couldn't even imagine. This realization hit her like a hammer blow, completely refreshing her imagination of wealth. A surge of burning ambition instantly dispelled her shock. She gripped the document tightly, her nails almost digging into the paper. The opportunity was right in front of her. This was the shortcut she had been waiting for, a path to instant success. No matter what, she had to make him remember her today. Several salespeople nearby overheard the conversation and cast envious glances at them. The commission from this one deal is equivalent to almost half a year's income for them.
While preparing the materials, a still charming senior saleswoman approached Su Yan. "Xiao Yan, do you need my help? You can keep all the commission. I just want to get to know Mr. Chen." Su Yan immediately became alert.
She knew all too well what Sisterly was up to. Those hidden contract signing rooms behind the sales office were often used by them for special transactions. "No need, Sisterly, I can handle it myself," Su Yan said decisively. Watching Sister Li's dejected departure, she thought to herself, "If I miss this opportunity with a top-tier client like Chen Li, I may never encounter him again in my life." She took a deep breath, feeling her heart pounding fiercely in her chest. Since she was going to go all out, she might as well go all the way. She straightened her shirt collar, looked at herself in the mirror. Her makeup was exquisite, and her figure was beautiful. Dealing with a young man like this would be a piece of cake. "That's what I'll do," she whispered to herself, her eyes gradually hardening. Today, she was going to take this step she had never tried before. After preparing all the materials, Su Yan returned to the reception area. As per Chen Li's request, the property would be registered under Gu Qingcheng's name. After explaining all the terms and conditions to Gu Qingcheng and instructing her to sign in various places, Su Yan said to Chen Li, "Mr. Chen, please come with me to the finance office to make the payment." She led Chen Li through several corridors, and the deeper they went, the quieter it became. Finally, we stopped in front of a secluded room, where the decor was exceptionally private.
"Aren't we going to the finance office? Where is this?" Chen Li asked, puzzled. "Don't rush, little brother." Su Yan locked the door behind her. Chapter 59 System Task. Half an hour later, the hidden door opened silently.
Su Yan stepped out first, gently wiping her lips with her fingertips, then raising her hand to tidy her slightly disheveled hair and the restraints that had already been loosened inside. Chen Li then walked out. He didn't grant her request. He used an almost brutal method against a woman like her. Looking at Su Yan's stunning figure from behind, I once again clearly felt the almost willful, controlling power that wealth brings. It can easily blur boundaries and make things that were originally impossible seem reasonable. It's so good to be rich.
This thought silently spread through his mind. In the finance office, Su Yan efficiently prepared all the payment documents.
Shenli didn't ask any questions, but simply took the pen and neatly signed his name where it was required. When the POS machine was handed to him, he skillfully swiped his card and entered his PIN, completing the task in one smooth motion, as if it were just a routine transaction. The moment the card was swiped, a system notification sounded in Shenli's mind. The host spent 6,300,000 yuan on Gu Qingcheng. Affection level, plus 95. System credit, 598,500,000 yuan. Withdrawable amount, 598,500,000 yuan. Suppressing his inner elation, Shen Liqiang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction at receiving 600 million yuan in one go. He took a deep breath to calm himself down before walking back to the rest area where Gu Qingcheng was.
Why did it take you so long?
Gu Qingcheng looked up, a hint of doubt in her clear eyes.
Well, I got an important call. Have you finished signing anything here? Shenli changed the subject without changing his expression. Su Yan, standing to the side, swallowed lightly, as if savoring the taste from before. I've already signed everything here.
Gu Qingcheng handed over a stack of signed documents.
Su Yan quickly stepped forward and respectfully took the documents. I will go and complete the final procedures for you right away.
Her voice was slightly hoarse than before, and her eyes darted away briefly when they met Shenli's.
In less than 10 minutes, all the procedures were completed.
Su Yan held 3 exquisite keys in both hands and solemnly handed them to Gu Qingcheng. Ms. Gu, congratulations on becoming a homeowner in Xiushui Yinlu.
These are the keys to your new home. We wish you a pleasant move-in. When the cold key fell into her palm, Gu Qingcheng couldn't help but gently clench it.
She turned to look at Shenli, her beautiful eyes rippling with affection and emotion that seemed about to overflow.
Gu Qingcheng.
Affection level, plus 100. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered the system mission by accumulating full favorability ratings from 2 women. Task objective, maximize Gu Qingcheng's credit limit within 1 month, obtain all of her personal cashback quota, and win her over.
Task reward, male physique enhanced to peak condition.
Note, failure to complete the task will result in permanent unbinding from the system and the recovery of all funds in the host's current account. Seeing the system notification that suddenly popped up, I didn't expect that the system had a task, and that it had to be completed. Shenli was initially excited when he saw the message, but when he read the warning at the end, he panicked.
Unbind the system? And take back all the money? How can that be?
The price is too high. This is the very foundation upon which he ascends to the pinnacle of humanity. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and thought about it carefully.
He realized that the task was actually not difficult to complete.
A rough calculation shows that she still has about 1.4 billion yuan in credit. Based on Gu Qingcheng's current maximum favorability rating, it would take about 14 million more to complete the mission.
As for the other task to capture Gu Qingcheng, Gu Qingcheng's affection for him was already at its peak.
In their daily interactions, the undisguised admiration in her eyes clearly revealed her feelings. This matter cannot be rushed, nor does it need to be forced. Everything will fall into place naturally. All that is needed is the right opportunity, and everything will happen naturally. Besides, a girl as pure and beautiful as her, if she were to fall into someone else's arms in the future, just imagining that scene made his heart ache. As for the reward of male physique enhanced to its peak state, Shenli couldn't help but let his imagination run wild.
This must be what he meant, right?
Thinking of this, a meaningful smile unconsciously appeared on his lips.
Let's go see your home and see what else we need to prepare.
Gu Qingcheng nodded gently and obediently replied,
Su Yan stood at the entrance of the sales office, watching Shenli and Gu Qingcheng's figures disappear around the corner.
She picked up her phone, swiped her finger across the screen, and the WeChat interface lit up. She opened Shenli's chat box, which contained only one unread transfer message, 50,000 yuan. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips. Although Shenli made it clear that this was only a one-time transaction, Su Yan firmly believed that as long as this connection remained, the matter was far from over.
50,000 yuan isn't a lot, but it's a start. With their contact information, endless possibilities begin.
She put away her phone, straightened the collar of her uniform jacket, and turned to walk back into the sales hall. The two walked into the spacious and bright house again, but this time, the feeling was completely different. Gu Qingcheng moved lightly through each room like a bird breaking free from its cage, her eyes sparkling with a dreamlike light. Shenli looked around the luxuriously decorated house, thinking to himself, a mansion like this, let alone buying it. The subsequent property management fees and maintenance costs alone are a considerable expense, which is indeed not something that ordinary wealthy people can easily afford. As he was pondering this, he suddenly felt a soft, warm body gently press against him from behind. Gu Qingchang wrapped her arms around his waist and gently rested her cheek against his broad back. "Brother Chanli." Her voice was as soft as a feather, tinged with a hint of uncertain timidity. "Why are you so good to me?" The soft touch on his back made Chanli stiffen slightly. He gently removed her hand and turned to face her. Looking into her tear-filled eyes, he decided to tell her the truth. "Qingchang, I have my reasons for being good to you." He looked into her eyes. "But you must not compromise yourself because of this." "I must tell you, I already have a girlfriend." Gu Qingcheng stubbornly shook her head, tears finally streaming down her face. "I don't care, even if you get married, I'm willing to wait for you here for the rest of my life." Seeing the unwavering stubbornness in her eyes, Chen Li's heart was gently touched. Her eyes revealed an unwavering determination, yet also a touch of endearing stubbornness, instantly stirring a strong protective instinct within him. He could no longer restrain his impulse and reached out to gently pull her into his arms. "Since you both understand each other, you'll have to take this step sooner or later, so why pretend to be reserved and coy?" Held in Chen Li's arms, Gu Qingcheng heard his strong heartbeat and felt the warmth of his embrace, feeling that she was the happiest person in the world at that moment. As their eyes met simultaneously, sparks seemed to fly in the air. Gu Qingcheng closed her eyes, and Chen Li slowly lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. Gu Qingcheng responded awkwardly, her hands unconsciously climbing onto his shoulders, letting herself sink into the long-awaited kiss. Overwhelmed with emotion, Gu Qingcheng's breathing became heavy, her voice trembling with tears. "Chen. Brother Chanli. Let's go to the room." Chapter 60. What's with the pretense of high-mindedness? Chen Li was jolted awake from his daze, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. "No. The system's limit hasn't been reached yet. Going over the limit now will result in no cashback, and the task will fail. You'll have to bear the consequences yourself." He took a deep breath, gently pressed down on Gu Qingcheng's shoulder, and said in a restrained hoarse voice, "Qingcheng, let's wait a little longer." "Brother Chen Li, why?" Gu Qingcheng blurted out, then realized that her words seemed too hasty, and her face immediately turned as red as a ripe apple. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Chen Li grinned mischievously and said, "So eager?" "No way." Gu Qingcheng was so embarrassed by his question that she wanted to disappear, and even her ears turned red. "Let's talk about it after your mother is discharged from the hospital, okay?" Chen Li offered a seemingly reasonable excuse. "Sigh, I have to come up with a plausible explanation, otherwise I'm afraid I'll be labeled as incompetent again." However, Gu Qingcheng interpreted this excuse as another form of proof of deep affection. In this moment of passion and confusion, his hot breath still lingered around her neck, but his movements stopped abruptly for her. At that moment, he could still think of her mother who was in the hospital. This rationality that she maintained even at the height of her desire struck her heart more fiercely than any passionate words of love. A warm current suddenly surged into her heart, causing her to choke slightly and her vision to blur instantly. She hurriedly lowered her head and leaned against his strong chest, afraid that he would see the tears welling up in her eyes. So this is what it feels like to be cherished and held in someone's heart so dearly. She nestled in Chen Li's arms, feeling his strong heartbeat, and her heart was filled with happiness. Her mother's illness was cured, and she met a lover who cherished her so much. Heaven has truly been kind to her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she tilted her head back and gently kissed Chen Li's lips. The kiss was long and tender, filled with boundless gratitude and love. When Chen Li left Gu Qingcheng's house, he practically fled in panic. Gu Qingcheng was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he knew. Her skin was as soft as water, with a faint fragrance, and she was breathtakingly perfect. If it weren't for the system task that he had to complete, he would rather not have the money, and he wouldn't care if his spot was locked. He just wanted to follow his instincts at this moment. Chen Li, who had just escaped back to his dormitory, came to his senses and saw the message Liu sent. "Honey, what are you doing? I miss you." Looking at this message, Chen Li felt the heat he had just suppressed surge up again. Originally, he was burning with rage and planned to take Meng Yu home, but since Liu had sent him a message, he decided to spend time with her first, since they were both his women. "Okay, I'll come to the hotel now." "Okay, I'll be right there, honey, I love you." Liu replied almost instantly. Since receiving the car from Chen Li, he hasn't contacted her again, which has made Liu uneasy, even thinking it was a breakup gift. These days have been unbearable for her. She wants to contact him but is afraid of bothering him. If she had to choose between the car and Chenli, she would rather not have the car and just have him. Yes, Lu Yu's desire for Chenli has grown stronger, from initially being solely after his money to now wanting him completely, including his heart. Lu Yu looked at the brand new BMW, her feelings complicated. She never dared to drive this car out, not because she disliked it, but because she was afraid it would be too conspicuous. She knew that Tingting and Meng Yu had been getting very close lately, and the two had become best friends who could talk about anything. In case Tingting happens to see this car one day and casually tells Meng Yu about it. Although Meng Yu was unaware of the special relationship between her and Chenli, she should keep a low profile in front of Chenli's official girlfriend. If things were to come to light and cause a scene, she worried that Chenli would be in a difficult position, which was the last thing she wanted to see. I missed him so much today that I finally mustered up the courage to ask him out. She also planned to take this opportunity to ask if she could get a new car worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, as this BMW was just too conspicuous. She only drove that BMW to the mall twice before it caused her unexpected trouble. Wu Shihao, the student council president of the department, seemed to have set his sights on her and began to pursue her intensely. He sent her flowers and breakfast, and somehow got her phone number, even rushing to top up her phone credit. This annoyed her to no end. Lu Yu, who was voted the most beautiful girl in the department, was already extremely beautiful, and her figure was even more exquisite. Now, with the addition of this car, in the eyes of those suitors, she has become a goddess that is hard to come by, possessing both stunning beauty and considerable wealth, which is a fatal temptation for any boy. Chenli had already driven to one side of the school gate and was waiting. Finally, he saw Lu Yu walking towards him from a distance. She was dressed simply today. Her fitted t-shirt accentuated her full curves, and her long, straight legs beneath her shorts were dazzlingly white. But there seemed to be a man with her, closely following her and talking to her. Lu Yu frowned, quickened her pace, and walked straight toward Chenli. Junior Lu Yu, a new Korean barbecue restaurant just opened near the school. It's really authentic. Shall I treat you to some? Wu Shihao, I'm saying this for the last time, I have a boyfriend. Lu Yu suddenly stopped in her tracks, her voice rising with anger. Please stop harassing me, or I'm really going to call the police. Don't lie to me. Wu Shihao chuckled awkwardly. No one has ever seen your boyfriend, and your roommate also says you're single. My boyfriend is waiting for me up ahead. Lu Yu pointed in Chenli's direction, her voice rising again. There's absolutely no way we can be together, don't waste your time on me. Her sudden loud voice drew the attention of the surrounding students, and many began to point and whisper. Another one who's relentlessly persistent. Exactly, he's so clingy, he's shameless, even though she clearly rejected him. But this girl is really too beautiful, no wonder he's so shameless. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Wu Shihao felt a little embarrassed, but he still lowered his voice and said urgently. Lu Yu, I truly love you, from the very first moment I saw you. Get away. Lu Yu interrupted him without any politeness. If you follow me again, I'll go to the counselor right now and report you for harassment. Seeing her firm attitude, Wu Shihao finally dared not pester her any longer and could only watch helplessly as she walked quickly forward. When Wu Shihao saw Lu Yu walk towards a black car, open the door, and sit in the passenger seat, he stared in shock. A Maybach? He stood there, stunned, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. Could Lu Yu be being kept by someone? Could the person sitting in the car be a bloated, middle-aged man? Because of the dark tint on the car windows, he couldn't see the person in the driver's seat clearly, only a vague outline. This discovery made him feel as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly whole, and he cursed inwardly. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? You're just a cheap slut kept by an old man. Chapter 61. Weakness in hands and feet, lower back pain. What? A suitor? Chenli looked at Lu Yu getting into the car and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Don't even mention it. Lu Yu fastened her seatbelt and sighed helplessly. He's like a piece of dogskin plaster, I can't shake him off. If this continues, I'm really going to report him to the student affairs office for harassment. Chenli smiled but didn't reply. Of the girls around him, apart from Meng Yu, who was somewhat pretty, the rest were all striking beauties. With the added wealth he provides, such troubles will likely only increase in the future. Honey, it's still early, shall we go straight to the hotel? Lu Yu turned to look at him. Yes, let's take care of the business first. There's also a restaurant at the hotel. The moment Chenli saw Lu Yu, a familiar heat surged through his body. Just like last time, she always appeared precisely at the moment he had a thought, accurately triggering his desire. Could this be what it means to be soulmates? Hearing his blunt words, Lu Yu blushed slightly and unconsciously glanced at Chenli. Although the two had already been intimate several times, his undisguised display of desire still made her heart pound. A fluttering shyness spread through my heart, but even more so, an irrepressible anticipation and excitement surged within my chest.
Upon arriving at the hotel, they smoothly completed the check-in process. The moment the door closed, the two felt as if parched land had been touched by rain. The pent-up passion erupted instantly, like rain after a long drought. Leave this blank for fellow Taoists to imagine. 3 hours later. Luyu looked at Chenli with dazed eyes, her voice slightly nasal. Honey, could we get a cheaper car instead of that BMW? What's wrong? Don't you like it? It's not that I don't like it, it's just that it's too high-end. I feel like it's not really suitable for a student like me to drive. You're too attached to appearances, Chenli said, gently stroking her long hair. Attachment to appearances? What does that mean? It's about being too concerned with superficial things and ignoring the essence. This is a Buddhist saying. He patiently explained, simply put, a car is a means of transportation. Regardless of its price, as long as it works, that's fine. Oh. Luyu nodded as if she understood, then smiled slyly. All right then, I'll drive it. Luyu blinked her watery eyes, her voice soft and seductive. Husband, are you all recovered now? Before she could finish speaking, that restless hand had already stealthily reached down. Chenli's breath hitched, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He cursed under his breath, little vixen, and then nimbly flipped over, 10,000 words omitted here. The next day, Luyu looked at herself in the mirror at the wash basin. Her skin was even more radiant and glowing, and she smiled slightly. Chenli, who went directly to class, lay on his desk, listening to Zhang Yishi and the others talking loudly, occasionally responding weakly. Ali, did you go thieving last night? Zhang Yishi teased. Chenli didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. It's more tiring than being a thief. He didn't regain his energy until the afternoon classes. Recalling Luyu's tireless demands last night, he couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Although he ultimately prevailed, his body now feels completely drained. It seems we need to finish Gu Qingqing's task as soon as possible. Once we get the reward, we'll teach those girls a lesson in family discipline. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Mengyu. Honey, are we going back to the villa tonight? I miss you. Since Chenli said he would live on campus until graduation, he has rarely returned to the villa these days. Mengyu was also very sensible. He would only go back occasionally to clean and air out the house, and never asked any questions. Upon seeing this message, Chenli felt a pang of guilt. He thought for a moment and replied, then let's go home. We'll go back after class. Okay. These days, Mengyu and Li Tingting are inseparable, and they've tried out all the most upscale beauty salons in the city. Both girls are well off and opt for the most luxurious treatments. From the hair to the toes, every part of the body receives meticulous care. Having not seen Chenli for several days, her longing for him surged like an unstoppable flood in her heart. While in class, she was staring blankly at the photo of herself and Chenli on her phone. Her fingertip lingered on the chat box for a long time before she finally couldn't resist sending Chenli that message of longing. The moment the phone rang with a special notification tone and Chenli replied. Mengyu's lips unconsciously turned up, and the uncontrollable smile, even the slightly trembling eyelashes, seemed to be telling of joy. Like Mengyu, Lu Manman, who was sitting not far from her, also missed Chenli. However, this longing manifested in a completely different way in her. She had lost a lot of weight in recent days. She spent almost every day in regret, especially whenever she saw Mengyu walk past her looking radiant. With her skin hydrated and radiant, and the natural elegance she exuded, she couldn't help but compare them in her mind. This kind of change cannot be faked. It is clearly the confidence and composure that comes from being carefully nurtured and cared for. My roommates have been going shopping and having meals together at the mall a lot lately, and they always enthusiastically invite her to come along. Lu Manman always made various excuses to decline. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but that she simply couldn't afford to go. Her credit card was already overdrawn by tens of thousands of yuan, and the minimum payment each month was suffocating her. Thinking back to when I was with Chenli, these things weren't problems at all. Now that she has lost him, she truly understands what it means to be left with no one to rely on. Every time her phone popped up a bank repayment reminder, her heart sank a little deeper. Her roommate would occasionally ask her with concern if she had encountered any difficulties recently, and she would just shake her head and force a smile. She had considered asking Mengyu for help, but what about borrowing money from her ex-boyfriend's current girlfriend to pay off his debts? She suppressed the thought as soon as it popped into her head. At least for now, she couldn't let go of her pride. Meng Yu specially bought top-grade 5-0 Wagyu beef to cook for Chenli, the same steak Chenli had praised last time. Seeing Chenli enjoying his meal so much, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Meng Yu looked at him with a smile in her eyes. As Chenli chewed on the tender and juicy steak, he finished it and then picked up an oyster and put it in his mouth. Perhaps because he had consumed too much energy last night, he ate several steaks and more than a dozen oysters that Meng Yu had carefully prepared. Watching him eat several steaks and more than a dozen oysters in a row, Meng Yu found it somewhat amusing. After the meal, they cleaned up the dishes together. Amidst the rushing water, Meng Yu would steal glances at Chenli from time to time, her eyes filled with undisguised joy. While showering, the rising steam blurred the mirror and also blurred the figures of the two embracing. Chen Liqian mustered his energy and helped Meng Yu finish her homework. It wasn't until late at night that the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Chenli was completely dejected during class. He slumped on the desk, his limbs weak and his back aching so badly he couldn't straighten up. Zhang Yishi and the others were joking around nearby, but he was lying there drowsily, too weak to respond. Xin Xing had class today, and as usual, my roommates and I took the front row seats, hoping to be the first to rush up and ask him questions during the break. But Xin Xing seemed somewhat distracted today, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards Chenli while lecturing. When she looked at that corner again and saw Chen Lixing fast asleep on the table, she couldn't help but sigh softly. When the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class, Xin Xing looked at Chenli, who was still fast asleep, and finally decided against waking him up. But even the way she walked out of the classroom betrayed her inner anxiety and unease. Chapter 62 Xin Sheng's Trouble. Xin Sheng has recently been entangled in a huge problem, which dates back to 3 months ago. Her boyfriend of 2 years described a promising startup project to her. He persuaded her to take out a loan of 1 million yuan from the bank as startup capital, using her position as a university teacher. But just last week, when she arrived at her boyfriend's so-called company again, she was greeted only by a locked glass door and an empty office. Through the dusty glass, you can see several discarded documents scattered inside, and even the most basic office equipment is nowhere to be seen. The property manager told her that the office had been in arrears for 2 months and the tenant had quietly moved out of all their belongings last week. Upon hearing this news, Xin Xing felt dizzy, the man who told her "I love you" every day. He actually took the million yuan she had borrowed under immense pressure and disappeared without a trace. Now, this heavy debt rests entirely on her shoulders. The monthly repayment amount is more than twice her salary. With the repayment date fast approaching, she searched through all her bank cards but couldn't even scrape together the minimum payment. Her family couldn't help much either. Her parents were honest, hard-working farmers who had already exhausted their savings to support her education over the years. Her younger brother is still in school, and they are counting on her to help support the family after she starts working. She is the pride of her family. From her studies to becoming a university teacher, every step she has taken has made her parents feel proud in front of their fellow villagers. Her name is the best proof that education changes destiny in that land. She had originally planned to build a new house for her family once her boyfriend's career was stable, so that her parents, who had worked hard all their lives, could enjoy their retirement. Who knew she would encounter such a scumbag, not only shattering her dreams but also leaving her with such a heavy debt? She couldn't even imagine what would happen if she couldn't repay the loan. The bank came knocking on her door, and the matter escalated to the school. At that point, forget about saving face, you might not even be able to keep this respectable job. These days she has borrowed from everyone she can, former classmates and current colleagues, but as soon as she asked to borrow money, they all made up various excuses to refuse. The only person who offered to help was an older so-called friend in her ex-boyfriend's circle. The man was quite straightforward. He immediately offered to lend her 50,000 yuan on the condition that she accompany him for a month. The suggestion made her feel nauseous. She recalled that oily face, that enormous beer belly that made the buttons on his shirt almost pop off, and how he looked like a bloated hippo. Just imagining being in the same room with a man like that made her feel nauseous and gave her goosebumps. Just now during class, her gaze inadvertently fell on Chenli, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind: perhaps this student has the ability to help her through this difficult time. But as soon as this idea popped into her head, new worries arose. Would Chenli be willing to help her? Even if he were willing, wouldn't he, like that man, make demands that she would find difficult to say? She gripped the lesson plan tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Asking her own students for help was embarrassing enough. If she couldn't even preserve her last shred of dignity, she dared not think any further. But this matter is urgent. If she can't raise the money soon, the repayment date will be her trial day. She didn't even dare to imagine the consequences of being late,
the bank would call the school directly to collect the debt. Her colleagues would all know that she was in huge debts, her image as a teacher was ruined, and she might even lose this hard-won job. The bell rang, and she stared at Chenli, who was still fast asleep, her nails digging deeply into her palms. After struggling for a moment, she finally put away her lesson plan and silently left the classroom.
Ali, wake up, it's time to go.
Wu Zihong walked to Chenli's desk and gently nudged him, who was still fast asleep. As Zhang Yishi tidied up, he joked, "You're really something, you even dared to sleep so soundly in teacher Xinqing's class." His eyes lit up when he mentioned his goddess teacher.
Chenli stretched lazily. This nap had indeed restored some of his energy.
He followed his roommates to the cafeteria, but he still didn't have much of an appetite. He ate a few bites and then put down his chopsticks. To think that I, a young man, had been tormented like this by two girls. It seems I must complete the system task as soon as possible and obtain the reward that enhances my physique.
When the time comes, I'll definitely show them what he's capable of. Thinking it might be better to take action directly, he took out his phone and sent Gu Qingqing a message. "Xingcheng, do you have class this afternoon?"
"Yes, what's wrong, brother Chenli?"
"I'm asking for leave now. Come with me this afternoon."
"Okay, I'll go ask for leave right away." Although she didn't know what Chenli was going to do with her, Gu Qingcheng was already used to following his arrangements. In her mind, whatever Chenli said was right to do. At 2 p.m., Chenli drove the graceful Gu Qingcheng to a luxury car showroom in the city center. He had a clear goal and went straight to the Rolls-Royce dealership. The Phantom, the car he had always dreamed of, he bought it for Gu Qingcheng today. Gu Qingcheng hasn't even taken her driver's test yet, but that doesn't stop Chenli from deciding to register the car in her name. The top-of-the-line version costs over 10 million, which should have almost exhausted her funds. As soon as the two entered the exhibition hall, a sharp-eyed salesperson noticed the expensive watch on Chenli's wrist and the incredibly beautiful girl nestled beside him. Having been in this industry for a long time, he has long since developed a keen eye for identifying genuine customers.
"Good afternoon, sir, madam.
I'm Shaoli, the sales consultant here." He quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "How may I help you?"
"Hello, could you please tell us about the highest configuration of the Phantom?"
Chenli got straight to the point. He didn't want to waste any time.
"All right, please follow me."
Shaoli suppressed his excitement, knowing that he had met a truly important client today. Just as they were following the salesperson deeper into the showroom, Chenli suddenly saw two familiar figures ahead. He subconsciously glanced at Gu Qingqing beside him and found that she also had a slightly surprised expression.
Does this girl have a natural ability to attract these two? Standing not far in front of them were his high school classmates, Chen Shimi and Zhong Lily.
The couple seemed to be looking at cars too, but they didn't expect to run into each other here.
Chenli couldn't help but complain in his heart, "What a coincidence that the door opened, what a coincidence."
When Chen Shimi looked up, he also saw Chenli and the other person, and a hint of undisguised contempt flashed in his eyes. His lips curled down slightly, as if he had seen something that shouldn't be there. In his eyes, Chenli, this penniless wretch, formed a ridiculous contrast with the dazzling luxury cars in the showroom. He chuckled to himself. This old classmate, who was so frugal with his tuition fees, now dared to bring his girlfriend into a Rolls-Royce showroom. I'm afraid they can't even afford a single loose thread from that handmade wool carpet in the showroom.
Chapter 63. What if I bought it? Chen Shimi certainly couldn't afford a Rolls-Royce.
He came today purely to let Zhong Lily feast her eyes and, incidentally, to show off his wealth and status. From the moment he came in, he talked non-stop about his purchasing plans. From the car's exterior color to its interior configuration, the description was so detailed that it sounded like you could sign a contract and pick up the car tomorrow. Zhong Lily nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining as she listened, completely immersed in her beautiful dreams of the future. This fantasy gave him a strange sense of superiority every time he walked into the exhibition hall.
The two stood beside the display vehicle, each describing their imagined luxurious lifestyle.
They were completely unaware that, in the eyes of the sales staff, they were no different from other customers who only looked and didn't buy. With this in mind, when he saw Chenli, he was first taken aback. Then a glint of light flashed in his eyes. This was simply a stepping stone sent from heaven. Chen Shimi nudged Zhong Lily with his elbow. The sound wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for those around to hear. Anyone dares to come here, without even knowing their own worth, and they're not afraid that the air here will be polluted by some poor, slovenly people. Chen Shimi deliberately put on a disgusted expression, lazily raised his chin, and looked Chenli up and down with a sidelong glance. His eyes were full of disdain, and a faint sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. In his mind, Chen Li's existence was a joke, and even the fact that salespeople were serving them was a waste of resources. Chen Li thought to himself, this Chen Shimi is like a persistent ghost, he won't speak unless he tramples on someone. If we don't teach him a lesson today, he might never stop. Gu Qingcheng was so angry that her cheeks turned red. She held Chen Li's arm tightly and glared at Chen Shimi with disgust. Both times we met, this person was full of foul language and was simply unreasonable. Chen Shimi, I'm giving you face, but I hope you'll use your brain.
Chen Li, giving me face?
That's laughable.
Chen Shimi scoffed, bringing your girlfriend to buy a car? Do you even have 1,000 yuan in your account? Ha ha ha.
At this moment, Zhong Lili also stepped forward and said to Gu Qingcheng insincerely, beautiful lady, don't be fooled by Chen Li. I was his high school classmate, so I know his family very well. They're very poor. The money he used to treat you to dinner might have come from a loan. Looking at Gu Qingcheng, who was much prettier than herself, she felt a strong sense of resentment. How could this poor boy she had rejected find such an outstanding girlfriend?
What's it to you? Gu Qingcheng said indignantly, I know Chen Li's family is poor, but I just like him, is it any of your business?
She couldn't stand anyone insulting Chen Li, and her voice was trembling with anger.
Beautiful lady, were you coerced by him?
Chen Shimi feigned concern and said, don't be afraid, tell us and we'll help you.
That's insane.
Gu Qingcheng was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them anymore, and pulled Chen Li to leave, saying, husband, let's ignore them. Seeing this, Chen Shimi turned to the salesman who was serving Chen Li and said, brother, don't waste your time on him. He's just a penniless guy who can't afford a car. Xiao Li, who was listening nearby, almost burst out laughing. With such poor eyesight, how dare he come to the Rolls-Royce showroom to point fingers?
Given his level of understanding, he probably wouldn't even be able to grasp the value of Mr. Chen's watch.
Sir, please move aside.
Xiao Li said calmly, don't disturb my client, otherwise I'll have to call security. What? You're going to call security to kick me out?
Chen Shimi stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his voice suddenly rising, who gave you the guts? If you continue to disrupt the order in the store or harass our valued customers, we reserve the right to maintain the environment in the store.
Xiao Li was not intimidated at all. Having worked in this industry for many years, maintaining his clients had almost become his professional instinct.
Chen Li then slowly spoke up, Chen Shimi, you're saying I can't afford a car, right? No, I'm not saying you can't afford a car. Chen Shimi paused deliberately, revealing a mocking smile. I mean, you can't even afford a single tire here. Don't try to make yourself look good by comparing yourself to a car.
It's hilarious. What if I bought it?
Chen Li's lips curled up slightly. Chen Shimi felt a pang of anxiety at his calm smile, but then inwardly scolded himself for overthinking. The cheapest cars here cost several million.
How could Chen Li, an ordinary student, possibly afford one? He must be bluffing. If you can really afford it.
Chen Shimi smiled sinisterly, I'll kneel down and call you grandpa right here and now, if you can't afford it. He deliberately dragged out his words, so you have to lie on the ground and bark like a dog, how about that?
Make a deal.
Chen Li turned to the salesperson, Xiao Li, just go through the formalities for the top-of-the-line Phantom as we just discussed, and bring the POS machine over while you're at it.
Okay, Mr. Chen.
Xiao Li suppressed his excitement and said, please show me your ID card, and I'll go prepare the contract right away. Chen Li looked at Gu Qingcheng beside him, Qingcheng, give him your ID card and write down her name. Gu Qingcheng nodded obediently and took out her ID card from her bag, handing it to the salesperson.
When Xiao Li received the documents, his fingertips trembled slightly. This was a luxury car worth over 10 million yuan, and he was just giving it to his girlfriend like this? Keep pretending, keep pretending.
Chen Shimi and Zhong Lili exchanged a mocking glance, waiting to see what would happen. Chen Li ignored them and led Gu Qingcheng to sit down on the leather sofa in the rest area. Gu Qingcheng quietly tightened her grip on his hand, her eyes filled with both anticipation and a hint of unease. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Li returned quickly with a woman dressed in business attire. The woman was holding a POS machine and a stack of documents, clearly indicating she was a finance staff member.
Mr. Chen, all the formalities have been completed.
Xiao Li respectfully reported, we have applied for the maximum discount for you, with a total price of 13 million. After payment and Ms. Gu's signature, you can pick up the car within 3 days. Chen Li took out the black card without changing his expression, and then proceeded with the familiar card swiping procedure. As the machine dispensed the transaction confirmation slip, a series of system notifications echoed in my mind.
The host spent 13 million yuan on Gu Qingcheng.
Affection level, plus 100. System credit, 1,158,000,000 yuan limit reached. Total withdrawable amount, 1,756,500,000 yuan. Friendly reminder, Gu Qingqing's 2 billion limit has been reached. The binding will be automatically released. A barely perceptible smile flashed across Chen Li's eyes, while Gu Qingqiang was only slightly taken aback before a faint smile appeared on her lips. Salesman Xiaoli was so excited that his fingers trembled slightly, and he barely managed to keep his mouth from stretching to his ears. The commission from this sale would be enough to make him feel relaxed for a long time. Chapter 64. Why wait 2 days? At this moment, Chen Shimi's face had turned liver-colored. He stared intently at the POS receipt, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Zhong Lily's face turned from red to green, and finally to deathly pale, her nails digging deeply into her palms. She remembered the afternoon Chen Li confessed his feelings to her in high school, and how she had looked at him with disdain at the time. If she had made a different choice back then, would she be the one sitting next to Chen Li now? This thought gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. Now. Chen Li slowly stood up, his gaze calmly fixed on Chen Shimi, whose face was ashen. It's time to fulfill your bet. Chen Shimi seemed to be nailed to the spot, his face turning pale and then red. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Chen Li. You win. Chen Shimi forced out these words through gritted teeth, grabbed Zhong Lily's hand, and tried to leave. However, Zhong Lily seemed rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed on Chen Li, then lingering on Gu Qingqing's face. The resentment in his eyes was almost overflowing, and he seemed indifferent to Chen Shimi's attempts to pull him away. Hurry up and leave. Chen Shimi roared in rage, he couldn't stand being in this place for even a second longer. Zhong Lily reluctantly moved her feet, and before leaving, she couldn't help but look back at Chen Li. As soon as she stepped out of the exhibition hall, Zhong Lily forcefully shook off Chen Shimi's hand. Let's end this here. What? Chen Shimi could hardly believe his ears. What's wrong with you? I said let us break up, for no reason, Zhong Lily said with surprising calmness. Chen Shimi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, I understand, you want to go back to Chen Li now that he's rich, right? He knows Zhong Lily too well. All these years, she's been with him just for the money his family has. Think what you want. Zhong Lily was too lazy to explain and turned to leave, saying, don't come looking for me again. Chen Shimi stood there dumbfounded, watching her figure disappear around the corner, completely bewildered, standing alone in the wind, utterly disoriented. Zhong Lily's thoughts were indeed guessed by Chen Shimi. From the moment she saw Chen Li casually swipe out 13 million, her heart was in turmoil. The poor boy she once rejected has now become a wealthy man who spends money like water. This shocked and regretted her, followed by excitement. While inside, Zhong Lily's mind was in turmoil, with countless thoughts flashing through her mind. Just moments after witnessing Chen Li spend lavishly, a bold plan began to grow wildly in her mind. She needs to break up with Chen Shimi immediately, then get a hymenoplasty to repair the hymen and tighten her body. I must find a way to get my hands on Chen Li at the high school reunion at the end of the year. Thinking of how Chen Li had once pursued her, Zhong Lily couldn't help but feel confident. With her years of experience and skills, she could definitely make Chen Li feel like he was in heaven with just a little preparation. Thinking of this, a confident smile crept onto her lips. Chen Li glanced at the astonishing balance figure on the system interface. He then looked at the beautiful and charming Gu Qingqing beside him, and a pleasant smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Once Gu's mother is discharged from the hospital, he can take the opportunity to win over Gu Qingqing, at which point the system mission will be completed. He would be able to personally experience the power of the so-called max-level physique. Thinking about this, he almost burst out laughing. What's making you so happy? Gu Qingqing tilted her head to look at him, her eyes curving into gentle crescents. Are you still happy about what happened with those two people just now? They're not worth my time. Chen Li smiled, took her hand, and got up to walk outside. The two walked towards the door, respectfully escorted by the salesman, Xiaoli. Xiaoli quickly took 2 steps forward, bent down, and opened the heavy glass door for them, a genuine smile on his face. Mr. Chen, Ms. Gu, please take your time. I will contact you as soon as the car is ready. As Xiaoli watched, the car slowly drove out of the 4S store. The car smoothly merged into the traffic. Chen Li, with one hand on the steering wheel, glanced at the girl beside him. Xingchun, do you want to go to the hospital to see your aunt, or should I take you back to school? I want to go see my mother. Gu Qingqiang responded softly, Chen Li. Why did you buy me such an expensive car? I can't drive. Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile playing in his eyes.
Weren't you calling me husband so smoothly in the store? Why did you change your tune now?
Well, wasn't that just to annoy them?
Gu Qingqing's cheeks instantly turned as red as an apple, and even the tips of her ears turned a faint pink.
She hurriedly lowered her head, her long hair falling down to cover her profile, but the slight upturn of her lips betrayed the sweetness in her heart.
But I prefer to hear you call me husband.
When they reached a red light, Chen turned around and looked at her tenderly.
Call me that from now on.
Okay, husband. The soft voice almost blended into the sound of the wind outside the window. In the hospital's VIP ward, a caregiver is carefully massaging Gu's mother's legs. Upon seeing the two enter, Gu's mother immediately smiled kindly, her voice noticeably louder than in the past few days. Chen is here, come and sit down.
How are you feeling today, Auntie?
Chen sat down on the chair by the bed and carefully examined Gu's mother's complexion.
I feel much better now. My chest doesn't feel tight anymore, and I don't feel nauseous anymore. As she spoke, Gu's mother turned to Gu Qingqing impatiently. Qingcheng, go ask the doctor when I can be discharged? I think I'm fully recovered. Mom, don't worry.
Gu Qingqing gently advised, the matter of discharge should be arranged by the doctor.
Auntie, you don't need to worry about the money.
Chen knew she was worried about spending money, and said, your health is the most important thing.
This isn't about money.
Gu's mother sighed, her eyes showing the weariness of staying in the hospital for so long.
I'm really tired of staying here. Why don't you go and ask the doctor when I can be discharged at the earliest, okay? All right.
Gu Qingqing and Chen exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. I'll go ask later. The two arrived at the attending physician's office, where the doctor was looking down and flipping through the medical records. Seeing them come in, he kindly pointed to the chair opposite them. You've come at the right time.
I just finished reading your mother's medical report. He pushed up his glasses. The recovery is better than expected. If the family doesn't have any special requests, we can process the discharge in the next couple of days. Remember to come back for a checkup every month afterward.
That's great, thank you, doctor. Gu Qingqing quickly expressed her gratitude. Gu Qingqing happily walked out of the office, but then she suddenly remembered that Chen had said they could only wait until her mother was discharged from the hospital. The thought made her ears burn, and she unconsciously stole glances at the man beside her. Seeing Chen Lixing intently looking at the medical record in his hand, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and touched her burning cheeks. Little did he know that Chen Li's mind was in turmoil. He forced himself to remain calm as he looked at the medical records he didn't understand, but the image of Gu Qingqing was already flashing through his mind.
Why wait 2 days? Chapter 65. I'll wait for you.
Upon learning that her mother would be discharged from the hospital in 2 days, and remembering that there were still many things missing at the new home, Gu Qingqing felt both happy and somewhat flustered. After leaving the hospital, she took Chen Li's arm and said, Honey, we still need a lot of things at home.
Can you come with me to the supermarket?
Having already decided that Chen Li was her only support and belonging in this life, Gu Qingqing gradually let go of her initial restraint in front of him. Looking at the girl acting coquettishly in front of him, how could Chen Li bear to refuse her? In the huge supermarket, Chen Li was pushing a shopping cart, following closely behind Gu Qingqing, watching her carefully compare each item. Like a happy little wife, she carefully selected all the items her mother would need after being discharged from the hospital, from toiletries to bedding sets, taking great care of every single one.
Honey, what do you think of the pattern on this pillowcase?
She picked up a set of plain-colored pillowcases.
Isn't it too plain? Chen Li leaned closer to take a look. What about this one? This looks good.
The two moved among the shelves, stopping occasionally to discuss their ideas. Gu Qingqing would occasionally playfully pick up a pair of sunglasses and put them on Chen Li's face, or put a sun hat on his head. Amidst laughter and playful banter, Gu Qingqing clung tightly to Chen Li's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. At that moment, she felt like the happiest person in the world. Even though this relationship was something that couldn't be made public, she was willing to accept it. After the shopping was finished, the trunk and back seat were filled with bags and packages of goods. Back in their new home, the couple made several trips back and forth before finally moving all their belongings inside. Gu Qingqing carefully organized every item, categorizing and putting away everything, from food to household items. When she opened the refrigerator and saw it packed full of food, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. This was the first time in her life that she had a refrigerator full of food, and the first time she truly felt that she finally had a decent home. Exhausted, Chen Li collapsed onto the sofa, watching Gu Qingqing still enthusiastically tidying up the remaining items.
She carefully put everything away until the last bag was empty, then breathed a sigh of relief and gently sat down next to Chenli. I'm exhausted. Gu Qingcheng raised her hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, her cheeks flushed with a healthy rosy glow from her busy work. Chenli stared at her fair neck, the sweat glistening under the light, and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Gu Qingcheng noticed his intense gaze, and her already flushed cheeks became even more shy. Sweat and blush mingled on her face, creating a touching scene. Unable to contain his emotions, Chenli gently cupped her face and tenderly kissed her. Having learned from her previous experience, Gu Qingcheng responded to his kiss more naturally this time, gradually becoming intoxicated by the intimacy. Feeling Chenli's hand begin to wander, she hurriedly pressed it down, her voice slightly breathless. Honey? I'll go take a shower first. Just then, Chenli's phone rang. Seeing that it was Tang Yifeng calling, he figured it must be something important, so he had no choice but to answer the phone. Gu Qingcheng hurriedly straightened her disheveled clothes, her fingertips trembling slightly. The inner garments, which Chenli had already undressed, now appeared particularly unruly, falling down from his waist. She blushed and tied it back on, every subtle movement revealing the lingering excitement in her heart. Hello? Mr. Chen, there are a few urgent decisions that require your signature for confirmation. Chenli glanced at Gu Qingcheng, whose face was flushed, and hesitated. Does it have to be dealt with today? Yes, we can only proceed with the follow-up work after the signature is obtained. Okay, I'll be right there. We'll be waiting for you at the company. After hanging up the phone, Chenli looked at Gu Qingcheng apologetically. There's an urgent matter at the company, I have to go there. Ah, okay. Gu Qingcheng couldn't hide her disappointment. She had finally managed to mentally prepare herself. Chenli pulled her into his arms, kissed her forehead, and said with a mischievous grin, Sweetie, I'll be back later. Take a bath and wait for me. I'll wait for you. Gu Qingcheng nodded obediently, her face flushed. When Chenli arrived at the company, Tang Yifeng and Tang Yu were already waiting at the door. Mr. Chen, you've arrived. Uncle Tang, please don't be so polite. I'm a junior, just call me Shaoli, and please don't use your title anymore. You still have to follow the rules at the company. Tang Yifeng insisted, you can call me whatever you want in private. We invited you here today because there are several important documents that require your signature before they can be implemented. No problem. Don't all stand there, let's talk in the conference room, Tang Yu interjected at the opportune moment. Chenli then noticed that Tang Yu's appearance today was completely different from usual. The casual attire of the past on campus is gone, replaced by a well-tailored dark gray business suit. She wore a pair of elegant black-rimmed glasses, and her long hair was neatly tied up in a bun at the back of her head, exuding the capable and efficient aura unique to working women. This outfit made her look both professional and graceful, giving her a unique charm. After following them into the conference room, an assistant quickly brought over a stack of documents. Tang Yu sat down next to Chenli and carefully explained the contents of each document to him. The company decided to appoint Tang Yu as the marketing manager, responsible for the overall brand promotion of Fubeling. She has already made initial contact with several of the most influential live streamers, including Li Jianqi and He Bin, and has drafted a detailed cooperation plan. The document details specific terms such as product price discounts and cooperation models. Chenli quickly glanced through it and found that the plan was quite professional and highly feasible. Tang Yu, did you complete all of this independently? Yes. Tang Yu smiled and nodded. I've been studying marketing on my own for the past 2 years. What do you think of this plan? Very nice. Chenli praised, although I don't understand the specific operations, the positioning of national brand and conscientious domestic products is very accurate. With the superior quality of our products, we are confident we can penetrate the market. Following this, Chenli listened to reports from other senior executives of the company, particularly regarding the latest financial situation. The meeting finally came to an end 2 hours later. Tang Yifeng and other senior executives left first to handle official business, while Tang Yu accompanied Chenli to the office specially prepared for him. Although Chenli doesn't usually come to the company office, he still has all the necessary amenities. Chenli, thank you so much. Without your investment, the company might have gone out of business long ago. In that case, we would really have no face to face our grandfathers. Don't say that. Chenli waved his hand. This is also a good investment opportunity for me, so we can say it's a win-win situation. That being said, your choice to trust us when everyone else had lost faith in us is a significant investment for us. Chenli did not continue the topic, but instead looked around the spacious office.
The minimalist decor style suited his taste, but he felt it was a bit wasteful, since he wouldn't be coming here often. After finishing his tour, Shenli turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Tang Yu was right behind him. When he turned around, the two bumped into each other squarely. Chapter 66: An Encounter in the Office. In an instant, the two were face to face. Tang Yu's face turned bright red, and Shenli couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. At such close range, Tang Yu's exquisite figure made him truly feel her magnificence, and the soft touch made his heart tremble. The impact completely threw Tang Yu's heartbeat into disarray. A dangerous thought uncontrollably crept into her mind. What if something happened between her and Shenli in this office, especially since he was her roommate's boyfriend? The idea carried a forbidden thrill, sending shivers down her spine, and a barely palpable excitement rose within her. She snapped back to her senses, her ears burning as she lowered her head. Good heavens, how could I have such an absurd thought? I'm sorry. Tang Yu hurriedly took a step back, awkwardly straightening her not-so-disheveled clothes. Tang Yu. Affection level, +89. Body size, 85. Appearance, 79. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. Shenli glanced at the prompts on the system panel without showing any emotion, then looked at Tang Yu, who was blushing and at a loss for what to do. The girl was clearly bumped into by him, but she apologized in a fluster. Tang Yu, who is usually dignified, was really adorable at this moment. The favorability rating displayed by the system, could she have other ideas? Shenli's gaze lingered briefly on Tang Yu. The favorability rating on the system interface was indeed tempting. Should he bind with her? Tang Yu doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do anything casually. Her inherent pride is genuine. If you bind her to your account, her trustworthiness should be guaranteed. But that's precisely why we have to be even more careful. If something goes wrong, it will inevitably be awkward if we run into each other at the company or on campus in the future. His eyes darkened slightly. It seemed he needed to test her feelings, carefully balancing the situation with ascertaining the truth. He had to find the right balance. I'm the one who should apologize. He leaned down slightly, his voice softening. Tang Yu, are you all right? No. It's nothing. Shenli's approach made Tang Yu even more nervous. Tang Yu, can I ask you a question? Shenli looked into her eyes and asked, do you have someone you like right now? No. No. Tang Yu's heart was pounding. Why would he ask that? Does he have designs on me? Does he really want to make her and Ling Yan sleep together under the same quilt at the same time? This thought unconsciously brought back memories of her time living with Song Lingyun, and her cheeks burned even hotter. If Chen Lizhan really has this intention, what should she do? What alarmed her even more was that she didn't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, she felt a faint sense of anticipation. This thought made her feel incredibly ashamed. Shall we make a deal? Chen Li's voice pulled her back from her reverie. What agreement? Don't get a boyfriend for the next 6 months. Huh? You want to? She couldn't continue. Did he mean she had to stay with him for 6 months? This. Upon hearing this half sentence, Shenli immediately understood her thoughts. Seeing her blushing face, Shenli's lips curled up slightly. Intending to tease her, he deliberately took a step forward. Are you scared? I'm not afraid, I'm not. Tang Yu's voice was barely a whisper, but what if Ling Yan finds out? This answer completely surprised Shenli. He never expected that Tang Yu, who was always so proper and gentle, would have such a thought. The image of sisters sharing a husband flashed through his mind, instantly igniting his passion. She found out, but it was all right, trust me. It would be a waste to miss out on the advantages the system had given him, so Shenli made his decision immediately. Okay, all right, Tang Yu replied softly. The moment she agreed, Shenli silently said, System, bind to Tang Yu. Binding in progress. Binding complete. One spot has been secured. Tang Yu, current favorability rating, +89. Friendly reminder, one spot is currently frozen. After the binding was successful, Shenli couldn't help but hug Tang Yu. The previous collision had already made him feel her full softness, and now, holding her tightly, he felt even more intoxicated by her warm and fragrant body. Tang Yu's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of her chest. The feeling of a romance in the office was both thrilling and intoxicating. As their emotions ran high, the two kissed unconsciously, and Shenli's hands began to wander restlessly. Half an hour later, the office door finally opened, and the two walked out one after the other.
Tang Yu gave Chen Li a coquettish glare. She never expected Chen Li to ask her for help in this way. Chen Li. She tidied her slightly disheveled hair, her voice still a little hoarse. Will you come to the company often? Chen Li glanced meaningfully at the corner of her mouth and said with a wicked smile, of course. After thinking for a moment, he added, by the way, don't buy a car yet. I'll take you to choose one this weekend. Okay, sure. After saying goodbye to Tang Yu, Chen Li drove out of the company. In the rearview mirror, he saw Tang Yu still standing at the company entrance, watching him leave. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chen Li couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. I originally just came to the company for a meeting, but I never expected to win over someone's daughter's heart. If Tang Yifeng knew this would be the outcome, I wonder if he would regret calling him over today. After leaving the company, he gave up the idea of going to find Gu Qingcheng. His unexpected encounter with Tang Yu earlier made him feel that he was no longer pure today, and that his current state was not worthy of a pure girl like Gu Qingcheng. If I were to take her now, I would feel uneasy, so there's no rush. However, the restless fire within him had not yet subsided. He glanced at the time. It was just past 8 o'clock in the evening. Who should I contact? After a moment's thought, I realized, that's right, Qin Xiaomeng. I picked up my phone and found Qin Xiaomeng's WeChat. Xiaomeng, what are you doing? Chen Li, you finally remembered me, Qin Xiaomeng replied almost instantly. I've been idling around in the dorm with nothing to do. Wait for me at the school gate in 10 minutes. Okay. He said goodbye to Gu Qingcheng, telling her that he had something to do and wouldn't be back that night, and then drove towards the teacher's college. About 10 minutes later, when Chen Li's car slowly stopped at the entrance of the teacher's college, he immediately saw Qin Xiaomeng waiting by the roadside. The night breeze gently blew her skirt, and the streetlights cast a soft glow on her. Upon seeing the familiar car, she instantly broke into a smile and walked briskly towards it. The moment Chen Li opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, a sweet fragrance of gardenias filled the car, reigniting his lustful desires. She wore a light-colored slip dress today, and the thin straps made her collarbones look particularly delicate. As she sat down, the hem of her skirt lifted slightly, revealing her fair and slender legs, which shimmered delicately under the car's interior lights. Chen Li unconsciously took a deep breath, his nostrils filled with the fresh scent of flowers, and he tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He felt his throat was a little dry, and unconsciously pressed the accelerator harder, the car smoothly accelerating into the night. Noticing his subtle reaction, Qin Xiaomeng secretly smiled, a sly glint in her eyes. Chapter 67 Absurd Idea. The hotel elevator doors slowly closed, leaving only the two of them in the small space. Unable to contain her emotions, Qin Xiaomeng stepped forward and hugged Chen Li, burying her face in his strong chest. Her body had long yearned for this moment. Chen Li, I miss you. Qin Xiaomeng raised her head, her voice trembling slightly with excitement, and tightened her grip around his waist, as if she wanted to meld herself into his body. Her soft breasts pressed against Chen Li's chest without reservation, transmitting a faint warmth through the thin fabric. Chen Lining understood her thoughts at that moment, this unreserved longing and dependence. He felt the warmth and softness of the woman in his arms, his heart fluttered, and he smiled knowingly. He gently patted her back with his large hand, the gesture carrying a soothing quality. I'm here now, aren't I? We'll get to work properly in a bit. His voice was a little lower than before. The deliberately emphasized word made Qin Xiaomeng's ears burn, and she naturally understood what he meant by doing work. She was both expectant and a little embarrassed, rubbing her flushed cheeks against his chest to try and distract herself, complaining softly. That's right, why is this elevator so slow? Her gaze drifted to the slowly ticking red numbers above her head, and those few dozen seconds felt like an eternity. In the cramped space, every inch of air seemed to be ignited by the body heat and intertwined breaths of the two people, burning her with panic. From the moment she received Chen Li's message, the thought of seeing him soon had already overwhelmed her like a babbling brook. Compared to that greasy middle-aged man from before who made every time she was with him feel like she was completing a task, and who would make her pretend to be happy and praise him even though it would only last a few minutes, Qin Xiaomeng felt nauseous. Following that person, aside from some material satisfaction, left me with almost no spiritual fulfillment. Moreover, their relationship was clandestine, which made her live in constant fear of being discovered by his wife. Chen Li was different. The impact of his youthful physique was aggressive, leaving her completely powerless to resist. Even after they parted, the strength and warmth of that body seemed to linger, imprinted on her sensory memory. She would unconsciously recall it, followed by a fluttering heart, making her blush and feel restless. This irresistible attraction is what truly makes her unable to resist and want to relive the experience repeatedly. After that night, she thought about every detail almost every day, and her face would burn as she thought about it. These past few days, she couldn't help but stare at her phone, afraid of missing any news from Chen-Li. Even when chatting with friends, she would suddenly drift off, her mind filled with images of Chen-Li. The money Chen-Li gave her helped her get her life back on track. She is also Qin Xiaoming, a rich girl who doesn't have to worry about food and drink, and can go shopping and meet up with her best friends for afternoon tea at will. More importantly, she no longer had to force herself to deal with that disgusting man. In the elevator, smelling Chen-Li's fresh scent and feeling his strong heartbeat, Qin Xiaoming couldn't help but hug him tighter. The thought of how wonderful it would be to meet Chen-Li sooner resurfaced in my mind. In that case, her most precious virginity would belong to him, instead of being wasted on such a shameful experience. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh softly, her fingers unconsciously gripping the back of Chen-Li's clothes. Ding, the elevator has arrived. Click, the room door opens. The moment the door closed, Chen-Li was roughly and urgently freed by Qin Xiaoming. Inside the room. The following 100,000 words, fellow Taoist, savor them. The next morning, Chen-Li had faint dark circles under his eyes and was lazily slumped over his desk. Zhang Yishi, Wu Chang, Gui Zihong, and a few others were gathered around, chatting enthusiastically. Hey, have you guys seen that campus belle named in Yun? Zhang Yishi, who was the most well-informed, began his information broadcast again, with a mysterious smile on his face. No, what's going on? The school beauty? Wu Chang reacted quickly this time, asking before Gui Zihong could, his curiosity completely piqued. That's right, I heard he's a freshman at our school, just started doing live streaming, mainly filming outdoor dance videos. Zhang Yishi squinted his eyes, as if savoring the memory, that face, that figure, TSK simply top-notch. After hearing his description, Chen-Li, Wu Chang, and Gui Zihong all took out their phones and started searching on Douyin. Sure enough, as soon as they entered in Yun's homepage, the group was immediately drawn to the girl in the video. In the video, the girl has a sweet smile and is dancing energetically. If the video doesn't have heavy beauty filters or any special settings, she must be at least 1.7 meters tall. What's even more eye-catching is her innocent, youthful face, which contrasts sharply with her ample, almost bursting bust. Wu Chang stared wide-eyed, muttering under his breath, this is practically a real-life version of a baby-faced giant. Before they could finish speaking, the class bell rang abruptly, interrupting their appreciation time. As Ms. Shincheng walked onto the podium with her textbooks, she was still dressed elegantly and appropriately, but upon closer inspection, a hint of weariness was visible in her eyes. These days, the loan issue is weighing heavily on her mind like a boulder. Although the repayment date hasn't arrived yet, the sword hanging over her head keeps her on edge day and night. Close your eyes and you can imagine the terrible consequences of not being able to pay back the money. The caring phone call from her family made her feel even more ashamed and embarrassed. This repeated mental torment almost drove her to the brink of collapse. As soon as she stepped onto the podium, her eyes caught Chen-Li. She noticed that he wasn't sleeping and was chatting and laughing quietly with the classmate next to him. He breathed a sigh of relief. He finally had a chance to tell Chen-Li. Looking at his carefree and seemingly unaware of world troubles, Xinqing felt a pang of bittersweet envy. He was the kind of young man from a wealthy family $1 million might just be a trivial amount for him. She took a deep breath and silently made up her mind. This time, she must muster the courage to ask Chen-Li for help. It's the only hope she can think of right now. She had thought it over and over these past few days, and even if Chen-Li made some unreasonable demands, she would accept them. Anyway, her most precious thing had already been taken away by that scumbag, so what did she have to worry about now? She looked at Chen-Li's somewhat handsome face. An absurd idea surged in her mind. How exciting would it be to have a teacher-student relationship with Chen-Li? The thought, like a spark, suddenly ignited in her weary heart without warning, making her ears burn. The idea was so bold that it startled even herself, but it also gave rise to an uncontrollable stream of imagination. She couldn't help but think of the famous grove of trees behind the school, where couples often whispered to each other at night. If I were there with Chen-Li. In that secluded corner where no one could disturb her, she was no longer a teacher who needed to maintain a dignified image. The act of breaking taboos made her heart race and a shiver of numbness run through her body. She had actually experienced the scene once before, in a dream that was difficult to talk about. Chapter 68. Can you lend me some money? The students below the stage were completely unaware that Ms. Shin, who appeared gentle and dignified on the podium, had just experienced a rebellious storm in her heart. Good heavens, what am I thinking? She turned around to face the blackboard, as if trying to force all those inappropriate thoughts into the white strokes of the pen. Shenli listened to the lesson in a half-hearted manner.
At this moment, teacher Xinqiang's gentle and clear voice sounded more like a lullaby to him. During the break, Xinqiang was surrounded by students, who asked her questions, just like always. The scene was quite interesting. Several male students, eager to ask questions, crowded at the front. He was noticeably shorter than Ms. Shen, who was wearing low-heeled leather shoes, and had to tilt his head slightly to talk to her. The female students waiting for answers to their questions, though younger, perhaps due to their demeanor, did not appear as fresh and vibrant as Xinqiang when standing next to her. Shenli leaned back in his chair, a slight smile playing on his lips, as he looked at the bustling stage in front of him. This teacher, Ms. Shen, possesses a unique charm, a gentle, scholarly air that lies somewhere between the naivety of a young student and the maturity of a woman. Coupled with her dignified yet slightly aloof demeanor, she has indeed accurately captured the aesthetic sensibilities of many men and women, making her a truly universally appealing type. The crisp sound of the dismissal bell rang, and the classroom was immediately filled with the noise of chairs being moved and books being packed. Shenli stretched, picked up the books on the table, and was about to leave with Zhang Yishi and the others, their arms around each other's shoulders. Just as he was about to take a step, that somewhat familiar, gentle voice rang out behind him again, clearly piercing through the noise.
Shenli, please wait a moment.
These words were like an invisible spell, freezing Shenli in place. Almost at the same time, he clearly felt three gazes from Zhang Yishi, Wu Chang, and Gui Zihong suddenly focus on him like searchlights. The gaze swept over his entire body, filled with undisguised scrutiny, inquiry, and a mixture of envy and immense doubt. Although there was no sound, Shenli could almost read the four words roaring in their hearts from the air: "What have I done to deserve this?" Shenli reluctantly followed Xinqiang's footsteps, wondering to himself if her loan had been discovered.
This wasn't something he had told him. The two returned to the quiet shady spot next to the teaching building.
The sunlight was cut into dappled spots by the dense foliage, sprinkling on the ground, and occasionally students would hurry by in the distance. Xinqiang stood in front of Shenli, her hands nervously gripping the hem of her clothes. Her lips moved a few times, but she couldn't utter a single word. She was enveloped in a feeling of hesitation and unease.
Xinqiang. Favorability rating, 0. Body size, 91. Appearance, 85. Number of times I was attacked, 2. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 1.
Shenli was puzzled by her hesitant manner and subconsciously scanned her with the system.
The data is the same as last time, no change.
He was a little puzzled. Teacher Shen's demeanor today was completely different from the serious, revered feeling she had shown last time. At this moment, she seemed more like a helpless and somewhat timid young girl.
This unusual behavior aroused Shenli's curiosity. What was she up to? Teacher Shen, is there something you need? Shenli spoke first. Shenli, can you lend me some money?
Xinqiang's voice was intermittent, barely audible, almost drowned out by the wind.
Borrow money? Shenli was taken aback. Teacher Shen, how much do you want to borrow? 1 million.
Xinqiang practically forced out the number.
1 million? Shenli was speechless.
She's a university teacher who's only been working for a short time. Why is she taking out a loan and borrowing such a large sum of money from her student?
What is she trying to do?
Although 1 million is nothing to Shenli, he is not going to be taken advantage of in this kind of situation without knowing the truth.
Teacher Shen, I'm sorry, I really can't lend this. Shenli refused decisively, not even bothering to ask why he wanted the money.
He originally thought that if it were a small amount of several thousand or tens of thousands, he might consider it out of consideration for the teacher-student relationship. But the offer was for $1 million, and the two weren't particularly close, so he couldn't find a reason to help. Hearing Shenli's decisive refusal, Xinqiang completely panicked. She had expected to be rejected, but she was caught off guard when the other party refused without even asking why. In desperation, she grabbed Shenli's hand, her voice trembling with sobs and despair. "Shenli, please, save me, I really have nowhere else to go, I went to the bank to get a loan last time." She rambled on about how she had been tricked into taking out a loan, how her boyfriend had absconded with the money, and how she was now facing a huge debt. Shenli listened quietly to her finish speaking, without any emotional fluctuation.
Being scammed certainly deserves sympathy, but so what? Lending money is absolutely out of the question. Lending this money is basically like throwing good money after bad, it's gone forever.
A woman as naive as Xinqiang, who is almost foolish, might have escaped this time, but she might be deceived again next time.
From her description, it's clear that she's inexperienced and easily fell for a scumbag. She needs to experience this lesson firsthand before she can truly grow up, learn to recognize bad men, and understand the complexities of the world. I'm sorry, Miss Shin, I can't help you. Chen Li's tone was calm but firm. You should go and call the police as soon as possible. After saying that, he gently pulled his hand away from Shin Cheng's and turned to leave. He thought to himself that 1 million was no small sum, and Shin Cheng had to pay the price for her gullibility before she could truly wake up. Otherwise, if we help her too easily this time, who knows if that scumbag will come back and sweet-talk her a few times, or if another kind person appears, and she will still fall head over heels for him. Shin Cheng watched Chen Li's retreating figure, her lips moving slightly. The words "why don't you come to my dorm" rolled around in my throat a few times, but seemed to be stuck by something invisible, and I ultimately couldn't say them. She watched helplessly as the figure turned the corner at the end of the corridor and disappeared from sight, a sudden surge of indescribable loss and frustration welling up inside her. She subconsciously bit her lower lip hard until a slight stinging sensation cleared her muddled thoughts. A hint of shyness mixed with determination slowly settled in her eyes, eventually transforming into an unwavering resolve. Next time. As if she had made up her mind. Chapter 69. Mother Gu discharged from hospital. As soon as Chen Ligang pushed open the dormitory door, he was blocked at the entrance by Zhang Yishi and Guo Zihong, one on each side. Confess. Zhang Yishi grabbed his neck and said, "Why is teacher Shin Cheng looking for you again? This is the second time." Wei Zihong leaned in, lowering his voice and grinning mischievously. "Ali, do you have some secret trick up your sleeve? Could it be that teacher Shin has discovered you're a hidden millionaire?" Shenli couldn't help but smile. Guo Zihong was right. The 2 times Shin Cheng came to his door were indeed related to his financial resources. However, he couldn't say it outright, so he simply explained, "Don't guess. I just happened to help teacher Shin with a small favor before, and she's remembered it ever since, which is why she's been looking after me a bit more. Why haven't I ever had such a good thing happen to me?" Zhang Yishi let out a groan and slumped dramatically into the chair, crying out, "Heaven is so unfair. You managed to get this kind of incredible luck, you have to admire that." Guo Zihong shook his head and sighed. The boys joked and laughed for a while before returning to their seats, putting on their headphones, and starting their game time. Just as a team fight ended, Chen Li's phone screen lit up. It was a message from Gu Qingcheng. Chen Li didn't come home to be with her last night, which made her very uneasy, fearing that something had happened to him. She hesitated for a long time before carefully sending this message. "Honey, Mom's being discharged from the hospital tomorrow afternoon. Are you free to come over?" Gu Qingcheng repeatedly typed and deleted in the chat box the question, "Are you coming back tonight?" lingering on her fingertips for a long time before she finally couldn't send it. In the end, she cautiously used her mother's discharge from the hospital as a pretext to subtly inquire about his condition. Chen Li's phone vibrated, and upon seeing the message, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "This girl is too sensitive. She must have been overthinking all night because I didn't go home last night. Of course I'm free." He replied quickly, "We'll pick up Auntie from the hospital together tomorrow. When it comes to feelings, there's no such thing as a first come, first served." Chen Li hadn't intended to make a comparison, but Gu Qingcheng had quietly taken root in his heart. He didn't know when it started, but thinking of Gu Qingcheng had become a habit for him, and his feelings for her had unknowingly surpassed those for Meng Yu. He didn't try to restrain himself, he just went with the flow. Once a feeling begins, it's irresistible. He would always unconsciously consider her feelings and care about everything about her. This sentiment gradually settles in daily interactions and eventually transforms into a habitual emotion. Thinking of this, Chun-Li put down his phone, and the game started again. As soon as the afternoon bell rang, Chun-Li drove straight to the hospital. Gu Qingcheng took a whole day off and completed the discharge procedures in the morning. She is currently waiting for him in the ward with her mother. Chun-Li is here. As soon as Gu's mother saw him come in, a smile immediately bloomed on her face. After this period of recuperation, her complexion has improved significantly. "Auntie, you look great today." Chun-Li smiled and took the luggage bag from Gu Qingcheng's hand. "Of course, I'm happy to be discharged from the hospital today." Looking at the young couple in front of her, Gu's mother felt an indescribable sense of relief. This morning, her daughter quietly told her that Chun-Li had bought them a new house. She was both excited and a little apprehensive, afraid that her presence would disturb the young couple's time together, and even secretly mentioned to her daughter that she wanted to rent a small apartment by herself. Gu Qingcheng immediately rejected this idea. Her daughter repeatedly assured her that Chun-Li wouldn't mind, and even hired a nanny to cook and clean,
all to take care of her so that she could rest and recuperate in peace. Only after her daughter's persuasion did she agree to stay and see how it went. If it really affected the young couple, she said she would move out no matter what. "Let's just leave these old clothes and buy new ones later," Chenli suggested, looking at the few old clothes that Gu Qingcheng was folding. "They're still wearable, it's such a waste to throw them away." Gu's mother quickly waved her hand. In her opinion, these clothes were still quite new. Gu Qingcheng shrugged helplessly at Chenli, giving him a look that said, "I can't do anything about it." Actually, there wasn't much luggage. Chenli and Gu Qingcheng each helped Gu's mother on either side, and the three of them walked out of the hospital gate side by side. The afternoon sun felt warm and cozy on my skin. As the car slowly drove into the underground garage of Joshua Yunlu, Gu's mother was still imagining the big house her daughter had described. She was completely stunned when she pushed open the door. The spacious and bright living room and the exquisite decoration were beyond her imagination. Following her daughter on a tour of the entire house, Gu's mother was so surprised that she was speechless. Each room is decorated in a warm and comfortable style, and even the maid's room has been taken into consideration. No wonder the daughter said she wouldn't disturb them with such a large space, their privacy can be fully guaranteed. What touched her most was that her daughter told her that the house was registered under only her name. You know how many couples these days fight tooth and nail over adding a name to a property deed? Chenli, however, bought the house outright and only registered it under his daughter's name. This sentiment and sense of responsibility moved her deeply this time. Her daughter had truly found someone she could entrust her life to. "Mom, this is a room specially prepared for you. Do you like it?" Gu Qingcheng pushed open the door to a master bedroom facing south. The spacious room has excellent natural light, a private bathroom, a comfortable recliner, and even the wardrobe is designed according to the usage habits of the elderly. I love it so much." Gu's mother's eyes were slightly moist as she gently stroked the soft sheets, feeling as if she were dreaming. Seeing her mother's pleased expression, Gu Qingcheng turned to look at Chenli, who was smiling beside her. A warm feeling welled up in her heart, and she unconsciously held his hand tightly. The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. As evening approached, Gu Qingcheng put on her apron and began preparing dinner. This meal was of extraordinary significance. It was the mother's first meal after being discharged from the hospital, a housewarming party for their new home, and a reunion dinner for the three of them. According to Chenli's instructions, she purchased only the finest ingredients. Although she had never tried many of the dishes before, Gu Qingcheng remained calm. She found detailed video tutorials online in advance, watched them repeatedly, and even memorized the heat and seasoning for each step. Chenli wasn't idle either. He helped wash the vegetables and arrange them on plates. The two worked together seamlessly in the kitchen, occasionally exchanging smiles, creating a warm atmosphere. About an hour later, 8 dishes, each with its own unique color, aroma, and flavor, were neatly arranged on the table, their enticing fragrance making one's mouth water. The meal was enjoyed by everyone. As Gu's mother watched the young couple serving each other food, her eyes were filled with satisfaction. She thought of her deceased husband. "Our daughter has found a good home, you can rest assured." After the meal, Gu's mother wanted to help wash the dishes, but Chenli and Gu Qingcheng firmly stopped her. "You've just been discharged from the hospital, so we can take care of these things." The two worked together to clear the table, and in no time they had cleaned the kitchen spotless. The three of them ate fruit and watched TV in the living room, enjoying a rare moment of warmth and togetherness. Around 8 o'clock, Gu's mother went back to her room to rest. Only the two of them remained in the living room. A program was playing on the television, but neither of them paid any attention to it. Gu Qingcheng's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was about to burst out of her chest. In the quiet living room, even she felt the sound was too clear. Because at this moment, Chenli's hands were wandering restlessly, and wherever they touched, they made her tremble. Her cheeks were already flushed, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward his mother's bedroom, both craving the feeling and fearing that the door might suddenly open. Gu Qingcheng felt her whole body go weak, and the fine trembling made it almost impossible for her to utter a complete sentence. She looked up at him, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling with a soft sob, born of the heat of passion. "Husband, let's go back to the room." Chapter 70: Transformation from Silkworm to Butterfly, Soaring Freely in the Sky. After returning to his room, Chenli took a shower first. As he dried his hair and walked out of the bathroom, Gu Qingcheng also went in with her pajamas. When the bathroom door opened again, Gu Qingcheng emerged from the steamy air, wearing a silk nightgown. Under the soft light, her skin glowed with a warm, lustrous sheen, like the finest mutton fat jade.
Her damp hair, still adorned with water droplets, slid down her graceful neckline.
Her face appeared even more ethereal and refined in the misty steam, like a newly blossoming white magnolia, beautiful beyond compare. Shanley was momentarily stunned by her beauty. As expected of someone with a 93-point appearance, she was so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Noticing Shanley's completely stunned gaze, the blush that had just faded from Gu Qingqing's cheeks quietly crept back up, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. She was well aware of her attractiveness to men, but at this moment, she only cared about the gaze of the man in front of her. Tonight, she wants to give her most precious thing to the person she loves most. She didn't pretend to be reserved. She walked straight to Shanley and gracefully sat on his lap. They were so close they could feel each other's breath. Her clear, beautiful eyes gazed at Shanley as her slender fingers unbuttoned his shirt, one button at a time.
"Honey," she said softly, with a hint of shyness, "am I beautiful?"
Shanley's Adam's apple bobbed, his throat felt dry, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. "Beautiful." Hearing his hoarse reply, a gentle smile appeared in Gu Qingqing's eyes. She gently cupped his face, closed her eyes, and slowly kissed him. Half a minute later, Gu Qingqing, already covered in mud, whispered in his ear with a tearful pleading tone, "Husband."
100,000 words omitted here.
Congratulations, host.
You have completed the mission and achieved peak physical enhancement. Rewards are being distributed now.
Shanley clearly felt a transformation from the inside out. The previous stiffness in his waist had vanished. Instead, an unprecedented vitality flows and converges within the meridians. A surge of tension gathered in his lower abdomen, displaying a significant and robust change. The awakening, lifelike throbbing made his breath catch in his throat. This subtle change clearly affected Gu Qingqing as well. She unconsciously clenched her hands, lowered her head, frowned slightly, and let out a soft sob. At that moment, he truly felt that he had completed a kind of transformation, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, ready to spread its wings and fly high. The morning sun cut a ray of light through the gap in the curtains, shining obliquely into the room and giving the wooden floor a warm, bright hue.
After one night,
Shanley woke up early and was surprised to find that he was completely refreshed. His previous back pain had disappeared and he was full of energy. This change made him secretly happy. Looking at Gu Qingqing, who was still sleeping, he kissed her forehead and then got up to make breakfast.
Soon, the aroma of fried eggs wafted from the kitchen. Shanley, wearing an apron, skillfully prepared breakfast.
Although she tried her best to restrain herself last night, it was still too much for her, who was new to this.
Is Qingqing still not awake?
Sitting on the living room sofa, Gu's mother felt a little guilty. I should have made her get up and make breakfast. It's all right, let her sleep a little longer, I'll do it.
Shanley deftly flipped the fried egg over.
He brought a steaming bowl of beef noodles to the table, topped with a golden fried egg, and served with a glass of warm milk.
"Auntie, come and have breakfast."
Then she carefully prepared another portion and gently carried it into the bedroom. Gu Qingqing was still curled up in bed, only half of her sleepy face showing, her long hair spread out on the pillow, her eyelashes fluttering as she woke up.
"Qingqing, eat something first."
Shanley sat on the edge of the bed and called to her softly. She responded softly, trying to get up, but couldn't help but gasp and frown slightly.
"Does it still hurt a lot?"
Shanley quickly helped her up, his voice full of self-reproach. It's all my fault for not being able to control myself.
It's all right.
She shook her head, a blush rising on her cheeks. With Chun-Li's help, she slowly sat up and ate her breakfast in small bites. Perhaps due to excessive physical exertion, they finished the entire bowl of noodles in no time.
"Are you feeling better?"
Chun-Li took the empty bowl and looked at her with a smile. Gu Qingqing immediately understood what he meant and buried her face in his chest in embarrassment. After resting for a while, she tried to get out of bed and walk around. At first, Chun-Li needed to help her, and her steps were a little awkward, but she was soon able to walk on her own. Fortunately, it was the weekend, so I had 2 full days to rest. Watching her daughter walk, Gu's mother, having been through similar experiences, immediately understood. She smiled faintly, saying nothing, but secretly felt gratified. Chun-Li chatted with them for a while until the cook arrived on time, at which point he got up and left. The plan to buy a car for Tang Yu had been finalized long ago. Meanwhile, Gu Qingcheng also received a call from the forest store to pick up her car. Since she couldn't drive, she had to go pick it up herself. Chun-Li picked up Tang Yu from the company. They knew that Tang Yifeng needed a reasonable explanation for the car purchase.
Chun-Li had anticipated this.
He used the excuse of buying a decent-looking car for the company and explained that he would personally fund it and register it directly under Tang Yu's name. Tang Yifeng naturally wouldn't say anything about this arrangement after all. Shenli is the company's largest shareholder, and now he's paying out of his own pocket, so it's beyond reproach both publicly and privately. As soon as she sat in the passenger seat, Tang Yu unconsciously glanced at Shenli, who was driving. The scene that had happened in the office a few days ago suddenly flashed through her mind, and her cheeks immediately became slightly hot. She quickly turned to look out the window, trying to hide her inner turmoil.
Have you decided what kind of car you want? Shenli asked Tang Yu, who was standing to the side. Is it okay if it's the same BMW 7 Series as my previous one? Tang Yu turned around. This time it has to be a step up.
Shenli smiled and said, this car represents the company's image, so it can't be too low end.
Then, what about a Bentley? Tang Yu suggested hesitantly. Yes, a Bentley would be perfect. Shenli nodded.
The customized Bentley should be worth tens of millions. Thinking this, he turned around and drove straight to the Bentley 4S store. As soon as Tang Yu entered the exhibition hall, she was attracted by the lineup of luxury cars in front of her. She took Shenli's hand and, like a child entering a candy store, excitedly weaved through the display vehicles.
Tang Yu was filled with curiosity about almost every car on display.
She opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, gently gripped the steering wheel, and felt the touch and view of the top luxury car. Shenli's original plan was to finish the battle quickly, but seeing how much she enjoyed it, he put aside his eagerness and leisurely followed along.
Chapter 71. A different Tang Yu.
After comparing several options, Tang Yu ultimately chose a Bentley Continental GT Convertible Custom Edition. The lines are elegant yet powerful, and the interior features dark blue leather paired with matte wood trim, exuding understated luxury. The sales manager respectfully explained that the total price for a full payment was 12 million, and the earliest delivery time would be 1 month. Without saying a word, Shenli took out his bank card and completed the payment. Just as the notification sound of successful card swipe rang, system prompts echoed in his mind.
Host spending on Tang Yu, 12 million yuan. Affection level, plus 89. System credit, 1,068,000,000 yuan.
Total withdrawable amount, 2,824,500,000 yuan. 1 billion yuan was just handed to them like that, which is half of their personal quota.
The efficiency is really fast.
At this rate, another 10 million or so in spending would be enough to reach Tang Yu's spending limit, Shenli thought to himself with delight. At this point, the system updated the notification again.
Tang Yu.
Affection level, plus 100. Shenli subconsciously turned his head, and his gaze met Tang Yu's. She was gazing at him with a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling like a pool of spring water. Tang Yu didn't speak, only a gentle smile played on her lips, but the light in her eyes was more direct and ardent than any words. Gentle and focused, the intense love contained within was almost overflowing. When the two came out of the 4S store, Tang Yu naturally took Shenli's arm. Ever since that encounter in the office, Shenli's image seemed to have taken root in her heart, and her whole heart was occupied by the man beside her. It would pop into her mind from time to time, and she even felt that all the passion she had accumulated over the past 20 years was as if it were prepared specifically for Shenli. Let me take you back to the company first, I have something to do later, Shenli said to Tang Yu.
Tang Yu gently bit her lip. Won't you go sit in the office for a bit?
As soon as she said it, her face flushed red. The reason was simple, she had specially asked someone to replace the office door with a new, completely soundproof one. Shenli was taken aback by her direct invitation. Although she cannot be brought to justice now, this does not affect their other methods.
I'm not going to the office.
Shenli grinned mischievously and pointed to the window of the Maybach in front of them, just find a spot on the side of the road. Tang Yu looked in the direction he pointed, and there was a privacy window that completely obscured the inside of the car. This hint made her blush so deeply that even the roots of her ears turned bright red, and her whole face was so embarrassed it felt like it was about to bleed. The thought of what might happen on the roadside or in the car made her feel a jolt of excitement, and her legs went weak. Their eyes met, and Tang Yu's expression, a mixture of shyness and boldness, sent a surge of heat through Shenli's body. The contrast shown by this usually self-disciplined and proper girl ignited the most primal impulse deep within him. This discovery thrilled him, and without saying a word, he grabbed her and quickly walked to the car, eager to find a quiet spot to experience the roadside scenery. The car slowly came to a stop under the shade of a tree. Outside the window, a sanitation worker is focused on sweeping up fallen leaves, while a few pedestrians occasionally pass by. The two exchanged a glance, then climbed into the back seat in tacit agreement, and pulled up the partition in front of them. I wonder if the engineer who designed this partition did it so that car owners could do something discreet in the back seat. This design perfectly meets their needs at this moment, creating a small world for them that is isolated from the outside world. In broad daylight, in the secluded back seat of a Maybach, Chenli gently stroked Tang Yu's hair.
5,000 words omitted here.
Half an hour later, Tang Yu gave Chenli a coquettish glare. This guy had given her another bite. She picked up a tissue to wipe her mouth, straightened her clothes, and sat back in the passenger seat. Chenli originally planned to take Tang Yu back directly, but considering that he would need to pick up the car later and that someone had to drive both cars, he took her to the 4S store with him. Upon arriving at the store, Tang Yu drove Chenli's car back first. Chenli went into the store alone to pick up his car, and not long after, he drove out in a top-of-the-line Phantom, a symbol of his status. Sitting in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce, Chenli felt the dazzling environment inside the car, which was indeed more than a level above his Maybach.
As expected, comparisons are key.
He gently stroked the steering wheel, finding it surprisingly comfortable to hold. Having just been provoked by Tang Yu, Chenli's inner fire had not yet completely subsided. He took out his phone and took them one by one, first going shopping with them, and then testing the limits of his maxed-out physique.
Lingyun, what are you doing? I'm in the dorm.
Song Lingyun, who was watching a short drama, saw Chenli's letter and replied immediately.
We'll be at the school gate in 5 minutes, then I'll take you shopping.
Okay, I'll be right out. Song Lingyun quickly took off her pajamas and changed into a carefully chosen light gray preppy-style suit. The pleated mini-skirt and slightly loose knitted top accentuated her girlish playfulness and youthful innocence. The elements blend together perfectly, and the delicate collarbone subtly revealed at the neckline adds an unwitting touch of allure. She splashed cool water on her face. Her cheeks in the mirror were fair and rosy, and her skin was so delicate that even the finest pores were invisible. This natural beauty saved her from all the trouble of makeup. Then, after quickly combing her long hair with her fingers, she grabbed her bag and rushed out the door. Light footsteps echoed in the hallway, carrying an irrepressible joy.
Song Lingyun walked towards the school gate.
The afternoon sun shone on her, and her beige knitted suit made her already pure temperament even more outstanding. She walked quickly, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, and a natural blush rising on her cheeks from her brisk pace. Even with her bare face, she was still eye-catching enough passing girls couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, their eyes filled with barely perceptible envy. The boy's gaze was more direct, almost glued to her, until she walked away before reluctantly looking away. As luck would have it, Wu Tao, who had previously bothered her on the basketball court, was standing by the roadside with some friends. Someone nudged him with their elbow, gesturing for him to look in Song Lingyun's direction. Wu Tao looked up and saw her walking towards him in the sunlight. In that instant, he froze. The Song Lingyun before me was still beautiful, but she possessed an indescribable aura, not arrogance, but a clean, clear, and untouchable brightness. Wu Tao subconsciously clenched his fists, his throat moved, but he didn't even dare to say hello. He watched her walk past him, not even noticing his presence, and a sudden wave of self-reproach washed over him.
Song Lingyun was completely unaware of the stares she was receiving from the roadside.
Her entire attention was focused on the school gate until she saw the sleek black luxury car and Chenli smiling and waving at her from inside.
Chapter 72 First Experience.
She didn't have time to think about how dazzling the car was. She ran to the car, deftly opened the passenger door, and climbed in. Only when the car door slammed shut did the lingering glances around them reluctantly disappear, as if a signal had been cut off. Chenli took in everything outside the car, his gaze finally settling on Song Lingyun beside him. Having such a captivating campus goddess in his hands filled him with an unprecedented sense of vanity. This exclusive sense of superiority is the ultimate privilege that money and status bestow upon a select few.
Chenli, is this a new car you bought?
As soon as Song Lingyun sat in the passenger seat, she was attracted by the luxurious design of the car. She carefully stroked the supple leather seats, her fingertips lightly tracing the exquisite wood trim, her eyes filled with amazement. Is this a Rolls-Royce?
It's so beautiful.
Yes, I just picked it up today.
Chenli turned the steering wheel. Where should we go now?
She turned around, a hopeful smile on her face.
Let's go to the nearby shopping mall. Whatever you want to buy, we'll go there. Song Lingyun nodded happily.
For her, such an opportunity to go shopping alone with Chenli was truly rare. Although their relationship wasn't a typical romantic one, this relaxed way of getting along made her feel at ease.
She loves this simple and comfortable life the most.
She usually watches interesting short dramas in her dormitory, eats delicious food when she finds it, and occasionally goes out for a stroll with Chenli like this. She felt incredibly comfortable and content living without having to worry about money or dealing with complicated interpersonal relationships. The two soon arrived at a nearby upscale shopping mall. Under the bright lights, various boutique shops stand side by side, and the air is filled with a pleasant aroma that blends with coffee. Song Lingyun, arm in arm with Chenli, excitedly strolled between the various counters. At Chenli's instruction, she, like a cheerful little bird, freely selected her favorite clothes and accessories. Knowing Chenli's wealth, she went all out, trying on dresses she liked, comparing bags she liked with her own, and she couldn't put down those exquisite little accessories. In less than an hour, the two of them had their hands full of all kinds of shopping bags, from international big brands to niche designer brands, and they had made a great haul. Because it was the weekend, the mall was packed with people, including many young people who looked like students. As luck would have it, Chenli spotted some acquaintances Gui Zihong and his girlfriend Chen Jing standing in line at a popular dessert shop not far away. Chenli wanted to quietly walk around, but Chen Jing turned around at that moment, and their eyes met in mid-air. Chen Jing was clearly taken aback for a moment, then smiled and tugged at Gui Zihong's sleeve, pointing in their direction. Gui Zihong turned his head upon hearing the sound, a look of surprise on his face. Having run into them, Chenli had no choice but to lead Song Lingyun toward them. Zihong, Chen Jing, what a coincidence! Chenli greeted them first. Gui Zihong looked at their hands full of shopping bags and couldn't help but tease, Ali, did you come to the mall to buy supplies? You bought so much stuff. Chenli smiled and continued, yeah, we've been shopping for a long time and only bought this much stuff. It's about time we left. Okay, you guys go back first, we just arrived. Gui Zihong nodded. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two groups parted ways. After walking a few steps, Chen Jing couldn't help but turn back and look at him again. She knew that there was an ambiguous relationship between her roommate Lu Yu and Chenli. Seeing Chenli accompanied by another outstanding girl, and her roommate so generously shopping for her, she felt it necessary to tell Lu Yu. She took out her phone and typed as she walked, Lu Yu, I just ran into Chenli at the mall. He was shopping with a very pretty girl. In her dorm room, Lu Yu, who was leaning against the headboard scrolling through her phone, received this message. She stared at the screen, a wave of unbearable bitterness rising in her heart. It would be a lie to say she wasn't envious, but she had long since figured it out. A young and wealthy man like Chenli would never lack women around him. I cannot and have no right to possess him exclusively. She wasn't even his girlfriend at most, she was just a close lover. Taking a deep breath, she told herself that she had to get back on track and stop thinking about pointless, meaningless things. She paused for a moment on the screen before finally replying, I know, Chenli is my friend, and he has his own girlfriend. Even she herself felt that the words she sent out sounded somewhat weak. They are indeed friends, but we should probably add the word canon before that. Upon learning that Chenli was shopping with another girl, a strange emptiness suddenly welled up in her heart. After much hesitation, she opened the chat window with Chenli. He typed and deleted, and typed again, repeating this several times, and finally only sent those two suggestive words, husband. Around noon, they went straight to the hotel, booked a room, and enjoyed a fine lunch at the hotel's rooftop panoramic restaurant. After a satisfying meal, Song Lingyun felt the urge to exercise. The door opened with a beep, and as soon as she stepped into the room, Chenli gently embraced her from behind. She turned around and met his burning gaze. Everything was understood without words. From the entryway to the living room, clothes were scattered all over the floor, outlining their impatient journey. Inside the spacious suite, only the sounds of rapid breathing and heartbeats mingled in the air. 500,000 words omitted here. More than 4 hours later, the room finally quieted down. Chenli stopped, satisfied, when he heard her voice, which sounded almost like she was about to collapse. He looked down at Song Lingyun beside him. She was lying helplessly on the messy sheets, her fair shoulders and back rising and falling slightly, her breathing still a little rapid. Chenli pulled up the velvet quilt beside him and gently covered her with it. After settling her in, he got up and went to the bathroom. As the warm water washed over his body, Chenli was surprised to find that the previous back pain had completely disappeared. Instead, you feel a sense of lightness and comfort throughout your body, as if every cell is full of vitality. He returned to the sofa wrapped in a bathrobe and then picked up his phone. Upon seeing the WeChat message from Lu Yu, Chenli smiled knowingly. It seemed that Chen Jing had told Lu Yu about their chance encounter at the mall that day. He's a completely different person now, and even another Lu Yu wouldn't be a problem for him. What are you doing? Out shopping?
Almost instantly after he sent the message, Lu Yu replied, "Okay." Before leaving, Shenli walked to the bedside and whispered something to Song Lingyun. She didn't even have the strength to lift her eyelids, she simply nodded lazily and listlessly as a response. Her long, disheveled hair was spread out on the pillow, and she was deeply asleep, her breathing steady and long. Shenli carefully tucked the blanket around her, then gently closed the door and left the hotel. Chapter 73 Wei Jia's Unyielding Spirit. Just like at noon today, Shenli took Lu Yu to shop to their heart's content in the mall. Under the dazzling lights, they browsed from one store to another until their hands were full of shopping bags of all sizes. Lu Yu was so tired that she kept saying she couldn't walk anymore, so they finally ended their shopping spree and headed to the hotel for dinner, carrying bags and bags of their spoils. The two sat by the window in the hotel restaurant, where the warm yellow lighting created a perfect atmosphere for dinner. Lu Yu cut her steak and looked at Shenli, asking, "Honey, Li Jing told me this afternoon that she saw you shopping with a beautiful woman. It shouldn't be Mengyu, right?" "It's not Mengyu." Shenli took a sip of red wine and looked calmly at Lu Yu. "Her name is Song Lingyun. Like you, she is one of my women." He had nothing to hide, and for him, if anyone wanted to leave one day, he wouldn't force them. But if they choose to stay, he will definitely make sure they live a wealthy life. "Then why did you spend the day on your date with her? How come you still have time to come see me?" Lu Yu's tone wasn't jealous, but rather sly. She has a clear understanding of her position and never gets entangled in pointless emotions or jealousy. "Because she's too tired to move right now and is resting at the hotel, while I still have energy left," Chen said truthfully. "How could that be?" Lu Yu's eyes widened. "Isn't it because she's not good enough?" Shenli put down his wine glass, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. "You'll find out soon enough." "Who's afraid of who?" Lu Yu pouted defiantly. "If you're so capable, then make me admit defeat." She didn't believe it at all. "I've only ever heard of horses dying from exhaustion, but I've never seen land ruined by plowing. Of course, this is in a one-on-one situation." 5 hours later, Lu Yu finally paid the price for her harsh words. This truly proves the saying, the toughest words you speak will be met with the harshest beatings. At this moment, she was supporting her aching lower back, sinking heavily into the sofa and breathing heavily. His stubborn expression had long since transformed into one of contentment, his lips slightly parted, his eyes glazed over, as if he were still savoring something. "Honey, give me a hand." Her voice was hoarse from the aftermath. "I want to take a shower." "If you're not done yet, go find someone else, I really have no energy left." Shenli laughed and helped her up. "Now you know how to beg for mercy? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? I won't do it again. Next time, next time." Lu Yu buried her burning face in his chest, thinking that it was fortunate that Shenli had other women, otherwise who could endure such torment alone? "Although I was exhausted and my whole body felt weak, the extreme pleasure I experienced was an unprecedented experience." Lu Yu's physical strength was indeed much better than Song Lingyun's. Although she was exhausted, she was still able to express herself clearly. Another characteristic of Lu Yu is that she is straightforward and says what she thinks, just like Qin Xiaoming. They express their desires openly and never mince words to make others guess their thoughts. Shenli originally planned to spend time with Lu Yu and then go find Mengyu as the final battleground for the day. "But after visiting 2 shopping malls today and just picking up my new car, I'm really exhausted. Looking out at the dark night, I'll stay here tonight and rest. Tomorrow I'll just drive the car to the villa's garage. Anyway, it's my own parking space, so it's just sitting there empty. I guess I don't drive this car much anyway, so parking it there for a long time is both convenient and safe." He gently pulled Lu Yu down to lie down, feeling the person in his arms gradually regain her breathing. Despite having participated in several matches, he was surprisingly not tired at all. Instead, he felt full of energy, a level of stamina that even he found incredible. Looking at Lu Yu's sleeping profile, he couldn't help but think of Song Lingyun, who had also been conquered. The combination of material satisfaction and ultimate physical pleasure is something few girls can resist. He picked up his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to each of them. Shenli was never stingy with the women who followed him, although the relationship started with agreed upon conditions. As time went on, both of their mindsets underwent subtle changes. Although he didn't have any romantic feelings for them, and his feelings weren't very deep, he was simply willing to be good to them, to give them money, and to make them feel comfortable. As long as they are willing to stay by his side, he can guarantee that they will never have to worry about money for the rest of their lives, and Mengyu is no exception. Meanwhile, Mengyu's life was filled with school classes and dates with Li Tingting. Wei Jia always showed her concern and care.
Although he never came to the school to see her, he never stopped sharing his daily life with her on WeChat. From discovering an interesting cafe to recommending a newly opened dessert shop, he always finds a reason to share with her. Faced with Wei Jia's gentle and subtle concern, Meng Yu felt somewhat at a loss. By nature, she couldn't say harsh words or do heartless things, just as she never looked down on Chen Li because of his humble status, but instead felt sympathy for him. However, her kindness has its flaws. If Wei Jia's words or actions cross any line, or if Chen Li shows the slightest concern, she will cut off contact without hesitation. Wei Jia not only put effort into getting to know Meng Yu, but also tried his best to persuade her best friend Li Tingting. At a party, he struck while the iron was hot.
Tingting, you have to help me win Meng Yu back. Do you think Meng Yu's current boyfriend is good enough for her? I've never met him, so I can't comment.
Li Tingting said cautiously, but since Meng Yu chose him, he must have some outstanding qualities, right? At this point, a friend chimed in, I think her boyfriend is just average.
I've never seen him show up before. He's probably insecure and lacks confidence to hang out with us.
We've tried to make plans several times, but Meng Yu always says he is too busy, Sun Yan added. Another friend chimed in, if she were truly a good match for Meng Yu, she would have already asserted her claim to him.
Why would she allow Wei Jia to get so close to Meng Yu?
If you ask me, he's probably just an ordinary student, burying himself in his studies all day, hoping to find a good job after graduation. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Wei Jia took the opportunity to say to Li Tingting, Tingting, I promise you that I will definitely treat Meng Yu well.
You can't bear to see Meng Yu with an ordinary person, can you? What if they have ill intentions? We know each other well, so you can trust us, right?
These words were reasonable and persuasive, and Li Tingting finally relented, then. I'll try my best to help.
In their view, Meng Yu held an absolute dominant position in the relationship. Chapter 74 Unexplained Unease.
These days, Li Tingting and Sun Yan often invite Meng Yu out to play, and sometimes they even stay at her house. She has also informed Chen Li about this. The three of them went to beauty salons and clubs together, inseparable, and their relationship grew closer and closer, even closer than best friends. They would occasionally try to subtly inquire about Meng Yu's boyfriend, but Meng Yu always remembered Chen Li's instructions and kept his information a secret.
Meng Yu, is your boyfriend super rich? Li Tingting asked tentatively.
It's alright, he's in the same year as us, Meng Yu said evasively.
Sun Yan then asked, then why have I never seen him come to see you?
He's probably busy studying. Meng Yu made up an excuse after all, she hadn't seen her boyfriend for so long, so the explanation was rather far-fetched. This answer only reinforced their earlier suspicions the other person was likely a bookworm with average financial means. Moreover, they noticed that Meng Yu almost never contacted the other party first. In the past few days, they had been eating and living together, and they had not heard Meng Yu talking to her boyfriend even once. They don't look like a couple deeply in love at all. Meng Yu felt somewhat helpless about Chen Li's situation, but he was also quite open-minded about it. Chen Li clearly had his own career to attend to, and she couldn't keep bothering him all day long. Moreover, she has been spending a lot of time with Li Tingting and Sun Yan lately, keeping her schedule very full. In her opinion, as long as Chen Li remembers that he still has a home to return to, he can do whatever he wants outside. She never interfered too much with Chen Li's whereabouts as long as he had a place for her in his heart, she was content. She has a clear sense of her role to protect this family. She keeps the house spotless every day to ensure that Chen Li has a hot meal when he comes home, so that he can feel the warmth and security of home as soon as he enters. Meng Yu is a very independent person at heart and rarely takes the initiative to bother others. Even when he went out with Li Tingting and the others, it was usually the other party who made the first invitation. Even if no one comes to visit, she can still manage to live a fulfilling life, having small gatherings with classmates, or relaxing in her villa watching short dramas. Or you can go to the mall alone, buy some things you like, and then come back to research some new dishes, living a leisurely and carefree life. The next morning, gentle sunlight streamed into a corner of the villa's bedroom. Li Tingting and Sun Yan, who had been sleeping in the guest room, woke up groggily, still feeling a bit lazy. After the three of them finished washing up, they gathered in the living room.
Sun Yan stretched and suddenly suggested, the weather is so nice today, how about we invite Wei Jia and the others over for a barbecue?
Let them bring the ingredients, and we'll take care of eating.
That's a good idea.
Li Tingting immediately chimed in, I still miss the taste of the last barbecue.
It's so great to be able to eat it without leaving home. Sure, I don't have anything else to do today anyway. Meng Yu nodded indifferently.
For her, it makes no difference whether there are more or fewer people. A more lively house actually makes the place more vibrant. When the news reached Wei Jia, he was so excited he almost jumped for joy, gesturing wildly as if he had already won Meng Yu's heart.
Regardless, this was his second time visiting Meng Yu's home, and every such opportunity was precious.
Looking back on the conversations over the past few days, he noticed that although Meng Yu's replies weren't particularly enthusiastic, she at least responded politely each time. For him, this was already a good start in the process of pursuing a girl, as long as she was willing to reply. Even if she only replied with the shortest emoji, it would be enough to make him happy for half a day. That feeling was like taking a reassuring pill. It immediately put my mind at ease. It meant she saw it, was willing to reply, and wasn't deliberately ignoring me. That little bit of concern alone is enough to make him happy all day. Wei Jia made a phone call, and the guys who had been there before immediately responded. Before long, the group met at the market entrance and entered the bustling market. After shopping for more than an hour, everyone's hands were full of large and small bags of ingredients.
The group chatted and laughed as they drove straight to Meng Yu's villa.
As soon as the car stopped in front of the villa, Meng Yu and several girls came out to greet them. "Come in and rest for a while," Sun Yan said with a smile, taking some of the ingredients from their hands.
"Have some fruit and drinks first. You've had a long journey."
The coffee table in the living room was already covered with sliced watermelon and chilled plum juice. Meng Yu invited everyone to sit on the sofa and chat for about 10 minutes, during which bursts of laughter could be heard from time to time. After sitting for a while, the boys got up and went to the yard to wash the ingredients. Soon, smoke began to rise from the courtyard. The sounds of water washing vegetables, chopping vegetables, and the aroma rising from the grill filled the entire villa with a lively atmosphere.
As the sun rose higher and it approached noon, Chen Lizai slowly woke up.
A good night's sleep made him feel refreshed and full of energy. He turned to his side and found Lu Yu still fast asleep beside him. Her slightly upturned lips seemed to be having a sweet dream, making him reluctant to disturb her. Meanwhile, Song Lingyun, who was in another hotel, had already woken up. Out of habit, he picked up his phone and saw that it contained 100,000 yuan transferred from Chen Li. She quickly messaged Chen Li, "Chen Li, why are you sending me money again?
I haven't even used up the money from last time."
When Chen Li woke up, he replied to her, "If you can't finish it, keep using it.
Buy some nutritional supplements to nourish your body."
When she heard the suggestion to nourish her body, Song Lingyun couldn't help but recall yesterday's madness, and a blush rose to her face. Chen Li's bravery both excited and intoxicated her. The ultimate pleasure still lingers in her body. Holding her phone, she unconsciously revealed a sweet smile. She knew that she had become deeply dependent on this man. Recalling her encounter with Chen Li at Heaven on Earth that night, she felt it must be a destiny bestowed by heaven, the luckiest thing in her life. Chen Li quietly got up to wash up, intending to drive the car back to the villa and park it first. Meanwhile, the barbecue in the villa's courtyard was indeed nearing its end. The charcoal fire was gradually dying down, and a faint aroma of grilled meat still lingered in the air. Meng Yu was helping to clear the table when her phone suddenly vibrated. She unlocked her screen and saw a message from Chen Li saying he would be back in a bit. Those few simple words made her lips unconsciously curve upwards, and even her eyes radiated a gentle smile. She quickly replied okay while looking down, her heart overflowing with joy. Her husband was coming home.
Wei Jia, who had been secretly watching her from across the room, witnessed the entire scene.
He watched Meng Yu's genuine, sweet smile as she looked at her phone, and his heart skipped a beat for no reason. An inexplicable feeling of heaviness suddenly gripped his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. I had a feeling that something was about to happen, and a strange unease welled up inside me.
Chapter 75 Dimensional Reduction Attack. The group chatted and laughed as they efficiently cleaned up the mess.
After spending half a day together, the awkwardness between everyone had significantly decreased, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed and comfortable than last time. The boys were quite sensible and knew it was time to say goodbye. Sun Yan and Li Tingting, on the other hand, clearly wanted to stay a little longer. They had already gotten used to Meng Yu's spacious and comfortable mansion. Meng Yu was happy to have company, and there was no need for any polite words. It all happened naturally. "Meng Yu, Tingting, Sister Sun Yan, thank you for your hospitality today." Wei Jia walked to the door and smiled slightly at the three girls inside. "Thank you all for your hard work today, running around taking care of everything."
As the host, Meng Yu responded politely.
Thinking that Chen Li would be back soon, she was in a particularly bright mood, and even her tone became a little lighter. Just as the group reached the villa entrance and were about to say goodbye, a sleek black Rolls-Royce with a gleaming finish slowly drove into the courtyard. Everyone's expressions froze instantly, a mixture of astonishment, shock, and disbelief flashing across their faces with astonishing synchronization.
Who is this deity? Are they Meng Yu's family?
Various guesses flashed through everyone's minds, but no one expected that this would be Meng Yu's boyfriend. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the car came to a smooth stop in the parking space. The car door opened, and a young man stepped out. He had a composed demeanor and handsome features. When several observant people noticed the watch on his wrist, they immediately understood what was going on. Only Wei Jie still refused to believe it. Meng Yu's eyes lit up, and she happily ran forward, naturally taking Chen Li's arm and introducing him to everyone. "This is my boyfriend, Chen Li."
She glanced at the brand new luxury car and asked softly, "You bought a new car again?" "Yes, I just bought it recently." Chen Li smiled slightly.
He knew there was a barbecue party at home today, and thought they had already left, but he unexpectedly ran into them.
Since they had met, he politely greeted everyone. "Hello, have you all finished eating?" "Hello, I just finished eating and was about to leave." When Wei Jie's friend saw that he was still in a daze, he quickly stepped forward to answer. Another friend chimed in with a smile. "Yes, I've often heard Meng Yu mention you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person today." Faced with Chen Li, they had no desire to compare themselves to him. They only wanted to befriend him. That multi-million-dollar watch. They knew all too well what level of power a car worth over 10 million represented. After exchanging pleasantries, the boys said goodbye and left. Wei Jie has truly lost completely this time. How can they even compete now? Look at their wealth and status. My gold chain worth over 200,000 yuan from last time seems like a joke now. No wonder Meng Yu was unmoved. The gift he had carefully prepared was probably no different from a child's toy in the other party's eyes. This is not even a contest between people of the same caliber, yet they are overestimating themselves and trying to compete. After Wei Jie and the others left, the villa fell silent. Sun Yan and Li Tingting both turned their gazes to Chen Li, curiously examining him. "This is what real rich people are like," Li Tingting whispered, nudging Sun Yan's elbow. Sun Yan nodded slightly, her eyes filled with amazement.
"He doesn't need to be flamboyant. His calm and collected demeanor makes his presence impossible to ignore." Chen Li could tell from the expressions on the faces of those boys when they left that after today's incident, they probably wouldn't be so presumptuous as to bother Meng Yu again. Although he himself didn't mind, it was a good thing to make them back down, so that no one would bother Meng Yu all the time.
"Let's go inside and sit down," Meng Yu said with a smile, inviting everyone to come in.
It was through Meng Yu's introduction that Chen Li officially met the two girls.
I habitually glanced at it with the system. Sun Yan. Affection level, +15. Body size, 88. Appearance, 88. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0. Li Tingting.
Affection level, +10.
Body size, 85. Appearance, 82. Number of times Kun was attacked, 0. Number of participants in Kunming, 0.
Chen Li couldn't help but admire them in his heart. What a beautiful pair of girls. He had often heard Meng Yu mention Li Tingting, but today was the first time they had met.
Sun Yan, on the other hand, had never heard of it before.
However, the name sounds nice, and the data is also quite special, with all scores being 88. Chen Li subtly sized up Sun Yan, judging from her age to be around 23. She's the kind of girl next door, pretty and charming, with incredibly fair skin and a gentle, pleasant voice when she speaks. Both of them are extremely beautiful, and their data is quite clean.
Chen Li, hello, I'm Sun Yan.
I've often heard Meng Yu mention you, and I'm so glad to finally meet you today.
After everyone sat down on the sofa in the living room, Sun Yan spoke first.
At this moment, she finally understood why Meng Yu had remained unmoved by Wei Jie's pursuit.
Sun Yan, hello, nice to meet you, Chen Li replied with a smile. Chen Li, I'm Li Tingting.
We even went to the same school, Li Tingting introduced herself with a smile.
Tingting, hello. Meng Yu often mentions you. It's great to finally meet you today. Chen Li had indeed heard Meng Yu mention this friend more than once. Chen Li, we often stay overnight here. You don't mind, do you? Li Tingting asked half-jokingly. Of course not, I'd love for someone to keep Meng Yu company.
You guys make yourselves at home and relax, Chen Li replied readily. With two beautiful women accompanying Meng Yu, he was naturally happy to see it happen, so that Meng Yu would have someone to keep him company and wouldn't be too lonely. Meng Yu then cut up a plate of fruit and brought it over. Sun Yan and Li Tingting showed great interest in Chen Li and took the initiative to start conversations with him. With Meng Yu joining, the atmosphere became even more lively, and bursts of laughter could be heard from time to time in the living room. Chen Li had to admit that Sun Yan was indeed very good at chatting. her speech and behavior had the demeanor of a well-bred lady, and she was particularly understanding. After chatting for about an hour and a half, Chenli made an excuse to go back to his room with Meng Yu for a nap. Sun Yan and Li Tingting, who originally planned to leave, changed their minds again because of Chenli's appearance. For some reason, they suddenly didn't want to leave, as if something in the villa was attracting them. In the bedroom, Meng Yu took a shower first, then came out wearing a silk bodysuit and walked towards Chenli with a smile. Chenli gently pulled on the tie of her pajamas, and a perfect, fair-skinned body was revealed to him without reservation. With a gentle pull, Chenli caused the two of them to fall onto the large bed. 500,000 words omitted here. Sun Yan slowly woke up in the guest room. She always had the habit of taking a nap at noon, and she would usually wake up naturally after half an hour to an hour. Feeling a bit thirsty, she quietly got up to go to the living room to get a glass of water. The corridor was quiet, covered with a thick carpet, so walking on it made almost no sound. Just as she passed the door of Meng Yu's bedroom, a suppressed yet clear sound made her abruptly stop in her tracks. Chapter 76. Sun Yan's heart begins to move. The intermittent panting and soft moans were like a feather gently brushing against her heart, making her blush instantly. Sun Yan unconsciously held her breath, her fingers tightening slightly as she gripped the empty water glass. She stood there, caught in a dilemma, wanting to leave this embarrassing place as soon as possible, yet a strange, inexplicable flutter stirred within her. As if possessed, Sun Yan held her breath and quietly pressed her ear close to the crack in the door. Now it was clearer Meng Yu's trembling sobs contained a hint of crying. Although Sun Yan hadn't experienced it herself, she had heard about it quite a bit in her friends' late-night conversations. She knew exactly what the sound meant. It sounded like a painful sound, not pain, but a reaction that only occurs when one is extremely pleasurable. She hurriedly fled back to the living room sofa as if she had done something wrong, her face burning hot. The jokes about 1-minute men that my girlfriends used to make when they complained about their boyfriends kept popping into my mind, but Meng Yu and the others had been inside for at least an hour. Although it's uncertain when exactly it started, it definitely lasted far longer than a few minutes, at least more than half an hour. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Sun Yan shook her head vigorously, trying to shake those beautiful images out of her mind, but those thoughts seemed to take root and linger. Time ticked by, and 4 hours later, the commotion in the bedroom seemed to grow increasingly intense. Sun Yan made an excuse to get water, and curiously approached the door again. This time, she vaguely heard Meng Yu pleading for mercy in broken sentences. "Honey, I really can't take it anymore." These words were like a fire, burning Sun Yan's ears red. For over 4 hours straight, that's an astonishing level of combat power. She walked back and forth countless times that afternoon, pretending to get water or go to the restroom. Li. He's really amazing. A strong sense of envy, which caught her off guard, suddenly welled up in her heart, and the object of her envy was Meng Yu. Immediately afterwards, an extremely shameful thought flashed uncontrollably through her mind. What if it were her? She was stunned by her own lewd thought and felt instantly ashamed. She cursed herself inwardly. Sun Yan, how could you be so shameless? About half an hour later, the bedroom door finally opened. After settling Meng Yu in, Chenli came out and was slightly surprised to see Sun Yan sitting in the living room. "Sister Sun Yan, when did you wake up?" he asked casually. This targeted question made Sun Yan blush instantly, and she stammered, I just woke up not long ago." Chenli looked at her flushed cheeks and a question arose in his mind. Why was she reacting so strangely? Did they hear Meng Yu's passionate shouts just now? Although the bedroom door is well soundproofed, if someone deliberately lingers at the door, they will inevitably hear some noise. I wonder if this seemingly quiet and gentle Sun Yan would ever do something like eavesdropping. Chenli walked to the sofa, found a seat, and looked energetic, showing no signs of fatigue. In contrast, Meng Yu lay limp on the bed, too lazy to even move her fingers, and soon she fell into a deep sleep with a satisfied look on her face. Before going to sleep, she mumbled for him to leave first so she could get a good night's sleep, and he couldn't help but smile. Sun Yan's gaze involuntarily followed Chenli's every move. She was surprised to find that after such a long period of exercise, he was still full of energy and walked steadily, without any of the leg weakness and back pain she had imagined. Watching him leisurely pick up a grape from the fruit plate and put it in his mouth, while Meng Yu still hadn't shown up, Sun Yan immediately understood. It seems Meng Yu was really exhausted. He couldn't even get out of bed. Chenli noticed Sun Yan's gaze on him out of the corner of his eye, and he already guessed what was going on. She was too embarrassed to meet his gaze. Sun Yan's series of unnatural behaviors. This further confirmed his suspicions. This woman must have heard something she shouldn't have. "Sister Sun Yan, are you?" Chenli tentatively began. "I didn't hear anything, Shenli, don't misunderstand. Before he could finish speaking, Sun Yan hurriedly interrupted him, her voice unconsciously rising a few decibels. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately realized that she had let something slip. Shenli hadn't even finished asking the question, and she had already confessed without being asked. This was clearly a case of protesting too much. Realizing she could no longer hide it, Sun Yan was so ashamed she wanted to disappear. She could only lower her head and pretend to be focused on eating fruit, her cheeks burning red. Getting caught eavesdropping on someone and being caught red-handed is incredibly embarrassing. Shenli was momentarily embarrassed, but he quickly composed himself and forced a smile, saying, "It's okay, we're all adults, we can understand each other." Hearing him say that, Sun Yan relaxed a little. Yes, they were all adults, so what was there to be shy about? Driven by curiosity, she mustered her courage, but her voice involuntarily lowered. "You started that as soon as you went in?" Shenli couldn't help but chuckle. Sun Yan had just been so shy that she wanted to disappear into the ground, but now she was asking such a direct question. The contrast came too quickly. He didn't intend to hide anything and answered frankly, more or less. Sun Yan's eyes widened in shock, her face filled with disbelief, and the blush that had just faded quickly returned to her cheeks. Seeing her adorable expression of both shyness and surprise, Shenli suddenly felt like teasing her and deliberately lowered his voice to ask, "What? Sister Sun Yan wants to try it too?" Surprisingly, faced with such a blatant provocation, Sun Yan not only did not feel offended, but a secret expectation also swept through her heart. Fortunately, reason prevailed in time, and she gave Shenli a playful glare. "Shenli, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Just kidding." Shenli smiled and stood up. "I have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. You can stay here without worry." Watching Shenli's departing figure, Sun Yan unconsciously touched her burning cheeks, his words echoing uncontrollably in her mind, her heart pounding for a long time. A wave of intense shame washed over her, making her unable to face Meng Yu's trust. Her remaining rationality told her to stop. This wasn't something she should be thinking about. But women are emotional, and once the flood of emotions breaks through the dam, how easy is it to stop them? The moment she had that thought, faced with the instinctive desire of her body, all rational reasoning seemed so pale and powerless. Chapter 77: The Last Attempt. Chen Lizai left Meng Yu's place around 7 p.m. He stood by the roadside, and as the evening breeze blew, he suddenly felt a strong urge to see Gu Qingcheng. Although she was very considerate and didn't send him any messages today, he knew that she definitely needed someone to be with her right now. The thought that Gu Qingcheng might be waiting for him alone at home made him restless. Having just become a woman, Shenli couldn't be as ruthless towards Gu Qingcheng as he was towards Song Lingyun and the others. The thought that she might be waiting for him alone at home, but dared not call out to him, made his heart melt. Shenli's feelings for Meng Yu and Gu Qingcheng are actually quite different. She felt mostly gratitude towards Meng Yu when she thought back to how pathetic she had been, only she cared about him and stood up for him. At the same time, she was the first woman he started out with, and this relationship was always mixed with an indescribable sense of gratitude. But it was different for Gu Qingcheng. It was pure affection. Perhaps he does prefer beautiful women, but he never denies it. He was just an ordinary person. His goodness would be replaced by something better. If one already possesses the power to look down upon all living beings, yet still cannot act according to one's own will and still has to be hesitant and compromise in one's actions, then what is the point of this power? If power becomes another kind of constraint, then Shen Lining would rather destroy the system himself. It was already past 8 o'clock when I arrived at Joshua Yunlu by taxi. He opened the door with practiced ease and went inside. Gu Qingcheng and her mother turned around at the same time. "Shenli, you're back." Gu Qingcheng's eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up to greet him, taking his hand with a big smile, as if afraid he would turn around and leave. After he changed into his slippers, she led him to sit down on the sofa. "Auntie, are you feeling any better?" Shenli asked with concern. "Much better," Mrs. Gu said with a gentle smile. "Have you had dinner yet? You've been busy until so late." "Not yet." Shenli then realized that he had even forgotten to eat dinner. He had been busy traveling to several places today. "Qingcheng, is there any food at home?" "Yes, I'll heat it up right away." "Please wait a moment," Gu Qingcheng said, heading towards the kitchen. "Let me help you." Shenli also got up. In the kitchen, Gu Qingcheng was putting the food into the microwave and then taking out the bowls and chopsticks to wash them. Shenli gently hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Did you miss me?" Gu Qingcheng stiffened slightly, subconsciously glancing towards the living room. Seeing that her mother wasn't looking this way, she relaxed and said softly,
"I've been thinking about you ever since you left. Does it still hurt there?" Chenli asked in a low voice. "It doesn't hurt much anymore." Gu Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Ding! The microwave oven beeped at just the right moment, and the two then separated.
Chenli sat down at the dining table and watched Gu Qingqing busily bringing out one hot dish after another. Under the warm lights, her busy figure was particularly touching.
At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind: why not settle down here? Such a warm family atmosphere, a life with no shortage of money, and a beautiful and gentle wife. Isn't this the life he once longed for the most?
Everything now has far exceeded his initial expectations.
However, the thought only flashed through my mind.
He quickly came to his senses. With his current physical condition, Gu Qingqing definitely wouldn't be able to handle living here every day. As night deepened, Chenli held Gu Qingqing in his arms, gently stroking her long hair with his fingers.
"Alluring beauty,"
he spoke in a low voice, breaking the silence in the bedroom. "The car I bought for you is temporarily parked elsewhere. I'll get it back after you get your driver's license." Gu Qingqing gently shook her head in his arms. "Actually, I don't need a car.
Buying such an expensive car is too wasteful."
Her tone carried a hint of complaint, yet it sounded more like a wife playfully teasing her husband. Chenli smiled and stroked her cheek with his fingers. "You don't need it now, but you'll need it later.
Go and get your driver's license first."
After all, she will have to go to work eventually, and Gu's mother will need to go to the hospital for regular checkups.
Having a car will make things much more convenient. I can't be in two places at once to be the driver every time. Gu Qingqing nodded obediently. "Yes. I will get my driver's license as soon as possible."
Under the warm orange light of the bedside lamp, Chenli looked down at the person in his arms and asked with a mischievous grin, "Let's rest."
"Are you ready?"
Gu Qingqing was already aroused by his restless hands, her cheeks flushed. She looked up into his smiling eyes and softly replied, This soft response was like the most touching permission. Chenli lowered his head and kissed her lips, then turned off the bedside lamp. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a soft, silvery glow over the bedroom.
On this quiet night, two hearts are intertwined.
A few occasional chirps of insects drifted in from outside the window, but they did nothing to disturb the suppressed breathing that filled the room.
As night deepened, the bedroom finally returned to tranquility 2 hours later.
Chenli looked at Gu Qingqing, who had fallen asleep in his arms, tucked her in, and placed a light kiss on her forehead. Monday morning, a new week begins. The weekend that just ended left many students wanting more, and a lazy atmosphere permeated the classroom. Chenli looked at Zhang Yishi, who was slumped on his desk with a look of utter despair, and couldn't help but tease him.
"Yishi, what's wrong with you? Did Wen Qian dump you over the weekend? What are you talking about?"
Zhang Yishi immediately straightened his back.
"My Wen Qian loves me more than anything."
His face was full of smugness, but then he lowered his voice and leaned closer to the group mysteriously. "Guess what I saw yesterday?" Seeing his appearance, Chenli and the others who knew his personality knew that there must be some exciting news. "Stop being so mysterious, stop playing riddles, just tell us,"
Wei Zihong urged impatiently from the side.
Zhang Yishi looked around to make sure no one was nearby before whispering, "I was near the faculty dormitory yesterday. I saw that teacher Shincheng was being bothered by a man wearing glasses, although I couldn't hear what they were saying. But the man left with a smug look on his face, while teacher Shin, in the end, actually stood there and cried." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a familiar figure appeared at the classroom door. Shincheng walked in carrying textbooks. Today she wore a silk short dress with a pineapple collar that accentuated her dignified demeanor as a teacher, while the bow at her waist highlighted her slender figure. However, in stark contrast to her elegant attire was her dull, lifeless eyes, which seemed to have lost all hope. Just yesterday, her ex-boyfriend, who had plunged her into despair, suddenly contacted her. He made a condition that both angered and embarrassed her. If she was willing to spend a month with his client, he would help her pay off her $1 million debt. This request sent chills down her spine. She never imagined that the man she once loved so deeply would not only swindle her out of everything, but now also try to squeeze the last bit of dignity out of her. She had given him her sincere feelings, but in return she received such inhuman treatment. Yes, she has made foolish mistakes in relationships, but that doesn't mean she's a fool who can be manipulated by others. Even if she were to set aside her dignity and agree to this shameless request, who could guarantee that the other party would actually keep their word? If she were filmed in an indecent video, her life would be ruined forever. Knowing that man as she did, she knew he was absolutely capable of such a thing. Rather than do that, she would rather lose her job and lose face in front of her family for that $1 million than sell her soul. Moreover, she hasn't reached a dead end yet. If Chen Li is willing to help her, there's still a chance for things to turn around. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Chen Li, who was chatting and laughing with his classmates. Xin Qing gripped her textbook tightly. Today, she decided to put aside all her reserve and concerns and make one last attempt. Chapter 78. It's completely yours. When the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class, Chen Li already had a premonition. Throughout the entire class, Xin Qing's gaze kept lingering on him unintentionally. The complexity in his eyes made him smile bitterly to himself. It seemed he was going to be left behind alone again today. He simply couldn't understand why this teacher would rather swallow her pride and beg him time and time again than choose to call the police. In his view, being cheated was certainly embarrassing, but resolving the issue through legal means was the right way. But on second thought, perhaps everyone's circumstances are different, and their ways of looking at problems are also completely different. He wasn't Xin Qing, and he didn't understand the family pressures and public scrutiny she faced. What she considers the most correct choice may not be the optimal solution in her opinion. Sure enough, just as he finished packing his books, the gentle yet weary voice rang in his ears. "Chen Li, please stay for a moment." Chen Li sighed inwardly and reluctantly followed Xin Qing's footsteps. To his surprise, Xin Qing did not take him to the usual secluded shady spot, but instead headed towards the faculty dormitory. Chen Li's heart skipped a beat. Taking the students directly back to their dormitories? The intention was far too obvious. Could it be that this teacher, having exhausted all other options, has decided to take the most direct approach? Xin Qing took out his key from his bag and skillfully opened the dormitory door. It was during the morning break, and while the teaching building was bustling with people, the entire faculty and staff dormitory area was quiet. Each floor of the classrooms and dormitories is arranged with 2 households, and the door to the other dormitory across the hall is tightly closed. "Chen Li, please come in." Xin Qing stepped aside to make way, her voice trembling slightly with a hint of shyness. Chen Li was still hesitant about whether to go in, but seeing her tense yet resolute appearance, he became a little curious. He wanted to see just how far this gentle and charming teacher would go. Besides, how could a strong and healthy boy like him be afraid of being forced by a female teacher who was weak and helpless? "If you don't even dare to go in here, that's too cowardly, and it's not like you at all. If you're timid and hesitant in school, how will you survive in the real world?" He stepped into the dormitory, where a small living room came into view. There is a closed door on the left, which looks like a bedroom. In the center of the living room stood a long table, on which several books and a silver laptop were neatly arranged. A single sofa with a pink blanket was placed against the wall, with a small coffee table in front of it. There was a bookshelf on the right, densely packed with all kinds of books. The room was spotless, with a faint scent of books and a subtle fragrance of osmanthus blossoms in the air, which smelled very pleasant. "Chen Li, sit down for a while. I have something I want to talk to you about." Xin Qing poured him a glass of water, her voice a little tense. After saying that, she turned and went into the bedroom, gently closing the door behind her. Not long after, the bedroom door opened again. At first glance, she seemed unchanged, but Chen Li keenly noticed that the outline of her dress seemed somewhat different. It was barely visible. Chen Li's breath hitched, and he thought to himself, they're really going to do it for real after all. He looked at Xin Qing, who was pretending to be calm, and suddenly felt that the scene was both absurd and somewhat interesting. Xin Qing took a deep breath and said in a trembling but unusually firm voice, "Chen Li, it's still because of that matter. I really have no other choice. I don't ask you to pay off all my debts at once, I just hope you can pay off my monthly installments. Until that $1 million is paid off, I belong entirely to you." Before Chen Li could react, her fingers had already gently tugged at the bow at her waist. The dress slipped down, revealing a flawless, white body to Chen Li. Her figure was stunningly well proportioned, without an ounce of excess fat, and her flawless white skin shone with a delicate luster. At this moment, she lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and her submissive appearance was enough to make any man's heart race. Shen Chang. Favorability rating, 0. Body size, 91. Appearance, 85. Number of times I was attacked, 2. Number of participants in the Kunming section, 1. Chen Li couldn't help but check the data again with the system. This figure was indeed the best of the best. Trading a beauty like this for $1 million is a worthwhile deal, provided her past isn't too complicated. He has never had a strong primal fetish and values the experience of the moment more. Facing the teacher whom countless boys dream of, who is now waiting for his response without reservation, Chenli has to admit that the sense of accomplishment is indeed irresistible.
If he refuses, then he is an enlightened person, a saint. Clearly, Chenli is still a Pacific Ocean away from enlightenment.
Without hesitation, he stepped forward, picked her up, and placed her heavily on the long table in the living room. Xinqing instinctively braced himself against the table with both hands, causing the books on the table to slide off to the floor with a clatter. She awkwardly responded to Chenli's kiss, her body trembling slightly. From the desktop to the sofa, and finally into the bedroom, the two moved around the room.
600,000 words omitted here.
When everything finally calmed down, it was already dark outside the window.
Chenli glanced at the time and was surprised to find that a full 5 hours had passed.
Chenli got up and dressed, then glanced back at Xinqiang, who was still lying in bed. She felt completely drained of energy. Her chest rose and fell with each deep breath, and she didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Regarding your 1 million, I will do as you say and help you repay the loan on time every month. As he spoke, having already straightened his trousers, he said, You don't need to worry about anything, I'll have the bank handle it. Upon hearing this, Xinqiang, who had been struggling to even breathe, suddenly felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her chest. She let out a soft sigh of relief, her heart finally settling down. The debt that had kept her up at night was finally settled, and her efforts today had not been in vain.
But on second thought, it doesn't seem like much of a sacrifice.
Recalling her experience, her face flushed.
Chenli's abilities are astonishing. If he could always be like that in the future.
Thinking of this, she quickly buried her face in the pillow and cursed herself for being shameless.
Also, send me all the information about the person who scammed you. Remember, all of it.
After saying that, Chenli's eyes turned completely cold.
So you're going to swallow that million?
Very good. Even if it costs him another 2 million, he will make that scum pay 10 or 100 times the price.
Chapter 79 I only want results.
Chenli was not one to get angry easily, but that scumbag's methods.
This goes far beyond ordinary deception, it's downright wicked.
This kind of scoundrel who preys on women has countless dirty deeds hidden behind him, and Xinqiang is probably not the only victim.
If we don't send this bastard to jail this time, we'll change his name. It's just money, isn't it? He has plenty of these.
Chenli left his dormitory and immediately dialed the phone number of Manager Liu at the bank.
Manager Liu, could you check for me if your bank has a client named Xinqiang who took out a loan of 1 million? Please wait a moment, Mr. Chen, I will check immediately. In principle, a customer's loan information should be kept absolutely confidential. But who is Chenli?
That's the bank's most important super VIP customer. This requirement is nothing to them. Less than 2 minutes later, Lu Ming called back, Mr. Chen, there is indeed a loan record for Ms. Xinqiang.
She is a teaching assistant at Xianzhou University.
She has taken out a loan of 1 million yuan, to be repaid in 2 years, and tomorrow is the first repayment date.
Okay, can you make some arrangements for me?
Deduct her monthly payments from my account. Remember, it's on time, not early settlement.
Understood, Mr. Chen.
I'll take care of it right away and make sure it's handled properly.
After hanging up the phone, Chenli glanced back at the faculty and staff dormitory building.
Chenli stood downstairs at the dormitory building, his phone screen lit up.
The message from Xinqiang was very detailed.
Lin Xingxian, 28 years old, used to work as a project manager at Yunhai Technology. He later resigned to start his own business, opening several companies, but all of them failed. The information also included his address, places he frequented, some personal hobbies, and even a few photos of him. The man in the photo has fair skin, wears transparent framed glasses, and looks refined and handsome, like a well-off young master. It must be admitted that this person does indeed have a handsome appearance.
Chang Xiang? Ha! Chenli looked at the name and couldn't help but sneer.
He turned around, went upstairs back to his dormitory, and went straight to Wu Chang. He knew Wu Chang was very skilled with computers and had even formed a computer club with his friends, so maybe he could find a way to dig up dirt on this kind of person.
Xianzi, do you have a way to completely extract information from someone? Ali, what do you want to do?
Wu Chang was a little wary, afraid that Chenli might do something outrageous in a moment of impulse. Seeing Chenli's serious expression, Zhang Yishi and Wei Zihong also came over.
He's a bastard.
I want to see if I can find any dirt on him, preferably evidence of illegal activities.
What's wrong? Did he offend you?
Zhang Yishi asked with concern.
Pretty much.
He cheated my friend out of $1 million, so I have to make him pay the price, Chen Li said, offering a plausible reason.
If his data is stored on his computer or phone, we can try hacking in and looking for it.
Wu Chang said seriously, however, there are risks involved in this kind of thing.
Okay, you arrange it for me. Just tell me how much it costs. Without hesitation, Chen Li sent Lin Chengxiang's personal information to Wu Chang immediately after speaking.
Wait a moment, let me ask my team first, Wu Chang said, taking out his phone.
Is there anything we can do to help?
Zhang Yishi asked from the side.
No need for now, let's check on Xianzi first. Chen Li felt a little touched.
Wu Chang was seen chatting in a group called Hacker Alliance 007. They used a lot of technical jargon, which Chen Li and the others didn't quite understand.
Not long after, Wu Chang looked up and said,
"Ali, they said they can take the job, but the fee is not low."
How many?
200,000, half as a deposit first, and the other half after we find useful information. As long as his data is actually stored on electronic devices, we are confident we can get it out.
No problem, I'll transfer 200,000 to you right now, you take care of it for me.
Chen Li felt that the price was very low, probably because of Wu Chang's influence.
After all, this kind of thing is risky, and the team also has to bear a lot of pressure. Okay, if all goes well, we should have results by tomorrow. We need to send someone to find out his IP address first, and we also need to stake out his place to make sure he's not home before we can find an opportunity to strike. Okay, you can arrange it as you see fit.
After Chen Li finished speaking, he immediately took out his phone and completed the transfer.
Wu Chang looked focused, then turned to Chen Li and explained in a low voice. This matter needs to be done in several steps. We 1T act recklessly. First, we need to locate his digital footprint.
We will start with his publicly available social media accounts such as LinkedIn, Weibo, and even the food delivery and ride-hailing apps he might use. This information, though seemingly fragmented, can be pieced together to reveal his activity patterns, commonly used devices, and even his broadband service provider. He pointed to the scrolling messages in the group chat. My teammate just found out that he posted on a local forum last night. Based on the IP address from which that post was published, we now need someone to conduct a wireless network probe near his neighborhood.
Seeing Chen Li's slightly puzzled expression, Wu Chang further explained in simpler terms.
To put it simply, it means taking the equipment to the vicinity of his community, scanning and identifying the Wi-Fi name and router model of his home. Many people use their own name and pinyin, the last few digits of their phone number, or their company name as their Wi-Fi name when setting up their home network.
So how exactly do you hack into a computer? Chen Li pressed. If his Wi-Fi password is weak, or his router has known vulnerabilities, we have a chance to infiltrate it.
Once we gain access to the intranet, we will attempt to scan for online smart devices in his home computers, mobile phones, NAS network-attached storage, etc. Wu Chang paused, then emphasized, we won't use those fancy techniques from movies instead, we'll design something specifically for him as a person. Based on the information, he used to own a company, and his habits are likely still intact. Such people often work from home. The computer likely contains financial records, contracts, and even compromising customer maintenance data. We prioritize looking for several types of documents: Excel spreadsheets, Word contracts, PDF scans, and chat log backups.
The key is in the financial transactions and project contracts. These are the easiest places to find flaws. If he really did defraud multiple people, these files must exist in some folder, and might even remain there as a backup. Just then, Wu Chang's phone rang again, and he glanced at it.
My teammate just confirmed that his neighborhood is using an older model router from a common brand. That model has a security vulnerability that was exposed last year, and many people still haven't updated the firmware. We're about 70% sure we can get in quietly, as long as we confirm he leaves tomorrow afternoon.
After listening, Chen Li nodded.
The whole process doesn't sound as magical as it does in the movies. Rather, it takes advantage of the target's lifestyle habits and technological oversights.
Just go at your pace, Chen Li said. I only care about the results. Chapter 80. Chen Li, thank you.
The next morning, Chen Li and the others were still asleep when they were woken up by Wu Chang's excited voice.
Ali, wake up. We have the results.
This guy is 10 times worse than we thought. Chen Li, Zhang Yishi, and Gui Zihong practically jumped out of bed and instantly surrounded Wu Chang's computer.
Look at this project collaboration folder. Wu Chang pointed to the screen and said, it's full of evidence that he used shell companies to embezzle project funds from the parent company. The total amount is almost 10 million.
He then opened another encrypted file. These are the company's 2 sets of ledgers.
The one that's publicly displayed is for the tax bureau to see.
The actual record shows the true flow of funds, and the amount of tax evasion was enormous. The most frightening thing is that he still has some bad debts from his time working at the parent company, probably intended for blackmail later.
And this is the most exciting one.
Wu Chang lowered his voice and opened a folder labeled Customer Relationship Maintenance. It's full of photos and videos he secretly took while arranging for women to sleep with government officials. It's practically a real-life sex scandal. Judging from the timestamps, he maintained this habit for several years. Chen Li and the others gasped as they looked at the appalling images on the screen. This guy not only swindled money, but also used these women as tools to climb the social ladder. Based on the information he compiled, most of those women were probably his girlfriends, whom he controlled through various means. Fortunately, Xin Qing realized her mistake in time, otherwise, she might have become one of those people in the photos.
How do we hand this evidence over to the police? Would sending it directly involve an invasion of privacy?
Zhang Yishi asked with some concern. Don't worry, Wu Chang smiled confidently.
We can use an encrypted anonymous email address to package the key evidence and send it to the police station's official reporting email address.
All you need to do is compile the evidence of bribery, tax evasion, and fraud.
The indecent photos can be blurred out and provided as supplementary evidence. Let's do it this way.
Chen Li said firmly, this kind of scum will only harm more people if he stays out there. Looking at his battle record on his computer, I'm afraid he has already ruined quite a few women.
Watch me. Wu Chang flexed his fingers and started working on the computer.
I guarantee I'll organize these materials clearly so the police can find the information accurately every time they investigate.
People like that should be working as sewing machines.
A few days later, one afternoon, Lin Qingxian was leisurely leaning on the sofa, chatting enthusiastically with a girl he had just met. Sunlight streamed in through the window, making everything feel exceptionally pleasant.
Suddenly, a polite and restrained knocking sounded on the door. Who is it?
Lin Qingxian called out impatiently, his eyes still glued to his phone screen. A calm reply came from outside the door, hello, water meter reader.
Didn't we just copy the table?
Lin Qingxian muttered, reluctantly standing up. Without giving it a second thought, he casually opened the door. The moment the door opened, his smile froze on his face.
Several men in plainclothes stood outside the door. The one in the lead deftly showed his identification and a document. Lin Qingxian, we are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. This is a search warrant and an arrest warrant.
You are suspected of multiple economic crimes, and we are now arresting you in accordance with the law. Lin Qingxian was completely stunned, his mind went blank.
He instinctively protested, Officer, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm a law-abiding citizen.
But before he could finish speaking, cold handcuffs were already on his wrists. He only realized what was happening when he was being led away. The police had taken away both his computer tower and laptop. At that moment, an unprecedented fear instantly swept over my entire body. No one knew better than him what was hidden on those two devices. Those meticulously encrypted folders contained records of all his shady dealings over the years.
False contracts, dual ledgers, evidence of tax evasion, and those shady videos and photos. It's over. His legs went weak, and he was practically carried away by the police.
He knew that once the police cracked those documents, he would face a life sentence in jail. Sitting in the interrogation room, listening to the police list his crimes one by one, Lin Qingxian was drenched in cold sweat. What made him even more desperate was that the police seemed to know everything about what he had done, even the most private details. He couldn't figure out where he had gone wrong, or who was sabotaging him. In the end, he still didn't know who was behind it all, which made him feel unprecedented fear and despair. Chen Li's phone screen lit up. It was a message from Lu Ming, a news notification. A major economic crime case had been cracked in our city, and the main culprit, Lin, had been arrested according to law. He quickly glanced at the contents, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips.
This result at least showed that his efforts were not in vain.
Chen Li didn't pause for a moment when he saw Xin Qing lying on the table.
2 hours have passed.
Chen Li leaned gently against the sofa cushion, while Xin Qing carefully wiped him with a hot towel. Looking at Xin Qing nestled obediently in his arms, a happy smile remained on his lips. Teacher Xin, Chen Li said calmly, his eyes comfortably closed, that Lin Qingxian has already been brought to justice. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and forwarded the news to her. When Xin Qing saw the news headline, he was taken aback at first, but then immediately realized that it must have been Chen Li's doing.
Besides him, who else has the ability and efficiency to quickly send that cunning scum to prison?
He did all of this, clearly for her. Although it is unclear what connections and methods Chen Li specifically used, he must have paid a considerable price. Otherwise, given Lin Chengxiang's shrewdness, he would never have fallen so easily. But in any case, the villain who almost ruined her life finally received the punishment he deserved, a 25-year sentence, enough for him to spend the rest of his life repenting behind bars.
Chen Li, thank you.
1,000 words were stuck in her chest, but in the end, they all turned into this one sentence. She nestled gently against his shoulder, savoring the warmth and security she found so comforting. At that moment, she even felt that perhaps meeting Lin Chengxiang was not a misfortune, but a great fortune.
Is all you can say thank you?
Xinqing glanced shyly at Chen Li, then, with a mixture of bashfulness and boldness, 300,000 words omitted here.
Chapter 81, A familiar figure.
When Chen Li brought the news back to the dormitory, Wu Chang and the others clapped and cheered excitedly. This kind of scum should have been in jail long ago, Zhang Yishi said readily.
Brothers, let's go celebrate. Chen Li made the suggestion in high spirits. Great. Where is this rich guy taking us to have some fun?
Zhang Yishi immediately perked up. Let's find a club and experience the services of a high-end club.
I'll contact them right away.
As Chen Li spoke, he dialed Liang Siqi's number.
He hasn't had a chance to use the personal concierge service provided by the bank yet. Mr. Chen, it's a pleasure to serve you. Liang Siqi's gentle and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone.
She finally received a call from Chen Li, her voice filled with undisguised joy. As the bank's top VIP client and such a young and wealthy man, she had long been looking forward to serving Chen Li. I'm looking for a high-end club with catering and massage services, and I can bring 3 friends.
Do you have any recommendations? Please wait a moment, I will check for you right away.
Not long after, Liang Siqi called back, President Chen, I recommend the Jade Emperor Club to you.
This is a membership-based club. You can become a member by making an initial deposit of 500,000. Members can bring friends in, and each person's spending will be deducted from their pre-deposit.
They can enjoy 24-hour service.
Except for massage services, which are charged separately, all other food and entertainment facilities are free. Okay, let's go with this place. Arrange for a car to pick us up at the entrance of Qiangzhou University. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll drive to pick you up.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Li and Zhang Yishi quickly asked for leave for the next morning, ready to enjoy themselves.
Shortly after, a black Mercedes SUV pulled up in front of the school. Liang Siqi stood by the car and waved to Chen Li with a smile when she saw him.
She was dressed in a standard bank uniform, a white shirt paired with black trousers, but the well-tailored business attire couldn't hide her graceful figure at all.
Her 89-point figure score is truly well-deserved.
With her curvaceous figure, slender waist, and refined, capable appearance, she is simply the epitome of a beautiful woman in the workplace.
Who is this? Zhang Yishi asked curiously.
It's the assistant I hired, Chen Li said casually. But this explanation did not diminish their appreciation for the beautiful woman with outstanding temperament in front of them. Since Chen Li became famous, thanks to him, I have seen many beautiful women, all of whom are school beauties. And Liang Siqi in front of us perfectly blends the competence of a working woman with the gentleness of a woman.
Liang Siqi slowly parked the car in front of a magnificent building.
Chen Li and the others were stunned by the sight before them as soon as they got out of the car. The 4 gilded characters Jade Emperor Club hang high above the grand entrance, gleaming with a low-key yet luxurious light under the lamps. The entire facade is designed to be modern and grand, with dark glass curtain walls reflecting the street scene, obscuring the interior and adding to its mystery and elegance. Before even stepping inside, you can almost smell the faint fragrance wafting from within and feel the exclusive sense of no unauthorized entry.
Liang Siqi had obviously known about this beforehand.
She led the group through the revolving door, where the cool air conditioning and soft background music immediately shut out the noise from outside. At the front desk, several staff members in smart uniforms stood by with professional smiles. Without any further pleasantries, she whispered a few words to the front desk manager and then conveniently completed all the formalities.
The whole process was smooth and efficient.
In just a few minutes, a heavy-looking gold membership card was respectfully handed to Chen Li.
Mr. Chen, everything has been arranged. You and your friend can simply go in, and a dedicated staff member will guide you.
Okay, thank you for your hard work.
We'll go in first, you can go ahead and get busy.
Chen Li took the card and nodded.
Okay, Mr. Chen, have a great time with your friends. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. Liang Siqi once again demonstrated her impeccable professionalism, then turned around and left with brisk steps.
Chen Li, clutching the heavy gold card, turned back and smiled at Zhang Yishi and the others, who were already dazzled by the sight. Let's go, brothers, let's relax today. Chen Li had heard Meng Yu mention the club she went to with Li Tingting and the others before, but he didn't really have a concrete idea of what it was like. It wasn't until he walked in personally and received a detailed introduction from a well-trained waiter that he truly understood what a high-end gathering was.
The entire club's dining area is like a museum showcasing top-quality ingredients.
Looking around, there's a dazzling array of food, from freshly shucked oysters to Australian lobsters, from Japanese wagyu beef to Yunnan matsutake mushrooms, and even caviar shimmering like black pearls. He couldn't even name many of the ingredients, but just by looking at their exquisite presentation and unique appearance, he knew they were quite valuable. They looked like they'd just come from the countryside. Their eyes were practically glued to the screen.
Holy crap, Xianzi, look! Wu Zihong tugged hard at Wu Chang's arm and pointed at the food table. Is this black abalone? It's huge.
Brothers, come look at this shrimp.
Zhang Yishi on the other side exclaimed, black and red, what kind of breed is this? I've never seen it before.
And this king crab, its legs are almost as thick as my arm. Amidst the exclamations of surprise from the others, Chen Li had already eagerly picked up his plate and started choosing his favorite food. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, grabbing their tools of the trade and rubbing their hands together, ready to feast. They specifically chose the most expensive items, clearly determined to recoup their 5,000 yuan per person expenditure. In such a high-end place as the Jade Emperor Club, the people who frequent it are mostly elegant and sophisticated individuals.
They come here for the ambience and atmosphere.
A common scene is a large bone china plate adorned with only a delicate spoonful of glistening caviar. Served with thin soda crackers and a slow sip of champagne, this is what they call the art of dining. However, Chen Li's table was quite different, becoming a unique scenic spot in the club. Their plates were piled high like small mountains, huge lobster claws, whole king crab legs, and stacks of sliced black abalone. The guests at the surrounding tables couldn't help but cast their gazes over, some covering their mouths and chuckling, while others made no attempt to hide their surprise and amusement. However, Wu Chang and his group didn't care about these strange looks at all. For them, the rules of high society and elegant dining etiquette are far less tempting than the delicious food right in front of them. With their wealthy brother Chen Li backing them up, they could just roll up their sleeves and eat to their heart's content. And so, to everyone's surprise, a table full of delicacies, comparable to a Manchu Han imperial feast, was laid out before them. The young people immediately devoured the food like a whirlwind, eating with great relish. Chen Li was also unceremoniously picking up a huge baked lobster with cheese, dipping it in sauce, and enjoying it heartily. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure gracefully walking past in the corridor near the restaurant entrance.
Chapter 82. Hello, I am technician number 99.
Chen Li's heart skipped a beat. It looked like her? Or rather, he knew who she was, but she didn't know him at all.
Chen Li inwardly sighed with regret.
The figure moved too fast. He only had time to catch a glimpse of her silhouette, not even giving him half a second to use the system to see her clearly.
Opportunities are fleeting.
Without even thinking, Chen Li threw the lobster leg in his hand onto the plate and grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth haphazardly.
You guys eat first, I'm going to say hello to someone I know.
He hurriedly tossed a sentence to his brothers who were still working hard, then got up and quickly chased after the direction in which the figure had disappeared.
He absolutely couldn't miss such an opportunity.
Chen Li quickly walked to the corridor he had just left, but the person was gone.
However, he happened to see a waiter walking from the corner at the end of the corridor. He immediately stepped forward and politely inquired.
Hello, is the girl who just walked by your salon a technician?
Hello, sir, yes, she is our facial massage technician.
What's her name?
Her name is Nana, technician number 99.
She was just requested by a customer.
Nana? Is that her real name?
Excuse me, sir, we call our technicians by their stage names or employee numbers.
We don't really know their real names. Could you please make an appointment for me?
I'd like to request her for a facial later.
Okay, sir, I'll make an appointment for you right away. Please write down your hand.
The waiter took the name card from Chen Li, a smile always on his face, and said as he processed the card. Please note that your card will light up red and vibrate in a moment. At that time, just come to the front desk on the 3rd floor. She skillfully tapped her hand card lightly against a black handheld device. With a soft beep, the screen flashed a few times, and the reservation information was entered.
Your appointment has been made. Technician Nana will be available in about 60 minutes.
She handed the cards back to Chenli with both hands, her movements gentle and professional.
Thank you. Shanley took the card. You're too kind. Is there anything else I can help you with?
She bowed slightly, her tone remaining warm throughout.
No more for now. Have a pleasant time at Jade Emperor.
After the waiter left, Chenli was puzzled.
Could it be that he had really seen wrong?
Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, that profile was all too familiar.
How could he possibly mistake that figure etched into his youthful memories?
She was the undisputed goddess of the class next to his in high school, the most dazzling school beauty Lu Nancheng. It's not just that she's extremely beautiful, but more importantly, she has a unique temperament that is both aloof and gentle, like a gardenia with morning dew. During breaks in the hallway, almost every boy would unconsciously stare at her whenever she passed by, and even the most mischievous boys would become more subdued in her presence. She suddenly disappeared before the college entrance examination. No one knows the specific reason, only that something happened in her family and she didn't even go to university. She went straight to work after graduating from high school. This news left many boys who had a crush on her feeling quite sad if she went to university. Who knows how many people would follow suit and apply to universities in the city where she lived. The figure I just saw, though only fleetingly, had an amazing gait, and her nose was so straight it seemed to have been meticulously sculpted. And that long, jet black hair overlapped with the Lu Nancheng in his memory. Let's make an appointment first and then talk about it, Chenli decided in his heart. If it weren't for her, it would have just been a regular facial service. But what if it's her?
I absolutely can't miss this opportunity. When Zhang Yishi returned to his seat, his mouth still full of caviar, he asked indistinctly, "What's wrong? Where are the acquaintances? Why don't you invite them over to sit down?"
It's nothing, maybe they mistook me for someone else, Chenli said regretfully.
Is she a beauty? Wei Zihong teased, winking.
Of course.
Chenli smiled.
After eating and drinking their fill, the group, patting their round bellies, headed straight for the esports room in the relaxation area. They specifically chose a private room for 4 people, and were stunned by the sight before them as soon as they opened the door to the spacious room. For top-of-the-line computers were neatly arranged, their curved monitors emitting a deep blue glow. The mechanical keyboard has a crisp and pleasant typing sound, and the professional gaming chair is so comfortable that you won't want to get up once you sit down.
Damn, this setup and environment are worlds apart from the crappy computers in our dorm.
Zhang Yishi rubbed his hands excitedly and was the first to rush in. They had an hour before their scheduled facial service, just enough time for them to enjoy a few rounds of gaming. Soon, the private room was filled with the sounds of intense keyboard clicks and shouts.
Top lane, come quick. Ali, you idiot, are you still picking mushrooms in the jungle?"
Zhang Yishi stared at the screen, so excited he almost jumped out of his chair. They're here. Chenli frantically tried to control his character to rush to the lane, but by the time he arrived, all his teammates had already been killed. He charged forward alone and was instantly surrounded and beaten to death by the 5 opponents.
33, what are you going to do if we're all dead? Wei Zihong was so angry he almost vomited blood. Wasn't this just delivering vegetables? Next time. I'll definitely get there on time.
Chenli scratched his head awkwardly.
Ali, can't you pay a little more attention? Wu Chang also sounded exasperated. How many times has this happened already?
After playing 2 more rounds, Chenli's hand finally lit up with a red light and emitted a slight vibration. He immediately threw down the mouse, stood up impatiently, and said, "Sorry guys, I have to go wash my face first. Just order whatever services you need." The 3 of them were completely focused on the screen and had no time to pay attention to their teammate who had deserted the mission.
They just waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to leave quickly.
Chenli smiled, turned and left the private room, leaving behind 3 brothers who were still fighting fiercely. Chenli slowly walked up the spacious marble staircase to the 3rd floor. The entire space was unusually quiet, a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the dining area downstairs. The waiter who had been waiting at the front desk immediately smiled and stepped forward when he came up. "Sir, please come with me." He followed the waiter through a winding corridor, with closed doors on both sides, and warm yellow wall lamps casting a soft glow on the walls. A faint fragrance wafted through the corridor, like cedar mixed with some unknown floral scent, making people unconsciously relax. Finally, the waiter stopped in front of a dark wooden door and gently pushed it open. "Sir, please rest in the room for a while. The technician will be here shortly." The room is decorated in a very elegant style, with dark brown wallpaper and dark gold decorative lines. Several wall lamps emitted just the right amount of warm light, neither too bright nor too glaring, yet enough to see every corner of the room clearly. In the center is a professional beauty bed covered with a clean white sheet, and next to it, a small cart is neatly arranged with various skincare products. A faint aroma of essential oils wafted through the air, and combined with the soft music playing in the background, the entire space felt exceptionally tranquil and comfortable. Shenli Gang had barely sat down on the edge of the bed when a soft knock came at the door.
Hello, I'm a technician, may I come in?
A clear female voice rang out from outside the door.
Please come in. Shenli unconsciously sat up straight.
The door was gently pushed open, and a figure wearing a light pink uniform walked in. She gave a slight bow, her voice gentle and courteous. Hello, esteemed guest, I am technician number 99, Nana. It's a pleasure to serve you. The moment her gaze met Shenli's, Shenli was completely stunned.